Huatong clenched her teeth, determined, and said, I will be your family. I will be your older sister. Li Fong, I will also be your older brother. A group of village bullies. I will also be your brother. We will look after you. Ren Chen wiped his tears and cried again. He never expected that, at this moment, they would still be willing to be his family. Huatong patted his head and handed him a water bag. Drink some water. He was really thirsty, so he took a few sips. The tent over at Mo Bei's side was quickly set up. Someone called out, Tong Tong, go rest over there. Huatong pointed to a thin little child and said, his name is Ren Chen. Please take care of him.
Montag nodded, okay.
Huatong went to rest inside her tent. Mo Bei laid a straw mat on the ground and sat with Ren Chen. They had only set up a tent for the women in their family. The others sat on the ground. After a while, Huatong came out and handed Mo Bei something, saying, spray this on your body to prevent mosquito bites. Then she turned and went back to sleep. Inside the tent, she was very tired and fell asleep quickly. Outside the tent, Mo Bei and Ren Chen talked.
How old are you? Montag asked.
7, he replied. The people here counted age by lunar years, so he was actually 6. Mo Bei looked at him a few more times. The children in the village were usually dark and thin, not as precious as city children. Wei Zixu was also the same age, but looked fair and tender. Mo Bei lay down on the ground, staring at the sky in a daze. After a while, he told the still-sitting Ren Chen, eat first, then lie down and sleep. Ren Chen obediently lay down, curling into a small ball, occupying a tiny corner. Inside the tent, Wang Shi sighed softly. She shared a tent with her daughter tonight. Since it was almost dawn and she hadn't slept much, she didn't bother to set up another tent. Mo Wen-go also sighed and said, Mom, if you don't take care of my sister-in-law, she might bring something back to raise at home. She thinks she's raising sheep, just giving them some grass to eat. Wang Shi wanted to intervene, but couldn't. Speaking of sheep, Huatong's sheep, deer, and rabbits were all lying in her space's grassy area now. Looking out, the green grass was very comfortable. Outside the space, the earth radiated heat, and the sound of mosquitoes buzzing could be heard from time to time, with a sudden pop as one landed on her face. The villagers were tired and sleepy. They lay on straw mats, temporarily forgetting their worries, and soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, someone quietly got up and moved toward Huatong's direction. While everyone else was asleep, Zhao Lao Tai's 2 sons quietly moved to Huatong's cart, trying to steal some water. They didn't have a cart or a donkey, and the bucket of water they had stored was spilled when they tried to run away. Knowing that Huatong's cart held water, they decided to take a chance. Huatong was sleeping inside his tent and didn't expect Zhao Lao Tai's family to come up with such a plan. Huishu and Huizhu, the brothers, easily found the buckets on the cart, 2 large buckets of water. They didn't dare take much, and Huishu grabbed one bucket and started to leave. Suddenly, he saw Mo Bei standing up. He was so scared that he wobbled and accidentally threw the bucket, spilling half the water. He hurried to pick it up, trembling with fear. Mo Bei stepped forward and grabbed his collar. Are you stealing from my family? Huishu was caught red-handed and felt weak in the knees, almost kneeling. No, it's a misunderstanding, a mistake. We were just thirsty and wanted some water. We didn't mean to steal. Huizhu also hurried over and said, Mo Bei, please have mercy on us. All our water was spilled on the road. We have no water left. If we're not killed by bandits, we'll die of thirst. At this moment, Huoru and Huomei rushed over quickly and knelt down. Huoru said, Brother-in-law, please have mercy on us. They could even take in other children's families, so why couldn't they share a little water? It was all because they hated their grandmother. Suddenly, Huatong stepped out and said, Get out. If I catch you again, I'll send you away from the team. Huishu was startled and hurriedly said, Niece, this is the last time. He quickly carried half a bucket of water and ran away, followed by others. She didn't say she'd give him water. The whole family ran faster than rabbits. Huatong didn't want to argue with them and said to Mo Bei, Xiao Bei, go to sleep. I'll stay on watch. Some villagers still had no conscience, and it was hard to prevent others from trying to steal. Mo Bei refused. I'm not tired. You go to sleep. Huatong pulled him along and said, Xiao Bei, be good. Go to the tent and sleep. I'll stay here and keep watch. Mo Bei, being pulled away, had no choice but to obediently lie down. Huatong checked the cart, filled the other bucket with water, and then moved to sleep near Rinchen. The little kid curled up pitifully like a tiny shrimp. The night passed peacefully. The next day, dawn broke. Mrs. Wang woke early and cooked a pot of porridge along with a few eggs. Someone came crying towards Huatong. Poor lady, we have no water left at home. Please give us some to drink. Huatong could only take their bowls and scoop water from her own barrel. There weren't many people borrowing water, just a few households. Others still had backup water in buckets or water bags. Everyone ate some sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs and then continued their journey. Following Huatong's usual rule, they lined up in single file, no running, pushing, or cutting in line. The village chief, young and strong, came out to keep the line in order, while the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were helped along. On the road, they met many refugees from other villages. After some questioning, someone said, Yanzhou is wealthy, I hear there's rain there. Most people just followed the main group, not knowing where to escape to. The village chief asked Huatong, Lady Hua, where should we go next? Huatong didn't know. She was a person from a time span of thousands of years, and she didn't know where the land was most lively or where the best officials were. She didn't know which province's government would accept so many refugees. In the end, Huatong grit her teeth and decided, since I hear Yanzhou has rain, let's go to Yanzhou first. Actually, when they fled the last famine, many headed straight for Yanzhou. Because they had to send Sister Wei Zissou and her brother, they went to Jingzhou. But after wandering around, they still had to go to Yanzhou. Since they had a goal, everyone headed in that direction, walking along small paths and then onto the main official road. This official road connected to all parts of the country. Every important intersection had signs showing the route. Every 60 or 80 miles, there was a relay station mainly for government use. Common people couldn't eat or stay there. As villagers entered the official road, more and more people appeared. After asking around, they learned that many villages in Yuta County had been looted by bandits. The county magistrate couldn't control the bandits running everywhere. People in the county town only cared about eating and drinking. As long as it didn't threaten the county's interests, the local officials wouldn't send troops. Even if reports were made, they were suppressed and ignored. The lives of ordinary people outside the city were very hard. That day, the villagers traveled along the official road. Because the villagers from Qingchuan village had their own formation, others couldn't join in, so they had to follow along beside them. After traveling 60 miles in one day, it was already dark. Ahead was a relay station which also had a checkpoint. Many refugees are scouting nearby, each paying 1 or 2 silver coins as toll. Many refugees without silver coins leave the official road and take smaller paths. These small paths are even less safe, and it's easy to encounter bandits. After gathering information, Huatong decisively led his family across the checkpoint. Each person paid 1 or 2 silver coins. Everyone in their village could afford it for now. Even if they didn't share profits with them at first, after selling cotton to them, they sold it at high prices. Later, Huatong and the village chief each took their share and gave some to villagers who had no silver coins. The villagers of Qingchuan village all crossed the first checkpoint. Though it was painful and hard to part with, seeing others pass, they had no choice but to follow the main group. A few villagers from other villages also came along. After crossing the checkpoint, since it was already dark, everyone rested beside the official road. Trees lined both sides of the road. Everyone sat against the trees, drank a little stored water, and rested. Mrs. Wang first asked her husband to cook a pot of rice, then prepared a few simple dishes. Shredded potatoes, cucumber stir-fried with eggs, tomato soup, and shredded pork. After serving the dishes, Huotong came over and stored the vegetables and meat in the space on the cart. He planned to secretly take them out when needed tomorrow. Otherwise, with so much food and meat outside and the hot weather, they would spoil quickly. Mrs. Wang didn't notice anything strange about the food and meat, but she found the water quite odd. Why was the bucket still full after a day? She didn't dare to ask or say anything, afraid that if she did, the food and water would disappear. This big secret weighed heavily on her, making her feel uncomfortable. Such a big surprise. She had to be very strong to keep it inside. Other families, lacking water, dared not use much and could only roast a sweet potato, or egg to eat. At night, someone came to Huotong's house to borrow water again. Huotong stood by the cart, scooping a big bowl of water for them. Zhao Laota's family also sent Huoruo and Huomai, two of her granddaughters, to borrow water. Zhao Laota's family had offended Huotong badly, so he was worried they might not give water if they came to ask. Huotong pretended not to see and scooped a bowl of water for each of them. After everyone finished eating, the village chief came to talk to Huotong. Mrs. Hua, if each checkpoint charges a fee, how much will we have to pay when we reach Yanzhou? His family could handle it, but he was worried many villagers wouldn't make it to Yanzhou and would run out of silver. Huotong had no good solution. He decided to take it step by step. The village chief had a suggestion. Lady Hua, do you think this will work? We could also take a small path. Let's decide later, replied Huotong. She didn't want to take the small path unless absolutely necessary because it was more crowded and less safe. With so many villagers, if bandits attack, there will be inevitable casualties. Huotong didn't expect that the village chief would care so much about the villagers. Huotong said, Village chief, let's assign tasks now. To prevent anyone from sneaking around and stealing from others while sleeping, Huotong and the village chief decided that villagers would take turns guarding the night. The village chief quickly gathered strong men from his family, choosing some to guard in the first half of the night and others in the second half. Even so, there were still some who kept an eye on Huotong's family's cart. Her family was very noticeable, clearly the main support for the refugees. Others went to her house to borrow water, showing they knew she had water. When it was late at night and everyone was resting, someone quietly crept toward Huotong's house. Before they could steal water from the cart, Mobe, who was alert, stopped and beat them. The thief cried out loudly, and soon villagers on guard came over, beat him again, and threw him far away. Now the night was quiet, and everyone slept until dawn. Before dawn, Wang Shi hurried to boil porridge and cooked another pot of rice to make rice balls for easy travel. Seeing the full water bucket, Wang Shi felt relieved. She wasn't worried that Huotong would lend water to others. As everyone got up, Huotong's family had already finished breakfast. At that time, some wealthy people's carriages left the relay station. Only officials could rest at the station. As carriages arrived one after another, with guards riding tall horses leading the way, refugees watched eagerly as the horses passed by. Huotong! Stop! Stop! Suddenly called out from inside a carriage. Huotong was surprised. The carriage stopped, and a young nobleman quickly got down and approached her. This was Wei Zifeng, the fifth son of the Jing'an Marquis family. Huotong, what are you doing here? Meeting unexpectedly, Wei Zifeng was both surprised and excited. Seeing Huotong, he felt inexplicably happy. Huotong also was surprised and said, I heard that thousands of bandits entered Yudu County, and we managed to escape. Wei Zifeng nodded, understanding. It seems that's true. His father said that Jingzhou was no longer safe and that they needed to leave quickly. He didn't want to go, but he couldn't resist his father's insistence. Suddenly, he had an idea. Huotong, why don't you come with me to the Imperial capital? Thinking of Li Zheng's pitiful little eyes and the sense of justice that small people show when faced with big issues, she knew if she didn't help, Li Zheng would be heartbroken. While they were talking, the Marquis of Jing'an and Wei Zisu, sitting in the carriage, came over. Wei Zijing was also in the carriage. She looked out, saw them, and quickly pulled back. It seemed she saw Grandma Zhao, and she really didn't want to see her. The Marquis and his wife approached Huotong. The lady was surprised and called out, Madame Hua? It was indeed her, and everyone was a bit surprised. Wei Zixu was very happy. Master, why are you here too? Huatong said, wait for me a moment. She turned and went to the cart. She was searching inside, though no one knew what she was looking for. Soon, she carried out a large bundle. Zifeng, this is all your medicine. You must take it on time every day and not stop. She had left him plenty of medicine last time, and this time there was even more, enough for him to take for several years without worry. Seeing Wei Zifeng was not visible was fine, but when she saw him, something inside her was stirred. She couldn't help but worry and care for him. Wei Zifeng took her bundle and looked at her sadly. Huatong, isn't it better if you come with me? You could help me with my treatment. Huatong smiled gently. You all go ahead. If we are meant to meet again, we will. Wei Zixu also felt reluctant. Master, when will I see you again? Huatong patted his head. The little boy was still so adorable, white, tender, and soft-skinned. Madame Marquis couldn't help but ask, Madame Hua, where are you all going? Yanzhou. Madame Marquis said, whether it's Yanzhou or Jingzhou, these places are far from the emperor. Common people can't find good lives here. Since you've come out, you might as well go to the Imperial capital. Under the emperor's watch, those places are much safer. If a disaster happens, it would be under the emperor's eyes, and he wouldn't ignore it. Moreover, she believed that if Huatong went to the Imperial capital with her medical skills, she wouldn't have trouble making a living. In Jingzhou's refugee camp, Huatong had performed several difficult surgeries, including abdominal surgeries and complex stitches. The news about her spread widely, and she even heard about it later. Looking at the girl before her, her tired appearance couldn't hide her natural beauty. Suddenly, she felt very reluctant to leave. This kind of girl should be well cared for by her parents, but she went out early to seek a living, wandering from place to place. While they were talking, Grandma Zhao quietly slipped to the front of Wei Zijing's carriage and pushed open the window, saying, Miss Wei, we meet again. Wei Zijing shivered and looked at her with dislike. Grandma Zhao said, there are quite a few tolls along the way, Miss Wei. Could you spare some silver? Wei Zijing just wanted to send her away quickly, so she hurriedly took out some silver and handed it to her, lowering her voice, go quickly. Grandma Zhao frowned. Are you trying to shoo away a beggar? Wei Zijing gritted her teeth and took another bag of silver from her bag, handing it over. Leave now. Grandma Zhao grumbled but measured the silver pouch in her hand and slowly walked away. If she had known earlier, she would have just strangled her. She sent her to a wealthy family to enjoy life, but she didn't know how to repay her own family. After a while, Marquis Jing'an and his family returned. Besides him, everyone else, before getting on the carriage, couldn't help but look back longingly, reluctant to leave. Huatong, and they waved goodbye. She didn't know why, but seeing them made her feel a little sad. Especially Wei Zifeng, which made her feel very upset inside. When they left, Mo Bei came over and gently tugged at her wrist.
Tong Tong.
Seeing how she cared for Wei Zifeng, he felt a twinge of sadness. The village chief also came over and asked, Lady Hua, do you know them? Huatong casually replied, I've treated them for illness. The village chief was angry. These wealthy families are really unkind. Why didn't they take you with them? Could she go with them now? Was it still possible to say so? Huatong said, Village chief, I'll talk to them now and ask them to take us along. The village chief hurriedly stepped in front of her. Lady Hua, please don't leave us behind. Let them take us too. They wanted to repay kindness, but also bring along so many unrelated people. Huatong sighed, asked the village chief to inform others, and continued on their journey. Now they knew each toll station collected some fee, and after traveling all day, they left the official road before dark and took a small path. But just as they entered the small road, they encountered a group of toll collectors. 7 or 8 small but tough men blocked the road, waving their knives and saying, Toll, 500 coins per person. That was half the fee on the official road. Huatong looked around, then strode forward quickly and kicked the men away. No one knew where these petty thieves came from, daring to rob just because they blocked the road. Before Mo Bei could help, Huitong suddenly started hitting him and threw him into a ditch by the roadside. The villagers were startled, but quickly followed. The village chief then scolded the villagers. "A few petty thieves. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, each of us could punch them to death." Hearing this, the villagers felt it made sense. The village chief snorted and said, "All day long, they only bully the weak at home. When they see a person, they are terrified." Huitong and the others continued walking for a while and stopped outside a village at dusk. There were still people nearby. Some quietly came to check around. When they saw so many people, they were surprised, but when they learned they were refugees fleeing from elsewhere, they felt a bit relieved. The village chief also sent people to patrol, to prevent these starving refugees from sneaking into the village to steal food. The refugees were very honest. Many were fleeing for the first time and dared not steal from others. It was good that no one was robbed. That night passed peacefully. The next day, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Nearby villagers saw their group leave from afar and felt relieved. Because there were so many of them, ordinary villagers didn't dare to rob them. However, many households saw that the refugees had donkeys and carts and felt envious. These refugees looked relatively wealthy. The narrow path was not as good as the official road, and with so many people, the progress was much slower. The farther they went from the land of Jingzhou, the more they felt the air was damp. After 5 days of travel, a strong wind suddenly blew, making it hard to stand. After the wind, there was a heavy rain. Everyone thought Yanzhou was a good place. Rain and water meant they wouldn't die of thirst. In the past few days, many families had borrowed water from Huitong's family to avoid dehydration. Even the village chief's family had run out of water. Now, with this rain, everyone was very happy. During the hot summer days, they didn't mind the rain. Getting wet felt quite refreshing. Huitong quickly led her family forward, with Mo Bei in front to look for a place to take shelter from the rain. The rain didn't seem to stop any time soon. Not far away, on a mountain path, there was indeed a house, a fairly large tavern, but it was empty inside. Huitong looked around and went inside one of the rooms to change clothes. Mo Bei ran back to call others. When everyone heard there was a place to shelter from the rain, they all hurriedly ran toward it. In a short while, the small tavern was crowded with people. Their people are really too many. Carts can't come in, so they only cover the grain with oiled paper to keep it from getting wet. In the small tavern, there are pots and firewood. Many people want to cook, and because everyone wants to do so first, they start arguing again, and eventually they fight. When Huitong came out, she saw people fighting outside, pulled by a few women. The village head was angry and shouted loudly. There were many people arguing about different things, and the fight became uncontrollable. Huitong stepped onto a table and said, "If you keep arguing, you all have to leave." Huitong is not tall enough to stand at a high spot, so she stands on a higher place to avoid blocking others. Her voice isn't loud, but it is strong enough for many people to hear. The noise stopped immediately, and the fighting ceased. A few women were pulling each other's hair, their hair messy. Huitong looked at them with a cold smile and said, "You get scared and your pants when you see bandits, but you fight among your own people. You're quite capable." Hearing this, everyone felt ashamed. Huitong said, "To cook, everyone must line up. Anyone pushing or fighting will be asked to leave the line." The village women who just fought quickly apologized. "Madam, who were sorry. You go ahead and cook first. Your family can go first." Huitong nodded, "Okay." The villagers dispersed, holding back their hunger, waiting for their turn to cook. If it hadn't rained, they could still roast sweet potatoes outside, but now, with the rain, there's no place to start a fire. Huitong went to the kitchen, where Wang Shi was busy bringing rice. Too many people were rushing to use the pots, so Huitong said, "Let's first cook a pot of porridge." They wouldn't do anything else. Wang Shi started the fire, and Huitong washed rice and added water. Wang Shi was surprised. "Six, did you add too much water? They couldn't possibly eat all this." "It's not too much," Huitong replied. After cooking a large pot of porridge, she served big bowls to each person, leaving more than half a bowl remaining. She then went outside and called, Li Fong Su Tian, bring your bowls. She shared some porridge with them so they wouldn't have to wait in line to cook. The two families quickly reacted, took their bowls, and filled them with porridge. Once the porridge was divided, the village head also started cooking a big pot for himself. After finishing his share, he shared some with others. This made those who had been feeling a bit resentful suddenly feel no anger at all. Both the village head and madam, who truly cared for them. However, after everyone had eaten and calmed down, someone quietly whispered, "Just how much water does madam whose family have stored? It has been several days, and so many people have come to borrow water from their home, yet they always seem to have plenty. Lady who must have found some kind of treasure basin, right? Otherwise, how could they have endless water?" The speaker didn't mean to cause concern, but the listener took it seriously. Old Lady Zhao had already noticed this situation. Now, after hearing villagers whispering secretly, her eyes lit up. Huitong must have obtained some treasure, otherwise, how could they have so much water? When she was in Qingchuan village, she already sensed something was wrong. The two wells on the east and west sides of the village had no water. Their family queued daily to fetch water, but it seemed endless, constantly flowing. Of course, old Lady Zhao didn't dare send her son to disturb Huitong's family easily. The village head sent someone to patrol every night to prevent any dishonest villagers from stealing others' belongings. The rain that fell overnight showed no signs of stopping, and the dirt roads were especially difficult to travel. The muddy roads made pulling carts very hard. Huitong and the village head agreed to wait until the rain stopped before leaving. The village head agreed and sent word down, and everyone continued to rest in the tavern. They thought the rain might stop after half a day, but it kept pouring without end. During this time, 3 or 5 men passed by, intending to rest for a while, but they found the place crowded with people. It was obvious they were fleeing from hardship. Some villagers talked to them, saying, "Are you heading to Yanzhou? I advise you not to go. It has been raining heavily there for days, and now it's flooding. Even if you go, they won't accept refugees." Hearing this, the villagers grew anxious. Droughts and floods, what are people supposed to do? These men behaved politely, clearly not bandits or robbers. The village head hurried over to ask about the situation. "Brother, tell us about Yanzhou." "The situation there is just as I said. Many refugees heading to Yanzhou have been driven back, and quite a few have been killed. Some refugees, angry and desperate, acted out violently and mixed with bandits. Several small towns outside Yanzhou had been looted, with many casualties. The officials in Yanzhou only cared about their own pleasure and ignored the people suffering. Villagers who had hoped to seek refuge in Yanzhou suddenly felt hopeless." Someone shouted, "Lady Hua, what should we do?" She calmly replied, "When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Why panic?" Everyone looked up and was surprised to see that the person speaking was a young girl. A child was the backbone of this group of villagers. A few people were just passing by this place, taking a break and avoiding the rain. Seeing that there were too many people here, they quickly said goodbye and left. After they left, Huitong said, "I'll go ahead to check the road. Stay here and wait. If you encounter any troublemakers, just fight. If you only run away, you'll die faster." She then ran out quickly. Mo Bei and Huiyang hurried to follow her, leaving the villagers looking at each other in confusion, feeling a bit scared. "Will Lady Hu leave us behind and run away?" Mo Nan was speechless with these villagers and bluntly said, "What nonsense are you talking? Our family is still here." Thinking about it, the villagers calmed down. Huitong led Mo Bei and Huiyang into the range to explore the road for 20 miles. The further they went, the more worried she became. The path ahead was blocked by rainwater, making it hard to tell where the road ended and the ditch began. There was a large river, and the water had risen so high it was flooding into the village. If the rain stopped now, it would be fine. But if another night of heavy rain came, nearby villages would be flooded. After checking, Huitong and her 2 companions returned. The people in the tavern eagerly waited for them. Finally seeing her return, the village chief hurried over. "Lady Hua, what's the situation outside?" Huitong said, "If it keeps raining like this tomorrow, Everyone will need to move. Such heavy rain can cause houses to collapse if the water rises here. She warned the villagers in advance. When the time comes, move to higher ground on the hillside to avoid the flood. Most houses here were made of grass and not sturdy. Climbing onto the roof was impossible, and if they collapsed, it would be very dangerous. Hearing this, everyone became very nervous. Huitong added, when it's time to escape, leave everything unnecessary behind. Think about saving your life first, not your belongings. After speaking, she turned and went inside to change her clothes. Mo Bei and Huiyang also hurried into another room to change. Many villagers stayed in the main hall of the tavern, where some rooms were reserved for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Listening to the rain pouring outside, the villagers felt hopeless once again. Lady Hua had warned about the possible consequences, showing how serious the situation was. Everyone sat together, hoping and waiting, with no mood for jokes, just wishing the rain would stop soon. After night, the rain stopped, but the water had already flooded into the tavern. The water was knee-high for adults. Huitong came to check in the morning and said, "We can't go any further now. We should go around to the mountain. Don't bother bringing the carts. Leave behind anything you don't need." After giving instructions here, someone over there started to cry. Li Mu, the father of Li Fong, had surgery on his leg. He could still walk with a cart before, but now the cart was useless. His leg was difficult to move, and with a cane, he couldn't keep up with everyone. Many people fell behind. The village chief, carrying most of a bag of rice on his back, shouted, "Hurry up, everyone, hurry up." Young children were about to be submerged in water. Mo Bei quickly placed Rin Chen in a bamboo basket and carried him. Because children's nutrition was poor for a long time, they looked very thin. A 6 or 7-year-old child only weighed about 30 pounds. The things on their cart had been taken by Huitong at some point. Everyone could only carry small items like their clothes, tents, and some potatoes, winter squash, and a little rice and flour. Only then did everyone realize that many things were missing from the cart. Strangely, no one asked why. Mo Wenj didn't notice at all. Mo Nen quietly asked his mother, "Why is there so little rice at home?" "Sure, don't talk." Mrs. Wang also didn't know why, but she felt that her daughter-in-law seemed to have some kind of divine help. Those rice and flour wouldn't run away. Huitong led the way at the front, with Mo Bei right behind him. Everyone stepped through water that reached their knees. After walking for a while and turning a corner, they saw people running out of a village ahead. The water had already flooded the village. If they didn't run, the houses might collapse. Everyone ran in one direction, toward the mountain. The mountain was the best place to hide from the flood. As long as they climbed high enough, the flood wouldn't catch them. At this moment, they heard villagers behind them shouting loudly, "The flood is coming! The flood is coming!" The villagers at the back clearly felt the water chasing them, growing faster and more numerous. Huitong was both scared and anxious. He shouted loudly, "Run!" A group of villagers, including bullies, fled desperately. No one cared about helping the elderly, the weak, the sick, or the disabled at this moment. "Sister, sister." Li Fong, who was falling behind, was almost crying, his voice hoarse as he shouted. His father simply couldn't run fast. Huitong paused, and Mo Bei quickly put Rin Chen into her arms, saying, "You take the children and go first. I'll go check." He ran back quickly, carried Li Fong's father on his back, and shouted while running, "Everyone, run quickly." Some elderly and weak villagers, frightened, hurriedly helped pull others along to run back. Huitong felt a twinge in his heart. He held Rin Chen and ran swiftly toward a nearby hill. The villagers behind also ran forward without regard for their safety. How could people's steps outrun the flood? Some villagers who moved slowly were swept away by the rushing water, their screams quickly drowned. Villagers rushing from all directions didn't even have time to reach the hillside before the flood blocked their way. Mo Wenj screamed as his father carried him and ran wildly. His mother was also pulled along by Mo Nan, running ahead. Huitong shouted loudly, "Throw everything away. Quickly, throw it all. People are more important than belongings." Even the officials had to abandon a large box filled with silver, worth 1,000 taels, which was swept into the flood. With their last bit of strength, everyone rushed toward the hillside. Huatong stood on the hill and looked down. Not far away, she saw villagers from other places being swept away by the rushing water because they couldn't escape in time. Some village bullies ran faster than rabbits, panicked and reckless, knocking over several people along the way. They rushed forward, pushing others down. Those on the ground couldn't get up, and behind them, people rushing forward didn't see those ahead, tripping over them. In an instant, people were submerged by the river. Huatong was anxious and angry. She rushed over to pull Mo Bei to safety and set down Li Mu from his back. She wished she could kick the others down again, but was afraid they might bump into the people behind, causing a stampede. Huatong went to help others, but some people, even now, refused to give up their food. Even at this moment, they still carried their grain, unwilling to abandon it. Wang Shi and Mo Wenj also quickly arrived. After everyone got on the hill, Huatong told them to keep moving upward and not to stay on the. She couldn't do anything about those who couldn't get up the hill. Looking down, the entire area below was a vast ocean. The cause of such widespread flooding was probably heavy rain in some areas, which broke the river dams. Droughts killed people, floods drowned them. It's very hopeless. The population of Qingchuan village had thinned considerably. Many children and elderly people were missing. Those who remained were strong and healthy. Grandma Zhao's family was also very lucky. They all ran over without anyone being left behind. They had been fleeing for a long time, so they had practiced running and knew what not to carry when escaping. Traveling light made it easier to escape danger. A group followed Huatong up the mountain. The village chief, panting, asked, "Madam Hua, what should we do now?" "Let's hide on the mountain first," she replied. "Maybe the flood will recede, and we can go down later." Everyone was too scared to feel sad or to mourn deeply. In just a short time, the village at the foot of the mountain was completely flooded. Following Huatong up the mountain, everyone didn't dare go too far inland, afraid that if they went deeper, they might encounter fierce tigers or wild animals and be in danger. Eventually, they found a place to stop and rest, still feeling scared and shaken. They were exhausted and hungry, having not had a sip of water since morning. Now they wanted to eat, but couldn't find any dry wood to start a fire. Fortunately, Huatong had some extra rice balls in her space, which she shared with her family. Others could only eat some sweet potatoes and potatoes. Some people went out now and then to check, and the water at the bottom of the mountain kept rising higher instead of receding. By evening, many had finished their sweet potatoes and could only gnaw on raw ones. Everyone sat in small groups, waiting for hope. At this moment, Huatong stood up to leave, and Mo Bei hurried to follow her. Huatong softly told him, "Don't come with me. I just need to go to the bathroom." So, Mo Bei had no choice but to stay where he was, waiting for her. As Huatong moved further into the forest, she suddenly heard voices ahead. "Ruru, if it weren't for your brother pulling you back just now, the flood would have swept you away." Not far in the woods, Li Wang was holding Huru against a tree. Huru forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Brother Wang. Let's go back quickly. If there are tigers around, we'll be in danger." Li Wang touched her face and said, "Tigers are deep in the mountains. They don't come here. Ruru, I saved your life, so from now on you're mine. I'll ask my dad to propose marriage to your mom." Huru didn't really want to marry him. He was just a coward who only acted tough at home. He was known as the village bully, but when bandits came, he ran faster than anyone. He wouldn't dare to deal with Huatong, and still called her sister every day. Huru tried hard to get away from him and politely said, "Brother Wang, we're fleeing now, we're almost out of life. Marriage isn't urgent. Let's settle down first, then talk. Once we're engaged, I can protect you properly." While they were talking, two village bullies arrived, Li Xiong and Li Qing. From afar, they saw Li Wang holding a woman and acting affectionate, and they quickly ran over, laughing. "Big brother, when did you find us a sister-in-law?" Huru felt embarrassed and wanted to hide but had nowhere to go. Li Wang grabbed her waist and held her close, lowering her against a tree, saying, "We got together back in the village." Huru didn't want to admit it and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Several people were talking excitedly, completely unaware that danger was approaching them. Huatong was hiding in the shadows, tilting his head and thinking. Outside, a loud splash had attracted monsters from the deep mountains. A howling sound came from nearby, and the birds and animals in the woods heard it and fled. The villagers had never seen a tiger before and didn't know what its roar sounded like, so they didn't realize danger was near. Li Wang kept blocking Huru repeatedly. By the time they realized the danger, it was too late. They saw a colorful tiger walking proudly toward them. Huru, who was pressed against a tree, saw it first and screamed in fear. She pushed Li Wang away and ran away quickly. Li Wang, caught off guard, stepped back. When he finally realized the danger, the tiger pounced and bit his neck. He screamed loudly. The other two turned to run, but were kicked back by someone. Huatong came out and threw Li Xiong and Li Qing in front of the tiger again. The tiger thought these two were attacking it, so it let go of Li Wang and immediately attacked the two men. When outside, it's normal to be afraid and run from danger. That's human instinct. You can also be uncooperative or aggressive at home, but that doesn't mean you want to hurt others. Today, in their rush to escape, they pushed many people down. Some people lost their lives in the flood because of them. Someone like that would be a troublemaker if kept in the group, so she decided to leave them behind. In a moment, all three were torn apart and killed by the tiger. Meanwhile, Huru was running back desperately, shouting, "Monster is coming! Monster is coming!" She didn't recognize the tiger, but knew there were fierce beasts in the mountains. The villagers were shocked. The village chief immediately stood up and asked, "Where is it?" Huru, scared and pale, pointed inside and said, "Inside, over there." At that moment, the villagers heard a loud howling, clearly the sound of a monster. Everyone panicked. "What should we do?" Mo Beiwang looked in that direction and suddenly ran over. Huatong was still there.
Abai.
Wang Shi shouted anxiously. The village chief also called out loudly, "Where is Lady Huru? Where is Lady Huru?" Wang Shi anxiously yelled, "Huatong is inside." The village chief's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Villagers, grab your tools and follow me." Some were too scared to go and shouted, "Chief, that's a monster. It will eat us. If Lady Huru gets eaten, it's not far from us. Those who want to survive, follow me." Under the village chief's command, the brave middle-aged men hurriedly followed. When they were fleeing, they had thrown away many tools, so now they had no weapons to fight with. Fortunately, some carried shoulder poles with grain bags. At this moment, Huatong was fighting a fierce tiger. The big tiger, after biting 3 people to death, roared and lunged at her. Huatong was prepared. She had a silenced gun, and one shot hit the tiger's side. The tiger roared loudly and collapsed to the ground. In disbelief, she thought such a small human can kill a tiger with one shot. When Mowbray arrived, he saw the tiger lying on the ground. Tong Tong, he hurried over. "Are you okay?"
I'm fine. It's dead.
Mowbray looked at the monster on the ground, feeling both relief and understanding. His Tong Tong was truly surprising. The village chief had already brought a group of strong villagers, calling out to her as they searched. Huatong called out, "Here." The villagers ran over and saw the 3 bodies on the ground, shocked. Huatong said, "The tiger is dead, but these people were bitten to death. Let's take this big tiger out and butcher it. Remember to keep the hide. I want it." The tiger was very large. The villagers used sticks to poke it, confirming it was truly dead, then worked together to lift it. It weighed at least 400 or 500 jin, about 200 to 250 kilograms. They cheered and carried it back. The bodies of Li Wang and the others were also brought out. Many of their families had been drowned in the flood. Only the strong father ran over, crying loudly while holding his son's body. A flood had taken too many lives. Their village originally had about 1,000 people. Some died from the plague, others were killed by bandits during their escape, and now some were drowned in the flood. Only about 500 remained. Wotong urged them to bury the bodies quickly to prevent attracting monsters from the mountains. The villagers hurriedly skinned the tiger. While everyone was busy, Wotong unexpectedly gathered a large pile of dry wood and threw it on the ground. Wangser saw this, her eyes flickering, and quietly approached Wotong, whispering, "Liu Liu, you should hide some of that. Doing this openly might make others suspicious. They say wealth shouldn't be displayed. What if someone has bad intentions?" She wondered where Wotong got the dry wood from. It looked freshly chopped, just like the wood in her own kitchen. She didn't know how Wotong managed to bring the firewood over or where she hid it. Now she only knew that Wotong was truly extraordinary. Not to mention she seemed almost divine. She might even be a goddess. Wotong glanced at her and simply said, "Oh." The villagers gathered around, watching the tiger being killed. Even Mo Bei went over to watch, and no one noticed that she had suddenly placed a pile of firewood out of nowhere. The village chief ran over and asked her, "Lady Hua, the tiger has been killed. What should we do?" "Divide the meat among everyone." With so many villagers, each family wouldn't get much meat. The village chief felt a bit guilty and said, "Lady Hua, you killed the tiger. If we share all the meat, there won't be any left for you. Just leave a piece for our family. As for the firewood, everyone can share it and use it." Seeing the firewood on the ground, the village chief was very surprised and forgot to ask where it came from. He quickly ran to tell the villagers, "Lady Hua said everyone will get a share of the meat. There's some firewood here, so let's roast it and eat together." While it was raining and there was water, the villagers hurriedly divided, washed, and roasted the tiger meat. Huotong sprinkled seasoning on the tiger meat. Once it absorbed the flavor, Mo Bei helped her roast it. Unconsciously, it grew dark. The surrounding fires gradually went out, and only snoring could be heard. Everyone was full, and some had fallen asleep. Wotong handed out waterproof cloth to her family, laying a layer of straw mats on top, so they could rest. Mrs. Wang looked at the extra cloth and was no longer surprised. The night in the mountains was cool. Mo Bei wanted to set up a tent for her to rest, but Wang called him, "Xiao Bei, no need to set up a tent. Tonight I'll sleep outside."
"Why?"
he asked since he had a tent with him. Wotong looked at the sleeping villagers nearby and whispered, "Just in case another wild animal appears, I want to be able to know." Since a tiger had already appeared, she was afraid there might be more. Mo Bei didn't insist on setting up the tent and lay down on the straw mat with her. That day, everyone was both surprised, frightened, and exhausted. Little Rin Chen curled up and fell asleep. After a while, Mo Bei turned over to face Wang, who was lying peacefully with her eyes closed, long eyelashes gently shut, breathing steady. In the dark, the young man quietly watched her. The last time he lay beside her like this was on the run during their escape. Now, lying beside her again filled him with a deep sense of comfort. Suddenly, she shifted gently and turned to face him. His breath caught. They were so close that only a fist's distance separated them. He rested his head on one arm, staring at her without blinking, completely awake. After a while, he suddenly felt darkness cover his eyes. Hu Tong reached out a hand and covered his eyes.
"Sleep. Montag bei was surprised."
He held her hand over his face and clasped it in his palm, then closed his eyes. At some point, Hu Tong felt a cold sensation and opened her eyes. In the darkness, she saw a pair of green eyes staring in their direction. Then, it let out a loud growl, a "wuh." This familiar growl instantly woke the person from their sleep. Many villagers sat up and looked around, seeing those green eyes. Someone screamed in fear, "A monster is coming." Hu Tong said to Mo Bei, "Watch over Rin Chen." She stood up and told the villagers, "Everyone stay calm." The tiger, sensing a familiar smell here, realized its kin had been killed. It roared angrily at the villagers, as if saying, "You're all doomed." It wanted to attack and kill these hateful humans. It stepped forward confidently, each step making a growling sound, causing panic among the villagers. Before the tiger lunged, many people had already started crying out of fear. Hu Tong quickly approached the tiger and in the dark, she also pulled out her gun. Facing the young girl, the tiger clearly detected a strong scent of its kind on her. It roared loudly and pounced. Hu Tong swiftly dodged and fired a shot at its vital area. The waist is a deadly spot for a tiger. Hitting it would be fatal. Sure enough, the massive tiger, hit in its vital point, unwillingly fell to the ground.
Hu Tong said, "It's dead."
Everyone go back to sleep. We'll eat it tomorrow. The villagers felt relieved. In the darkness, they couldn't see much. Hu Tong put the tiger into her space and sat down again. She looked at Mo, who was staring at her intently, and said, "Sleep." She lay back down, and Mo followed and fell asleep. Hu Tong closed her eyes but no longer felt sleepy. Could these two tigers be from the same family? She was about to curse. We shouldn't stay here much longer. The next day, at dawn, someone suddenly shouted, "The tiger is gone." Last night, Hu Tong had clearly killed a big tiger. Hearing this, all the villagers woke up. Hu Tong had gone to the hillside to check the water, and there was no sign of it having gone down. When she returned, she told the villagers, "It's not safe to stay here for long. More wild animals might come. Everyone pack up quickly and leave." Hearing this, many people hurried to get up. The village chief came over and asked, "Lady Hua, can we go down the mountain now? The water outside hasn't receded, so we can't go down. We need to go into the mountain. Instead of waiting here for more animals to come, it's better to leave quickly." Someone shouted, "There are wild animals in the mountain. What if we meet one?" Hu Tong didn't say anything and went to help the confused, just woken Rin Chen. Mo quickly said, "I'll carry him." Hu Tong let him do so and said as she moved forward, "Everyone, hurry and keep up." The villagers didn't dare to delay and quickly grabbed their belongings to follow her. Early in the morning, many hadn't even eaten, and they hurriedly ran after her. As they traveled, Hu Tong saw some wild fruits and told the villagers behind, "You can pick some of these wild fruits to eat." They were simple mountain oranges and similar fruits. The village chief immediately ordered everyone to pick some wild fruits to fill their stomachs. Once given the order, the wild fruits along the roadside were quickly snatched up like locusts. After half a day of rushing, someone called out, "We can't go on. Let's rest our feet for a bit." The village chief was exhausted too and came over to say, "Lady Hua, maybe we should rest for a while." He looked around and told everyone to rest where they were, but to watch out for poisonous snakes and stay alert. After speaking, the village chief relayed her words, warning everyone to be careful of insects and snakes nearby. Once everyone was settled, Hu Tong said, "I'll go ahead and scout the path." Mo handed Rin Chen over to his family to take care of, then quickly followed Hu Tong. The flood outside hadn't reached the mountain. A heavy rain earlier filled many mountain streams. Hu Tong took out a compass and explored a few miles before returning. Mo followed her all the way, watching her strange device. After a while, he understood what it was. They explored for a bit and then headed back. Hu Tong called everyone to get up and continue their journey. With his lead, they crossed the mountain in just one day. But after crossing, another mountain appeared ahead. As night fell, many people were too tired to go on, so Hu Tong told them to rest where they were. Along the way, everyone was hungry and ate some wild fruits to satisfy their hunger. Now they could rest. Hu Tong threw a bunch of firewood so they could cook something to eat. Someone thought she went to gather firewood, so they hurried out to collect some too, but all the wood was damp and couldn't be lit. Mrs. Wang also started a fire and cooked a pot of rice. Hu Tong made simple rice balls with eggs and cucumbers inside. Some villagers quietly whispered, "Where do you think Lady Ho found dry firewood? Why can't I find any dry wood? Lady Ho is lucky. You don't have that luck." The ordinary villagers didn't think too much about it. Amidst the villagers' quiet whispers, Hu Tong's family ate their rice balls, feeling full. After eating, the fire died out, and everything around turned dark. In the mountain valley, strange screams occasionally sounded, making the villagers break out in cold sweat. They quietly asked, could there be monsters around? Hu Tong was also very tired. She lay on the grass mat that Mo Bei had prepared for her. It was supposed to be the hot summer days, but a heavy rain had cooled the air. Suddenly, a loud howl broke the silence, and everyone, just about to sleep, sat up abruptly. Someone tremblingly asked, "What was that sound?" Ho Tong stood up calmly and said in a deep voice, "That's a wolf. Everyone stay calm. If you want to survive, prepare your tools and fight to the death. Otherwise, you will die. The wolf's vital spot is on its waist. If we work together, we might have a chance to live." In the darkness, she clearly saw countless green lights shining toward them. Ho Tong said to Mo Bei, "Xiao Bei, find a place to hide." She calmly walked toward the green lights, while Mo Bei picked up Rin Chen and handed him to his family. At this moment, the village chief hurriedly said, "Everyone, get ready quickly. Let's fight them." Meanwhile, as Ho Tong approached the green lights, a group of wolves suddenly howled and pounced. The wolves were fast and fierce. Ho Tong's gun fired with a bang, hitting one wolf's head. If it were only 1 or 2 wolves, she could still handle it, but this was clearly a pack. Some wolves lunged at Ho Tong, others at the villagers nearby. At the same time, Mo Bei also drew his sword. When the wolves pounced on him, he slashed at them, hitting a wolf in the waist. The wolf's vital spot was on its waist. If struck there, it would die instantly. The villagers were in chaos, some screaming, some crying out. As the wolf pack grew larger, Hu Tong could no longer hit the attacking wolves from close range. She quickly drew her bright military knife and charged forward. The wolves were fast, but she was even faster. In an instant, several wolves around her had been killed. With more people, they had more strength. The villagers grabbed any tools they could find to hit the wolves' waists. Even if they were scared, they fought hard to resist. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. After a while, a few more wolves from the village were dead. Seeing they couldn't get any benefits, the wolves howled loudly and quickly retreated. In the fight between humans and wolves, many people were hurt, but no one was killed. Hu Tong put away her knife and asked Mo Bei, "Xiao Bei, are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Mo Bei replied. Hu Tong felt relieved and hurried to check on the injured villagers, helping each of them with their wounds. Many had bites on their arms and winced in pain. Fortunately, the children were well protected and none were hurt. While Hu Tong was tending to the villagers' wounds, she suddenly heard Li Qing's father complain, "If we had stayed still in one place, we wouldn't have met so many wolves. Why do we take the mountain road? Maybe if we stayed a few more days, the water at the bottom of the mountain would have gone down." Li Xiong's father also chimed in exactly. "Lady Hu, isn't this harming everyone?" The village chief angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking? If you don't want to take the mountain road, then go back and wait. When the water goes down, we'll leave then." The two men stopped talking after that. Their families had all died in the flood, and later, their son was eaten by a tiger. They felt a strange resentment, blaming Hu Tong's route for their terrible fate. Old Lady Zhao then said, "Village chief, don't be too angry. They do have a point. There are wild animals in these mountains. If we keep wandering around, we might meet more dangerous animals. Our lives depend on this village." Some people were convinced by Old Lady Zhao's words and agreed, "Village chief, we can't keep taking the mountain road. We need to find a way down the mountain." Hu Tong was busy treating the villagers' wounds and didn't notice the commotion nearby. However, Wang Shi heard everything clearly and said angrily, "Some people are just ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for our daughter-in-law protecting you all, you would have been killed by bandits when leaving the village. Now that there's a little danger, you start blaming Hu Tong. Where is your conscience? Have you all been eaten by wolves?" Someone responded, "Aunt Wang, you can't say that. We must keep our own standards. We appreciate Hu Tong's care for everyone, but we shouldn't knowingly walk into danger." Huiyang came over and said, "You can find another way. There's no need to keep following their family all the time." Someone asked village chief, "What do you think we should do now?" Everyone took turns speaking, but the village chief had no clear plan. He said, "Once Madame Hua is ready, we can discuss it with her later." He couldn't decide which way to go. Suddenly, Li Wang's father said, Why do we always have to listen to a woman about our people's affairs? The village chief snapped, if you don't want to listen, then don't. Don't stir up trouble. Mobe walked over and said, let's part ways. The village chief hurriedly replied, Mobe, don't be angry. Don't argue with them. They're just a bunch of rough people with no brains and long hair. Mobe snorted coldly and went to see Huatong. Huiyang also ran over to ask her for some medicine to help treat injured villagers. The argument continued until after Huatong finished her work. She came over and sat down. The village chief hurried over and said, Madam Hua, the villagers are afraid to walk the mountain path. Look, how should we go from here? Huatong looked tired and spoke softly, we'll wait until dawn to cross the mountain. If there's no water ahead, we'll take the dry road. The village chief relayed her words. Mrs. Wang came over and said, Huatong, I think we shouldn't bring them along. You've been leading them all this way, and they haven't shown any gratitude. Now that something's wrong, they blame you. You're doing all the work for nothing. She spoke loudly, and everyone nearby heard her. Huatong said, fine, once we get out of the mountain tomorrow, everyone can go their own way. Lu Yunyang hurried over and said, Madam Hua, no matter what others think, our family will follow you. Please don't leave us behind. If Mobe hadn't carried Li Mu through the flood, he would have died by now. No matter where Huatong goes, they will follow. Su Tian also shouted, Madam Hua, my daughter and I will definitely follow you. We won't listen to those who try to sow discord. There are many who want to stir trouble, and many who are determined to follow her. Huatong closed her eyes briefly. Everyone, rest first. We need to leave early tomorrow. The villagers stopped arguing and obediently closed their eyes. Many, still frightened from the wolf attack earlier, slept fitfully. Before they knew it, dawn had arrived. When dawn arrived, everyone ate some dried food and wild fruits before setting out. The best part of walking along the mountain trail was the endless wild fruits they could pick and eat along the way. Since they were leaving the mountain, Huatong led them down. Looking down, the number of fruit trees had decreased significantly. Many villages had been washed away by floods, and more refugees were fleeing from the mountains. A woman's voice was heard from the group. Lady Hua, our Li Gua has a fever.
Huatong went over to check.
Li Gua was a middle-aged man who had been bitten by a wolf on his arm yesterday. His wound had been treated, but he was now running a fever from shock. Huatong gave the woman some medicine and told her to give it to her husband. The others were fine, with no signs of fever. After dealing with this, they continued down the mountain. The road was muddy and difficult to walk. Along the way, they encountered villagers fleeing from other places. Seeing the people from Qingchuan village carrying bamboo baskets, they naturally assumed there was good food inside. The timid ones dared not approach to steal, but the bold ones in small groups targeted the last part of the group, rushing forward to things. The men assigned to stay at the back were there to protect the women in front. Fleeing from their villages was dangerous, full of hardships and near-death experiences. Suddenly, some villagers tried to rob them. Furious, a few people cursed and fought back. Seeing this, others from the rear of the group also rushed over and started beating up the outsiders. We've fought off wolf packs, and now we're afraid of a few villagers? Later, they encountered some starving villagers rushing forward to steal. After being beaten up by the people from Qingchuan village, many of them finally calmed down. After another day of travel, the road ahead became easier, with no signs of flood damage. Huatong and the village leader talked to passers-by, asking about their destinations. They all were heading to Yanzhou, fleeing the floods. A sudden big flood had destroyed many villagers' homes. To escape the disaster, many villagers had stayed in the mountains for 3 days, surviving on wild fruits. After climbing over several mountains, they finally emerged and all headed toward Yanzhou. Seeing so many villagers rushing in one direction, Huatong felt uneasy. There were over 500 people from their village alone. Could Yanzhou really accept so many refugees? After traveling for 5 days, near the 2nd mile outside Yan Prefecture, Huatong and the village chief said, "We are almost at Yan Prefecture. Everyone stop here. I will go see what's ahead." The village chief loudly relayed Hu Tong's words, telling the villagers to rest and not to move forward. Some villagers, new to fleeing, thought that once they reached the government office, they would be accepted. They said impatiently, "Lady Hu, what's the point of exploring? You're just wasting everyone's time. Let's hurry and move on." Hu Tong replied, "If you want to listen to me, stay. If not, go ahead. I won't force anyone." The village chief continued to pass on Hu Tong's instructions. Hu Tong told her family to stay put and took Mo Bei with her to go ahead. Some villagers, unwilling to listen, immediately followed Hu Tong. They reached the city gates. Since Hu Tong was allowed to go ahead and explore, why couldn't they? Some villagers, like the local bullies Li Wang, Li Xiong, and Li Qing's father, became rebellious and insisted on going along. Other villagers also followed. Some men started to question why only a woman was leading the whole village. The village chief was too useless, always asking for her opinion and even questioning her on simple matters like traveling. More than 30 men followed Hu Tong to scout ahead and quickly ran in front of her. It was a blatant challenge. Hu Tong chose to ignore it.
Montag bei's Eis darkened.
At this moment, many people had gathered at the city gates, waiting for officials to help. After a while, the gates opened and soldiers rushed out, attacking fiercely. The scene was exactly like what happened in Jingzhou before. Hu Tong saw something was wrong from afar and stopped. "Looks like we can't get in here. Let's go," she said. Having experienced fleeing before, they knew the officials wouldn't accept so many refugees, only find reasons to harm them. Suddenly, cries and shouts came from behind, and within moments, the area outside the gates was filled with dead bodies. Hu Tong did not look back. Earlier, she had turned back and fought desperately because there was a young man nearby. Now, the young man was right beside her, and she realized she no longer had the will to risk her life for the refugees. She could only hope that someone like the emperor would descend from the sky again to save the people from disaster. The villagers who had followed her to the gates never returned. The village chief ran over to ask, "What's happening at the gates?" Hu Tong replied, "They've been killed. Immediately, tell the villagers to turn back and take a different route." The village chief looked at the distant horizon and saw villagers rushing over earlier. It seemed they wouldn't be coming back. He hurriedly issued an order. "The officials have killed someone. Everyone, return along the same path and escape quickly." A group of villagers, frightened, carried bamboo baskets and bundles, crying out for their families as they ran away. Traveling along the official road, they had to pay tolls, and on the smaller paths, bandits often appeared to stop travelers and demand tolls. Climbing the mountain was free, but wild animals lurking in the woods could be deadly. No path was easy to travel. A group of fleeing villagers ran for a while and then stopped. The village chief asked, "Lady Hua, where should we go now?" As a man who had faced many dangers, he had become stronger. Though still afraid, with Lady Hua with him, he felt brave enough to move forward. Hu Tong also didn't know where to go. With so many villagers, no one would accept them anywhere. She thought for a moment and said, "Tell the villagers that from now on, those who want to split up can find their own way. With so many refugees together, no official agency will take us." The village chief was nervous, but could only pass on her words. After he loudly relayed her message, many villagers cried out, "Lady Hua, you can't leave us behind. Leaving us now means forcing us to die. Lady Hua, just tell us where to go, and we'll follow, even if it's over mountain paths." Carpenter Li Gao spoke loudly, "From now on, anyone who questions Lady Hua's decision will be expelled from our group." Many villagers echoed his words loudly. Su Tian added, "Especially old Lady Zhao. If she dares to stir trouble again, we'll kick her out. Yes, if she does it again, she'll be gone for good." Old Lady Zhao was so frightened she didn't dare to speak. Hu Tong was silent for a moment. She knew very well how neglectful the officials had been. Looking at these pale, thin, and hopeless villagers, she suddenly felt confused and a little sad. Where could she take them? She wasn't a goddess. She didn't have magical powers to give them land and make them settle down. What kind of officials would be willing to accept so many refugees? Her mind drifted to the imperial capital. That was the foot of heaven, where Emperor Yu and Prince Wei were. If they reached there and the officials still refused to accept them, she would go into the city to find Prince Wei herself. It was clear these two officials cared about the people more than others. Thinking this through, Huotong made up her mind. They would go to the imperial capital. The capital is under the emperor's rule. No matter how the officials behave, they do not dare to openly attack and kill the common people like in Yan province and Jing province. Thinking of this, Huotong said to the village chief, "Tell the villagers, we are going to the imperial city. Now there is a destination. Even if it sounds far away, it is better than having no direction." The village chief relayed her words, and the villagers immediately agreed. "All right, we are going to the imperial city. We will follow Lady Hu. Wherever Lady Hu goes, we will go too." Huotong had her people prepare to continue their journey. Just as they made this decision, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. Huotong looked back and saw distant figures on horseback, seemingly officials coming their way. No one knew what was happening, but Huotong shouted loudly, "The officials are coming. Run quickly. Head to the mountains ahead." The village chief also shouted loudly, "The officials are here to kill. Run to the mountains." Everyone started fleeing desperately. Li Mu, who was slow on his feet, was carried away by a strong villager. There were cries of fear and despair. The officials behind them chased for a while and then stopped. The leader said they ran far away. "No need to chase." Another snorted, "They ran fast enough. Just a bunch of lowly people. They can't possibly rebel." The refugees hated the officials, and the officials in Yan province also hated the refugees. Some refugees often rebelled, either joining bandits or uprising armies. Recently, a small city in Yan province was turned upside down by bandits. After they entered the city, they set fires, looted, and caused chaos, destroying the homes of the common people and even spreading a plague in Ping City. Now, a group of villagers desperately ran into the mountains to hide. Seeing no more pursuers behind, they finally stopped. The village chief came over and asked, "Lady Hu, what should we do now?" Huotong replied, "We can't go through Yan province. Let's climb over this mountain first." With their lives at risk, they decided to climb the mountain. The villagers gathered their strength and, taking advantage of the daylight, followed her, eating wild fruits along the way. Fortunately, they did not encounter any fierce beasts or tigers again. But when they reached halfway up the mountain, suddenly a loud explosion sounded. Looking ahead, they saw smoke rising from the mountaintop, as if it had been blown apart. The village chief asked, "Lady Hu, there's something happening on that mountain. Can we still go there?" The villagers panicked. Could there be bandits over there? Huotong said, "Everyone stay at the foot of the mountain. I will go check." After giving this order, she quickly ran out, with Mo Bei following closely behind. The villagers suddenly became chaotic, with someone shouting, "Why did Lady Hu run away? What if wild animals come?" The village chief yelled, "Stop shouting. Let's go quickly." Meanwhile, Huotong and Mo Bei quickly climbed another hill, running toward the sound of smoke and explosions, only to hear the sounds of fierce fighting nearby. Huotong and Mo Bei hurried over and saw from a distance that a group of soldiers was killing people there. Among them was a young man Huotong recognized from the refugee camp. He was a trusted guard close to Wei Junlin, always by his side. Huotong quickly assessed the situation and realized Wei Junlin was here and in danger. Thinking this, she said softly, "Xiao Bei, stay here. I'll go and come back soon." Then she ran quickly forward, crouched behind a rock, pulled out her submachine gun, and started shooting.
Bang, bang, bang.
Several soldiers fell to the ground. It was sudden and confusing. After a while, someone finally realized what was happening. Soldiers ran toward Huotong, but before they reached her, they were shot dead. Mo Bei watched from behind her and silently approached, glancing at her. More enemies were coming toward Huotong, so Mo Bei took out a bow and arrow, made of bamboo, sturdy and well-crafted, a gift from Huotong. He always carried it with him, unwilling to leave it behind. Suddenly, two allies appeared, turning the tide and putting the soldiers who had the advantage at a disadvantage. While Huotong and Mo focused on shooting at the soldiers, a middle-aged man quietly approached from behind. He looked at the people hiding there and swung his sword to attack Huotong first. Huotong suddenly turned around and shot at the attacker. The man was hit and thrown backward, falling to the ground and losing consciousness. When Huotong looked back at the fight, the scene was still intense, with many of Wei Junlin's trusted guards injured. But after they gained two more helpers, they quickly turned the situation around. A burst of gunfire revealed the situation was turning bad for the soldiers, who tried to retreat but were stopped. Soon, all the soldiers on the scene were dead. "Who's over there?" Finally, someone shouted in her direction. It was obvious someone was secretly helping. Huotong told Mo, "Go check it out." They jumped out from behind the rocks and ran over. The young man was staggering and about to fall, and after a fierce fight, he also had a wounded arm. When Huotong saw who he was surprised and exclaimed, "Dr. Hua." Huotong stepped forward and asked, "What happened? Where is your young master?" "My young master and the king of Yu were ambushed by Commander Liu and are now trapped underground." Hearing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Young master, king of Yu." Others quickly started searching for people. "Here," a voice called from below. Huotong followed the sound and finally found the king of Yu and Wei Junlin trapped under a large stone. She looked around at the stones and ordered, "Move the stones from the outside first." A group of people used their hands to lift away the huge stone blocking the two of them. Fortunately, neither of them was hurt. When the king of Yu saw her, he was surprised and said, "Lady Hua, what are you doing here?" Huotong kept it brief and said, "Our village was raided by bandits, so we ran away with the villagers." "May I ask, what happened to both of you?" "One is the king of Yu, and the other is the son of a noble family. They both look quite miserable." The king of Yu's eyes darkened. "This is a jade mine. The governor of Yanzhou, the prefect, and the commander all colluded and acted as local tyrants. After the disaster, the king of Yu first detained the Empress Dowager, then accused the governor of poor supervision. Commander Liu, to show his loyalty, took the opportunity to reveal the jade mine. He personally inspected it, then entered the mine. It turned out Commander Liu had lured them here, then ran away inside the jade mine and blew it up. Many who went into the mine were buried underneath, and those outside were ordered to be killed by Commander Liu. If Huotong hadn't arrived in time, everyone with the king of Yu would have been wiped out." The king of Yu looked around at the corpses on the ground. His men were greatly reduced. Only about 30 or 40 remained with him. His handsome face darkened. "Where is Commander Liu? Did he escape?" A subordinate responded, "Sir, I haven't seen him." Huotong remembered the person who had ambushed her earlier and asked, "Is that person over there? Do you think it's him?" She vaguely recalled that the man's clothes were elegant, different from the soldiers. The king of Yu and Huotong went over to check, and sure enough, it was Commander Liu. The king of Yu reached out and felt for a pulse. He looked grim and said, "Take him back." Turning around, the king of Yu asked Huotong, "Lady Hua, how many villagers did you bring out?" "About 500 now." The king of Yu nodded. "Don't stay here any longer. No one will take you in." As the ruler, he spoke these words with a heavy heart. Local officials do nothing, only enjoy themselves, ignoring the lives and deaths of the common people. When he investigated this matter, some officials, to hide their crimes, even dared to plot to kill him. Huotong felt a bit sad and asked him, "Where are we going?" "To the Imperial capital. Wait for me there when I return." The king of the Imperial Guard took a token from his body and handed it to her, saying, "This is my official badge. If I haven't returned before you, take this to the government office to register your household." The king of the Imperial Guard indeed understood. Huotong took the badge and said, "Take care, your majesty." The king looked at her. Despite her young age, leading so many refugees, she had a calm and confident air. Suddenly, He was surprised to see that even with her worn-out clothes, Huotong's beautiful face could not be hidden. Huotong looked around at the injured people and left them 2 bottles of medicine, saying, "Young Master Wei, take care too. I'll take my leave." She turned to leave with Mo Bei. Meanwhile, villagers had gathered at the mountain she mentioned, waiting anxiously for a long time, but she did not return. Lu Yunyang couldn't help but ask, "Village chief, it's been so long, and lady who still hasn't come back. Do you think something happened over there? Should we send some people to check?" Hearing this, others also became worried. Carpenterly Gao said, "Village chief, shall we go see?" The village chief agreed, saying women and children are all waiting here. "I'll take a few strong men to check." He selected some sturdy men to go find Huotong. Emoliehu and Huiyang also went along. As soon as they left, the others became scared again and started to make noise. Since the strong men had gone, only women and children remained. "What if a wolf comes?" Li Mu said, "Don't scare yourselves. Be quiet for a while. Lady Hua will be fine. She'll be back soon." Everyone couldn't stay quiet. Instead of wolves, they attracted a big snake. The snake was as thick as a man's arm and very long, with no visible end. A woman saw it first and screamed in fright, "Snake! Snake! Snake!" It was a python. Other women also ran in fear. Suddenly, everyone, adults and children alike, ran away. Li Mu, a man, backed up while shouting, "Everyone stay calm. Don't panic." His leg had been injured by a blade, making movement difficult. Luckily, Huotong's medicine helped him recover, and now he could move freely without his crutch. But fighting a snake was beyond him. Mo Nan and Mo Shi suddenly drew their knives from the bamboo basket and said, "Everyone, don't run away. If you do, you'll only have a dead end. Only by working together and fighting the snake can we have a chance to survive." However, the women and children, unarmed, dared not rush forward. Suddenly, the big snake lunged at Mo Nan from the front, forcing him to fight the snake. The 2 of them swung their knives fiercely, but they couldn't even touch the snake. Mo Nan's stomach was suddenly wrapped by the snake, squeezing him so tightly he almost couldn't breathe. Mo Shi shouted loudly and rushed forward with his knife to attack. After being hit, the snake threw Mo Nan forcefully aside and then viciously attacked Mo Shi. Mo Shi was also wrapped by the snake, and his knife fell out of his hand. The snake's coils around his neck made him turn pale and faint. Mrs. Wang and Mo Wen-gu screamed and cried in fear. It is said that a mother is strong, and Mrs. Wang, who was very afraid, rushed forward. Before she could get close, the snake's tail swept her away. Li Mu shouted loudly and grabbed his cane, rushing to help, but he was also knocked back by the snake's tail. Suddenly, a young child shouted loudly and threw a stone at the snake. It was Ren Chun. The small boy ran quickly and steadily. The big snake opened its mouth to bite him. In the blink of an eye, a figure darted past, soaring into the air and riding on the snake's back, stabbing a military knife into its neck. Immediately, the heavy body of the snake relaxed, and Mo Shi, who was caught in its coils, fell down. After a few convulsions, the snake stopped moving. Mo Shi, with his eyes rolling back, regained consciousness and stood up. "Poor lady, Lady Hua is back." Everyone shouted and hurried over. Huotong reached out and patted Ren Chen's head, saying, "You are brave, little one. Aren't you afraid?" Ren Chen shook his head. "My sister isn't here. I want to protect everyone. I'm not afraid of it." Hearing this, many people present felt ashamed. Huotong said everyone cut the snake into pieces quickly. "Let's go to the front and rest for the night." Someone hurriedly said, "Lady Hua, I heard snakes remember grudges. If we eat the snake, will it come back to seek revenge?" "No, that's not true. Hurry up and divide the snake." The village chief relaxed and called the villagers to kill the snake quickly. One big python wasn't enough for each family. After the snake was cut into pieces, Huotong led them to the hill they had visited before. In front of them was a large jade mine. Lord Yu and his men returned to Yan province to handle affairs. They were resting here for the moment, and there was no danger. However, everyone was stunned and frightened when they saw the field of corpses. Huatong said, Lord Yu was ambushed here before. He has now safely escaped. Let's first carry these bodies over there and bury them. There were about 600 or 700 bodies, but the villagers were many as well. In a short time, they all carried the bodies away. Huatong covered them with a cloth. Many of the dead were miners working in the Jade mine. Commander Liu, who wanted to kill Lord Yu, didn't care about their lives. There were also many soldiers, including Lord Yu's subordinates and soldiers from Yan province. Some were trapped under the mountain as well. After finishing the cleanup, Huatong led them into a cave. This was where the workers who worked in the Jade mine used to live. Inside, there was plenty of food and vegetables. As everyone entered the large cave that could hold hundreds of people, someone shouted loudly, there's food here. Everyone rushed over and reached out to grab the supplies. Huatong shouted, everyone, step back. At her command, those who wanted to grab food stopped immediately and looked at her. Huatong said, all the food here belongs to the community. No one is allowed to take more than they need. Eat what you want, but do not waste. This was a good rule. The people standing near her agreed after hearing her words. The village chief also rubbed his hands happily. He loudly relayed Huatong's instructions. Since there were so many people and no loudspeakers, he made sure everyone could hear her commands by repeating them loudly whenever she gave an order or made a decision. Everyone immediately said, we listen to Lady Hua. Huatong asked the village chief to distribute the food to prevent anyone from being greedy and taking more than they needed. The village chief lined up the groups, and each family came forward to receive their share. There was no cutting in line or pushing. Each family received rice, flour, and everyone happily took firewood and set up their cooking pots. There were also pots left behind by miners, and many people started using them directly. The snakes they had just received were quickly roasted and eaten, and some families even made snake soup. That night, the villagers enjoyed their meal more than ever: rice, flour, and snake meat. While no one was paying attention, Huatong secretly took some rice and flour from her space and added it to the rice pile. Many families didn't have much leftover food, mainly because they had thrown water into the fields during the flood. When they were on the mountain later, most of the time they survived by eating wild fruits. Now that they had rice and grains, they could eat for a while. The people from Huatong's family cooked a big pot of rice, stir-fried some vegetables, and added snake meat. Then everyone ate freely. Everyone rested inside the cave. They were safe through the night. The next morning, the village chief called everyone to distribute the grain. Each person carried some, took one item, and then everyone left, since they had many people. When the village chief divided the grain, he looked at the rice and flour around him and felt like there was more, but he had no proof. All the rice and flour added up to about 500 or 600 jin, a Chinese weight unit. He sent some strong men to carry it. Each carried about 20 or 30 jin, and they all took it away. The women took some bowls and utensils. Everyone took everything from the cave. The villagers ate the leftover dry food from yesterday and happily carried their grain in line. The grain brought them joy and hope. After resting for a night, they felt full of energy. They spent 3 days climbing 4 mountain peaks with Huatong. The old, weak, and young women who couldn't climb were helped by the stronger men. On the way, they picked many wild fruits. Because climbing was too tiring, children couldn't climb, and adults had to carry them, which slowed the journey. They decided that after leaving Yanzhou's territory, Huatong would ask the villagers to wait at the foot of the mountain. She would go ahead to check the tolls at the checkpoints. When she said they would leave, the villagers were scared. They all shouted, "Madam Huatong, let's not check, just go like this." Even if they encountered fierce tigers or wild animals, they weren't afraid as long as Madam Huatong was with them. What they feared was her absence. Huatong said, "I'll be back soon. Stay here and don't look for me." After giving these instructions, Huatong took Mo Bay and went ahead to scout the way. They left Yanzhou's territory and arrived in Jiangzhou. There weren't many travelers at the checkpoints. Huodong asked about the situation and learned they could enter Jiangzhou, but each person had to pay 5 taels of silver. Huodong asked, "Isn't that a bit expensive?" The officials looked at them and thought they looked quite impressive, with faces that made people like them immediately. But seeing how tired and dusty they were, as if they had escaped from a disaster, one official said, "Young lady, 5 taels for passage isn't expensive. The further you go, the more it costs. When you reach the Imperial capital, you won't get in without 20 taels of silver." So, it was very difficult for common people fleeing to enter the city or the Imperial capital. Huodong turned to leave, but the official shouted after her, "Young lady, trying to take a detour won't help. There are more robbers blocking the roads, and the journey is dangerous. It's safer to take the official road. Or maybe I can make an exception and give you a few silver coins to let you pass." Although she was a simple farmer's daughter, her appearance was striking, which made it easy for wrongdoers to have bad thoughts about her. The official seemed to feel a bit of pity or perhaps wanted to earn a few silver coins from her. Huodong shook her head, unable to respond. Recently, the villagers of Qingchuan village had earned some silver, but they couldn't afford the high tolls at various checkpoints across over 10 counties. Here, they only needed a few coins, but at the next county, they would be charged 4 or 5 coins, with prices rising step by step.
No one could stand that.
They hurried back, and in doing so, lost more than half an hour. When they returned, many villagers came forward to ask her, "Lady Hua, what is the situation outside now?" Huodong relayed what the official had said. The village chief said, "Lady Hua, we can't take the official road or the small paths. We should take the mountain trail. It's a bit difficult, but if we go slowly, we can make it. There are also wild fruits to eat along the way, so no one will go hungry." Earlier, they had gathered some food in a cave, but it wasn't enough for over 500 people. To fill their stomachs, they preferred to take the mountain trail. Huodong asked, "There are wild animals in the mountains. Are you all not afraid?" The villagers replied, "We're not afraid. As long as Lady Hua is with us, we're not afraid. Lady Hua, we have many people and strength. If wild animals come, we will follow your lead." In the past few days, they had encountered wild animals like wild boars, but Huodong had easily dealt with them. Walking the mountain trail meant having fruits and meat to eat, and it also saved money on tolls. What a good plan. After crossing a few mountain peaks, they grew bolder. They relied on Huodong's support, shouting that they weren't afraid. But if a group of beasts appeared, she couldn't protect everyone. In the end, Huodong listened to the villagers' opinions. Everyone continued their journey, pushing forward with all their might. When night fell, Huodong told everyone to rest on the spot, gather firewood, and light a fire, encouraging them to collect as much wood as possible. In nature, wild animals fear fire. They prefer to hunt under the cover of darkness. The villagers lit the fire, which sometimes attracted small animals nearby. Ordinary small creatures wouldn't dare to expose themselves in front of people. Small animals are naturally afraid of humans. At dawn, Huodong came to call everyone. "I found a cave over there. There's some food inside. A few of you come and help carry it." More food? The village chief immediately called some strong villagers to follow Huodong and go with her. In fact, Huodong had woken early, and after a quick look around, she found a cave, but it was empty of food. She took out rice and flour from her space, along with some long-lasting potatoes she had stored. The villagers were too excited to think about whether what she found was real or not. The village chief happily said, "Lady Hua, you are truly blessed. Just a few days ago, they found hundreds of jin of rice and flour in the mine, and today they discovered even more. Choosing to take the mountain path was the right decision. If they had taken the lower road, they would have been starving before reaching the Imperial city." The villagers quickly carried out the rice and flour. These were confiscated goods, shared equally. If anyone was hungry, they could take some to cook. Huodong told everyone to prepare an early meal first, so they could eat before continuing their journey. Despite fleeing from disaster, the villagers were as happy as during a festival. Each family took rice and flour. Some made pancakes, others cooked rice. To save time, several families cooked together. After eating, the young and strong carried the rice and flour on their backs, with Huatong leading the way. Sometimes, monkeys scurried through the forest, chattering loudly before running away. Occasionally, small snakes crawled on the ground, but they ran away when they saw people. If they moved too slowly, they might be eaten. Huatong suddenly slowed her pace, and the villagers behind her also slowed down immediately. She told the villagers behind, "You go ahead first. I'll catch up later." The village chief thought she might need to go to the bathroom and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Everyone go ahead, lady who will follow shortly."
No one asked why.
In such a place, it was obvious she needed to relieve herself. Mo-bei initially wanted to stay, but Huatong hurried him away. Everyone else followed the village chief forward. Once most of the group had passed, Huatong turned back. By the roadside, there was a large patch of lingji mushrooms. If possible, she wanted to dig up the trees and plant them in her space. Since she couldn't pull out their roots, she used a military knife to cut them into pieces. There were over 200 varieties of lingji, with many colors, and the red lingji was considered the best among all. This patch was exactly red lingji. Her space wasn't lacking in treasures like these, but who would complain about having too many? Huatong squatted on the ground, like a locust swarm, carefully picking all the lingji. She was sweating from the effort. "Tong Tong," Mo-bei's voice suddenly called out. He didn't follow the main group. He waited for her for a while, but when she didn't come, he had no choice but to go find her. Unexpectedly, she was squatting there, seemingly digging something, with a serious and happy expression. Huatong was stunned, looked at the fully harvested lingji tree, and said, "Turn around, I'll be right there." Mo-bei obediently turned around. She was still holding the last big piece of lingji. While he was turning, she stored it into her space. Then she stood up, rubbed her hands, and said, "Let's go." Mo-bei looked at her suspiciously, then at the nearby tree. The tree seemed a little different from before. Huatong pretended nothing was wrong and quickly walked ahead, calling out, "Xiao-bei, hurry up, don't just stand there." She couldn't share all the large lingji with the villagers. Everyone was climbing mountains every day, and even if villagers picked some, they couldn't keep them safe. It was better to store them in her space. She happily ran ahead, and Mo-bei quickly followed. He didn't know why she suddenly seemed so happy, like she had found a treasure. Not far away, the villagers all stopped. When they saw her figure, someone shouted, "Lady Hua is back. Lady Hua is back." The villagers passed the message from back to front, and the village chief told everyone to keep moving. They felt safe with her around. Without her, they wouldn't dare to go far. During this journey over mountains and valleys with Lady Hua, although it was full of dangers, everyone had grown brave. The most important thing was, no one went hungry. Lady Hua was lucky. She always found rice and flour in caves. After more than 40 days, they were getting closer to the Imperial city. Everyone was excited but also scared. What if the Imperial city didn't accept them? Would they have to stay in the mountains for the rest of their lives? That morning, everyone had their last breakfast in the mountains. Some cooked eggs, some made pancakes, and others boiled porridge. After eating and drinking enough, they left the mountains and circled around the canyon. Not far away, the sound of hooves came, and a carriage quickly sped from the other side of the canyon, pulled by a few fine horses. Suddenly, countless stones rolled down from above the canyon. Huatong looked up and saw that something was wrong. She shouted loudly, "Everyone, watch out above. Bandits are ambushing us."
Run.
In an instant, large rocks blocked the road, forcing the carriage to stop. The village chief was running and shouting, "Run. Bandits are coming." In their hearts, only bandits and officials are considered capable of killing. There are no officials here, so it must be bandits. The villagers shouted and dodged falling stones from above, running wildly. They were both scared and surprised. Even under the emperor's rule, it's not safe. After crossing mountains and valleys, the villagers had become skilled and quick on their feet, but they couldn't withstand the sudden attack of stones thrown from above. Some people couldn't dodge in time and were hit and killed instantly. Looking up, They saw groups of black-clad men coming down the canyon on ropes. These men held swords and rushed toward the carriage as soon as they landed. The villagers' sudden appearance blocked the bandits' path, which they didn't expect. Some couldn't run away in time and were stabbed on the spot. Seeing the villagers being ruthlessly killed, Hwatong became furious and deadly. She dodged the stones falling from above while shouting at the villagers to run, trying to save those almost hit. At the same time, Mobe carried Ren Chun in a bamboo basket on his back, helping villagers dodge the stones. When someone tripped, he quickly helped them up to prevent a stampede. Soon, after the bandits descended from the canyon, they headed straight for the carriage. The 20 guards around the carriage immediately drew their swords and faced them. From inside the carriage, a commanding man stepped out. He wore a long sword at his waist, a blue robe with wide sleeves, and a yellow robe embroidered with 9 snakes, a symbol passed down through generations of the Qingyi Marquis. He had a red belt around his waist, making his cold, charming aura even more striking. Hwatong realized what was happening. They were after this man in blue. The villagers had been innocent and hurt in the process. Good. These people had provoked her. Throughout her journey, as she endured hardships and grew stronger, Hwatong developed real feelings for these villagers. The villagers trusted her and relied on her, hoping to find a good future after she left the mountain. Many villagers were timid and just wanted a peaceful life. Because of the suffering they endured, they were transforming, becoming stronger and braver. But unexpectedly, some people died just after leaving the mountain. Hwatong suddenly drew her military dagger, shouted loudly, and quickly rushed forward. Mobe was not idle either. He had already knocked his bow and shot 3 arrows at once. Ren Chun tightly held onto his clothes, eyes wide with shock. He wished he could rush forward and kill these bandits. His parents had died at the hands of these robbers. At that moment, the village chief, who was fleeing, looked back and saw a dark mass behind him, men in black clothes holding swords. He suddenly shouted, "Stop running! Follow me to help Lady Hua." Some strong villagers heard the shout and immediately stopped, grabbing their carrying poles and rushing over. They were just ordinary villagers with no weapons. Mo Hunter shouted, "Don't go." It was clear these weren't ordinary bandits. They had all been reckless before. The village chief hurriedly said, "If we don't go now, Lady Hu will be in trouble." Mo Hunter loudly declared, "No one is going. I will go." He drew his knife from the bamboo basket and charged forward. Mo Nan and Mo Shi also quickly drew their knives and followed. In an instant, the father and son shouted and rushed ahead together. The men in blue looked surprised. Maybe they didn't expect that these refugees could be so skilled. His guards all stepped forward to fight. The enemy numbered over 200 or 300, and their skills were quite strong. His side was fighting against many more, at least 10 to 1. The man in blue watched from his carriage. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, drawing his sword. His sword energy was fierce, killing 2 enemies. But then, he suddenly staggered, feeling a headache coming on again. In that brief moment of dizziness, several swords from all directions stabbed toward him. Just then, a figure flashed by and quickly killed several enemies. It was Hwatong. The man in blue wavered slightly, closed his eyes, and rubbed his forehead. He said, "Young lady, wipe them all out. I will reward you greatly." Even if he didn't promise rewards, Hwatong would have killed these people anyway. Amid the chaos, she pulled out a small gun and shot several enemies. In a flash, many of the black-clad men were dead or wounded. Seeing the situation was turning bad, someone shouted, "Retreat." The order was obeyed, and the black-clad men stopped fighting and ran out. They grabbed the ropes and started climbing up. On Mobe's side, he shot several more arrows. Some people climbing halfway up fell from the air and died instantly. When everything was over, the villagers ran over and saw that there were injuries and casualties among their own people. Some ran to hold their loved ones and cried loudly. Hwatong watched all this, feeling upset inside. The blue-clad person approached and spoke to her. "Miss, where are you from?" Hwatong replied, "We are fleeing from Jingzhou." "Is anyone here?"
Yes.
The Imperial guard handed her a token. The blue-clad person took out a token and gave it to her, saying, "If you need help, take this token to the Marquis of Qingyi's residence." She had helped him today, so he owed her a favor. Huatong took the token and looked at it. The blue-clad person turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He looked back and asked, "What is your name?" Huatong told him her name. The blue-clad person said nothing more, mounted his carriage, and his close guards hurried to clear the stones blocking the road, making way for the carriage. The carriage quickly disappeared. Huatong stepped forward and said, "Everyone come help. Carry our people away and give them a proper burial." In this world, many refugees who die are not given proper burials. But these people had followed her all the way, holding on to hope. She wanted to give them dignity in their final moments. At least, they could be buried properly instead of being thrown into mass graves or eaten by wild dogs. The villagers immediately came to help carry the dead, mostly women and children. A total of 29 people had died. They carried the bodies while crying together. After traveling over mountains and through valleys for so many days, everyone had learned to work together, gradually letting go of their selfishness, becoming more genuine, and showing kindness and care for each other. Now, seeing their loved ones dead, except for old Lady Zhao's family, who wouldn't feel sad. Even outsiders had gradually integrated into these villagers. Huatong led the villagers to carry the bodies to a hillside they had passed earlier, found a spot, dug a grave, and laid the bodies inside. A simple grave was made on level ground. Many women and children cried loudly. After a while, Huatong said, "Let's go." She didn't know what comforting words to say, nor could she find any. This journey had been difficult. Since they had survived, they must live better lives. Everyone wiped their tears and continued down the mountain with her. They headed toward the Imperial city gates. Because there were over 500 people, their procession attracted many onlookers. At the city gate, people came and went. Wealthy merchants in carriages and ordinary folk doing small trades. From afar, the guards at the gate saw the group approaching and quickly sent 4 men to step forward and ask loudly, "Who are you?" Huatong held the guide and said, "We all fled from Jingzhou. We received the order from the royal prince to come here. Please, sir, help us find a place to settle." She handed over the token given to her by the royal prince. The man took it and examined it carefully. It had a royal character, confirming it was the prince's token. The officer looked at the people behind her, a group of refugees, who didn't look starved or weak, but rather lively and spirited. A few officers whispered to each other nearby. After they finished talking, one officer approached and said, "All of you, step back 2 miles and wait." A crowd of refugees was standing here, affecting the town's appearance. "We need to report about settling here first," Huatong said. Then, "We are grateful for your help," she added. She thought for a moment, then took out some silver and handed 5 ingots to each person. The officers were surprised. Did these refugees really have so much silver? Of course, the people accepted it happily, and their attitude improved. One officer said, "Miss, please go to that side and let me report this." To avoid blocking traffic and spoiling the town's appearance, Huatong and the villagers moved 2 miles away to wait. Hundreds of villagers rested on the spot, stretching their necks, hoping for a place to stay. Children played happily by the roadside, running forward now and then to see if anyone was coming to take them in. People coming and going at the city gate asked about the refugees. Once they learned they were fleeing from hardship, they looked down on them and hurried away, afraid these refugees might ask for help. Li Fong happily ran over and asked, "Sister, can we live in the capital today?" Huatong replied, "Almost." Li Fong cheered and took Rin Chen's hand, spinning around happily. Despite the hardships, the children's simple joy remained. Time passed unknowingly, and everyone was eager and anxious. The village chief came over and asked, "Madam Hua, it's been an hour. Will they accept us?"
Huatong said yes.
He thought it would take time for the officials to report step by step. But everyone waited until it was almost dark. No one entered or left the city gates. Huatong ran to check at the city gate. The soldiers there looked cold and indifferent, saying, "It's been reported. Just wait." At that moment, outside the city gate, the sound of hooves echoed. A group of people rode fast horses and stopped in front of the villagers. The young man at the front pulled his horse to a halt and loudly asked, "Who are all these people? Why are you all blocking the way here?" He wore a silver mask, so others couldn't see his face clearly. Someone responded, "Your Highness, these people are refugees from Jingzhou. They are all sick with malaria. Then why are you still keeping them here? If malaria spreads to the Imperial capital, how many heads do you think are enough to cut? Send them all to mount beasts." At his command, the guards on either side immediately drew their swords and pushed the villagers aside, shouting, "Move quickly, hurry up." Those who ran slowly were kicked to the ground by the officers. The villagers, who had been hoping all day, were caught off guard and were very shocked. Huatong clenched her fists in anger and stepped forward, holding a token in her hand. She shouted, "We don't have malaria. We are here in the Imperial capital on the orders of the king. Aren't you afraid that the king will hold you responsible when he returns?" Just as she finished speaking, the rider on horseback rode over to her and loudly said, "You reckless commoner, where did a refugee like you get the king's token? It must be stolen." After saying that, he reached out his long arm to try to the token from her hand. Huatong quickly dodged, surprising the rider, who probably didn't expect a woman to be so capable. She shouted loudly, "Everyone stay calm. Let's go." Since they were being chased away, resisting here would only bring harm. It was late at night, and there were no pedestrians around. These people seemed to be deliberately wasting time, waiting until dark to come and force them out or perhaps even harm them. "Quickly, let's go." The officers shouted, some whipping their whips and hitting the villagers as they cried and were driven away. Afraid of the whip, no one dared to delay anymore. All their hopes were in the Imperial capital, but now they were shattered in an instant. They had traveled with great effort, crossing mountains and ridges, believing this place would give them refuge. The soldiers kept driving them forward until they reached Mount Beasts. This was the last mountain they crossed on their journey. Its terrain was dangerous and rugged, and it was known for having the most wild animals among many mountains, hence the name Mount Beasts. Because it was dark, the soldiers had already raised torches, shouting and urging the villagers to move inside. Someone outside loudly ordered, "Watch them here. Don't let them come out." They intended to trap the villagers inside the mountain. All the guards stayed here, standing still. Someone whispered, "This mountain is full of wild animals. They will probably be eaten by the beasts inside soon." Someone hushed, "Don't talk." Everyone understood this silently. They knew the truth, but chose not to speak it aloud. At this moment, helpless villagers were trapped in the forest. Women and children cried, and men also couldn't hold back their tears. The village chief asked, "Lady Hua, what should we do now?" Huatong replied, "The king is not in the capital now, but he will come back. When he does, he will give us an answer. Don't be afraid. Since we are here, we should accept it. We've climbed many mountains. Do we mind staying a little longer in this mountain?" A villager said, "But we are almost out of food." Huatong said, "Heaven never closes all doors. No food? There are plenty of wild fruits here. We can survive this." A woman choked up and said, "I'm still a bit scared. There are too many wild animals here. Lady Hua, even with your great skills, you can't take care of everyone." Suddenly, a pile of rocks fell in the canyon, crushing many people. Unexpected problems kept happening. At this moment, Mo Nan suddenly shouted, "What's there to be afraid of? As long as we stay united and fight together, we can overcome any difficulty. When the wild animals come, they can be our food. Just be patient, and we will get out of this mountain." On this journey, the boy had grown a lot. As a young man, he unconsciously took on more responsibility and courage. She also loudly said, "The wild animals haven't appeared yet. Don't let your courage fade." Hunter then added, "Exactly. Our days in the mountain are just like hunting." The villagers found some encouragement in their words. The village chief also cheered up and said, "Everyone, find a place to rest first." Exhausted, the villagers sat down to rest nearby. Not far away, flickering lights showed that soldiers were watching over them. By now, Huatong was also tired from all the chaos. Mobe spread out a mat, lay down with her arms behind her head. Ren Chen obediently lay between her and Mobe, whispering, "Sister, don't worry. When the king returns, we can leave the mountain." In the darkness, Huatong looked at him and said softly, "No need to rush." After a while, everything quieted down. The villagers, exhausted from the day's shock, fell asleep. Huatong quietly sat up and got up to leave. Her hope had been shattered. Her heart couldn't be truly calm. Walking in the dark night, she also felt a moment of confusion. The Imperial city was not as beautiful as it seemed. Tong Tong, a young boy's voice came from behind. Mobe had followed her. Huatong stopped. Mobe approached her, reached out, and gently embraced her, softly saying, "Everything will pass. I will always be by your side." Knowing she was probably unhappy, he just wanted to comfort her. His words truly made her feel better inside. He would always be with her, without complaint. Huatong leaned on his strong chest, no longer wanting to move, unaware that she was also physically and emotionally exhausted. She was just a person, not a god. Mobe said, "Where there's a will, there's a way." She softly responded with an and the two sat down together. The moonlight in the mountain was cold and distant. Holding on to the belief that there was always a way forward, she grew sleepy and leaned on the young boy's shoulder, falling asleep. After a while, Huatong suddenly woke up, feeling a cooler sensation on her body. When she looked back, she saw Mobe also leaning against a tree, asleep. A familiar sound, howling, suddenly snapped her fully awake.
Montag bei also woke up abruptly.
In the darkness, she saw a pair of green eyes watching them. The exhausted villagers were asleep, unaware that danger was approaching. Huatong suddenly stood up and said, "Xiao Bei, I will lead them to the soldiers. Don't come with me." She ran a few steps, then grabbed 2 stones and threw them at the beast. The beasts were angered and charged straight at her. Huatong ran as fast as she could, with the 2 beasts fiercely chasing her. In an instant, she led them away and ran toward the soldiers guarding outside. Many soldiers were dozing, unaware that danger was near. As she ran toward them, she shouted loudly, "Wild beasts are coming. Get up quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, she leapt up, turned, and climbed a large tree, quickly hiding herself in the darkness. The 2 beasts chasing her howled loudly at the top of the tree. The startled soldiers immediately woke up, drew their swords, and shouted, "Wild beasts are here." Some raised their weapons defensively, others ran in fear. The 2 beasts immediately pounced on the soldiers with swords. Suddenly, screams echoed continuously. As soldiers, they had become pawns of the powerful, biting at the suffering refugees. If that's the case, why keep them alive? In the darkness, Huatong looked coldly at the 2 beasts biting the soldiers below. For a moment, the soldiers who couldn't escape were bitten on the neck and fell. Huatong aimed her prepared machine gun at the scene and fired twice. The 2 beasts didn't even realize what was happening and collapsed under the weight. She leapt down from the tree, collected the 2 beasts into her space, planning to let the villagers slaughter one for food at dawn. The name 100 Beasts Mountain is not without reason. Many hunters dare not enter this mountain to hunt because dangerous animals often appear there. Some brave beasts even come down the mountain to cause trouble, which is why 100 Beasts Mountain is famous. After collecting the 2 beasts, Huatong turned back. Mobe was standing nearby, watching her. He saw clearly that after she gently touched the 2 tigers, they disappeared. Huatong acted as if nothing had happened, as if he was seeing things. She simply said, "It's getting late. Time to sleep." Mobe silently followed her, as if he saw nothing. The next morning, at dawn, some villagers who woke up first found the dead tigers lying nearby, along with a lot of grain. They exclaimed happily, "Look, there's rice and flour, and a dead tiger too." This shout woke many others. Some hurried to see. Carpenter Li loudly asked, "Lady Hua, did you do this?" Huatong walked over and said, yes. First, slaughter the tiger. I'm going down the mountain to check the outside situation. No one asked where the rice and flour came from, assuming she found them in some cave. The village chief hurriedly said, Lady Hua, you must be careful. In his mind, the local officials were just as bad as bandits. Huatong nodded and suddenly said, bring a few people with me to deal with the bodies of those soldiers. They were killed by the tiger last night. Everyone was shocked. The village chief quickly called some people to help bury the bodies. As they walked out, they saw a ground full of bodies at the mountain pass, clearly killed by tigers. The village chief and villagers were still scared, not knowing when exactly it happened last night. Suddenly, the village chief felt afraid and said, Lady Hua, you must go quickly and come back soon. Huatong agreed and turned to leave. Mo Bei hurried to follow her. On the way down the mountain, Huatong said to him, the Lord gave me his token yesterday. Let's go find him and see if he can help us. As a Marquis, being chased by so many people when going out suggests he is not an ordinary person. Ordinary people wouldn't have so many enemies to provoke. Thinking that there is still someone who can help her, she feels much happier. Eat a rice ball, Huatong said, handing her one, and she took one herself. The two quickly left the mountain and headed straight for the city gate. The journey, which usually takes a quarter of an hour, only took half today. Outside the city gate, there was still a lot of people busy and lively. Huatong looked around but didn't see anyone checking the travel pass. She wanted to go in with them, but they had already remembered her. The guards at the gate stopped her and scolded, stop right there, step back. Huatong took out her token and said, I have the Qingyi Marquis token. I need to see the Marquis. The guards wanted to check her token, but she didn't give it. Instead, she heard one of them sneer and say, this young lady is quite interesting. Yesterday, she had the Imperial King's token, and today she has the Qingyi Marquis token. Do you think I am so easy to fool? Where did you get these tokens? Are you stealing or picking them up? Someone catch these two thieves. The man shouted loudly, and the guards immediately moved to arrest them. Is he deliberately trying to stop her from entering the city? Huatong grabbed Mo Bei and ran. The guards chased after them fiercely, but because they couldn't catch up, they gave up. The man told the guards, recognize these two people clearly. Don't let them into the city. These were people sent by the crown prince himself to mount beasts, so they naturally had to obey. Huatong, being driven back in anger, said, I finally understood. These people are deliberately trying to stop us from entering the city. But originally, the Imperial King promised to let us in to wait for him. Now that they had arrived at the city gate, they were turned away. Mo Bei said, it must be that the Imperial King offended someone in the capital. They are targeting him. Because of the Imperial King, the villagers became sacrifices in their game of power. Huatong angrily said, if that's the case, then let's wait above the canyon for the Imperial King to return. If the Imperial King returns to the capital, he will pass through that canyon. As long as they stay there, they will be the first to notice his return. Having made up her mind, Huatong felt less angry. On the way back, she saw villagers carrying baskets into the city to do business. She bought all their tofu and vegetables, and the two of them carried the baskets back together. At that time, the villagers had already killed the big tiger and shared it among themselves. Although the tiger was big, there were many people, so they couldn't eat it all. After Huatong and Mo Bei returned carrying tofu and greens, the villagers hurried over. When they saw the fresh, tender tofu, everyone salivated with greed. The village chief asked quickly, Lady Hua, did you buy this? Since it looked fresh, it couldn't have been gathered from the wild. Huatong nodded and said, let's all share and eat. The village chief replied, Lady Hua, you spent silver on this. We can't just take it for free. Name a price and we'll buy it. They didn't mind paying for the tofu. Lu Yunyang also said quickly, yes, yes. Lady Hua, you've taken care of us so much. This was bought with your money. If we don't pay even 1 silver coin, it would seem like we're unkind. After she said that, many people felt embarrassed to refuse to pay. Huatong then said, 1 piece of tofu costs 1 silver coin. Everyone agreed without objection. She took out a knife and neatly cut the tofu into small blocks, handing them out to the villagers. Mo Wenj hurried over to help collect the money. All the coins filled her money pouch. Since fleeing to this place, there were only about 500 villagers, less than 100 households. The remaining 2 pieces of tofu she kept for her family. She sold some more greens, and after everyone had taken their share, she collected 250 silver coins. Looking at so much silver, her eyes shone brightly. Mo Bei took her money pouch and put it in Huatong's hand. Mo Wenj pouted and huffed. Huatong took out 10 coins from her pocket and handed them to her, saying, "These 10 silver coins are your reward for helping me collect the money." She didn't lack this small amount of silver, but she couldn't allow Mo Wenj to get something for nothing. The rest of the silver she handed over to Mo Bei, saying, "Keep this." This was Xiao Bei's pocket money. Mo Wenj widened her eyes and looked, feeling like her heart was soaring. She had only earned 10 coins so far. But then she remembered that these vegetables were brought back by Mo Bei, and she felt better. Everyone was busy cooking, and Huatong looked around. Mo Bei quickly followed her. Since they planned to stay here, she wanted to see if there were any caves in the mountain for villagers to rest in. Caves are generally safe. She didn't find any caves, but she did find a house. The house was built of wood and looked like a peaceful retreat from afar. Huatong's face lit up with joy, and she hurried over, saying, "Xiao Bei, there's a house." They hurried toward it, and suddenly beautiful music floated in the air. Someone was playing the zither there. Whether real or imaginary, vague or clear, like a gentle stream flowing quietly in a hidden place. Softly and peacefully. Even someone like her, who doesn't understand music, can still sense its beauty. When the 2 of them approached the courtyard, they saw a young man in a silver robe sitting inside. His appearance immediately stunned everyone. He truly looked like a pure white snow lotus from Kunlun Mountain. His long, elegant fingers moved smoothly over the strings of a qin, a traditional Chinese musical instrument. He lowered his eyes, lost in his own world. His movements seemed to blend with the music, becoming one. A ray of sunlight shone through the window onto him, making him look like he was glowing. Huatong didn't expect someone to live here. She and Mo Bei stood outside the yard, looking in without disturbing him. When he finished playing, Huatong finally spoke, "Young master." The young man looked up at her, showing no surprise at a stranger's visit, only a cold expression. He moved his wheelchair slightly, and Huatong realized he was someone with limited mobility. Seeing him about to go inside, Huatong hurried over and called out, "Young master, please wait." "Young master, may we stay here for a few days?" He refused without turning around, no. Huatong watched him go inside, then followed into the yard. But before she could step past the gate, she accidentally triggered a hidden trap. Suddenly, several arrows shot toward her. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she might have been pierced like a pincushion. Mo Bei grabbed her and said, "Tong Tong, this place is strange. Let's find another place." Indeed, everything was suspicious, hidden weapons at the door, and probably many more around. No wonder he built his house deep in the mountains and forests. He was confident no wild animals could bypass his traps. The 2 of them left, walking through the wild grass and trees. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed into the sky. A large tiger, heavy-footed, approached, each step seeming to crush the ground beneath. This was a mother tiger, and with her, 7 other tigers of the same size. They clearly smelled a fellow creature on the approaching humans. Mount Bisho truly lived up to its name. There were real wild animals here. Huatong and Mo Bei's faces grew serious. They instinctively stepped back. Huatong quickly said, "Don't panic." Mo Bei reassured her, "Tong Tong, don't be afraid either." They had encountered many fierce beasts on this journey, but never so many at once. The mother tiger lunged fiercely, and Huatong shouted, "Run." She started running immediately, and Mo Bei followed instinctively. But Huatong was only pretending to be scared. After shouting, she quickly ran like the wind, climbed up a tree, and started to ascend. As a feline predator, the tiger could also climb trees. The tiger mother pounced and followed her up, opening her mouth to attack her leg. Seeing the tiger about to bite off a human leg, the clever human suddenly fired a shot, hitting the tiger's head. At the same time, Mo-Bei, who had just run a few steps away and realized that her tongue hadn't actually come over, rolled on the ground and tried to rush at her. The large tiger missed its attack, and when Mo-Bei quickly turned around, he was met with a strike. Blood splattered 3 feet high. The tiger fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Mo-Bei ran back quickly. He had lived in his village by hunting, and he had encountered fierce animals in the deep mountains and forests. His skills with his feet had long been trained. His legs moved as fast as lightning. The other tigers, seeing this, became furious and attacked together. Some pounced toward Huitong, others toward Mo-Bei. Seeing 2 tigers teaming up to attack Mo-Bei, she leapt into the air, grabbed a stick from a tree, and jumped up. She also fired her small pistol twice, hitting 2 tigers that were attacking Mo-Bei, knocking them down. The remaining 4 tigers looked at her, roared fiercely, and then leapt to bite her feet. It was quick. Before she could react, Huitong flipped her body, jumped higher, and grabbed a higher branch. Several tigers immediately climbed the tree after her. Mo-Bei wanted to run over and help her, but suddenly heard Huitong shout, "Don't come over, hide." As her voice fell, Huitong fired another shot, and her body, which was halfway up the tree, fell down. The 4 tigers under the tree glared at the humans above. They wanted to kill her, eat her flesh, and drink her blood. Thinking she couldn't be harmed because she was high up, the other tigers quickly turned their attention to Mo-Bei. 2 of them attacked him at the same time. "You little brat, prepare to die." But this boy was just as agile. He moved swiftly, leaping into the air. Mo-Bei also climbed a tree next to Huitong. When the 2 tigers chased after him, they all fell after the gunshots. The remaining 2 tigers, realizing they were in trouble, remembered they should run away, but it was too late. In a moment, after Huitong finished off the last 2 tigers, she leapt down from the tree. Mo-Bei also quickly jumped down, and at the same time, Huitong collected the fallen tigers into her space. She said, "Let's go." Mo-Bei seemed to see nothing, and followed her to leave together. He didn't ask anything, which made Huitong feel very pleased. As they continued walking, they encountered a few small monkeys. When they saw Huitong, they immediately hid away. From afar, they could smell a strong killing aura on her. This human was full of beastly scent, not easy to mess with. A group of 7 wolves was leisurely wandering in the forest. When they saw her, they paused and showed no signs of attacking. Huitong also noticed them. She kept her calm, suppressed her surprise, and watched their reactions. As long as they didn't attack, she wouldn't hurt them. Mo-Bei also glared at them silently, warning them not to act rashly. They were not to be underestimated. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Whether humans or animals, only the strong survive, and the weak perish. Fortunately, along the way, no animal dared to attack her again. Even the king of the forest had fallen to her countless times, so other animals avoided her. After passing this place, they arrived at a clear spring, where water flowed and plants grew lushly. Further ahead, Huitong discovered a wild ginseng known as the king of herbs. This wild ginseng absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth and rich nutrients from the mountain soil, making it extremely powerful when used. Although her space was not lacking in treasures like these, Huitong crouched down again, a happy expression on her face, and dug out the wild ginseng by the root. Who would dislike having more treasures, right? Mo-Bei looked at her, took his knife, and helped her dig out the ginseng. They all piled the herbs together, waiting for her to collect them later. When Huitong noticed, he had already helped dig out all the wild ginseng from those spots and obediently moved a little farther away, not looking at her secret that was no longer a secret. In his case, it was no longer secret. Huitong looked at the dug-up ginseng, thought for a moment, then decided not to bother anymore. While Mo-Bei was away, she collected everything into her space and went to wash her hands by the creek. Suddenly, she heard Mo Bei shout, "Tong Tong, there's a cave over here." Tong hurried over after hearing the call. Outside the cave entrance, grass had grown over it. Upon entering, she found a different world inside. The stone walls of the cave were carved with various martial arts moves. Some of the traditional Chinese characters written there she could recognize, as she had learned a few days of traditional characters with Mo Bei. But not all of them.
Montag bei Naturlehre Komizet Everiting.
This was a secret manual for a flying sword technique, passed down to males but not to females. Tong looked at it and sneered, saying, "This senior is still biased against women." She was still unwilling to learn. She turned around to look elsewhere, noticing a skeleton on the ground, almost stepping on it. She was startled and took a few steps back, saying, "Sorry to bother you, senior. We need to stay here for a few days. You don't mind, do you?" Although he was biased against women, she was still willing to help him and let him rest peacefully. Over with Mo Bei, he was fully focused on reading the writing on the wall, unaware of what was happening with Tong. She took a military knife, dug a small hole in the ground, and buried the skeleton. At that moment, Mo Bei reached out to pull out a sword stuck in the ground. The sword was drawn, and a cold aura spread around it. It was a black iron sword, weighing about 80 jin, 40 kilograms. This black iron was a rare material from outer space, made from meteorite fragments that fell to Earth, composed of iron, nickel, and silicate minerals. Black iron was very precious. If forged into a weapon, it could cut through iron easily and be invincible. "Tong Tong, there's another sword here." Tong, still burying the skeleton, didn't lift her head and said, "The sword is destined for you. Just keep it." After she finished burying the skeleton, she looked up to see Mo Bei practicing the moves on the wall with the sword he had taken. Tong glanced at him, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. Then she walked out. She circled outside the cave, then arrived at a steep cliff. Looking down, she remembered this location. It was the spot below the canyon. If the king returned, he would pass through this canyon. When there's no way out, there's always a path. Now, the cave was found, and the canyon's entrance was located. She just needed to wait here for the king's return. Tong Tong, Tong Tong. Mo Bei, who had just come out of the cave after realizing she was gone, hurriedly looked for her. Tong waved at him and said, "Xiao Bei, I'm here." Mo Bei quickly ran over and grabbed her arm.
"Tong Tong, why didn't you call me?"
Although he knew she could handle wild animals in the mountains alone, he was still worried when she ran out by herself. Tong smiled gently and said, "I saw you so absorbed in learning. I didn't want to disturb you." Mo Bei said, "Come on, bring the villagers over. Maybe we should destroy the sword moves on the wall first?" Tong thought it was better not to let too many people see. The good stuff should be kept for Xiao Bei to use alone. Mo Bei replied, "What the senior left behind, anyone with fate can learn. Whether they could master it depended on the individual. Just like studying, not everyone could become top scholar. Many people couldn't even pass the exam to become a scholar." After the surprise, Tong also smiled and said, "I was narrow-minded. Little Bei has a big plan, and she believes she is better than others in this regard." On their happy way back, the villagers are eagerly waiting. "Lulu, where have you two been?" Yang approaches quickly, clearly worried. The villagers rush over, calling out to Madame Hua. Tong gestures for them to stop, nearly making her dizzy from shouting. Only then does Madame Wang speak up, saying, "Lulu, I still have the tofu I made for you." She quickly brings over her homemade scallion tofu. There is also hot rice. The tiger meat, seasoned with the leftover spices from Tong, tastes very delicious. Madame Wang hurriedly serves the rice, and Tong tells the villagers, "We just found a cave. Everyone pack up, and in a little while, follow me." The villagers are very happy. The village chief quickly spreads the word, and everyone starts packing their belongings. Tong and Mo Bei eat first. While they eat, the villagers have already packed their pots and utensils and gather around her house, watching her eat with bright eyes. Each one looks hopeful. Madame Hua repeatedly brings miracles, making the villagers feel confident again. As long as Madame Hua is here, even despair can turn into hope. Now, their eyes look at her as if they see piles of gold and silver treasures. Of course, except for Old Lady Zhao's family. Old Lady Zhao's family has become much more honest along the way, mainly because they realize they need Huatong to survive in the mountains. If they don't behave, the villagers won't forgive them. They must be driven away. After Huatong and her group finish eating, they lead the villagers onward in a grand procession. She still walks at the front, guiding the way. The little girl seems to carry a huge strength within her, despite her small size, and she doesn't seem tired at all. The village chief didn't expect that one day he would willingly respect a girl like this. When he first saw Huatong, he shook his head. How could a girl run a household? The villagers follow her through a forest, startling the small woodland animals. Who is she? She smells like the wild animals themselves. She must have killed many forest kings to have such a strong beastly aura around her. She leads the villagers into an endless wilderness, calm and carefree. Huatong brings the villagers to the cave she discovered. They go inside to look around, searching for food, hoping to find leftover rice or grains. Sure enough, in a corner, they find a pile of food. A villager shouted loudly, "There is grain here." He realized something important and was so excited he almost cried. The villagers all ran over. Huatong said, "As usual, all the grain is confiscated. Everyone can eat as much as they want." The villagers agreed, saying, "Listen to Lady Hua. Eat as much as you like." Huatong added, "Starting today, we will take turns watching by the canyon. If the king's chariot passes by, report immediately." Since they didn't know when the king would return, they could only use this method, having people watch daily. Otherwise, if they missed the king's return, it would be hard to see him again once he entered the area. Huatong explained the situation, and the village chief immediately selected people, forming 2 groups to take turns on duty each day. Once everything was arranged, everyone took a rest for the day. The villagers marked their resting spots and hid in the caves, so they could lie down and sleep peacefully. At nightfall, Huatong told the women to go wash at the water source first. After they returned, the men would go next. Everyone was sweaty and smelly, crowded in the cave, which was quite overwhelming. In September, the mountain nights grew cooler. After bathing, Huatong went to the cliff edge and saw a young boy practicing swordsmanship from afar. She sat on a nearby stone, quietly watching him. The moonlight shone like water on the boy. His sword, made of dark iron, was cold as ice, and each move was powerful and sweeping, like a rainbow in the sky. At that moment, even the moonlight seemed to lose its glow in front of him. A gentle breeze brushed his hair as he leapt and spun gracefully. Huatong watched him, gradually losing focus, her mind drifting away. Suddenly, Mobe hurried over and called her back. Huatong snapped out of her trance. Mobe said, "It's getting late. You should go to sleep." He wanted to practice a little longer but was worried she might get tired or sleepy if she stayed. Huatong nodded and stood up. She was indeed tired. After killing 2 tigers yesterday, she hadn't slept well. When she returned, all the villagers had fallen asleep, with occasional snores.
Sigh.
Fortunately, she was used to the snoring. Huatong went into the small tent that Mobe had set up for her. Among all the villagers, only her family had a small tent. Lying inside, she slowly closed her eyes. Outside the cave, a young boy was still practicing swordsmanship. When he was exhausted, he returned to the cave and used a stone to block the entrance. After lying down, I thought I would have a good night's sleep, but in my dreams and outside, I kept thinking about that sword technique. The next day, it was very bright in the morning. Villagers gradually woke up, some preparing breakfast, others stretching outside the cave. Huatong looked at Mobe sleeping soundly on the ground and didn't wake him. Everyone was used to this life. When they were extremely tired, not even a tiger would wake them. Huatong called a villager on duty to check the cliff edge and pointed below, saying, "See that? If someone passes by here, they will be visible. If the king returns, he will definitely bring many carriages and troops. It would be very noticeable. As long as someone watched here regularly, they would surely notice. A few villagers peeked down to look and assured they would keep watch here. After finishing the arrangements, Huatong went back. Mobe woke up to the noise of villagers talking. After washing up, Madame Wang prepared breakfast. The family sat together, drinking porridge and eating some pancakes. After greeting Huatong and leaving, Mobe carried his sword and went out. Although there were words written on the cave wall, many villagers couldn't read. Even the village chief, who could read, wouldn't pay attention to the writing on the wall. Even if they noticed, they weren't interested in studying it. Learning martial arts is best done early. He was already old and couldn't move well anymore. When he had free time, Huatong asked Huiyang and a few boys to go cut some bamboo or trees. When Carpenter Li Gao saw her bringing back so many things, he asked what she planned to do. Huatong said, make some wooden swords to practice. The village chief thought this was a good idea and hurriedly said, Madam Huer, are you planning for the villagers to practice swordsmanship with Mobe? He had already seen Mobe practicing sword alone nearby, looking quite skilled. Huatong's original plan was for her family to practice swordsmanship with Mobe. Hearing this, she had no choice but to nod. Carpenter Li Gao was very happy. Now he had work to do. He immediately called his two sons to help. The village chief then gathered the strong young men and said, from now on, you will all practice swordsmanship with Mobe. It will help strengthen your bodies and prepare you to defend against enemies. The men in the village were very happy. With the help of the carpenter's family, the wooden swords were quickly made. Huiyang got his first wooden sword and happily said, Lulu, once I master the ultimate martial skills, I will protect you. So, she wouldn't have to risk herself up front anymore. Later, even children like Li Fong and Ren Chen joined the sword training team. Originally, Mobe was practicing swordsmanship alone, but he became their teacher. Everyone then realized that the sword in his hand was unusual. Huiyang asked him, Mobe, where did you get that sword? He replied, I found it. Why does it seem like all the good things he finds are taken by him? He also wishes to find a real sword. This wooden sword can't kill anyone after all. That day, the villagers were still as happy as during the New Year. First, the young people had something to do, and everyone became full of energy. Huatong also found some tasks for the women, telling them to dig bamboo shoots and pick mushrooms. They brought back baskets of free bamboo shoots and mushrooms. The villagers ate and drank happily. From time to time, Huatong would throw a tiger out of her space for them. Since there were fewer wild animals attacking, life in the mountains became more enjoyable. Seeing the villagers and Huatong's family getting along well, Grandma Zhao was jealous and crazy with envy. She could only send her grandson to practice swordsmanship with the villagers to get close to them. She also shamelessly brought her family's women to flatter Huatong, saying, Lulu, thanks to you on this journey, we managed to survive and reach here. Grandma Zhao also lowered her pride and tried to flatter her, saying, Lulu, just let go of the past. Huatong was sitting on a stone, watching Mobe practice swordsmanship. When she heard this, she looked at her coldly. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiao, hurriedly said, Lulu, look, your grandma is begging you. Do you really need her to kneel and kowtow before you? Her second daughter-in-law also quickly added, Yes, Lulu, don't be angry with your grandma. I have other things to do, Huatong said, and stood up to leave. She didn't believe that someone who would sell her own granddaughter could suddenly change for the better. Grandma Zhao was clearly a villain. She looked mean, greedy, and scheming. If she suddenly turned nice, it would probably be for her own gain. Huatong walked away angrily, making Grandma Zhao stare in frustration. Her eldest daughter-in-law quietly said, Mother, forget it. She doesn't want to talk to us. Her second daughter-in-law also whispered, Mother, let her be. We're just following the villagers. As long as we don't speak badly about her, others won't bother us. Grandma Zhao snapped, You don't know anything. She had already realized that Huatong was no longer her real granddaughter. She had transformed completely, as if blessed by divine help. On the way to escape hardship, they faced many dangers, but because of Huatong, they also had continuous good luck. She wants to hold Huatong tightly in her hands to bring good fortune to her family. However, the girl is stubborn and refuses to cooperate, so old Lady Zhao can only get angry and watch as other villagers receive her protection, enjoying food and drink every day, living happily. These villagers are not related to her by blood, so why do they get to eat and drink? Because of her granddaughter. At that moment, Huatong had already run far away. Relying on the mountains for resources is indeed a good idea. She plans to look around to see if there are any good things the villagers can pick. The mountain has many fruits, some poisonous, and because they cannot tell which are safe and which are not, villagers do not dare to pick unknown fruits without her approval. After wandering around the mountain, Huatong returned to the small house and heard the gentle sound of a zither from afar. Although the music was beautiful, she sensed a faint sadness in it. She guessed that it was probably because the person was unable to move properly and felt unhappy. Huatong ran outside the yard to look and called out, "When did your leg become lame? Maybe I can help you check it." Although this person seemed strange, anyone hiding deep in the mountains was probably not an ordinary person. She was quite curious. The music suddenly stopped, and the young man looked over, surprised to see her still there.
Who are you?
"What are you doing here?" Someone suddenly shouted. Huatong turned around and saw a young servant carrying a bamboo basket walking over. She glanced at the fierce-looking servant and said, "Just passing by." The young master inside the yard suddenly said, "Qining, bring her in." The servant, after receiving the master's order, looked at Huatong and then said, "Come with me." He reached the door and warned her, "Follow my steps, or you might get killed by a hidden arrow and there will be no one to save you." Huatong followed his steps and realized he was walking through a bagua formation. This yard was definitely not for ordinary people. The young man sitting in a wheelchair looked at Huatong with a cold gaze. Being in the mountain of beasts and still alive, he was probably not an ordinary person. The young man asked, "What is your name?" As a refugee, she didn't mind sharing her name, so she simply replied, "Huatong." "Why are you here?" Since he had already asked her 2 questions, out of politeness, Huatong chose not to answer and instead asked, "And why are you here?" "You said you are a doctor. What proof do you have to show for yourself?" Huatong replied, "Your legs have been broken for 3 months, with shattered bones. It doesn't look like they'll heal well." She then changed the subject. "If I perform surgery on you, there's still a chance your legs can recover. But I see you probably won't believe me, so I won't bother you further." After speaking, she turned and walked away confidently, leaving his gossip maze behind. The servant boy behind was stunned. He didn't expect her to remember everything after just 1 walk. He hurriedly asked, "Young master, who is that person?" The young master said, "I don't know. Let's follow and see." The servant boy put down his basket and immediately followed her. Huatong's pace quickened on her way back, mainly because it was getting late. If she returned late, the villagers would worry again. As for the person following her, she seemed unaware of him. Her caution was quite strong, which was understandable. When she got back, Mo Bei, Huyang, and some villagers were already outside the cave, watching. As soon as they saw her return, they hurried to spread the news. "Poor lady has come back. Poor lady has come back." Those who didn't know might think she was on a tour. Mo Bei also quickly approached and grabbed her arm, asking, "Where have you been?" Seeing his concern, Huatong's heart softened. She replied, "I was just looking around to see if there are any wild fruits or herbs to eat." Since she was safe, the village chief also called everyone inside. "Come in, everyone. It's late. Don't run around, or wild animals might come." Everyone went inside, and the village chief called a young man over to seal the cave entrance so they could rest and eat peacefully inside. The servant boy Qining, who had been following Huatong, listened at the cave entrance. He looked inside through in the stone for a while before returning to report. It was obvious they were a group of villagers fleeing from danger. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, those who needed to sleep went to rest. Many, exhausted from practicing sword all day with Mo Bei, collapsed and fell asleep. Huatong also lay down in her tent to sleep, but Mo Bei quietly got up again. Under the moonlight, he seemed tireless. After practicing sword for another 2 hours, he finally returned to rest. As he lay down and fell asleep, he dreamed of practicing sword all night until dawn. The next morning, Huotong took out a tiger from her space and shared it with the villagers to eat. Villagers, as usual, were doing different things. Some were hunting tigers, some sitting by the cliff waiting and hoping, some practicing swordsmanship with Mo Bei, some digging bamboo shoots and picking wild fruits with Huotong, and some women washing clothes by the stream. They lived like this for 3 days. During this time, the young servant had secretly come here 3 times to look around. One afternoon, Qi Ning, the young servant, came to find Huotong. Huotong was lying on a large rock, basking in the mountain sun and feeling the mountain breeze, looking lazy. Others continued practicing swords with Mo Bei. Some who were tired sat on the ground resting. Qi Ning approached her and said, "Lady Hua, my young master asks you to come over. I'm busy now. Can't you see I'm busy?" Now they needed her help, so she had to act a bit important. But she wasn't really busy. She was just lying on the rock resting like a cat. "Lady Hua," the young servant called again from below the rock. Suddenly, Huotong stood up from the rock, holding a wooden sword, practicing her sword moves. Although it's usually said that men learn swordsmanship and women don't, she just made a few moves. She wasn't really learning. She was just pretending. The young servant looked at her and had no choice but to leave. After he left, Huotong lay back down to sunbathe, resting her head on her arm. Humming a little tune, she made up herself to the rhythm of the sword practice sounds. After about 15 minutes, 2 villagers guarding the cliff suddenly ran over, looking panicked. "Lady Hua, something terrible has happened," they shouted. Huotong quickly sat up and asked, "Slow down, what's going on? There are several people climbing up from the canyon. Are the soldiers coming to catch us from there?" Huotong narrowed her eyes and quickly decided, "Spread the word. Everyone retreat into the cave." The 2 immediately relayed the message, and in no time, all villagers ran back into the cave to hide. Huotong covered the cave entrance with stones and some grass to block it. The grass here was originally lush, but because villagers kept coming and going, much of it was trampled flat. After hiding the entrance well, she and Mo Bei lay by the cave opening, listening to the sounds outside. Sure enough, after a while, many footsteps approached, and someone shouted loudly, "Move all these stones to that side." A group of people in black came closer, moving stones in pairs. The leader of the group was giving orders back and forth. The villagers hiding in the cave didn't dare make a sound. Huotong and Mo Bei quietly exchanged glances, both recalling the previous canyon disaster, where someone threw stones from the cliff. Now, these people had come to move stones on the cliff, but what were they really after? Thinking with their toes, they knew it must be someone important passing through. Afraid of the wild animals from Beast's Mountain, they dared not enter the mountain freely, so they took great trouble to climb up from here. This was the lowest ground and the easiest place to climb. Huotong pulled Mo Bei quietly away from the cave entrance, stepped inside, and whispered, "Little Bei, I suddenly have a big guess. Do you think these people set an ambush here to wait for the King of War to pass by?" Mo Bei replied, "It's possible." The village chief hurried over quietly and asked, "Madam Hua, what's the situation outside?" Huotong shared what she knew. The village chief exclaimed, "These bad people are definitely planning to do something terrible here. Madam Hua, what should we do to stop them?" In the past, many villagers had died here after leaving the mountain. The village chief hated these people and felt instinctively that they were all villains. After a moment, Huotong said, "Let me first see how many of them there are. Until then, everyone stay here and do not go near the cave entrance." This was to prevent them from being noticed. After giving this order, she went back to hide near the cave entrance. Through the cracks between the stones, they could clearly see the people coming and going outside. It looked like they wanted to move all the surrounding stones away. After a while, Mo Nan and Mo Bei also wanted to peek out but were driven back by Mo Bei. They were mainly worried that someone might accidentally push the stones down. To prevent their plans from being exposed, Those outside would surely kill anyone who might reveal the secret. The people outside kept moving stones, while Huatong and Mo sat at the cave entrance waiting. They kept watching until evening, when the movement finally stopped. At night, the villagers dared not light fires inside the cave and could only eat dry food to fill their stomachs. Outside, the people also had dry food. Under the cover of darkness, Huatong quietly opened the cave entrance, and she and Mo tiptoed out. They went outside to scout around. Huatong looked out and saw a dark mass on the cliff. There were about 700 or 800 people, and a leader was loudly speaking, "This mission can only succeed, not fail. As soon as the target appears, we will do whatever it takes to take his life." The crowd echoed loudly, "Victory! Victory! Victory!"
Huotong pullet Montag bei Bett quietly.
Inside the cave was completely dark. Everyone dared not light any fires. Huatong returned and told the village chief, "There are about 700 or 800 enemies, maybe more. Everyone should rest early." The village chief relayed the message. When the villagers heard that so many enemies had arrived, they were so frightened they didn't dare to make a sound. Their village had only about 500 people, which was not enough to fight them. After giving the instructions, Huatong went into her tent and lay down. After a while, she quietly called out, "Xiao Bei." Outside the tent, Mo responded softly, "I'm here."
Come over.
Mo got up and quietly entered her tent. Once he was inside, Huatong sealed the tent tightly and whispered, "Xiao Bei, tomorrow, the two of us." After a secret plan, they waited until dawn. The next day, at dawn, Huatong and Mo quietly left the cave entrance. The villagers, who hadn't slept well all night, were now wide awake, watching them. Huatong and Mo sneaked out of the cave, using the thick grass as cover, moving step by step forward. As it got lighter, the black-clad attackers who had been waiting for a surprise attack also woke up, still snacking on dry food. Most of them hid behind rocks, leaving about a dozen standing on the cliff to patrol and watch the area below. From the cliff, they could see far into the distance. Someone used a telescope to look down, and after a while, the person shouted loudly, "Boss, they're coming." The leader immediately ordered, "Get ready." Everyone hid behind the rocks, ready to throw stones when someone passed by. Huatong and Mo also prepared. They hid in the grass, each armed with a machine gun. Huatong was quietly teaching Mo how to use it.
Montag bei nodded, indicating he understood.
After a while, they heard a voice from that side shout, "Attack." Stones piled at the edge of the cliff were thrown down, and at the same time, gunfire erupted behind them. The stones and people on the cliff rolled down together, shocking the black-clad attackers standing there. The leader immediately ran toward the sound, rushing to the spot where the noise came from, but was quickly shot by Huatong. The people on the cliff suffered heavy casualties, and chaos broke out instantly. Someone shouted loudly, "There are people over here. Follow me and catch them." Someone rushed over, but was shot down before reaching them. Meanwhile, chaos also erupted below the cliff. Dozens of stones rolled down suddenly, blocking the road. The group was forced to stop, and some people stepped out of the carriage. Sure enough, King Yu and Wei Junlin had returned. The two drew their swords, ready to fight, just as rocks started falling from the cliff, along with groups of black-clad men. As they descended, they immediately shattered into pieces. Everyone was shocked and surprised. King Yu and Wei Junlin quickly ran over to check the bodies of the dead. Many people had holes punched through their backs, holes they recognized. During the salt mine incident, Commander Liu also had a hole like that in his body. They later found an unusual object inside him. To this day, they still didn't know what that strange object was. Seeing the hole, King Yu said, "Lady Hua is above." Wei Junlin replied, "There's an ambush up there." King Yu said, "Lady Hua has been spotted." From this, he quickly deduced that Lady Hua hadn't entered the city and probably lived above. Rocks and bodies continued to fall, and some people grabbed ropes to climb down. Wei Junlin took his bow and arrow, shooting at those trying to climb down. King Yu also ordered, "Prepare for battle." The enemy had over 800 soldiers, maybe more. Even with Huatong and Mo Bei fighting fiercely, they couldn't defeat everyone instantly. Once the enemy noticed something was wrong, they immediately surrounded them. Huatong and Mo Bei could no longer hide, and their machine guns had run out of bullets. With no time to reload, Huatong and Mo Bei stood up and charged forward. Mo Bei drew his mysterious iron sword, and Huatong grabbed her military knife. As they rushed out, Hunter Mo led his two sons and some villagers shouting and rushing to join the fight. Most villagers didn't have weapons, only sticks, bamboo arrows, or wooden swords. Huatong was shocked. "Who told you to come out and risk your lives? Go back, all of you." Despite her shouts, the villagers bravely charged forward, shouting loudly, "Lady Hua, we're not afraid of them." With so many villains, if they kept hiding and didn't help, Lady Hua would likely struggle to hold them off. Though brave, the villagers were unarmed. Some were immediately stabbed by the black-clad men. Huatong shouted fiercely, her sword instantly stained with blood. Mo Bei's iron sword also emitted a cold aura, cutting down black-clad men wherever it went. Mo Liahu, along with his two sons Mo Nan and Mo Shi, fiercely faced the enemy's blades, wielding knives like weapons. At the same time, Huayang also raised a broken sword and shouted as he charged forward. The villagers, strong and capable, were called out by the village chief to fight. Villagers without weapons hurriedly grabbed the enemy's swords and rushed into battle. Servant Xining arrived just in time to see this scene. The mountain was filled with corpses. A group of unarmed refugees faced off against a group of well-trained killers. Let's call them assassins. Many villagers naturally couldn't gain the upper hand. Qining's gaze grew colder. When his master's son learned that Lady Hu didn't want to come again, he sent him to invite people once more. He had planned to visit 3 times, but unexpectedly, a slaughter broke out here. After watching for a while, Qining suddenly drew a soft sword from his waist and leaped into action. Soft swords are a difficult type of weapon to master. Unlike other weapons, they are not suitable for chopping or stabbing, but they can cut and swing at incredible speed, like a whip, making them hard to defend against. In an instant, several black-clad men had their throats cut and fell to the ground. Soft swords kill by cutting the carotid arteries. Most armor doesn't protect the neck, and these men weren't wearing armor either. In moments, the corpses on the cliff were numerous. Seeing the situation turning bad, the remaining black-clad men turned and ran down the cliff. They slid down the vines below. Huatong and Mo Bei's side rushed over, swinging their military knives to cut the vines. As the vines were cut, those halfway down screamed and fell. Finally, the area by the cliff became quiet. All the black-clad men had been killed. Qining, holding a bloody sword, came over and asked, "Lady Hua, what happened here?" Huatong couldn't confirm if the people below were from the Imperial Guard, so she replied, "Someone passed by. These people were discussing a surprise attack on passers-by, and we just happened to overhear it." Qining looked at her with some suspicion. Was she meddling too much? He had his guesses. Perhaps the people passing by were not ordinary. Huatong turned back and said, "All the injured should be taken back." The village chief hurriedly ordered villagers to help carry the wounded back. Huatong led the villagers into the cave. She took out her medical kit, and Mo Bei, Huayang, and Mo Nan each took medicine from her to treat their minor injuries and bandage them. Qining came over to look, examined her small medical kit, and confirmed she was truly a healer. "What should I do?" "I'll help you." He also wanted to bring the injured to see the young master, offering to help in any way he could. Huatong handed him the medicine and cloth, instructing him to bandage the minor injuries. There are several seriously injured people, wounded on their arms. Huatong sewed their wounds. A few more people have died. Huatong quickly treated the injuries and told the villagers to take good care of the wounded. If anyone develops a fever, give them the medicine she left. She plans to go down and see if the people below are the royal guard. When Huatong went out, Mo Bei followed closely behind. Qining also hurriedly asked, "Madam Hu, where are you going?" "To see what's below." She grabbed a rope and tested it. The people here had tied many ropes to descend quickly. Hu Tong took a slide down one rope and told the people above, "Wait here." The people above wouldn't just wait patiently, so Mo Bei and Qining immediately followed her down. The three of them each held a rope and descended. At this moment, the cliff below also became quiet. Looking out, the scene was full of fallen bodies. Some were enemies, and some were from the royal guard side. Although Hu Tong's team had launched a surprise attack on the cliff, the enemy army was large, and they couldn't defeat everyone instantly. More than half of the enemy soldiers fell off the cliff and fought with the royal guard's troops below. This time, the royal guard was escorting a large amount of treasure. In the Yanzhou area, the provincial governor, prefect, and military governor's households were all looted. The treasures from those three families were taken by him. To safely these treasures back to the imperial capital, he also dispatched 1,000 soldiers from various regions to protect the convoy. It is said that on the way to help with disaster relief, the Royal Guard's army encountered thousands of bandits. During the fighting, many soldiers were killed or injured. Later, at the Jade mine, Lu, the military governor, set a trap, nearly destroying the entire army. Now, to bring back 10 million in wealth to the capital, they had to mobilize troops from other regional cities. As Hu Tong's team descended from the cliff, the Royal Guard and Wei Junlin also noticed them. Wei Junlin aimed his bow and arrow to shoot but then retracted it, saying, "Royal Guard, Madam who has come down." The Royal Guard leader also saw this and quickly went over. The three safely landed on the ground. Hu Tong hurriedly approached and called out, "Royal Guard, Wei Gongzi." The Royal Guard said, "Hu Tong, you've saved us again." Hu Tong replied, "As long as you're safe." She was also hoping he would settle the villagers. The Royal Guard looked at her, dusty and tired, with bloodstains on her face, but she still looked no different. Although she was just a young girl, she bore the responsibility of an entire village. "Have you not registered your household yet?" Even though he was sure of the answer, the Royal Guard still asked to confirm. Hu Tong nodded. "Although I took your token, they say I found it by chance." She explained what happened at the city gate. The king saw this and became a bit angry. Hard not to be upset. He said, "Hu Tong, you can stay here for one more night. Tomorrow morning, I will come personally to pick you up. Bring the villagers and meet me at the foot of 100 Beasts Mountain." "All right, farewell." Hu Tong returned along the same path. The king looked up and saw the three people and the monkey-like creature quickly climbing to the top. His eyes darkened. He turned around and ordered his soldiers to reorganize the army and set out. On the way back, the king chose to sit on his horse, looking stern. Less than 20 miles from the Imperial city, someone dared to ambush him here. How little did they want him to return? Meanwhile, after returning, Hu Tong also brought back news of the king. When the villagers heard that the king would come to pick them up tomorrow, many started crying. They had been waiting for stability for a long time. Now, there was finally hope, but several people had just died. Though they felt happy, they also felt sad. Qining looked around inside the cave, said nothing, and turned to report. Until now, no one had eaten a proper meal. Hu Tong ordered the villagers to prepare food, then called some people to help handle the mountain of bodies. At that time, the king's troops entered the bustling imperial city. The city gates were wide open. Who dared to block them now? The autumn breeze was gentle. Looking around, osmanthus flowers were blooming along the road, their fragrance filling the air. Bright red leaves burned like fire, creating beautiful scenery all along the way. The busy imperial city was full of carriages and people. Blue brick and red tile houses rose everywhere. On both sides of the street, countless shops sold jewelry, silk, wine, inns rouge, and powders. So many dazzling goods. Street vendors shouted and bargained loudly. Wealthy young men and noble ladies strolled into flower houses, spending gold freely. The streets buzzed with noise. The king's troops headed straight to the magnificent palace to see the emperor. The middle-aged emperor hurried out to greet them, looking at the palace filled with boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with gold, silver, and jewels. During this trip to Yanzhou, he confiscated wealth from 3 corrupt officials, filling the imperial treasury. The emperor, angry at the three officials, was also happy. He quickly summoned people into the hall, saying, "Thank you, brother Yu, for your hard work. I finally got you back." The emperor, like a caring father, spoke earnestly, saying, "After you return this time, don't go anywhere else. Stay at the palace for a while and settle your marriage." The 24-year-old crown prince was raised by the emperor, who treated him like his own son. The crown prince did not forget this kindness. At 16, he traveled to many countries, gaining broad knowledge and seeing the world's hardships. He was determined to help his older brother keep the kingdom safe. Because of this, he often traveled for half a year, delaying his marriage plans. The crown prince said, "Brother, let's talk about serious matters." The emperor replied, "Your marriage is a serious matter." The crown prince said, "I was able to return safely this time thanks to a young lady who saved me multiple times." Hearing this, the emperor became interested. "Tell me about this young lady." The crown prince replied, "It's a long story. I'll start from Jingzhou." The emperor asked him to speak, noticing Wei Junlin was still standing nearby. He waved his hand. "What are you waiting for? Sit down." Wei Junlin sat down. The crown prince began from Jingzhou, mentioning the salt mines in Yanzhou and the caves below. The emperor listened happily, nodding in approval. "A remarkable girl. She deserves a reward. I will give her 100 taels of gold later." The crown prince said, "Brother, my savior is now outside the city gates, being driven into the 100 Beasts Mountain." The emperor was angry.
How dare they?
The crown prince explained, "It's not the time to argue about that now. She brought all the refugees from the village here, hoping for your mercy to give them a safe place. It turned out she was asking for land." The emperor said, "Since she is your benefactor, you can handle this matter." Just then, the empress and several princes entered. The empress, elegant and graceful, smiled slightly and said, "Crown Prince, you're back. The emperor missed you every day while you were gone." The crown prince bowed, "Greetings, imperial sister-in-law. Seventh uncle." The princes all bowed respectfully. The crown prince looked at them briefly, nodded, and then bowed to the emperor again, saying, "I will take my leave now." As everyone left, the emperor's gaze fell on the princes, and he said sternly, "Everyone else, leave. Only the empress and the crown prince stay." The others were puzzled, but quickly excused themselves. The crown prince, surprised, asked, "Father?" Suddenly, the emperor's teacup shattered on the ground as he angrily shouted, "Rebel! Who gave you the courage to attack your seventh uncle?" The crown prince was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he knelt down. "Father, what are you talking about?" The empress also quickly knelt, trembling. "Your Majesty, please calm down. What exactly happened?" Earlier, the Imperial Guard mentioned how Huotong saved him and talked about the canyon below, where he was ambushed and attacked by hundreds of people. Within the Imperial City, who would dare attack the Imperial Guard and wish him dead? Besides the Crown Prince, who else could it be? The Imperial Guard had grown up with him since childhood. Aside from not being made Crown Prince, he was given everything else he deserved. The Imperial Guard also did not forget his kindness. To secure his throne, he even delayed his own marriage. The emperor was fond of his younger brother, but he never expected this would cause jealousy in the crown prince. After calming his anger a little, the emperor pointed at the crown prince and said, "You think that just because you deny it, you can escape blame? Do you think I wouldn't suspect you? As the heir, is your mind only full of jealousy? Look at what you've done all these years, and compare it to what the Imperial Guard has done." The crown prince looked at him with shock and hurt, his eyes turning red. "So, father, you didn't even investigate before assuming I ordered Uncle Chi's murder? In your heart, am I really such a cold-blooded person who cares only about jealousy and blood ties? If that's the case, why not remove me as crown prince and directly appoint Uncle Chi? Wouldn't that be better?" After speaking, he stood up and ran out, furious. The emperor slammed his teacup in anger. In any country, choosing an heir involves selecting the legitimate son over others and the eldest over the talented. As the legitimate eldest son, his status was decided from birth. The Empress trembled with fear, crying, "Your Majesty, please calm down. It's all my fault, my failure to teach the Crown Prince properly. I beg your Majesty to punish me. I am willing to accept any punishment." The Emperor closed his eyes, feeling a headache from his anger. Over the Imperial city, the evening glow filled the sky. As the stars began to shine through the thick trees, illuminating Mount Beasts, the villagers inside the cave had already rested. Outside the cave, Huatong sat on a stone, watching the young man ahead.
Montag bei was still practicing swordsmanship.
Huatong watched him for a while, then called Xiao Bei. The young man sheathed his sword and came over. Huatong handed him a water bag. "Aren't you tired?
Take a break."
He seemed to be tireless, practicing swordsmanship almost all the time except when sleeping. Mo Bei sat down beside her, took the water bag, and took a few sips. "Yes, I am a bit tired." So, he tilted his head and leaned on her lap. Huatong was momentarily stunned, looked up at the sky, and said, "Tomorrow, we can leave this place." Mo Bei responded softly with a thinking about the life ahead. Huatong felt a new sense of strength. She looked at the young man lying on her lap and gently reached out to touch his face. Even after enduring hardships outdoors, his appearance remained unchanged. Under the nourishment of her spiritual spring water, he was getting better every day. The boy, touched on the face, obediently rubbed against her hand like a loyal puppy. Wherever she was, he felt safe and at ease. He was now tirelessly practicing swordsmanship just to become stronger. One day, he wanted to protect her too. He didn't want her to fight alone. The next morning, dawn broke. The villagers finished breakfast and packed their belongings. Before leaving, they went to the cliff. There, they saw the villagers' bodies. They came to say goodbye. They were about to leave, but some villagers were left behind forever. Among the crowd, some quietly sobbed. The ones buried here were their loved ones. After bowing and paying respects to the villagers, Huatong left. At the mountain's edge of the 100 Beasts Mountain, a grave was also dug. There, they buried those who had crossed mountains and valleys with them. They once thought leaving the mountain meant hope, but tragically, they lost their lives in the canyon below. The villagers came again with Huatong to bow and say farewell. The group left 100 Beasts Mountain in a grand procession, bypassed the canyon, and headed toward the Imperial capital. From afar, they saw someone riding a horse toward them. Sure enough, the king's envoy came personally. He dismounted, and Huatong stepped forward, bowing and greeting, "Your Majesty." The villagers didn't know how to properly bow, and all did a clumsy, informal gesture. The king's envoy glanced at the people behind her and said, "There are so many of you. It's impossible to settle everyone in one village. We will assign you to different places." The village chief hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, we want to follow Lady Hua. Wherever she goes, we go." The other villagers quickly agreed. They refused to be separated from Huatong. The king's envoy was slightly surprised, not expecting this situation. Huatong had only recently arrived in their village, yet they were so loyal that they insisted on following her. After the surprise, the envoy felt comforted. Such a woman truly had the power to make people follow her wholeheartedly. A nearby officer hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, there are too many of them. There's no big enough village for all of them to settle in." It was true, they simply didn't have enough space, which made things difficult. The king thought for a moment and said, "If you all insist on staying together, I can assign you a new piece of land. You will need to clear it and rebuild your homes. This will be very hard work." The village head replied, "As long as we are with Lady Hua, we are willing to do anything." The king looked at Huatong, waiting for her to speak. Huatong nodded and said, "All right, we agree to their choice." They had shared life and hardships with these villagers. Huatong was also willing to continue living in the same village with them. The king said to the officer, "The land should not be too far from the Imperial city. Assign a piece within 50 miles. It would be convenient for villagers to go to the city later to do small businesses and support their families." The officer had a bright idea and said, Your Majesty, no one lives within 10 miles of the Beast's Mountain. It's a good place with mountains and water. How about arranging them there? The king coldly replied, What if I send you to Beast's Mountain? What do you think? The officer was frightened and quickly said, Your Majesty, there is no suitable land within 20 miles, let alone 80 miles. Unless they are willing to split up and settle in other villages. What kind of place is the Imperial city? It's under the Emperor's rule, with land so valuable that it's crowded with people. The king wanted to find a piece of land within 50 miles of the Imperial city for these refugees. But all the land was already divided, and even if there was some left, it was in the hands of nobles and officials. The land at Beast's Mountain had been unused because wild animals were too many, and some brave beasts would come out and harm people. While they were struggling with this, Huatong suddenly said, Your Majesty, we will live at the foot of Beast's Mountain. The king was still worried and said, There are often wild animals on the mountain. If they come into the village, it will be very dangerous. Huatong replied, I am not afraid. Since she had taken the king's token and knew how difficult he was and that some people opposed him, she didn't want him to worry. The village head gritted his teeth and agreed, Yes, we're not afraid. The other villagers also nodded, We're not afraid. Now that they had a place to stay, they were very happy. They had seen many wild animals along the way, but now they just lived at the foot of the mountain. So what was there to fear? The king thought for a moment and said, Let's go see this land. He led the way, with Huatong and the others following him. They arrived at the foot of Beast's Mountain and looked around. He pointed to a distant area and said, This place within 10 miles is uninhabited. If you want this land, you will need to start from scratch. They would need to clear the land and build houses. So, even so, are you still willing to stay at Beast Mountain?
Huatong said yes.
The people from their village live here, and that's enough. Since they have no objections, the king of the Imperial court told the officials, handle all the necessary paperwork for them. The officials responded, Follow me. He wanted to help these people settle here, so one family at a time, they came to report and register. The king of the Imperial court looked at the villagers going to register, made a gesture, and his trusted aide stepped forward carrying a box. The king said, Inside are 1,000 taels of gold and 5,000 taels of silver. These are your rewards from His Majesty. He deliberately mentioned this when the villagers were registering, to avoid making them jealous of the rewards. Huatong was surprised but understood that the king was speaking well of her in front of the emperor. She quickly said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. Thank you, King of the Imperial Court, for your support. These silver coins arrived just in time, like a breath of fresh air in a difficult situation. To rebuild the home, a lot of silver investment was needed. The king said, If you need any help, just ask. Huatong replied, When I think of something, I will tell you. Just as they were talking, they heard a carriage approaching quickly. The king looked back and saw that the carriage had a sign that read Jing'an Marquis Residence. Indeed, the carriage from the Jing'an Marquis Residence had arrived. When the carriage stopped, Wei Junlin stepped out, followed by Wei Zifeng and Wei Zissou. Wei Zissou got off the carriage and hurried over, waving his little hand and calling out, Master, Master, you finally came. Wei Zifeng quickly followed, his eyes full of joy. Seeing the king of the Imperial court was also here, he first bowed. If Wei Junlin hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known Huatong was here. When they met again, Huatong was also very happy. She reached out and patted Zissou's little head, smiling at Zifeng and saying, Zifeng, once my home is built, come over to play. Her home wasn't finished yet, and when friends came to visit, she had nowhere to host them. Wei Zifeng still didn't know that this land was allocated to the Qingchuan village people. He asked, Where will you live? Huatong smiled and said, Right here. The land at Beast's Mountain now belongs to our village. Wei Zissou was shocked and said, Master, there's nothing here. Moreover, there was a mountain behind, which seemed very scary. Huatong chuckled softly and said, It will be soon. With so many people in our village, building will go quickly. As she spoke about these things, her face shone with happiness. It was as if a beautiful home was just within reach. Clearly, she is a refugee fleeing hardship, but everyone present does not look down on her. Wei Zifeng quickly said, Huatong, you don't need to worry about the silver. I will send it over and help you build your home. Wei Zissou scratched his head and said, Master, I want to help you too, but I don't have any silver. He is just a young boy and didn't even carry a money pouch when he went out. Someone has already arranged what to buy and what to eat. Huatong smiled and patted his head, feeling touched. She thought, when I need it, I will borrow from you guys again. The Crown Prince ordered his personal guard, Lung Sang, go bring Steward One here and have him watch over this place. Listen to Huatong's instructions. The guard responded and went to carry out the order. Wei Zissou hurriedly said, Master, why don't you stay at my house for a while? Once your house is built, you can come back and live. Huatong smiled and said, I need to watch the animals on the mountain so they don't sneak down while people are sleeping. Wei Zissou had no choice but to give up and curiously asked if she had seen the animals on the mountain. After chatting for a while, the Crown Prince left, saying goodbye to Huatong. Wei Zifeng also bid farewell to Huatong, planning to return quickly and deliver the silver to her. Wei Zissou waved his small hand and said tearfully, Master, I will come to see you again. When he gets back to the mansion, he must find a way to persuade his parents to lend some silver to help his master rebuild her home. Huatong watched them leave. Huayang and Mo Nan, along with a few boys, took the opportunity to hide the silver containing their wealth so villagers wouldn't see and become suspicious. The villagers were still registering with the officials. The village head came over and said, Madam Hua, what should we do now? Huatong said, since this land has been allocated to us, let's think carefully about how to use it and how to build it to look better. The village head replied, Madam Hua, we will listen to you. Huatong added, you can also share your opinions and ideas. Suddenly, they were asked to design the land themselves, but the villagers had no clear ideas. Huatong continued, this is the Imperial capital, where prices are high. Building houses here will require a lot of silver. My idea is that each family should contribute as much silver as they can. First, see how much silver we can gather. Each family reports how much silver they will contribute, and the village head keeps track of the numbers. Everyone agreed, and now they needed to gather silver for the village head. The village head said, first, go into the city and buy what you need. We will count everything in the afternoon. During this time, everyone still needs to stay outside for a while. You should buy some tents to use. The weather will get cooler, and you can't sleep outside all the time. If it rains, it will be even more troublesome. As for their family, they already have tents ready. Huatong arranged for the items to be purchased, and each family sent a representative to go to the city. The villagers of Yanzhou have some savings, since they made a lot of money with Huatong before. However, the silver from the Li Zheng family was too much to carry during the flood, so they had to throw away a box. Now, thinking back, Li Zheng's family feels sad about losing it. Huatong also sent Mo Liahu to buy things in the city. Mo Nan and Mo she wanted to go see the city, so they went along. After sending people out, the women who cooked started preparing food. While no one was paying attention, Huatong secretly put the 2 big boxes brought by the king into her space. After finishing this, she checked the injuries of some villagers. Minor and major injuries healed well with her medicine. At this moment, Mo Wenj ran over, panicked, shouting, Mother, where are our boxes? They've disappeared. She had never seen gold before and wanted to take a look, but suddenly the boxes were gone. Wang Shi hushed her, saying, Don't panic and make a fuss. They can't be lost. But the boxes really were missing. She was anxious. Wang Shi couldn't explain clearly, so she didn't say much. Mo Wenj was so worried, she went to find Huatong, pulling her aside quietly and whispering, The silver brought by the king is all gone. It can't fly away, Huatong said, walking away to check the villagers again. Mo Wenj wanted to say more, but Mo Bei, passing by, pulled her away. Why aren't they worried? Mo Wenj stomped her feet in frustration. At that moment, as Wei Junlin's carriage stopped and the 3 brothers entered the house, a loud, hearty voice was heard. Oh, Our Grand Scholar is finally back. It was Granny Tang, Wei Junlin's grandmother. She led everyone out to welcome him. Today at court, Wei Junlin was promoted to the position of Dongge Grand Scholar. After returning from a trip, he was promoted directly from a 6th-rank Hanlin Academy editor to a 5th-rank Grand Scholar in the cabinet. During this period, the Grand Scholar was like an advisor and secretary to the emperor, holding decision-making power but still under the emperor's authority. In Jinghua, the highest official position was the prime minister. The second highest was the assistant prime minister, who helped the prime minister. The Grand Scholar, ranked as a 5th-rank official, was just below the prime minister. Currently, there are only about 7 or 8 Grand Scholars in the cabinet. The official was dismissed from his position, and Wei Junlin, after leaving the court, didn't have time to return home to inform anyone. Instead, he directly took Wei Zifeng and Wei Zissou, who were waiting anxiously at the gate, to find Huatong. Yesterday, after returning from the palace, he had voluntarily told Wei Zifeng about Huatong and promised to take him to Bisho Mountain to see her today. Initially, Wei Zifeng, who had been indifferent to him, finally agreed to speak and led Wei Zissou to wait outside his house. Wei Junlin entered the hall amid everyone's admiration, while Wei Zifeng took the opportunity to run back to his own courtyard. He carried out a wooden box filled with silver notes, opened it, and counted the notes in his hand. He finally counted out 10,000 taels of silver, placed them into a pouch, and planned to visit Bisho Mountain after lunch to deliver the silver. In the afternoon, after the villagers had finished eating, the village chief sat down to have everyone report how much silver they could contribute. Huatong approached him and explained that he should also include the village carpenters, bricklayers, and stonemasons in the count. The village chief agreed and asked, "There are villagers claiming to be stonemasons and carpenters. They can build tables, chairs, wardrobes, and beds for everyone." Everyone was excited, eager to start work immediately. At that moment, Lung Sang brought over Manager Wan, sent by the royal prince, to meet Huatong. Manager Wan, in his 40s, was capable enough to serve under the prince. Despite Huatong being a simple farmer girl who had escaped hardship, he remained respectful and said, "Madam Huor, please feel free to give any instructions." Huatong was not polite either. Since the villagers were settled, the most urgent issue was not housing but water. There was water on the mountain, but fetching it was far and dangerous. So, she needed a drill master to dig 2 wells. She explained what she needed, and Manager Wan took notes one by one. Once the wells were built, Huatong said, "Now I need a master builder, similar to a modern architect." In the future, she would also need materials like green bricks and lime, which would require Manager Wan's help. They were outsiders new to the area, and without local connections, they could easily be exploited. After she finished speaking, Manager Wan agreed immediately and promised to help her make arrangements. Just as they saw off Manager Wan, Wei Zifeng brought Wei Zissou over. Wei Zissou, with short legs, waved his little hand and shouted, "Master, master." Huatong quickly approached and gently touched his fair, tender face. Zissou hurriedly handed her her money pouch and said, "Master, this is my gift to you." This was the pocket money he had secretly saved from his parents after returning home. Huatong was touched inside and said, "Keep it for now. When I need it, I'll ask to borrow it." Zissou pushed the pouch into her hand and said, "This isn't a loan. It's for you to use. You don't have to return it." Huatong was reluctant, but accepted it graciously. Wei Zifeng also handed her his small box and said, "When I was sick in Jingzhou, I told you I'd pay you the rest once I got better. I've traveled from Jingzhou to the Imperial city without falling ill once, and I feel refreshed. This is my payment for you." So, this wasn't a loan or charity. It was her deserved reward. He had thought carefully about his reasons, and Huatong felt very moved. Huatong said, "Then I'll accept it humbly." Wei Zifeng replied, "Since you're building a new house, make it a good, big one. Also, leave me a room. Maybe one day I'll come here to visit and won't want to leave, so I'll stay here." Zissou quickly said, "Master, give me a room too. I want to visit you often." Huatong smiled and said, All right. She had already decided in her heart that they must build several more rooms. Wei Zifeng didn't stay long, knowing she had many things to do, and took Zisu to leave first. Horton turned around and found a place to sit. She casually tossed the wooden box into her space. She took a small notebook and started writing and drawing for a while. She had a rough plan in mind for what kind of house to build. She needed to discuss this blueprint with a designer, have him draw it, and then lead the villagers to complete the project. Once the village chief finished counting the silver coins each household had contributed, Horton looked at the totals. Some families had contributed 50 taels, others 100 taels. Except for Grandma Zhao's family, every household had contributed silver. The village chief's family contributed 500 taels. After reviewing, Huatong told the villagers in Qingchuan village, building a 3-room blue brick house costs at least a few dozen taels. In the Imperial city, where prices are high, 50 taels might just be enough to build 1 room. Hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. Some called out, "I'll contribute 50 more taels." Others said they were willing to add 60 taels. Initially, they had received 2 shares of the profits, and even the villagers who received the least had about 300 taels. Even if the villagers did not receive a share of the profits, they still gained some extra benefits from Huatong and the village chief. Old Lady Zhao suddenly asked, "Huatong, how much silver did your family contribute?" She had been watching nearby, and her family had not yet contributed silver. Huatong replied, "Our family has many members, and in the future, we will need a bigger yard. So, we can currently contribute 3,000 taels of silver. If that's not enough, we can add more. 3,000 taels of silver could buy a luxurious house in the city. Using that money to build a house was more than enough." Her words caused a stir among the villagers. At this moment, the village chief gritted his teeth and said, "Lady Hua, our family will add another 500 taels." Seeing that everyone had already contributed a lot, other villagers also wanted to contribute more silver. Since Lady Hua was willing to spend 3,000 taels on building the house, they had nothing to fear. These silver coins would be used not only to build the floors but also to pave the roads. Huatong said, "After the house is built, each family will get a certain number of rooms and a yard size based on how much silver they contributed. Those who contribute more will get more. Those who contribute less will get less. Villagers who do not contribute silver will not get a room." This last part was meant for old Lady Zhao. She was furious and grinding her teeth. She had previously borrowed 500 taels from Wei Zijing, spent some on buying land and houses in Qingchuan village, and now only had about 200 taels left. To have a bigger house in the future, old Lady Zhao reluctantly contributed 200 taels. Anyway, she was already in the Imperial capital, and Wei Zijing was living here. She was not worried about running out of money later. She planned to find a chance to visit the Marquis of Jing'an and ask her granddaughter for more money. After the villagers registered again, Huatong said, "Now let's assign some tasks. Li Gao's family will take some people to the mountain to cut trees. Starting tomorrow, we will begin making tables and chairs." Li Gao agreed and took some people up the mountain. Huatong also assigned tasks to the rest, telling them to pick up the tools they bought and start clearing the land. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, who could work, went out. With so many people, their strength was immense. They hadn't worked for a while, and now they were full of energy. Hundreds of people worked in the fields, and in no time, the area behind them looked like a swarm of locusts had passed. Wild grasses were pulled out, small trees growing wildly were dug up by the roots, and the land was turned over. Piles of broken stones were carried away. Nothing was left behind. Huatong inspected the area thoroughly. Drilling wells could solve the villagers' water supply problem, but there was still a need for a water source here to irrigate the farmland in the future. The mountain village has a water source, but bringing water down from the mountain is not an easy task. Huatong walked along the steep cliff at the foot of the mountain. After a while, she heard the sound of flowing water ahead. She followed the sound and saw that the water was spilling out from beneath the cliff. Huatong took a grappling hook from her space and used its strength to climb up. Sure enough, inside the steep cliff, there was a waterfall pouring clear, flowing water. Water splashed everywhere and overflowed outside. After inspecting, Huatong had an idea. She continued down the cliff and saw Mo Bei standing below, watching her. Huatong leapt down with a smile in her eyes and said, "Xiao Bei, I have an idea." Mo Bei helped her over the loose stones and asked, "What idea?" "Use this cliff to bring down water for irrigation. Let's go and tell the villagers about it." The two quickly ran back. Huatong asked everyone to rest for a while and then asked them to follow her. The villagers followed her to the place she had visited before. Huatong pointed to the water channel spilling from above. "There's a waterfall here. If we open up this part, we can channel the water down." The villagers were very happy and asked her how to open it. Huatong said, "Bring some professionals to do the work." The village chief quickly asked, "That will cost quite a bit of silver, right?" Huatong nodded. "Don't worry about the silver. Whatever it costs, we'll pay. If it's not enough, I'll find a way to make up for it." She had enough silver herself, but she believed the villagers should contribute a little too, to avoid problems later, like owing favors or debts. The village chief said, "Lady Hua, just tell us how much silver you need. We'll do whatever it takes to fix the water channel." Though it would hurt to spend money, everyone was motivated by the hope of a better life ahead. Huatong said, "I'll ask someone to come and estimate the cost. When we need silver, I'll let everyone know." Amidst the villagers' discussions, everyone headed back. Carpenter Li Gao and the villagers cut down trees to prepare. Their family was responsible for making tables, chairs, and furniture. As it got late, Huatong told the villagers to finish work and then led everyone to fetch water. There was plenty of water in the mountains. The villagers carried buckets and followed her into the forest. When each household had brought back water, smoke rose from their kitchens and they started preparing dinner. From afar, Qining approached. Watching the busy villagers at the foot of the mountain, he stroked his chin and walked over to Huatong's house, calling her, "Madam Hua, when are you free to come see my young master?" Huatong was resting on a stone, speaking lazily. "I'm very busy right now, so I really don't have time to visit him." Of course, he knew she was busy, so he waited until she finished before coming over. "If Madam Hua can truly heal my young master's leg, he will definitely thank you greatly." Huatong's eyes brightened slightly and said, "Talking about money is a bit, but as you can see, I really need money now." "All right, I'll go with you now to see your young master's leg." "Please, Madam Hua." She stood up to leave, but Wang Shi called out, "Lulu, dinner is ready." Huatong said, "You all eat first, no need to wait for me." She was going to earn some silver. Mo Bei quickly followed her, and Wang Shi had no choice but to let her go. The two followed Qining into the mountain. In just 15 minutes, they took a small path and soon arrived at the wooden house. When entering the house, Huatong and Mo Bei said, "This place is arranged with an 8 trigrams formation. Follow me." Following her steps, they safely reached the courtyard without touching any hidden weapons. The young master was already sitting inside the house. Through the window, he saw the visitors coming in. Qining hurriedly entered and said, "Young master, Madam Hua has arrived." The young master looked at her with a calm expression and said, "Madam Hua, thank you for your trouble." This showed he trusted her. Huatong approached him, squatted down, and gently lifted his leg, saying, "Young master, your legs are not worth less than 1,000 taels. They can't be healed without it." This meant she was going to charge him 1,000 taels. Actually, that was a fair price, considering she used rare treasures for medicine, things not found in this world. Rarity makes things valuable. The young master was straightforward and gestured, and Qining brought over a box. He took out several silver notes from the box, saying, "This is a deposit of 500 taels. Once my leg heals, I will pay you the rest." Huatong happily accepted and said, "I will prepare and come back tomorrow evening to perform a small operation on your leg." The young master nodded. "Then we'll take our leave." Qining said, "Madam Hua, please." Huatong and Mo Bei turned to leave, and Qining said, "Young master, they've found out about our 8 trigrams formation. We should change it later." The young master replied, "No problem." His slender hand gently rested on his thigh. thinking that the legs could be treated tomorrow. His expression showed some emotional fluctuation. Meanwhile, as Hu Tong and Mo Bei left, the sky gradually darkened. Hu Tong took out a 10 silver coin from her pocket and said, "Xiao Bei, keep this silver with you." "I don't have that much on me anymore," she replied, as she had already given him a bag of silver last time. Besides, he was always with her, so having silver didn't matter much. "Keep it," Hu Tong insisted, pressing the coin into his hand. Even if he didn't want to, he had to take it. Boys should always have some pocket money. Since she earned some silver from her medical visits, Hu Tong was in a good mood. On the way back, she kept thinking about opening a clinic. She gazed outward, stepping on a stone, almost falling. Mo Bei reached out and caught her around the waist, saying, "What are you thinking about? Watch your step." A person so big could still trip. Hu Tong felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "I was thinking about opening a clinic." She was excited. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been distracted. Mo Bei squatted in front of her and said, "I'll carry you. You can think while I walk." That way, she wouldn't trip because of her thoughts. Hu Tong's heart moved, and without hesitation, she threw herself onto his back. The young boy carried her as they walked down the mountain. She smiled, forgetting everything else, and quietly asked, "Xiao Bei, am I heavy?" "Not heavy," he replied, as she was quite slim. Her front and back were flat and the same. Hu Tong didn't know what he was thinking, but she felt happy inside. He carried her all the way down the mountain without showing any signs of tiredness. Hu Tong still felt a little reluctant to let him do it. She wanted to walk herself, but Mo Bei refused, insisting on carrying her all the way back. This caused the villagers to come over and say, "Look at how loving they are." Hu Tong blushed and quickly slid down from Mo Bei's back. Mrs. Wang also hurried over to invite them, "Come and eat dinner." Although they didn't want to make them wait, Mrs. Wang asked them to wait a little while. Hu Tong sat down to eat dinner. Afterward, she wanted to wash the dishes, but Mrs. Wang said, "You've had a long day. Rest for a while. I'll do this small task." Mrs. Wang thought that since Hu Tong was doing chores like washing dishes and cooking, her daughter-in-law was about to lead the whole village in development. This was a big matter, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Hu Tong decided not to argue with her about washing dishes and went to lie in her tent. When no one was around, she sneaked into the space to wash up. Her pet was happily playing in the space at this time. Without the confinement of a cage, the little rabbit and wild chicken were free to roam. She occasionally threw some grass into the space, which the young deer and lamb ate eagerly. After her bath, Hu Tong continued to sit in the space, holding her small notebook to write and draw. She wanted to build models of the houses and water channels. The houses of each family would be connected, each with its own yard for privacy, which also saved land. The remaining land after building would be partly used by villagers to grow rice, wheat, cotton, and other crops. Hu Tong rested her chin on her hand and thought for a while. The villagers couldn't just rely on farming to live. Farming was barely enough to get by. She needed to come up with another way for the villagers to become wealthy. Outside the tent, each family had finished resting. Everyone was tired from the day, and soon, snores echoed around. When Hu Tong came out of the space, she looked around the tent and planned to take a walk, but she heard the sound of sword practice nearby. Under the moonlight, a young man stood tall and proud. His body and sword seemed to merge into one. Hu Tong tilted her head to look, full of admiration. Xiao Bei was truly hardworking and ambitious. She suddenly realized it was time to find a school for Xiao Bei to study. Since they were settling here, she needed to find a school quickly and couldn't delay anymore. After all, Xiao Bei was already 17. The ancient way of counting age was by nominal age. Hu Tong sat on a stone, resting her chin on her hand, watching him for a while. She noticed that when she watched, he practiced swordsmanship with even more energy. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, the villagers got up early because they had a clear goal and direction, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. The men went to farm and plow the fields. The women prepared breakfast first. After eating, everyone continued working. That day, Manager One also brought a young man named Chung Yuanqing to her. He was quite handsome, well-dressed, and looked like a young master from a wealthy family. Huotong called him young Master Chung and shared her ideas with him, showing him her drawings. She said, "Our village has 95 households, with a total of 490 people. Small families usually had at least 5 or 6 rooms, one for cooking, one for washing, one for the main hall, and the other 2 for bedrooms." Prince Chung looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that a group of starving villagers would spend such a large amount of money to build houses. He estimated the cost for her. Based on the village's population, these houses would cost about 20,000 silver coins to build. Huotong talked with him for a while about designing the houses. Regarding the price, Huotong asked, "Do you know how much Prince Chung charges?" "People always charge a design fee for planning." Prince Chung replied, "Since it has been approved by the king, this time the fee will be waived." He considered this favor as a gift from the king and didn't mind. He simply said, "Once the houses are built, I will invite you to my home for a meal." Prince Chung was a straightforward person and agreed happily. After confirming everything, Prince Chung left first. Soon after, the drilling team arrived with their tools. Although there were many people in the village, Huotong planned to drill one well at each end of the village. He discussed with the drillers and found suitable locations, then they started working. Once everything was arranged, Huotong talked with Manager Wan, leading him to the cliff outside the village to show him the site, asking him to find some experienced workers to help. She was willing to pay 70 coins per person daily, without including meals. After giving instructions to Manager Wan, he took his leave to handle her affairs. Not far away, villagers were also busy, some rough men singing mountain songs. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came closer, and Wei Zifeng arrived with Wei Zisu. Before they arrived, Zisu's cheerful voice could be heard calling out, "Master, Master." Huotong quickly went to meet them, happily picked him up, and spun him around. Wei Zifeng looked at her situation and asked, "Have you arranged for the workers?" Huotong nodded and said, "The king sent someone to oversee the work." The person was quite efficient. She remembered Xiaobei's desire to study and asked Wei Zifeng about good academies in the capital. Wei Zifeng was a bit surprised and said, "The best is obviously the Imperial University." Huotong was startled and said, "That's too high level. We probably can't get in." Wei Zifeng replied, "The Imperial University isn't as grand as you think. As long as you have money, you can enter. Which school do you want Xiaobei to attend?"
Xiaobei.
Since money can buy admission, she thought Xiaobei, with his talent, could go there for further study. Wei Zifeng said, "I'll talk to Wei Junlin and ask him to help you arrange this." Although he didn't want to trouble this person for Huotong's sake, he was still willing to speak up. Huotong was moved and asked, "Is that okay?" Yes, he is the top scholar from the Imperial Academy. Now he is also a grand scholar, so this small matter is easy for him to handle. Huotong said, "Then I will wait for your good news." But how much silver is needed for the tuition at the Imperial Academy? About 500 to 600 taels of silver a year, plus ink, paper, and brushes. These also cost money to use. It's like a modern elite school. Huotong nodded. She needed to earn more silver, so Xiaobei could study. She also asked about other academies. Although Huyang wasn't suited for studying, he still needed to continue reading. He had to finish his basic education and learn some math. After talking for a while, Wei Zifeng didn't stay long and took his leave first. He needed to go back and ask Wei Junlin to handle this matter. At lunch, Huotong told her family, "I plan to send Xiaobei to the Imperial Academy to study." Wang Shi asked, "Will the tuition cost a lot of silver?" "This is the Imperial capital." Huotong replied, "About 500 to 600 taels a year." She then changed the subject. "You 3 should also attend a basic class to learn characters and math." Rin Chen was still young and needed to wait before studying. Mo Bei said, "Tong Tong, now is the time to use silver. I don't need to study right now." Huotong responded, "It's urgent. You're already 17. If you don't start studying soon, you'll be the oldest among your classmates. Actually, many people study until their early 20s or even later." Nan said, "Let the older brother go first." When we earn some silver later, I can start studying too. She agreed, me too. I can start studying in a few years. Hu Tong said, now is a good time to study. After the clothing ceremony ends, all of you should go to school. The clothing ceremony would end at the end of September, and the new term would start in October. Go asked, can I also study? Hu Tong replied, there is no girls' academy here, so she couldn't study. Go pouted, that's so unfair to girls. If I can't read, how can I run a shop in the future? Hu Tong looked at her with some surprise, not expecting her young age to have such awareness. In this era, it was unfair to girls. Only daughters from wealthy families could study. They would invite teachers to their homes to teach girls, raising them to be knowledgeable and well-mannered young ladies. After talking about reading for a while, the villagers continued to work after their meal, planting and doing chores. The Mo family also joined the team, everyone busy and lively. Hu Tong needed to go into the mountains, so she asked Mo to accompany her. They walked along a small mountain path, and Mo pulled her arm and said, let me carry you. Hu Tong laughed at him. You're addicted to carrying me now. The young man blushed, showing he was a little addicted. Carrying her soft body felt very comfortable. Hu Tong refused to let him carry her and quickly ran ahead. When they reached outside the house, Qining heard sounds and came out to greet them. Hu Tong entered the yard and approached the young man, who was lying on a bed, with a ray of sunlight shining on his face through the clouds. It was peaceful and beautiful. Seeing Hu Tong come in, he looked at her with a calm expression. Hu Tong said to Qining, everyone stay outside and keep watch. Qining was about to say something, but Mo reached out and pulled him out, then carefully closed the door, saying, Madam is practicing medicine. No one is allowed to watch. No one was allowed to watch? For such strange things, Qining could only wait outside. Hu Tong made the young man lie down, fixed his legs on the bed, and gave him an anesthetic injection. The young man lay there, unable to see what she was doing, only hearing her say, I've given you anesthesia now, so you won't feel any pain. But after the anesthesia wears off, you'll feel pain for a day or two. She rolled up his pant leg, took a scalpel, and cut open his ankle bone. She needed to remove the broken bones inside, then realign the bones, sew him up and put on a cast. Since both his feet were injured, the operation took longer than usual. It should have taken about half an hour, but this time it took over an hour. Outside, Qining waited anxiously, wanting to see what she was doing inside. She even lowered the curtain so nothing could be seen. Finally, after her surgery was over, Hu Tong came out, opened the door, and looked a bit tired, saying, the surgery is finished. Qining hurried inside. Mo took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and nose. Hu Tong said to the person inside, Young master, I will go back now. Since she was just at the foot of the mountain, the servant boy would find her if anything happened. The person inside responded with a and told his servant, Please offer Lady Hu a cup of tea before she leaves. Qining quickly stepped out and said, Lady Hu, please sit and rest for a while. Let me make you a cup of tea. Hu Tong sat down with Mo. Qining brought 2 cups of tea and some snacks, saying, Lady Hu, please enjoy these treats. Pea jelly, rolled rice cakes, and lotus seed cakes. He offered several kinds of snacks for her to taste. Hu Tong was not polite. After tasting the tea and clearing her throat, she took a bite of the lotus seed cake and said, Xiao Bei, it's delicious. You should try some. She handed the cake to Mo, indicating he need not be polite.
Montag bei Tuka bitte.
It was sweet, fragrant, and delicious, melting in his mouth and refreshing to eat. They drank tea and ate some snacks together. Qining served them, smiling as he watched. He remembered someone inside should also eat something, so he brought more tea to serve. After eating snacks and drinking tea, Hu Tong rested well and stood up to leave. Qining hurried over and said, Lady Hu, please take these snacks home to your family and let them try. Since they were so kind to give her these, Hu Tong did not refuse. She said, Thank you very much. She carried the snacks and said goodbye. Qining saw her off. After they were gone, Qining turned to the room and said, Young master, they've left. The young master nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Go bring the box." Qining went to fetch the box where he kept his silver notes. The young master took out several silver notes and said, "Lady Hua's family is building a house. They probably need a lot of silver. Go chase after her now and give her these notes, saying they are my payment for treating her." Qining counted the notes. He should have only given 500 taels as payment, but he gave 2,000 instead. He was a bit surprised and asked, "Young master, you're not fully recovered yet. You're giving her half the payment now and giving so much? Is it too much? Too early?" The young master said, "Lady Hua needs silver now. It's better to help her in her time of need than just add beauty to her life. Just send it now." Qining understood and quickly ran out with the notes. On the way back, Huatong was carried a short distance by Mo Bei. After her surgery, she was indeed a little tired. She leaned on the boy's back and felt sleepy. Suddenly, behind her, someone called out, "Lady Hua, please wait." Mo Bei stopped and turned around. Qining hurried over and said, "Lady Hua, these silver notes are our young master's payment for you." Huatong took them casually, counted, and was surprised. They gave too much. She took out the extra items she was about to return. Qining quickly said, "Not many, not many. My young master said these are all rewards for Lady Hua.
Please take them."
I will go back now." After passing on the message, Qining bid farewell and turned to run back. Huatong then stored the banknote in her space, lazily leaned on the boy's back, closed her eyes, and said, "Let's go." Mo Bei carried her and continued downhill. The next day, the village dug a water pressure well, solving the problem of fetching water from the mountain. Manager Wan also brought some people to help and introduced Huatong, saying, "Lady Hua, this is Lu Gongtu." Lu Gongtu had a group of 75 workers, all skilled at climbing cliffs. Huatong took them to see the site. The price was as agreed, 70 silver coins per person per day, excluding meals. The wages alone were a significant amount. Lu Gongtu looked at it and happily accepted the project. He led his team to start work that day. Everyone climbed the cliff, using steel picks and hammers to break the rocks. Fine sand, lime, and blue bricks were also delivered that day. Chung Yuanqing brought his detailed drawings for Huatong to review, and she was very pleased. Now the villagers were clearing the land. Once a piece of wasteland was opened up, they could lay the foundation. In the afternoon, Wei Zifeng came again with Wei Junlin and Wei Zixu. The main reason was to discuss school with Huatong. Wei Zifeng conveyed the message, and Wei Junlin came to understand the situation. There were no desks or chairs, so they all sat on stones by the roadside. Wei Junlin asked Huatong, "Where has Mo Bei gotten with his studies?" Huatong couldn't possibly know, so she asked them to wait. She ran to call Mo Bei from the wasteland. Wei Junlin explained, "The Imperial Academy is divided into 3 levels and 6 halls. The beginner class has 3 halls, the intermediate 2, and the advanced 1. The highest level is the liberal hall. After completing the final year there, students can take the Imperial exams. The Imperial Academy is like a university, a royal college. If Mo Bei hasn't received early education, he can't enter the Imperial Academy, and even if he does, he won't keep up with the classes." They all came from the countryside, and Wei Junlin wasn't sure how much Mo Bei had studied. If he hadn't studied at all, he would be placed in another school for basic education. Wei Junlin spoke carefully, and Huatong understood immediately. She asked directly, "Xiao Bei, does Lord Wei mean you finished your basic classes?" Mo Bei replied, "I am studying the 4 books and 5 classics." The 4 books and 5 classics are part of the education only received at the university, meaning one only learns them after entering the Imperial Academy. After the unexpected incident involving Lord Wei, he said, "All right, I will make arrangements for this. Other children in the family also need education." Since he was asked once, it wouldn't hurt to ask again. Huatong inquired, "Young Master Wei, besides the Imperial Academy, are there any other good schools in the capital? I want to send my younger brothers there for their early education." Young Master Wei replied, "Tianxi Academy. Good schools also charge high tuition fees. The two discussed the school options, and Zisu smiled and said, "Master, from now on, you and my fifth brother will study together." Although Zifeng was often ill and had been recovering in Jingzhou for many years, it didn't delay his studies. He had already started early education and naturally would enter the Imperial Academy. Generally, children between 9 and 14 years old are sent to elementary school. Zisu, who was just under 7, had a strong family background, so he could start in the toddler class this year. The main reason was that he had been strongly disliked by the old lady at home and was eager to send him away to study. After discussing the school enrollment for a while, Lord Wei and his party took their leave. While sitting in the carriage, Zifeng said, "If they had more help, this piece of wasteland would be cleared quickly." This was clearly a hint, implying that Lord Wei should send some people to help them. Lord Wei understood and nodded. "I will send some people over later to assist." Zifeng was satisfied, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his eye. He didn't know why Lord Wei's attitude toward him had changed. It was clearly a gesture of goodwill. Of course, he wouldn't forgive them just because of this sudden kindness. The young boy's almond-shaped eyes lowered slightly. Zisu tugged at his arm and said, "Fifth brother, I want to go to the same class as you." Zifeng smiled and said, "Who told you to be born so late?" It was impossible for him to be in the same class as him now. As the carriage clattered along and moved farther away, they entered the Imperial capital. Villagers finished their work at dusk because of a new well they had dug. Now, they no longer needed to go up the mountain to fetch water. All villagers needing water queued up voluntarily, each carrying a bucket to fetch water. One bucket was used for cooking, and if they wanted to bathe, they had to wait for others to finish boiling water first. Looking around, everything was harmonious, and no one fought over water anymore. As usual, villagers who needed rice and flour queued up to get their supplies, and the village chief distributed flour to them. All the flour was brought down from the 100 Beasts Mountain. However, the rice and flour didn't seem to be running out, which puzzled the village head. After the villagers had collected their share of rice and flour for the day, the village head wandered over to Huatong's house and said, "Madam Hua, I have something to tell you." Huatong replied, "Village head, go ahead." The village head looked around carefully, making sure no one nearby could hear him, then whispered, "We've been using this rice and flour for several days, but I haven't seen."
Sure.
Before he could finish, Mo Bei came over and hushed him, saying, "Village head, you mustn't say it out loud. If you do, it will be gone." Startled, the village head immediately covered his mouth. Wang Shi also came over quietly and said, "You mustn't tell anyone." So, their family had already discovered something? The village head suddenly understood and nodded seriously. "I won't say a word." He covered his mouth and kept the secret to himself. Now he truly knew that Madame Hua was protected by some divine power. With her around, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Just then, Li Gao arrived with his 2 sons. He carried a table, and his sons brought over a few long benches. Li Gao loudly said, "Madame Hua, I brought a table and 4 benches. You can use them for now." Huatong replied, "Uncle Li Gao, your family can use them first. We're not in a hurry." Li Gao set down the table and said, "Madame Hua, it should be your family first. Please don't refuse." The village head also hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, don't refuse. Use them first." Their kindness was so warm that Huatong didn't refuse. Before she could thank him, they quickly set up the table and benches and left. With the table, they could now serve the prepared dishes. The 4 benches were just enough for their family of 8. At the dinner table, Huatong remembered the snacks she brought back from Qining and hadn't eaten yet, so she placed them on the table. Everyone took 2 pieces each and finished them instantly. Mo Wen-go excitedly said, "Sister-in-law, this is so delicious. Are there more?" "No more." She still wanted to eat, so she quickly said, "Sister-in-law, buy some more." After all, she had plenty of silver. Mo Bei said, "Tong Tong is taking care of someone's illness, and they gave her these." All right, Mo Wen-go could only hold back her craving. Huatong said, "The eldest son of the Wei family came to visit today. Xiao Bei can now attend a royal academy to study." Mo Nan and Mo She both hurriedly said, "Congratulations, big brother." Huatong added, "Since you haven't received formal education before, you'll have to start at another academy to learn the basics. As long as you work hard, you can go to the Imperial College in the future." Mo Nan said, "Sister-in-law, I don't have such big ambitions." He had never envied or thought about studying since he was young. Mashi smiled happily and said, "Sister-in-law, you just need to trust your big brother. Let him try to become a successful scholar, and then you'll be his wife." Huatong also smiled and said, "I won't put so much pressure on little Bei anymore." Mo Bei said, "At least let you become a top scholar's wife." Mrs. Wang chuckled and said, "Then I would be the wife of a top scholar." Everyone was happy at the dinner table. Mo Wenj also said, "Then I will be the sister of the top scholar." Huatong patted the boy next to her and said, "Go after your dreams, but don't put too much pressure on yourself." Huiyang was eating and thinking about whether to study hard. He had studied with Huatong's father before, but only at a basic level. Back then, they couldn't even eat enough, so studying was too hard. Seeing how much Huatong was looking forward to Mo Bei, he also wanted to become her hope, so she would see him in a new way. At night, everyone finished their dinner and washed up, then went to rest. Mo Bei was practicing swordsmanship in a quiet place, just like usual. Suddenly, he remembered some past events and became distracted. "Who said I don't need your protection anymore? The world is chaotic. If a girl has no man by her side, it's very difficult. Once we find a safe place, I will send you to the academy so you can study hard, take the Imperial exam, and become a top scholar. When you become an official, you can protect us better." These words were spoken by Huatong and had been deeply imprinted in his heart. She helped him go to school, and now he wanted to help her become a top scholar's wife. Thinking of these things, he wielded his sword with great force, as if he had endless strength. Huatong, after bathing, came over and sat on a stone, watching him as usual. As she watched, her expression became dreamy. Many times, her face overlapped with another face in her mind, and the more she looked, the more obsessed she became. Many times, she fantasized that maybe, just maybe, Xiao Bei was that person. Holding on to this hope gave her some peace of mind. Seeing that she was watching him, he swung his sword more vigorously, and his movements became more graceful. Every glance and affirmation from her filled him with energy. The next day, Wei Junlin's personal guard, Yanzhou, arrived early in the morning with a group of people. Huatong quickly went to meet them. When they saw her, they respectfully called out, "Madame Hua." This person was someone Huatong had met at the salt mine in Yanzhou. At that time, he had an arm injury, and she left him a bottle of medicine before leaving. When Zhoudao said, "My young master asked me to bring some people here to help you. See what they can do. Just send them to work, no need to be polite." Huatong was a bit surprised and said, "Thank you, young master." She then called out, "Everyone, come with me." She assigned the people Yanzhou brought to follow the villagers to clear the land. The villagers were very happy to see so many helpers arrive. Since they had free labor, they couldn't let these helpers go home for lunch. Huatong told the village women, including Wang Shi, Lu Yunyang, Su Tian, and other young wives, to prepare a big pot of rice and vegetables for lunch, so the helpers could eat here. After giving instructions, Huatong called Mu Bei to go into town with her. They each carried a bamboo basket. When Zhou came over and asked, "Lady Hua, is there anything else I can help with?" There was nothing more needed, so Huatong replied, "We are going into town now to buy rice, flour, and vegetables." When Zhou enthusiastically said, "Lady Hua, I will take you there." Since he was so eager, Huatong didn't refuse and followed Wenzhou. Wenzhou was riding a horse, but now he was leading it instead of riding. Looking at the horse, Huatong thought about how to find a way to bring out her cart and donkey. Relying on her legs, she took Mu Bei and followed Wenzhou into the town. This time, when they reached the city gate, no one stopped them. Huatong glanced at the people at the gate, and the few who had troubled her before were no longer visible. Once they arrived at the vegetable market, Wenzhou said goodbye. Huatong and Mu Bei went shopping together. Her bamboo basket was filled with vegetables and meat, while Mu Bei's basket held some rice and flour. After leaving the market, Huatong took Mu Bei to a Fangzhai to buy pastries. Thinking of her children at home, she also bought a few skewers of candied hawthorn. She hadn't eaten candied hawthorn in a long time and suddenly craved its sweet and sour taste, so she and Mu Bei each ate a skewer first. Considering that the villagers were still waiting for their vegetables, Huatong decided not to wander around anymore and headed back to the village. Servants from Wei Junlin's side didn't expect that the villagers would be so generous. Lunch was quite a feast with 3 dishes and a soup. There was both meat and vegetables. With such good food and drinks, the servants from Wei's family worked even harder. The strength of many people was evident here. A large area of wasteland was quickly cultivated, and by the afternoon, another well was dug. The village officials also contacted the brick and mud suppliers, and the materials were gradually brought in the next day. Not only that, the village officials also brought 70 or 80 strong men to help. They told Huatong, "Madam Hua, these people are sent by the king of Yu. Please arrange for them to work." Huatong was touched and quickly assigned the men to start clearing the land. Since so many free workers had arrived, she knew she had to provide them with a meal at noon. A large pot was essential for cooking, so Huatong asked the village head to help set up a big stove. The village head quietly asked her, "Madam Hua, with so many people, we can't afford to pay wages, right?" Huatong whispered back, "The people sent by the king of Yu and the scholar Wei are unpaid. They are here for free." The village head was surprised and happy, feeling very grateful. They owed everything to Madam Hua. Otherwise, with their rough skills, they wouldn't have caught the attention of the king of Yu and the scholar. He quickly arranged for the stove to be built. Huatong then called Mo Bei to come into town. She wanted to buy a few large pots for cooking rice and stir-frying vegetables. On the way, she told Mo Bei, "Oh, I suddenly feel a little unwell. Wait for me here." She ran off quickly. After a while, Mo Bei saw her riding a small donkey coming back. That small donkey and cart, weren't they from their own home? Mo Bei looked at her and listened to her nonchalant explanation, "Just found it on the road." Mo Bei nodded and didn't ask anything, nor did he say anything. Huatong stopped beside him and said, "Sit here." Mo Bei sat on the cart's front. With a click, Huatong drove the small donkey forward. Thanks to the donkey, they now had space to place the large pots they bought. Huatong bought 4 big pots, 1 for cooking rice and the other 3 for stir-frying vegetables. Since many people were eating, she bought plenty of vegetables, rice, and flour. She then rode the donkey back home, whistling happily. Her generosity with food made the servants of the king of Yu very happy. Everyone ate well and worked diligently without any laziness. Chung Yuanqing also came daily to give guidance and supervise. The villagers carried stones down from the mountain to use as cornerstones for the houses. The foundation of the houses was quickly established. After that, Huatong didn't need to worry much anymore. The villagers were experienced builders and were building their own homes with care. Every morning, she just took Mo Bei to buy vegetables. Since there were many people, daily meals were a significant expense. Watching the money flow out like water, Huatong pinched her purse, feeling a bit worried. She needs to rent a shop to open a medical clinic. Once her reputation spreads, more people will come to see her, and her treasures and her space will sell for good prices. After buying groceries this time, it was still early. Huatong was not in a rush to go home. She said to Mo Bei, "Xiao Bei, let's take a walk along Baihu Street." There are 4 busy main streets in the Imperial City. The main street is Zhuke Street, and the Imperial College is located on Baihu Street. Xiao Bei plans to study on Baihu Street in the future. If she wants to open a clinic, it should be nearby on Baihu Street, so she can come back easily. Huatong had a clear goal, but was still unfamiliar with the area. She was about to ask someone for directions when Mo Bei turned the car around. Huatong was surprised. "Xiao Bei, where are you going?" "You said Baihu Street. Do you know the way? Isn't there a signpost?" "All right." She was blind. At the corner of the street, there was a sign that clearly said Baihu Street. Mo Bei did mention that everything here felt familiar to him. It seemed like he had been here many times before.
Ho Tong said, slow down, slow down.
She wanted to look around carefully. The donkey cart slowed down, and Ho Tong simply jumped down from the cart. Mo Bei drove the donkey cart slowly behind her. Memories flashed through his mind, but just as he reached out to grasp them, they slipped away quickly. Ho Tong was focused on the shops along the street. Baihu Street had the Imperial College and Tianxi Academy. The two main academies were here, and most of the shops sold items for students, calligraphy supplies, snacks, tea houses, Wufang's. There was also a clinic which looked quiet at the moment. One shop selling calligraphy supplies had a sign that said for rent. Ho Tong went over to ask shopkeeper, "Is this place for rent?" The shopkeeper was busy packing things into carts, loading box after box onto a horse-drawn cart. When he heard the question, he said, "Sorry, it's already rented out. I forgot to take down the sign." He hurried over to remove the for rent sign. Ho Tong suppressed her disappointment and had to step back. Just then, she heard someone call out, "Madam Ho." She looked up and recognized the person. Dr. Zhuang? This was Zhuangbo, whom she knew from Jingzhou. Zhuangbo smiled and said, "Madam Ho, long time no see. You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you." When she was in the refugee camp, she wore simple clothes, rough fabric, with a single peachwood hairpin holding her hair in place. Now, she transformed herself. Although she was not dressed in fine clothes, he looked at her and saw her shining with a radiant glow, as if she had become a different person. Her 3,000 black silk strands were held together with a hairpin. Such soft, shiny, and smooth black hair is truly rare. Her plain-colored blouse and skirt made her look elegant and refined. Her black and white eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars, bright and dazzling. Lady Hu was truly like a fireworks display, shining brilliantly. Hu Tong also smiled and said, "Dr. Zhuang, are you well?" Zhuangbo replied, "When did Lady Hu arrive in the Imperial capital?" Hu Tong's heart moved, and she said, "I just arrived in the city. I haven't found a shop yet. I am currently looking for a partner." Zhuangbo asked, "Do you think I am suitable to be your partner?" Hu Tong nodded. "Yes, very suitable." Zhuangbo then changed the subject. "Lady Hua, I have only one condition if you want me to be your partner." Hu Tong asked, "Please, Dr. Zhuang, tell me. Be my master." When in Jingzhou, he witnessed Hu Tong's medical skills, including abdominal surgeries and childbirth. Such medical skills are rare in the entire Jinghua, almost miraculous. Meeting Zhuangbo again shows they are destined to meet. This time, Hu Tong happily agreed. Medicine is about passing down knowledge and helping people. Zhuangbo's eyes twinkled with a smile as he said, "Master, please come inside." Hu Tong seemed to understand and asked, "Did you rent this place?" "Now, it's also my master's place. As for how to renovate it in the future, I'll leave that to you." Hu Tong followed him inside to look around. Although it was a shop selling writing supplies, it was not small, with 2 floors, a small courtyard at the back, and 6 rooms for living. There was also a kitchen. Though small, it had everything needed. After looking around, Hu Tong said, "I don't have much time now. I need to go back first. You can find me at Bisho Mountain later." Our village is now settled there. Her family was busy, and she couldn't stay outside for long. Zhuangbo was surprised. "Bisho Mountain?" Hu Tong nodded. "I will go see my master now." She left immediately. Zhuangbo and the shopkeeper exchanged greetings, then took their own carriage and followed Hu Tong. Mo Bei waited outside, looking around anxiously. When he saw her come out, he subtly relaxed. The car was loaded with many things, and he couldn't leave even for a moment. As they left, Zhuangbo couldn't help but exclaim when he reached Bisho Mountain, "Master, I never expected your home to still be a wilderness." Hu Tong smiled and said, "Since you're here, stay for a meal." "I think so too." Fortunately, her family now has a table and chairs, so after Zhuangbo arrived, there was a place to sit. A group of women ran over and, seeing more visitors at her house, quietly asked, "Madam Hu, who is this?" "He's my apprentice, and we're opening a clinic together." Wow! Madam Hu had actually taken such a handsome young man as her apprentice. The village women laughed and walked away to load things onto a cart. Mo Wenj also came over. She looked at the cart and the donkey repeatedly, then asked curiously, "Brother, why does this cart and donkey look like ours?" Mo Bei replied, "It is ours. We just bought it." She didn't mean that exactly. She was thinking something else. Mo Bei didn't say more and helped carry things off the cart before walking away. Meanwhile, Huotong placed the bought pastries on the table for Zhuangbo to try and chatted with him for a while. Zhuangbo said that the area around Jingzhou was unstable, so he had come to the Imperial capital. Huotong's situation was the same. He then said, "Since you are now my master, we should have a master's celebration." Huotong replied, "Let's wait until the clinic opens. By then, their house would be finished, and everything would be on track." Zhuangbo suggested, "Master, it's better to have the celebration before the clinic opens. After opening, if you get busy, you might not even have time to eat." Huotong agreed, "Let's talk about how to decorate the clinic now." She took out her small notebook and pen and started drawing. Having seen many modern clinics, she knew exactly how to decorate it properly. Since there would be upstairs and downstairs, the downstairs would have separate rooms for consultations, and she also needed an operating room. The upstairs would have several private wards for patients to rest. Zhuangbo listened carefully, holding his face and looking interested. Although she was young, her maturity in this area made it easy for people to forget her age. After finishing the decoration plans, Huotong then discussed profit sharing with him. She said, "Although you are my apprentice, some things still need to be clear. Brothers should settle accounts honestly. Since we are partners, how we share the profits should be written down clearly and stamped." Zhuangbo looked obedient and said, "Master, you say. Share the rent equally." Zhuangbo scratched his head and agreed, "All right." Huotong then talked with him about the consultation hours and the need to hire more doctors for the clinic. Zhuangbo agreed to everything. His only goal was to learn medicine from her. At noon, Zhuangbo stayed to share a big pot meal. He had no high expectations for the food, but surprisingly it was very tasty, with good color, aroma, and flavor. He couldn't help but praise, "Master, this big pot dish is really good. I should come here more often to eat." Huotong smiled, "You can come every day if you want." The seasonings used in cooking were all from her space, combined with her own spices, making the food delicious. In this era, seasonings are limited, and ordinary families mainly just have salt. After eating and drinking here, Zhuangbo didn't stay long. He planned to check the shop he was renting. It should be completely moved out this morning, and in the afternoon he would have people start construction. The villagers' construction work was also progressing quickly. Seeing the foundation laid and the houses gradually rising from the ground, everyone's enthusiasm grew. When there was free time, Huotong quietly took rice, flour, vegetables, and other supplies out of her space when no one was watching. In the evening, the village chief came to her house with a cheerful smile and said, "Lady Hua, now that our village's houses are built, what should we name it? We can't just call it Beast Mountain, right?" Huotong suddenly had an idea and said, "Let's call it Bisho Village," meaning longevity. It symbolizes that everyone living here will live a long life. The village chief thought the name was good and immediately went to tell the villagers. Everyone agreed happily. The next day, Huotong, as usual, took Mo Bei to the city to buy vegetables, rice, and flour. Finally, they visited the medical clinic. Zhuangbo was busy inside, and the workers were already starting construction. A sign for recruiting doctors was hung up. Huotong greeted Zhuangbo and invited him to have lunch there. He agreed and arrived on time. After eating, he handed her a bag of broken silver coins and said, "This is my meal money. Master, remember to save some food for me every day." With the money paid, he could eat openly and confidently. Huotong wondered if he had no family. She didn't ask directly, but she nodded and agreed with a smile. After eating and drinking, Zhuangbo returned to the medical clinic as usual. In the afternoon, they heard the clatter of a carriage approaching from afar. It was the carriage from the Marquis of Jing'an's estate. Wei Zifeng and Wei Zisu came again. Bored and with nothing to do, Mo Wenj, sitting in his tent playing with Rinchen, saw the carriage, and quickly stood up to look. The young master of the Marquis' estate was very handsome, and she couldn't help but watch. She was also surprised. Why did this young master keep coming to their poor place? Did they have no home? Are they still unhappy at home? Ren Chun ran ahead shouting, "Sister, sister! The noble guest has come again." In his eyes, Wei Zifeng and Wei Zisu, these noble young masters, are just important guests. But to him, they are just common folk. Huotong was inspecting the construction site when she heard the shout and ran over. All the children in the village, no matter how small, followed her. They are too young to do much work, so they just wander around the site when they have nothing to do. Huotong gave Li Fong a handful of candies and said, "Li Fong, give out the candies and watch them. Don't let them run around." Li Fong happily divided the candies, and what was left was his. Now he has become the leader among the children. Huotong quickly approached. Wei Zifeng came with a few bags of rice and flour, saying, "Huotong, I brought some rice and flour to give to you." He kept helping her, and she felt a bit embarrassed. She said, "You're giving both people and food. If you don't come to eat at my place sometimes, I'll feel bad. Come for lunch tomorrow." She originally planned to build a house first and then invite him, but seeing him bring so much stuff, she was moved. Forget dinner tonight. She was worried that the road in the canyon would be difficult and unsafe after dark. Wei Zifeng immediately agreed. "Sure, I'll come for dinner tomorrow." Wei Zisu quickly said, "Master, I'll come for dinner too." The woman cooking on the stove saw what was happening and came over to help carry rice and flour. Look at the young master from the Ho family, so handsome and kind-hearted. And look at their children, they love playing with mud. Wei Zifeng sat down with Huotong and said, "The matter at the Imperial Academy has been arranged. Just find some time to go register." Huotong smiled and said, "I have time now." She immediately called Mo Bei, Huiyang, Mo Nan and Mo Shi, telling them to go register. When Mo Wenj saw everyone had gone, he ran over and shouted, "I want to go too. I want to go too." He had been here for a long time, but had never entered the city. Since everyone was going, Huotong also brought Ren Chin along. Wei Zifeng went with them. With familiar people leading the way, Huotong's family rode donkeys, and a few people sat on a cart, following Wei Zifeng smoothly to the outside of the Imperial Academy. Huotong first took Mo Bei to register, while the others stayed on the cart to watch the house. The students at the academy are divided into day students and boarding students. Wei Zifeng, being weak and living nearby, would not stay overnight. When the registration officer asked whether he wanted to be a day student or a boarder, Mo Bei said, "Day student." Huotong originally wanted him to stay overnight. Since he had already spoken about it, Huotong kept quiet and planned to talk to him again later. She paid a year's tuition, totaling 600 taels of silver. As for which hall he would study in, they had to wait until after the exams when students were sorted based on their scores. After finishing the registration at the Imperial College, Huotong then asked Wei Zifeng to take them to Tianxi Academy to register. The two schools were on the same street. Yanghua, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi all attended the Enlightenment class. The tuition was not cheap. Day students paid 300 taels a year. Although she had spent a lot of money, she was happy to have settled his schooling. Once everyone finished registering, it was getting late. Huotong told Wei Zifeng and his brother to go home first and invited them to come for dinner tomorrow. Since the children at home were starting school, she wanted to celebrate properly. They parted ways. The Wei brothers took a carriage back to the mansion, while Huotong rode a small donkey back, sitting with Mo Bei on the front of the cart. Thinking about Mo Bei's decision to study locally, Huotong asked him, "Xiao Bei, why do you want to study locally? Running back and forth every day is so troublesome, especially in bad weather." Mo Bei, who was guiding the donkey, pursed his lips and said, "I want to see you every day." Others on the cart were chattering happily. Since it was their first time in the imperial capital, even the sugar-coated hawkers found it exciting. No one noticed the quiet undercurrent of feelings between them. Huotong didn't expect that his reason was simply that. If he stayed overnight, he could only see her twice a month. A student only had 2 days off each month, on the 1st and 15th. Huatong thought for a moment and wanted to advise him that students should focus on their studies. But when she considered it carefully, she swallowed her words. She also wanted to see him every day and carried him with her wherever she went. Seeing her silent, Mo Bei asked nervously, "Tong Tong, don't you want me to come back?" Huatong hurriedly shook her head. "No, I just worry you're too tired." It seemed she needed to buy a carriage before Mo Bei started school and hire someone to drive him to and from school. Going to school was already hard enough. She didn't want him to face the wind and rain every day. Mo Bei sighed softly. "It's hard not to see you." His sudden sweet words caught her off guard. Huatong blushed deeply. Mo Bei looked at her intently, his eyes full of affection and longing. Suddenly, Mo Wengu called out, "Sister-in-law, I want to eat sugar-coated hawthorn berries." Huatong told Mo Bei to stop the donkey. She bought several skewers of candied hawthorn and also gave some to the children in the village. When they reached the foot of Bisho Mountain, it was already dark, and the villagers working in the fields had finished for the day. Huatong discussed the matter of enrolling in school with the Wang couple and showed them the admission documents. The Wang couple looked at the documents, but couldn't read or understand them. Mrs. Wang smiled and asked, "How much money does this cost?" Huatong explained the amount, and Mrs. Wang gasped, saying, "Isn't that a lot of money?" Mo Wengu ate his candied hawthorn and said casually, "What's there to worry about? Your daughter-in-law can earn money." In her heart, she secretly decided that once things settled down, she would ask her sister-in-law to find a teacher to come to their house to teach her reading and writing. The women in the village who cooked didn't envy them much. They thought it was a waste of money and time to spend so much on schooling. Later, old lady Zhao also heard about it and sent Huaruqian to find out about the reading situation, wanting to know where they studied and how much money they paid. Mo Wengu proudly said, "My eldest brother studies at the Guozijian, the best school, with a fee of 600 taels a year. Huiyang, my second brother and third brother study at Tianci Academy in the Enlightenment class, also the best, with 300 taels a year each." The villagers were shocked when they heard this. They couldn't believe that studying cost so much money. They thought the family must be very wealthy. The villagers knew that Madame Hua was capable of earning money, or they wouldn't be able to pay such high school fees. When old lady Zhao heard this, her family worried even more about their eldest grandson's education. They were anxious. The imperial capital was not like the small village they lived in years ago. Ordinary villagers couldn't afford to send children to school. No matter how worried old lady Zhao was, Huatong's family was quite happy. The next day, because Wei Zifeng was coming to eat here, Huatong rolled up her sleeves and cooked several special dishes. Women who often helped in the kitchen gathered around to watch. The first dish was squirrel mandarin fish, also called squirrel fish. They carved patterns into the fish, marinated it with seasoning, coated it with egg yolk batter, fried it in hot oil until golden, then poured hot sweet and sour sauce over it. The fish looked like a squirrel, crispy outside and tender inside, with a sweet and sour taste. It is said that Emperor Qianlong was very pleased when he tasted this dish, and it became famous in Suzhou. A group of women gathered around, praising it. Most of them came from remote villages, and they had never seen or tasted this dish before. Huatong specially prepared a few more dishes of mandarin fish for everyone to try, and they all found it so delicious they almost cried. The second dish was braised lion's head. They used a mix of fatty and lean meat, combined with vegetables like turnip and mushrooms, formed into meatballs, then fried and cooked. Once served, the aroma was irresistible, and the rich, flavorful meat with sauce was super tasty. There were more than 10 dishes, including sweet and sour ribs, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pork, and others. Considering Wei Zifeng has asthma, she needs to watch her diet, even though she's recovering well recently. Huatong also made a few vegetarian dishes. There was a variety of meat and vegetarian options to suit everyone's taste. For the workers, they specially made fish soup. Now, with a big pot, hundreds of villagers could enjoy a communal meal together. Above Bisho Mountain, the sky was calm and breezy. Down below, smoke rose from the village. Wei Zifeng and Wei Zixu arrived as planned, but they didn't expect Wei Junlin to come along too. Huatong was busy cooking at the stove and didn't have time to greet them, so he asked Rinchen to call Mo, who was helping with chores. Since so many people suddenly came to the house, one table wasn't enough for the whole family, so Mo added another table and 2 long benches. Carpenter Gao was efficiently making tables and chairs, and after a few days, he had made about a dozen sets. Wei Zissou also came over to watch Huatong cook, drooling with envy. He asked, "Master, what's this dish called?" Huatong told him the names of each dish. Nearby, a young woman's eyes kept flicking between him and the food. She thought the young master from a wealthy family was very handsome, unlike their children, who were all sunburned and dark. When most of the dishes were nearly ready, Mo came to help serve. Zhuangbo arrived just in time for mealtime, smelling the delicious aroma from afar. When he got closer, he saw a carriage stopped nearby. Looking carefully, he recognized a few young masters from the Jing and Marquis family. Zhuangbo ran over to Huatong to greet him.
"Master, I've arrived."
Huatong said, "You came just in time. Dinner is ready." "Master, today's dishes are very special. Did you cook them?" "Yes." While they talked, Wei Zissou's eyes kept wandering over Zhuangbo. He asked, "Master, when did you start taking apprentices behind my back?" He was unhappy. He wasn't the only apprentice anymore. Huatong replied, "Just recently." Wei Zissou, feeling a bit better, said, "Well, there should be a first-come, first-served rule. According to the order of apprenticeship, I'm the senior brother." Zhuangbo looked at this little kid and wondered, should he call him a little brother? He didn't understand why Huatong would take such a young child as an apprentice, especially since he started earlier than him. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can you cook?" Wei Zissou puffed out his chest and acted like the senior brother, saying, "Junior brother, don't be proud just because I am a few years older. Pride makes people fall behind." Zhuangbo gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother, I am not proud." Huatong smiled quietly and asked Rinchen to call the villagers for dinner. When the villagers saw the dishes with fish and meat, they were so happy it was like celebrating the new year. At her own home, many people only get to eat fish and meat during festivals. At Huatong's house, everyone sat around the table, and Wei Zissou had already been eager to eat. He enjoyed the delicious meat so much that he didn't even bother to speak. But because he was still young, after one bowl of rice, he was full. He could only watch others enjoy the tasty fish and meat. Wei Zifeng also ate some meat, trying each dish twice, and said, "Huatong, how did you make these dishes? They taste better than our family chefs. If you want to open a restaurant later, invite me to join." Huatong thought this was a good idea after hearing him. She didn't have time to run a restaurant every day, but she could teach the village women how to cook her special dishes. One person's strength was limited, so teamwork was very important. There were several cookbooks in the space, and she planned to study them later. Opening a restaurant was definitely doable. Huatong squinted and smiled, saying, "I have the same idea." Wei Junlin said, "Count me in too." Huatong was very happy. With the support of the young master and the scholar from the Jing and Marquis house, she wasn't afraid of someone stealing her business or secret recipes. After dinner, Zhuangbo went back to the clinic. Wei Junlin and Wei Zifeng didn't stay long, and also took their leave. Once everyone left, Huatong called over the women who often cooked at her stove. She said, "I have an idea." Everyone listened carefully. Just now, the 2 young masters from the Wei family suggested we team up to open a restaurant. To do that, someone needs to know how to cook well. I want to teach you some special dishes. Later, I can send you to work in a restaurant. Would any of you be interested? Su Tian immediately raised his hand and said, "Madam Huer, I am interested." Lu Yunyang also quickly said, "Me too, Madam Huer. Take me along." The village chief's wife, Duan Chui, the wife of the carpenter Li Gao, and Wang Shi from her own family all eagerly said they wanted to learn. Huatong nodded and said, "Starting tomorrow, after you all learn these dishes I teach today, I will teach you one new dish every day." Everyone felt a bit worried and said, "Fish and meat are not cheap." They were reluctant to use expensive ingredients just for practice. "Anyway, we will eat what we make, so just do it." They couldn't waste food, especially with so many people working and waiting to eat. She would take care of buying the ingredients. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured and happily went to wash dishes and pots. To save money, Hua Tong called Mo Bei to go to the mountains in the afternoon. They each carried a bamboo basket and went to catch fish in the river. After setting the net, Hua Tong also visited the house of the young master in the mountains. Qi Ning came out to greet her, saying, "Mademoiselle, please come in." The young master was lying on the bed, his legs recently operated on and in a cast, unable to move. When he saw Hua Tong coming, his eyes flickered with emotion. Hua Tong entered and asked, "Young master, how do you feel?" "Now, my leg doesn't hurt." Before the surgery, his leg was always painful and not healing properly. Qi Ning quickly brought some snacks and tea to serve her. Hua Tong and Mo Bei sat down, eating some snacks and drinking tea. The young master asked, "How is the house coming along?" "Probably will be finished by the end of the month." The project was big, but they had many workers. Once the foundation was laid, building the small houses in rows was quite fast. The young master nodded and said, "When you finish building, remember to invite me to your house to sit." She didn't expect this reclusive mountain lord to come out of hiding, so she immediately agreed, "Definitely, definitely." After chatting with him for a while, Hua Tong said goodbye and left. Qi Ning also packed some snacks for her to take home. She wanted to ask his name but decided against it, thinking he might prefer to stay anonymous. Carrying the sweets, she felt happy as she headed back. On the way, she told Mo Bei, "Let's go dig some bamboo shoots and mushrooms." To save money, they had to gather what they could. With so many people to feed, all the money was coming out and not going in. They dug 2 baskets of wild vegetables in the mountains and took them home. That evening, during dinner, Hua Tong shared the snacks she brought with the family. While eating, they talked happily. Wang Shi quietly asked, 6-6, I have a question. Why do we need to invite the other women from the village when opening a restaurant? She thought that their whole family and the Wei brothers were enough. Hua Tong was caught off guard by the question. Mo Bei said, Tong Tong just wants to help the other women in the village find a way to make a living. Helping others also helps herself, a good thing that benefits both sides. She was surprised that Mo Bei understood her so well. She had been thinking the same. Women in this era have low status. Basically, it's because they rely on men to earn a living. Once they learn a skill to support themselves, their status at home will improve. Wang Shi didn't have such broad ideas, but after her son explained, she didn't say anything more. She understood that her daughter-in-law's actions had their reasons, just like leading them to make menstrual cloths in Qingchuan village. After everyone had eaten and washed up, since there were 2 wells, fetching water became easier. That night, Hua Tong didn't watch Mo Bei practice swordsmanship anymore. She went into her tent and slipped into her space to look at recipes. She wanted to remember various special dishes to make a recipe book later. She spent most of the night reading in her space and practicing traditional Chinese characters for a while. Until she felt sleepy, she fell asleep holding the book. Under the starry sky, the young boy was still practicing swordsmanship tirelessly in the same place. Others who were tired from the day rested early. The next day, Hua Tong called Mo Bei to go to the mountains again to fish with her. They pulled up the fishing net, counted carefully, and found 80 fish jumping lively inside. There were also a few eels, and she released the very small fish back into the water, waiting for them to grow bigger before eating. The 2 carried 2 bamboo baskets of fish down the mountain, and they called over some women cooking over a fire. Everyone dug a pit in the ground, lined it with oil paper, poured water in, and kept the fish in there to grow. Wang Shi asked, "How much would all these fish cost?" Hua Tong smiled and said, "They're free, caught from the mountain with a net." Duan Chui also smiled. "Even if they're free, they're hard-earned. Everyone can eat as much as they want." Everyone agreed. Hua Tong asked them to use these fish to practice cooking, making squirrel-shaped fish. Since she had gathered many wild vegetables from the mountain yesterday, she didn't buy vegetables today. While the women prepared the fish, she guided them, and Mo Bei went to the construction site to help carry bricks. Surprisingly, Although the village women were making fish for the first time, they were quite skillful. The patterns carved into the fish were very successful. After making several squirrel-shaped fish, they also tried making lion's head meatballs, which also turned out well. Huatong originally thought that today, besides Zhuangbo, no one else would come to eat. Unexpectedly, Wei Junlin, Wei Zifeng, and Wei Zissou arrived during mealtime, along with King Yu. King Yu travels discreetly, only bringing a single attendant. Huatong went to greet them. The woman by the stove was unsure whether to come forward to bow or to continue watching over the pot. In the end, she hurried over and stood stiffly beside Huatong, not knowing whether to bow. King Yu said, "No need to be formal. You can do your own thing." Hearing this, the women quickly stepped aside. Huatong invited him to sit and said, "I was planning to wait until the house was finished before inviting you to a meal." King Yu replied, "We can eat now." Huatong called to the woman at the stove, "Add a few more dishes." The women understood that King Yu intended to dine here. Although King Yu and the Grand Scholar came to their village for a meal, it was at Huatong's house, and everyone in the village was happy. King Yu had heard from Wei Junlin after the morning court that Huatong's cooking was very special. He was interested in partnering with Huatong to open a restaurant. He originally came for Huatong's unique dishes, but today Huatong didn't cook at all. The food was all made by the village women. In fact, although it was the first time they prepared these dishes, the food was quite good, mainly because of the well-chosen seasonings, making the dishes appealing in color, aroma, and taste. Huatong honestly said, "All these dishes today were made by a few village women. Once I teach them properly, I plan to have them run the kitchen at the restaurant. Would you like to try? Does it suit your taste?" King Yu took a bite and said, "Not bad. It can be developed further." He picked up his chopsticks and invited others, "Everyone, please eat." The others then happily started eating. They didn't expect that after yesterday's feast of big fish and meat, there would still be more today. Wei Zissou, wanting to eat more here, didn't eat much in the morning, saving her appetite, so she could stay longer and avoid feeling full after just a few bites. During the meal, King Yu and Huatong exchanged a few casual words. He asked, "Why did you decide to train the village women to be cooks? Usually such tasks are done by men." This question really stumped her. Mrs. Wang spoke for her, saying Lulu's idea is to give the women in the village a chance to earn money. She's always like that, thinking of the villagers first. Back in Qingchuan village, she was the one leading the effort that earned the whole village several thousand silver coins. Huatong didn't want to boast about herself. Mrs. Wang naturally praised her eagerly in front of Emperor Wang. Mo Wenj corrected her. "Mother, that's called a monthly cloth. That girl, she should know what a monthly cloth is." She finds it a bit embarrassing to say such things directly. Mo Wenj was not bothered. When they promoted it earlier, they were everywhere and it was okay to promote it openly, so what's there to be shy about? Or perhaps she was still young and didn't think it was something to be shy about. Wei Zissou asked humbly, "What is a monthly cloth?" Wei Zifeng helped him serve food. "Eat your meal." Children don't ask so many why questions. It makes people feel shy. There was a brief pause in the atmosphere. Mrs. Wang quickly said, "Everyone eat more, especially these squirrel fish and lion's head. They taste better when hot." Not far away, Old Lady Zhao saw the young nobleman from this side and felt jealous. Old Lady Zhao's eyes moved. She needed to think of a way to meet Wei Zijing. But she knew she couldn't see the young lady from the Marquis' house anytime soon. After Emperor Wang and his group finished eating, they took their leave. Zhuangbo stayed for a while and talked with Huatong about the clinic recruitment. Many pretended to be doctors, but after interviews, they only prescribed simple remedies for headaches and colds. None of them qualified. Following Huatong's strict requirements, Zhuangbo tried to hire a few skilled doctors, which was quite difficult. Huatong told him to go ahead and recruit freely. Once she was free, she would give the doctors pre-job training. After finishing their discussion, Zhuangbo left. Huatong spent her days buying vegetables, fishing in the mountains, and digging wild herbs. When she returned, she taught the village women how to cook. She was thinking she could soon be a chef at a restaurant, and the women were very excited. The women were clever and didn't need much help from Huatong. They learned quickly. But this period was costly. When she had free time, Huotong sat at the table with a small notebook, doing the accounts. The villagers spent nearly 30,000 on building houses, which most of them could afford. Their savings were almost gone. Back in Qingchuan village, she had earned some silver, but the villagers quickly bought donkeys and bricks with it. In the end, the houses weren't built, and during the flood, they even lost the donkeys. The labor costs for building the water channels and the money spent on bricks and mud were limited. She was paying for food and drinks herself. She roughly calculated how much silver she might still have after all the work was done. She still wanted to save some silver to send Xiao Bei and Ho Yang to school. After school started, everything from paper to ink cost silver. She also planned to save some silver to open a restaurant. The wild boar is coming down the mountain. Lady Ho, the wild boar is coming down. While Ho Tong was busy counting money, the women cooking nearby started shouting. Sure enough, a large wild boar snorted and appeared. The men were building houses at the construction site and didn't know what was happening here. When the wild boar arrived, it headed straight for the women here. Fortunately, they were experienced people who had faced storms before. After a moment of panic, they grabbed pots and basins as weapons. Ho Tong took out a military knife from her space and stepped forward, saying, "Perfect timing." She was worried about not having meat to eat, and now the wild boar was coming right to her. Unexpectedly, when the wild boar saw her, it paused for a moment and then ran away. It seemed a bit panicked and uncertain about where to go. This girl is not easy to scare. Her pig nose was very sharp, and she immediately sensed an unusual smell from her. Ho Tong was also surprised. She didn't expect the wild boar to not attack her, but to run elsewhere. It ran toward the villagers, working on the construction. The villagers immediately panicked, with someone shouting, "The wild boar is here. The wild boar is here." Many of the workers helping with the construction had never seen a wild boar and weren't used to fighting tigers in the mountains like these villagers. The village chief shouted loudly, "Don't panic, everyone stay calm." The children remained calm and hid quietly, not causing any trouble. Having faced storms before, the village chief held a shovel, and the other villagers also grabbed their tools, ready to fight. Seeing so many people, the wild boar ran around wildly, charging at anyone in sight, scaring some inexperienced villagers who shouted loudly. Then, a figure flashed by, Mo Bei, holding a sword, appeared. A flash of cold light passed, and the wild boar was knocked to the ground. After a while, the village chief stepped forward, looked at the scene, and said, "It's dead." Other villagers hurried over to look and said, "What a big pig." Mo Bei said, "Tomorrow, everyone will have pork to eat." The village chief agreed, "Yes, yes, tomorrow we'll eat pork." Someone, help carry the wild boar over. 5 or 6 strong men came to help, lifting the 300 or 400 gene wild boar over to the women. The men went to work, and the woman responsible for the cooking area came to kill the wild boar. Servants from the royal palace and the Wei family, who had come to help, watched silently and admired these villagers. They weren't afraid of the wild boar. With just one move, they killed the wild boar easily. No wonder they dared to live below Beast Mountain. They suddenly understood. Thinking about having wild boar meat for lunch tomorrow, everyone worked even harder. Because the wild pig was very large, the meat appeared dry and tough. After killing the pig, Hu Tong asked the woman in charge of the stove to cut the meat into pieces, add slices, pour in some wine to remove the smell, bring it to a boil over high heat, blanch it briefly to remove foam, drain the water, and set it aside in a bowl. The next day, she rolled up her sleeves, took charge of the cooking, and made a braised wild pig dish. After the other women saw how it was made, they used the remaining meat to learn how to cook this dish. The resulting wild pig meat had no strong smell and was very fragrant. They added aromatic spices. Working at a villager's house, having meat for every meal was something they hadn't expected. Unconsciously, during these days with Hu Tong, the women learned over a dozen of their best recipes. When served, each dish was of high quality. Meanwhile, The medical clinic at Zhuangbo's place was also completed that day. At noon, he happily came to eat and said to Hutong, "Master, our clinic is ready. Tomorrow at noon, I will hold a feast at Yumen Tower to officially apprentice you. Please bring your family along." It was a big event to become a disciple. This was the second time he mentioned it. Hutong had promised him before that he would officially become a disciple after the clinic was finished. Now that it was ready, Hutong simply replied, "All right." After the meal, Zhuangbo didn't stay long and only reminded him, "Master, I'll wait for you at Yumen Tower tomorrow. Uncle Mo, Aunt Wang, please come early," he added. Mo Nian and Mrs. Wang happily agreed. After Zhuangbo left, Mrs. Wang said, "We still have many chores to do here, and I can't leave tomorrow."
Hutong said, "That's okay.
I'll tell them." The women working at the stove were easy to get along with and wouldn't complain if she left for a little while or skipped a meal. The men working at the village office wouldn't say much either. After the family agreed on this plan, Hutong informed the women in advance that evening and also contacted the village official. The next morning, she first went up the mountain to bring back the fish she had caught, and Mo Bei also carried a basket of wild vegetables. Before leaving, Mrs. Wang helped wash the vegetables. Lu Yunyang, who was working nearby, said, "Sister Wang, you don't need to be busy anymore. Just get ready to leave." The village official's wife, Duan Chui, also said hurriedly, "Yes, yes. When we go to the city to eat, we must dress neatly so no one looks down on us." The women working at the stove urged her to change into clean clothes before leaving. Mrs. Wang thought it made sense and went to change into a clean outfit. Mo and Ge had already dressed up beautifully. Looking at the time, the village chief also urged Mo's father and son to hurry back and change their clothes. He advised, "Make sure to wear clean clothes. When you go out, you represent our village's reputation." Since they often worked on construction sites, their clothes were inevitably dirty. To avoid embarrassment, the whole family changed into clean clothes, washed their faces, and combed their hair neatly. Hutong prepared the donkey cart, and the family rode in it. Mo Bei sat on the front of the cart, guiding the donkey, while Hutong sat on the other side. They knew about Yumen Tower. When they went shopping on Zhuke Street, they saw Yumen Tower, which looked very fancy, like a high-end modern restaurant. As the cart entered the Imperial city, they saw busy streets filled with people, noise, and lively chatter. The cart stopped at Yumen Tower. After tying up the donkey, the family was about to go inside, but was stopped at the door. Someone shouted, "What are you doing?" A young attendant at the door, clearly seeing their modest clothes, looked down on them. Everyone who ate at Yumen Tower was either wealthy or noble. Ordinary people couldn't even step on its threshold. Hutong said, "We came here to eat." "Full inside, try another place," the attendant replied. Mo Wen-go angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. We have a reservation for a private room here." The attendant sneered with disdain. "You have a reservation? Do you know how much a meal costs here?" Hutong was amused and annoyed by their snobbery. If she weren't worried about her family, she would have punched him to teach him manners. She hesitated, debating whether to force her way in or find a way to inform Zhuangbo Shi, but Mo Bei stepped forward and grabbed the attendant's collar. "You're just a gatekeeper. What right do you have to mock others?" With a strong pull, he threw the attendant to the ground. The young attendant's face changed drastically. You dare cause trouble here? Do you know whose territory this is?" Hutong said, "Everyone deserves to be treated fairly." The young attendant, furious, got up and shouted, "This is Princess Mingxia's territory." So, they could ignore fairness. While they were arguing, a luxurious carriage stopped nearby. A man dressed in a blue robe stepped out. Seeing him, the young attendant hurried to greet him, saying, "Duke Qingyi, you've arrived. These people are causing trouble here, as everyone knows. Princess Mingxia's husband is the Marquis of Qingyi." Of course, no one calls him that. People who know him still call him the Marquis of Qingyi. The Marquis of Qingyi glanced at the young waiter and then looked at the few people causing trouble. His expression was hard to read. He said, "Hutong." Hutong responded, "My apprentice is hosting a banquet here. They won't let us in because the guard looks down on us." The Marquis of Qingyi understood and kicked the guard out with one foot. The guard fell back to the ground, and in a cold tone, he said, "Stay away from me." The young waiter, lying on the ground, looked confused. Why does the Marquis of Qingyi know these ordinary people? And why is he defending them? When speaking to Huatong again, the Marquis of Qingyi's tone softened a little. "Go inside." Huatong replied, "Please." The Marquis of Qingyi went in first, and Huatong followed with his family. As they climbed the stairs, the Marquis of Qingyi suddenly paused. His headache returned, and his vision darkened slightly, making him feel dizzy for a moment. His bodyguard hurried to support him. "Lord Marquis." Everyone else stopped. Huatong looked at him with some surprise. Last time in the canyon, he had the same sudden illness. Huatong used X-ray vision to scan him quickly, and he gradually recovered. "It's nothing." He started walking, and Huatong followed. After thinking for a moment, she called out to him, "Lord Marquis." He stopped and looked at her. Huatong said, "Lord Marquis, forgive me for speaking frankly. You have a tumor in your brain. If it's not treated in time, and it turns malignant, it could threaten your life." The Marquis of Qingyi suddenly smiled coldly and sneered, "Can you see a tumor growing in my brain with your 2 eyes?" To prove her words, Huatong added, "One common symptom of a brain tumor is headaches. Usually, they are most severe when you wake up in the morning, and they lessen somewhat after getting up and moving around. Second, there can be sudden vomiting, often during severe headaches. After vomiting, the symptoms improve. This can be mistaken for a stomach illness. Third, vision loss, with peripheral vision shrinking. Fourth, sudden seizures, often mistaken for primary or common epilepsy, which delays proper treatment." The Marquis of Qingyi looked at her and said, "Go eat." He turned and walked away. She had said everything she could. If the Marquis still refused to believe her, there was nothing more she could do. Zhuangbo looked around but couldn't find her, so he ran out to look. Seeing them here, he quickly approached and said, "Master, please come this way." Zhuangbo led them into a private room. Inside, there was a dignified woman sitting. Zhuangbo introduced her. "This is my mother." Huatong was surprised. He didn't expect that he had invited his own mother and made such a grand, formal occasion. Huatong bowed politely, "Madam, hello." The other young men imitated him and also bowed, greeting, "Hello, madam." The woman was momentarily stunned but then smiled. "Just call me Aunt Sue." It seemed her son hadn't told others her true status. Zhuangbo's mother, Su Yang, was a concubine, and being a concubine was considered a low status. Huatong didn't care about these social ranks. Zhuangbo introduced everyone one by one. "This is my master, Uncle Mo, Wang Shi." Zhuangbo also introduced the 2 elders. Su Yang knew her son was going to study under a respected teacher and was quite happy, but she didn't expect the teacher to be so young. Zhuangbo asked everyone to sit down. To formally acknowledge his master, he specially invited his biological mother to come as a witness, showing how much he valued this apprenticeship. Everyone was in a warm, lively, and friendly atmosphere. Su Yang said, "I heard from Zhuangbo that your house will be built soon. When it's ready, I definitely want to visit." Huatong replied, "When the time comes, please invite Auntie to come to our house." Since she was Zhuangbo's biological mother and he had recognized her as his master, she changed her way of addressing him to Auntie, making her seem closer. Zhuangbo filled the wine cup and prepared to perform the apprenticeship ceremony. In front of the family members, Huatong drank the apprentice wine. Meanwhile, the blue-clad Marquis was in the next-door private room, along with King Yu, Wei Junlin, the 4th Prince Ji Yanzhou, Princess Mingxia Ji Xian, and others. The blue-clad Marquis was summoned by King Yu. In terms of seniority, King Yu should call the blue-clad Marquis brother-in-law. Although King Yu and Princess Mingxia were not born of the same mother, they were about the same age and grew up together, so they were quite close. Princess Mingxia loved to eat, drink, and have fun. Her property, Yumen Tower, belonged to her. When she was free, she liked to invite people to eat and drink. King Yu had just returned, so she often called him out for meals and entertainment. The blue-clad Marquis was a bit distracted. After eating a few bites, he stood up and said, "I have something to do. I'll take my leave now." King Yu looked at him leaving and was a bit surprised. "Sister, is there a problem between you and the blue-clad Marquis?" Princess Ji Xian hummed softly. "I already said not to invite someone like him. There's no one more boring than him in the world. Calling him over just ruins the mood." Her sister, the emperor's sister, understood and said, "You shouldn't be so stubborn. Marquis Qingyi is not an ordinary man. Being a man himself, he also understood men and knew they needed to be gently persuaded." Ji Xian shook her head and said, "It's not my problem." The two of them continued their quiet conversation, as if no one else was there. Others ate and drank normally. Meanwhile, Zhuangbo's apprentice ceremony ended after about an hour. When the master and disciple group left the private room, they met Wei Junlin coming out from another room. Wei Junlin said unexpectedly, "Huatong, wait a moment." Huatong didn't know what he wanted, so she waited. Wei Junlin went back inside. After a while, he opened the door again and said, "Huatong, Mo Bei, the king of the Imperial court is here. Please come in and join us." Zhuangbo quickly said, "Master, you go in and have fun. We'll leave first." Mrs. Wang also said hurriedly, "Huatong, Bei, you two should stay and play with the king. We'll go back now." Since Huatong had the king's favor, she was very happy. Without causing any trouble, she immediately took her family away. Huatong and Mo Bei went inside together. As they entered, the people in the room looked at them, some with disapproval, some with disdain. Ji Xian looked a bit annoyed and said, "Why bring in two country bumpkins?" Hearing this, the king of the imperial court suddenly looked displeased and said, "They are my lifesavers." Ji Xian sneered, showing no concern, "Just give them some silver to send them away." Such a small matter. These commoners are not worth talking to. The king's gaze turned cold. He had explained clearly, and she still didn't understand? "Huatong is my sworn sister." Huatong thought the king was just defending her as his lifesaver, so she didn't mind. Once she said that, everyone's expressions changed. The king said, "My sworn sister has arrived. Let me introduce her. Huatong and Mo Bei." After a moment of silence, someone said, "Someone who can be considered a sister by the seventh uncle must be extraordinary." That was Ji Yanzhou, the fourth son of the current emperor and nephew of the king. Ji Yanzhou was 17, wearing a silver-white robe with a black belt around his waist. A jade pendant hung from his waist. His black hair was tied with a gold thread, and he looked elegant and noble. The king's eyes twinkled with a smile. "Huatong, what is your special talent? Feel free to introduce yourself." Huatong clasped her fists, bowed politely, and spoke confidently. "I have opened a medical clinic near the Imperial Academy, which will open at the beginning of October. I hope everyone will support it." Princess Mingxia chuckled softly. "Ji Heng, since she is your sister-in-law, are you planning to recommend her to the Imperial Hospital next?" The Imperial Hospital is only for men. No female doctors have ever worked there. "It depends on Huatong's wishes," he said, respecting her opinion. Huatong replied, "I'm quite happy with my clinic." She didn't want to be stuck in the Imperial Hospital working a 9-to-5 job for a small salary. The king of the palace didn't bring up the matter and said, "Since you're here, let's sit down and play some cards." Huatong asked, "Is there a prize?" "Loser pays for me. Winner gets the prize." Ji Xian asked with a smile, "Then who do I owe if I lose?" "As the princess, this is your territory, so of course it counts for you." Ji Xian looked a bit disappointed. "Now that you have a sister-in-law, am I no longer your most loved older sister?" The king of the palace didn't comment. Although there were many things to do in the village, once the king spoke, Huatong couldn't refuse. Ji Xian's people brought out the mahjong set. Huatong glanced at it, surprised inside but pretending not to know, and asked, "What is this?" Ji Xian looked at her with disdain, as if she was an inexperienced outsider who didn't recognize mahjong. The king of the palace explained, "This is mahjong." It seemed Huatong didn't know how to play, so before they started, the king patiently explained the rules once and asked, "Do you understand?" Huatong and Mo Bei answered together, "We understand." Worried that Mo Bei might not know, she played the first round herself, letting Mo Bei watch to get familiar with the game. Ji Xian, Ji Yanzhou, and Wei Junlin joined in. The king of the palace watched Huatong play, planning to guide her if she didn't understand. But surprisingly, she didn't need any guidance. She was clearly an experienced player. In the first round, she played big, winning with a calm, a specific move, and self-draw, causing everyone else to lose silver to her. In the second round, Ji Xian declared Hyul, winning, and Huatong won again. She couldn't believe it and asked, "Huatong, isn't this your first time playing?" Huatong replied, "Yes, it is." Of course, it was her first time in this era. After playing a few rounds and winning each time, Ji Xian didn't believe she was a beginner and said, "You're hiding your skills well." She thought Huatong was very clever. After 2 rounds, Huatong let Mo Bei play for a while. She also let the king of the palace sit down and play for a bit. They thought Mo Bei needed guidance, but after he sat down, he won 3 rounds in a row with kongs and self-draws. It was very frustrating and speechless to call someone. Is this what a beginner does? Or what's someone who doesn't know how to play? Ji Xian's face turned cold. With a determined spirit, she fought fiercely until the end, and after losing, she said angrily, "Dare you two swear that this is your first time playing?" Yu Wang replied, "Is it because we can't afford to lose?" Huatong said, "It's really our first time." Mo Bei added, "Maybe we were just lucky today." Ji Xian could only accept this explanation. Yu Wang stood up. "It's getting late. Let's stop here for today." He arranged for someone to exchange their silver for banknotes, all belonging to Huatong. They won 10,200 taels that afternoon, returning home loaded with money. Ji Xian and Ji Yanzhou lost the most, while Yu Wang and Wei Junlin had mixed results. On their way back, it was already evening. Huatong and Mo Bei went to a Fangzhai to buy snacks to bring home, as they hadn't eaten yet. They then ate a bowl of Marquis noodles by the roadside, similar to modern knife-cut noodles. After finishing, Mo Bei whispered, "It's not as good as yours." Huatong also whispered, "Next time, we won't eat with them." Under the moonlight, the two hurried out of the city gates. On the way home, there were no pedestrians. Walking along the canyon, it grew quieter and darker, a very eerie silence. Many people had died here before, and walking through at night always felt cold.
Suddenly, Montag bei Hand.
In the dark night, they quickened their pace. After crossing the canyon and running back to Bisho village, they saw their family waiting outside. Seeing them return from afar, everyone came to greet them. Huiyang said, "Lulu, you're back." Mrs. Wang asked, "Have you eaten?" Huatong replied, "Yes, we have." Mo and Gus saw what Mo Bei was carrying and eagerly took it, happily opening the box. Mrs. Wang helplessly patted her head, telling her not to eat now and to wait until tomorrow. But she couldn't resist. The delicious food was right in front of her. After a long day, Huatong also told everyone to go rest. The next day, Huatong woke early and took Mo Bei back into the city. The main reason was that the clinic's renovation was finished, and she wanted to check on it. Before leaving, she bought a large piece of pork and some rice and flour. With silver in hand, she had no worries about food or drink. After buying everything needed, Mo Bei hurried her donkey cart to Huichun Hall. Zhuangbo Run was already there. Seeing her donkey cart, he quickly came over and said, "Master, are you satisfied with it?" Huatong was invited inside. Mo Bei also tied the donkey cart at the door and came inside to take a look. Huatong went upstairs and downstairs, inspecting everything, and said he was very satisfied. In the backyard, there was a stove and a pot. Xiao Bei can come back after school to have a meal if he wants. The opening date of the clinic has also been set. Once the Imperial College starts, they will open together. A few people sat down to talk. The medicine boy from Zhuangbo's side brought over fruit tea to serve. Huatong asked him to notify all the doctors he was recruiting. Starting tomorrow afternoon, she planned to hold a training session for the new doctors before they start working, lasting 1 hour each day. While they were talking, a young man came in and said, "Zhuangbo, I heard you opened a clinic here. I didn't believe it at first, but I see it's true. You're overestimating yourself. It's not just your reputation at stake, but the whole Zhuang family's face." Huitong raised an eyebrow. Zhuangbo had already stood up, speaking coldly. "If you're here to congratulate me, welcome. If you're here to cause trouble or say mean things, please leave." The other man was angry and arrogant, saying, "You, a commoner's son, dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe I can shut down your clinic here?" Huitong understood a bit. She thought, who is this wild dog, biting everyone he sees? She was protective of her people. Since Zhuangbo wanted to acknowledge her as his master, she was now his person. Anyone who bullied him or mocked him was going against her. Huitong. The man looked her over. He was angry and ashamed, but her appearance made him feel attracted. Although she was young and dressed plainly, her natural beauty was hard to hide. Zhuangbo said, "It's a family dog." The man angrily pointed at him. "Zhuangbo, try saying that again." A commoner's son dared to challenge a legitimate son like him. He was tired of living. Commoners had no status. Compared to the inferior eldest son, they were like slaves. Huitong had already stood up and kicked him out. "Ah!" A scream sounded as he was kicked out of the clinic. He fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Lying there, he cursed loudly. "You dare hit me? Do you believe I'll make your clinic close down immediately?" Huitong looked at him with disdain. "Try it and see. I'll break your leg if you do." The man was furious. "You wait and see." He crawled up and stormed off angrily. Zhuangbo watched the embarrassed man run away. He'd never felt so happy before. But thinking about the person behind him, he was still worried and said, "Master, he might really do something unexpected." Huitong was not worried and said, "When soldiers come, we defend. When water rises, we block. If the sky falls, the master will hold it up." Of course, knowing both yourself and your enemy leads to victory in every battle. Huitong asked, "Who is he?" "Zhuangyu, the eldest son of the family. The Zhuang family has been doctors for generations and works as imperial physicians in the palace. As a concubine's son, he couldn't receive the family's full training. Knowing he also wanted to learn medicine, he was often pushed aside by the eldest son. Eventually, he was forced to leave home and try to make a name for himself. Later, when Jingzhou became unstable, he returned. Zhuangbo explained the family situation to her. Huitong sneered, "A doctor thinks he can do whatever he wants." It's not that she looked down on doctor status, but she hated the kind of strong people who bully the weak. In reality, when faced with true strength, they would beg and crawl like dogs. She patted Zhuangbo and said, "If he dares to cause trouble again, send someone to notify me immediately." She would make sure he avoided them whenever he saw them. Zhuangbo nodded, then handed her a contract for her to review. Huitong signed it and pressed her thumbprint. After finishing her work here, she headed back home. Zhuangbo still needed to handle the procurement of medicines, as the clinic now required a large amount of herbs. Meanwhile, Huitong was riding her donkey back home. Just as she arrived, a distinguished guest came to her house. It was the wife of Marquis Jing'an, accompanied by Wei Zifeng and Wei Zissou. Huitong was a bit surprised and went to greet her, saying, "Madam." The Marquis's wife smiled and said, "If Zifeng hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were here." Recently, Wei Zifeng had been staying out for meals and not coming home. At first, she thought he was eating out with Wei Junlin, but later she learned from Wei Zissou that he was visiting Huitong's house. She felt a strange closeness to Huitong. When she heard she was here, she immediately sent her son to bring her over. Knowing she was building a house, the Marquis's wife brought some silver notes and said, "This is a big project, so it must cost a lot of silver. Take these first. If it's not enough, let me know." The house was already halfway built, and she knew they had probably already raised the money. But Huitong was her savior for her 3 children, and even Zifeng's recovery was thanks to her medicine. She wanted to show her gratitude. Huitong was shy to accept more and quickly declined, saying, "Madam, this is enough for now. You should accept it first." I heard from Zifeng that Xiaobei will go to the Imperial College to study later, and there will be many occasions to use silver in the future. Huatong was unable to refuse kindly and quickly asked her to sit down, saying, "Madam, I have already partnered with someone near the Imperial College to open a spring revival hall. The expenses for tuition are not a problem." Madame Ho already knew about this, Zissa told her, and she said it was his junior brother. Madame Ho said, "When will it open? I will go to support it then." Huatong told her the opening date. They chatted for a while, and Huatong invited her to stay for lunch at her home. Madame Ho happily agreed. She saw no problem with a lady of the Ho family and a group of refugees eating outdoors together. Wang's family heard about it and immediately went to tell the woman cooking over the stove. They were just a group of refugees settling here. They never expected this broken place to attract distinguished guests, either the emperor's officials or high-ranking scholars. Now it was Madame Ho herself. The woman cooking looked at Madame Ho while preparing lunch. Impressed by her elegant demeanor and gentle manners, she thought, no wonder she's from a noble family. Huatong went to cut some fruit and made a fruit salad for them to taste. Wei Zixu went to play with a peer named Rin Chen, and Wei Zifeng went to watch the construction site. The villagers saw this and hurriedly said, "Oh, little sir, it's not good for you to come here. You might get your shoes dirty. Abe, go play with the little sir for a while." Mobe, who had just returned from the city and wanted to help at the construction site, was immediately chased away by the villagers. Wei Zifeng thought he found it fun to watch people making mud, so he wanted to try. Mobe came over and pulled him away. Young Master Wei was overly pampered and fragile. It was too easy for him to get hurt here. Madame Ho, after eating some of the fruit salad with her tongue, found it so delicious that she unconsciously ate more than half and shyly asked, "How is this sweet sauce made?" "It's so tasty. If Madame wants to learn, once my house is built, I will teach you," Huatong replied with a smile. They agreed happily. After eating some fruit, Madame Ho felt a sudden need to go to the bathroom. She looked around and, feeling a bit shy, said, "Huatong, where can I go to?" Huatong understood immediately. "Madam, follow me." To solve the villagers' habit of urinating and defecating outdoors, 2 public toilets had already been built here. They were made of wood to save costs. Villagers cleaned them every day, and they were kept very tidy. To reduce odors, they also placed incense inside. The inside had both Western-style toilets and squat toilets for convenience. Just flush with water afterward. Huatong took Lady Ho inside, while she waited outside. Seeing the design inside, Lady Ho was quite surprised. She didn't expect a group of refugees to have made such a nice toilet. Most importantly, it was clean. When she came out, Huatong said, "Madam, I see you have a serious cold. Have you been taking care of it?" Lady Ho looked a bit surprised. A cold is a common issue for many women, and there's little that can be done about it. Huatong explained, mild cold causes cold hands and feet, sensitivity to cold, easy to catch cold, joint pain, fatigue, weakness, poor stamina, insomnia, and during the water phase, severe stomach pain. Moderate cold leads to constipation, bloating, irregular water phase, light periods, and delays. Severe cold causes cold hands and feet that can't be warmed, numbness in limbs when sleeping, soft and sore limbs, bloating, stomach discomfort, frequent urination, urgency. You must treat it properly and in time. Lady Ho's expression flickered slightly. It seemed all her symptoms matched her own. "Miss Hua, please take a look at me." When they returned, Huatong asked her to sit down and took her pulse. Despite it being mid-September, her hands felt icy cold. It was moderate cold. Huatong said she would get some medicine. She went to her tent, took out the medicine from her space, and after noting the daily dosage, handed it to Lady Ho, saying, "Take this medicine to adjust your body. Once the medical clinic opens, you can come 3 to 4 times a month for acupuncture." She also brought a box of Hisho Wu liquid with 10 vials. This Hisho Wu can be taken directly, not only beautifying and promoting hair growth, but also helping with movements. It was infused with spiritual spring water, making it even more effective. Lady Ho was slightly surprised. If this really was Hishowu, it was a good product, hard to find on the market. Buying one or two would cost several hundred taels of silver. She asked, "How much silver does this cost?" Huotong smiled. "If sold to others, this box would be worth 500 taels of silver. But these are a gift for you, no silver needed." Lady Ho hesitated. "That can't be. I can't just take it for nothing." "You haven't taken it for nothing. If you find it useful, help me promote it in your circle. In the future, I'll bring you the best products first for you to try." Lady Ho thought for a moment and decided not to refuse. "All right, I'll accept it. I will use this well and recommend it to others."
Thank you, madam.
"You don't need to be so formal with me. As a lady of noble birth, my social circle is made up of distinguished noble women. Their daily routine is all about beauty and skincare, and few are unwilling to spend a lot on beauty treatments. If something works well, recommending it to other women is just a matter of speaking." Wei Zifeng leaned over and asked, "What good thing is this? Let me try it." Madame Jing and Marquis refused him. "If you keep eating, you'll really turn into a girl." Huotong said, "I'll give you something good." She ran to the tent and returned with a bottle of Polygonum multiflorum shampoo. "Zifeng, this is for washing your hair. It makes your hair dark, shiny, and smooth." Although Zifeng's hair was already dark, shiny, and smooth enough, no one would refuse a good product. Wei Zifeng happily accepted it. "Once I try it, I'll help promote it." Huotong looked at him and thought it was a good idea. Having Wei Zifeng as her brand ambassador would be perfect. They talked for a while, and by noon, the workers had finished their tasks and started eating. The Zhuanbo Medical Clinic was busy and didn't come over. This was Madame Marquis' first time eating here, and she didn't expect much, but the dishes served again amazed her. Every dish was a fine work of art. Madame Marquis praised, "Huotong, your food here is just as good as in Yumen Tower. If you opened a restaurant like this, you'd definitely make money." Wei Zifeng's eyes twinkled with a smile. "We've already discussed it. We're going to open a restaurant on Juke Street." Madame Marquis had only spoken casually earlier, not expecting they really had this plan. She said, "Juke Street already has Yumen Tower. I heard it's owned by Princess Mingxia. Why not choose a different location?" Wei Zifeng didn't comment. Princess Mingxia has a Yumen Tower, so others shouldn't have more buildings? He knew his mother was usually gentle and soft, so he didn't say much. He simply asked, "Huotong, think of a name for our restaurant." Huotong thought for a moment, a smile in her eyes. "How about Bisho Tang? Everyone who eats there will live a long life." Zisu said, "Master, that's a good name. I like it." Wei Zifeng agreed. "Let's call it Bisho Tang." While they were joking, Grandma Zhao suddenly came over, smiling warmly. "Madam." She had been wondering how to meet Madame Marquis, and now she was coming to her willingly, which made Grandma Zhao very happy. Mou looked at her with some confusion. "Madam, you probably don't remember me. I have always remembered you. I was the one who delivered you when you gave birth to your twin sons at the temple." Mou hadn't forgotten this, but she couldn't remember the details clearly, as it had been over 10 years. Now, upon closer look at old Lady Zhao, she had some impression. Mou smiled slightly and said, "Oh, it's you." Old Lady Zhao hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. Madam, do you remember now?" "I remember." Huotong squinted slightly, surprised that Old Lady Zhao and Madame Ho had such a connection. Old Lady Zhao smiled again and said, "Madam, Huotong is my third daughter's granddaughter. She was born at the same time as the young lady from your family." Madame Ho looked at Huotong with surprise. No wonder she and Huotong got along so well, it's because of this connection. Old Lady Zhao's gaze fell on Wei Zifeng and said, "I suppose this is the young master from back then?" Madame Ho nodded. "Yes, this is Zifeng." Wei Zifeng glanced at Old Lady Zhao with her almond-shaped eyes, her flattering expression making him feel uncomfortable. But since she had delivered him, he nodded in acknowledgement. Old Lady Zhao then called her family over. "What are you all standing there for? Come and meet Madame Ho." Old Head Mo immediately brought his 2 sons and grandsons over, all smiling and greeting in unison. "Hello, Madame Ho." Old Lady Zhao introduced, These are the members of the first and second households. A group of refugees who had fled here, their clothes torn and ragged. Madame Ho maintained a proper smile and asked, "And the third household?" Old Lady Zhao sighed. "My third son's wife has had a hard life. Not long after Huitong was born, her older brother, younger brother, and parents all passed away one after another. She's left all alone." Madame Ho felt sympathy and pity for Huitong, realizing how unfortunate she was. Her gaze toward Huitong grew gentler. At this moment, Wang Shi gave her children a look to eat quickly and leave. Mo Nan and Mo Shi stood up to go, but Mo Wen-go, who hadn't finished eating and didn't understand her mother's look, stayed seated and continued eating. The people from Old Lady Zhao's family looked at the dishes on their table, drooling with envy. They never expected such good food here. Madame Ho then stood up, took out a note for 100 taels of silver from her pocket, and said, "I didn't bring much with me in such a hurry. This 100 taels of silver is a small token of my kindness." Seeing that their lives didn't seem very good, she decided to help a little. Old Lady Zhao hurriedly refused, saying, "Madam, you are too polite. I accept no reward without merit." Huitong watched coldly from the side, secretly sneering. It was obvious she came to seek favors in exchange for gratitude, but she pretended to be innocent. Madame Ho said, "I was able to give birth to Zifeng and Zijing smoothly back then, thanks to your help with the delivery. How can I say there was no merit? Your contribution is great." She handed a silver note to Old Lady Zhao, who suddenly knelt down with a thud, knocking her head 3 times. With tears in her voice, she said, "Madam, you are the savior of our entire family." Her family members quickly followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads. However, her eldest grandson was a scholar and somewhat proud, so he felt uncomfortable witnessing this scene. He couldn't stand either sitting or kneeling. This scene drew the villagers' attention, and they came over to see what was happening, unsure of what was going on. They wanted to join the fun but were afraid of disturbing the noble lady. Madame Ho didn't expect them to behave this way and thought they seemed sincere. She hurriedly helped Old Lady Zhao up and said, "If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me." Old Lady Zhao wiped her tears and said, "Madam, your visit to our village today is already a blessing from heaven. We are just a group of common folk and dare not disturb you." Madame Ho smiled and said, "Don't say that. I not only came today but plan to visit often in the future." Old Lady Zhao also smiled. "If you are willing to come to our village, it will be a blessing for us all." Madame Ho maintained a proper smile. Old Lady Zhao, understanding the situation, didn't bother them further and said, "Madam, we need to get back to work." Madame Ho nodded. After they left, Wang Shi said, "The food is cooled. I'll go heat it up again." Madame Ho replied, "No need. I've already eaten. You all go ahead with your work. I'm heading back now." The family from Huitong's side then saw her off to the carriage. Meanwhile, Old Lady Zhao's expression was proud as she puffed up her chest, boasting to the villagers. She took out the silver note to show everyone. This was 100 taels of silver given personally by Madame Ho. She was the savior of Madame Ho and her children. The villagers didn't expect such a turn of events and couldn't help feeling envious. At this moment, her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiu, loudly exclaimed, "If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it." Huitong's table was full of dishes, but what did we eat? Just a bowl of rice and 2 small dishes. Second daughter-in-law Zhang Mei echoed, "Isn't all the food and drink at Huitong's house paid for by our villagers? We used our money to build the house, and she spends it on eating and drinking. Isn't that wrong? We don't know how much money she has secretly spent on us." The two were talking excitedly when the village chief silently approached and scolded them, "If you dare to speak nonsense again, you will have to leave our village." Li Xiu was unhappy and said, "Village chief, you can't favor her just because you received benefits from Huitong." The village chief was so angry he shouted, "All the silver the villagers contributed is kept with me. These funds can only be accessed with 3 keys held by 3 people. Every expense is recorded. I tell you, the silver you contributed was barely enough to build a house. The daily food and drinks are bought with Huitong's own money. Even the workers for the water channel repair, their wages, all paid by Huatong, who never asked you for a single coin. A villager came to support him, saying, "What the village chief says is true. The daily accounts are kept there and we can all testify. If your family keeps spreading rumors every day, you should leave our village." Huatong's family is really unlucky to have such relatives. I think Huatong doesn't look like they belong to that family. Maybe she isn't their biological daughter. I just heard her say she delivered the lady of the house. Since Huanyangzi was born on the same day, could it be that Huanyangzi is actually the lady's biological daughter? Maybe she secretly swapped the children. I think Huanyangzi does look a bit like the lady of the house. The villagers started gossiping loudly, frightening Grandma Zhao, who immediately changed her expression and angrily said, "If the lady of the house hears what you're saying, she'll tear your mouths apart." The villagers stopped talking and hurried back to work. After sending Lady Ho away, Huatong counted the silver notes in her hand. Lady Ho had given her another 1,000 taels of silver. However, seeing Grandma Zhao's pretentious attitude, she was a bit worried about Lady Ho. She sighed and took some wild fruits to inspect the construction site. She was greeted with calls of Lady Hua. Huatong waved her hand, saying, "Everyone, please be careful." Though just a young girl, she had become the main support for the villagers. Huatong then went to the water channel below the mountain cliff. Head Lu led a group of workers using steel picks and hammers, working hard. Huatong also climbed the mountain to check the progress. With over 70 workers, progress was slow. As she approached, she said, "Everyone, please be careful. Rest if you're tired." Head Lu called out loudly, "Lady Hua, please be careful too." I didn't expect a young woman like her to climb up this cliff without fear, as if walking on flat ground. Huatong walked over and shared the wild fruits she picked from the mountain with everyone, saying, "Everyone, work and rest together. After we finish, I will treat you all to a meal. Engineer Lu, if there are more people available, you can find some to help." "Madam Hua, how many more people do you want?" 100 people is fine. We want to finish quickly so the villagers can use the water for their crops. They really have a lot of money. Engineer Lu replied, "All right, I'll find more people when I go back." While they were talking, Renchen ran over and shouted loudly, "Sister, sister. Someone is looking for you." Huatong followed the water channel down the cliff and took Renchen's hand, asking, "Who is looking for me?" "It's a noble person who is sick." Huatong didn't think of anyone special coming to see her, but when she returned home, she realized it was the Marquis in blue clothes. Sure enough, he is an important person. The Marquis in blue clothes was sitting at their table waiting. It's unusual for someone of his status to wait here, but it made everyone in the village very excited. This showed that their village was a place full of talented and noble people. Think about it. Who in the village would have noble visitors coming one after another? Huatong went over to greet him. "Marquis, are you well?" Since the Marquis in blue clothes was here, he clearly knew everything about Huatong, which also showed he wanted her to treat his illness. Huatong sat down and was not polite, asking Marquis, "Tell me about your current condition. What symptoms do you have?" The Marquis in blue clothes looked expressionless: headache, vomiting, and vision loss. Huatong listed 3 symptoms he was experiencing. He had already seen doctors, and as Huatong said, they misdiagnosed it as a stomach illness. After taking medicine for a while, there was no improvement. Huatong said, "There is a tumor in your brain that has grown and is pressing on your nerves, affecting your normal life. If it continues to develop and turns malignant, it could be life-threatening. If you miss the best time for treatment, surgery might be the only option, but it could be a matter of life or death. I suggest you have surgery now to remove the tumor and prevent further problems." In recent years, medical skills in Jinghua had improved, especially in the military, where injuries and surgeries were common. However, the infection rate after surgery was high, and so was the death rate. "Can you guarantee that the surgery will be completely successful and leave no after effects?" Huatong shook her head. "No doctor can guarantee a completely successful surgery. I can only tell you that it is a very small procedure, very easy to treat, and after removal, it won't come back." The blue-clad Marquis remained silent. Such a big matter, of course, he had to consider carefully. Huotong continued, the surgery fee and the post-operative medicine are quite expensive. You need to prepare 5,000 taels of silver. The blue-clad Marquis looked at her calmly. You are a refugee. Who is your master? Huotong replied, my master does not allow me to say, so I cannot tell you. She kindly advised him, a person's life only happens once. You should decide quickly. The Marquis asked, when can the surgery be scheduled? After the morning hour tomorrow. Meet me at Huichun Hall on White Tiger Street. I will check you, and if everything is fine, the surgery can be arranged the day after tomorrow. As long as she successfully completed this business with the Marquis, her reputation would quickly spread in the Imperial capital, and many people would come seeking her. The Marquis paused for a moment, then nodded. See you tomorrow. He stood up, and Huotong saw him off. Take care, Marquis. She watched as he got into the carriage and left. Huotong turned around and let out a gentle sigh. The Marquis agreed. That was wonderful. In this era, very few people dared to accept her surgery without courage. After all, it involved brain surgery. Soon, another 5,000 taels of silver came in. Huotong sat down happily and counted in her mind. Sending Xiaobei to study at the Imperial Academy was completely stress-free. The women around the stove hurried over and asked, Huotong, isn't this noble guest the same one from the canyon before? Huotong nodded. Yes, that's him, the blue-clad Marquis. Our Basho village will change its name to Noble Guest Village. The women giggled happily. Meanwhile, the carriage returning to the city stopped in front of Princess Pingyang's residence. The gate was knocked open, and he strode inside. The princess's residence was quiet and lonely. Seeing him approach, the maids serving on either side hurried to bow, and then stepped back outside. Inside, Princess Pingyang was sewing a small garment. She was still in her prime, full of youthful beauty. Time never defeated a beautiful woman. When she realized someone had entered, she looked up. Seeing the visitor, she was stunned for a moment, seemingly trying to remember who he was. I have some things to do recently, so I might not be able to visit you for a while. Once I finish, I'll come see you again. Hearing his voice and seeing him, Princess Pingyang suddenly lost her mind. She grabbed the basket of needles and threads on the table and smashed it toward him.
Go.
Outside, the maid hurriedly rushed in to stop her. Princess, please don't do this. The blue-clad Marquis turned and left. Princess Pingyang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly asked, Where is Ajio? Where did Ajio go? Ajio! Ajio! She shouted as she ran outside, calling out as she went. Behind her, the maid quickly caught up, Princess, Princess. Not far away, the blue-clad Marquis stood in the corridor, watching. Ajio, that was their child. He would never come back. Just like Bai Yi, he would never wake up again. The sunset fell, and the evening glow filled the sky. Under the mountain of all beasts, there was laughter and joy. The villagers drank fish soup, and children ate crab meat. Every time Huotong went to collect the catch, she gained quite a lot. The she collected accumulated, and she shared them with the village children to satisfy their cravings. After dinner, the villagers washed up and went to sleep. Huotong also entered her space to check her books. Under the night sky, Missouri Bay was still practicing swordsmanship. But for some reason, tonight he felt inexplicably restless and irritable. The next day, Foreman Liu was a straightforward man. Following Huotong's instructions, he really brought over 100 people to help. Huotong told them to eat lunch here. Regardless of how many people there were, they would be fed. After giving the instructions, she took Mo Bay into town to buy groceries. At the construction site, some people complained, Brother Liu, we could have worked for 2 more months and earned 2 more months' wages. Now you brought so many people. The work that should take 2 months will only take 1. That means we'll earn 1 month less. Others agreed, saying they would earn less money. Foreman Liu said, You don't understand anything. Lady Hua is protected by the royal palace. Just work hard. So, he didn't dare to slack off on her orders. The others just grumbled a little. Since they were under the protection of the royal family, they couldn't do much. Foreman Liu added, Besides, does Lady Hua treat you badly? She always feeds you good food, big fish, and meat. That was true, so the complaints quickly died down. Meanwhile, after Huitong bought vegetables and meat at the market and sent Mobe back on the donkey, she headed to the medical clinic. Today, the clinic was very lively. Early in the morning, the rejuvenation hall was surrounded by many people. It was the eldest son of the Zhuang family, Zhuangyu, who brought over more than 10 servants to cause trouble. He pointed at Zhuangbo and shouted, "Destroy his place." "Wait a moment." Zhuang Bachan shouted, "Big brother, I run my clinic. What does that have to do with you? Why are you so aggressive?" Zhuang Yu's eyes held a plan. "If you want to keep your clinic, that's okay. Bring that woman from yesterday here. Make her kneel and apologize." Zhuang Bo's tone was cold. "She is my master. If she has offended you, I will apologize on her behalf. Please, brother, show some mercy." Zhuang Yu sneered. "You apologize for her? That's not just kneeling. First, kowtow 3 times." Zhuang Bo endured and said, "Why do you have to be so mean? Do you think I am being too harsh?" "Zhuang Bo, understand this. It was your master who hit me first. If you don't apologize today, I will shut down your clinic." Such bold words. "I want to see how you plan to shut down this clinic." As he finished speaking, Huitong strode in confidently. Despite her young age, she walked with a fearless attitude, saying arrogantly, "Come on, everyone, let's go. Don't waste my aunt's time." Zhuangbo looked at her and relaxed his expression. When his master arrived, he felt reassured. She was proud and domineering, which made Zhuang Yu's face darken. "Since you want to be rude, I won't hold back. Smash this place." He gave the order, and his servants swung their sticks, rushing into the clinic. Huitong spun around and stepped in front of them, grabbing one of their sticks and hitting the person on the head with a loud. The person immediately became dizzy, blood flowed from his head, and he collapsed. Zhuangbo watched, almost wanting to cheer. Some people just need to be taught a lesson. In an instant, she fought off all 10 of Zhuang Yu's men. Finally, Huitong delivered a punch to Zhuang Yu, making him gasp and fly backward, crashing to the ground and struggling to get up. Huitong stepped forward and pressed her foot on his stomach, saying, "Still acting tough?" Zhuang Yu's face twisted in pain, his face pale, but he still tried to threaten her. "You dare hit me? Do you know the consequences? I only know that reason can take you anywhere, but without reason, you can't go anywhere." With a forceful move, she broke his ribs with a cracking sound. Zhuang Yu screamed in pain. Wow, what a lively scene. It was the blue-robe Marquis arriving. Huitong relaxed her foot and said casually, "Who's the rebellious kid who came to cause trouble at our clinic, threatening to destroy it? I just gave him a little lesson." Zhuang Yu endured the pain and said, "Blue-robe Marquis, that's not how it is. It's this woman who started with harsh words and then attacked." The blue-clad Marquis had a calm face and a cold tone. "Handle your matters privately. Do not cause trouble at the medical clinic, as it affects others. I have important affairs, so leave now." Huitong immediately bowed respectfully. "My lord, please." The blue-clad Marquis turned and entered the clinic. Zhuang Yu watched him go, puzzled about what connection the Marquis had with these people. But since the Marquis was here, he dared not cause trouble anymore. Moreover, he had been beaten so badly that he couldn't make a scene. Huitong brought the person into the clinic. His personal guard, Tang Chun, was worried and wanted to follow. Huitong raised his hand to stop him. "No disturbances or watching." The blue-clad Marquis made a hand gesture, signaling the others to step back. Huitong then led him to his medical room. After he lay on the bed, he covered his eyes with a black cloth. "What's this for?"
Don't speak.
"I need to check your body." The blue-clad Marquis obediently lay down and closed his eyes. Huitong activated the X-ray and examined him again. As the X-ray started, his black pupils emitted golden light. Just as she had seen before, the tumor had pressed on the nerves. What she said was not exaggerated or meant to scare him. Although the tumor hadn't turned malignant, it still needed to be removed. After completing a series of tests and confirming there were no other hidden dangers besides the tumor, Huitong removed the eye cover from his face. "Marquis, if you're ready, You can come for surgery tomorrow. The blue-clad Marquis showed no emotion. If the surgery fails, your entire clinic and everyone in your village will pay the price with me. Huitong snorted. Marquis, threatening and intimidating me will only slow down my work. She had thought he was quite admirable earlier. The Marquis didn't say anything else and left. Huitong hurriedly asked, Marquis, do you want to proceed with the surgery? Just give her a clear answer. The Marquis shot her a glance. Since he had already said so, she dared not insist on performing the operation. Once you've decided, I will send someone to inform you. Huitong muttered to herself, disappointed. She had thought the Marquis was brave, but now he seemed hesitant. Still, that didn't stop her from offering advice. Marquis, just relax before the surgery and stay in a good mood. The Marquis ignored her and left directly. Relying on a young girl to handle his life was simply unbelievable. He trusted that Huitong wouldn't joke about his life. If anything went wrong, not only would the Huichun Hall be shut down, but everyone in her family would be lost. He would make sure of it. With the departure of the blue-clad Marquis, Zhuangbo hurried over and asked, Master, what did the blue-clad Marquis say? Will he come here for treatment? He replied, he will definitely come again. His condition requires surgery, and only she can perform such a procedure. Zhuangbo was relieved, saying, as long as the blue-clad Marquis agrees to your surgery, our clinic won't have to worry about business. People all over the capital will come because of your reputation. He was quick-witted. Tong patted his shoulder and said, you have potential. She sat down and Zhuangbo brought tea and water. Master, would you like some tea? Tong asked. Zhuangbo, I hit that rebellious son of theirs. When you go home, will you be treated unfairly? I'm not living at their house, so they can't trouble me. Tong felt a little worried for her disciple. If they do trouble you, tell me. She would definitely deal with them so they couldn't cause trouble for her disciple again. Zhuangbo nodded, feeling pleased inside. His master was brave enough to face problems directly. As they were talking, several doctors they had recruited arrived one after another. In total, 5 doctors were hired. Tong discussed their training before starting work. These people never expected that such a young girl was Zhuangbo's master. Seeing her way of speaking, no one dared to look down on her. Tong scheduled their training sessions to start immediately, every afternoon during the Shun hour, for 1 hour each day. After arranging this, Tong didn't stay long and hurried back to the village. Because there were more people working, the women in the kitchen became even busier, cutting vegetables and cooking nonstop. When Tong returned, she had many tasks to do, bringing back fish from the mountain streams and digging up wild vegetables. Their house was almost finished, and the beams would soon be laid. Although tiring, everyone enjoyed the process. Soon, they would have a proper house to live in, no longer needing to sleep outdoors in the wind. Everyone felt a great sense of achievement. The clear sky looked like a blue sheet of paper. A few thin clouds seemed to melt in the sun and drift with the wind. In the afternoon, Tong rode a donkey cart with Mo Bei to the clinic again. After getting off the cart, she told Mo Bei to go to the nearby shop to buy writing supplies and books to read, while she entered Hui Chun Tang. Since their appointment was during the Shun hour, the doctors they recruited had not arrived yet. Zhuangbo came to greet her. Master, you're here. Calling such a young woman master didn't seem strange to him at all. He led her inside, poured her tea, and brought out some snacks. Huitong had not yet taken a sip of tea when they saw a carriage stop outside the clinic. Someone got out and headed straight toward their clinic. Seeing the visitor, Zhuangbo quietly whispered to Huitong, Father has come to settle accounts with us. The visitors included Zhuangbo's father, Zhuang Xiang, his biological mother, Su Yang, and Madame Zhuang. Zhuang Xiang entered with a stern face, immediately noticing Zhuangbo sitting there. His eyes were cold and he scolded, Rebellious son, how dare you team up with outsiders to beat your brother? Huitong calmly stood up and said, There are reasons behind everything. Zhuang Yu is the one I hit. Zhuang Yu had 3 ribs broken, and his chest was badly injured. He was lying at home, suffering terribly. Madame Zhuang looked at Huitong with hatred. She thought, such a small girl, yet so vicious. She had also heard Zhuang Yu say that Zhuang Bo had recognized her as his master. Dr. Zhuang angrily scolded his son, "Rebellious son, always fooling around outside and not coming home. Do you associate with those chaotic martial arts women? Immediately close the shop and stay at home." Su Yang stood nearby, her face darkening. Zhuang Bo also looked cold and said, "It's not my fault." Dr. Zhuang snapped, "Rebellious son, how dare you talk back?" Madame Zhuang scolded Su Yang. "Mother Su, are you mute?" Although her son was her biological child, he had called Madame Zhuang mother since he was young. As his biological mother, she couldn't even call her son's name directly. Now, when something happened, they called her over just to use her as a threat against Zhuang Bo. Su Yang's face darkened and said, "Brother Bo, just admit your mistake to us and Madame Zhuang." Zhuang Bo said nothing. Madame Zhuang was angry and asked, "Zhuang Bo, you tell us, will you come home with us or cut ties with the Zhuang family?" Hua Tong patted Zhuang Bo's arm and said, "Don't be afraid. I am here with you." In such a family, she would look down on it. Zhuang Bo seemed encouraged and replied firmly, "Is that home really my home? Whatever you want." Dr. Zhuang didn't expect him to really leave the Zhuang family. He took a deep breath and said, "Even if you want to leave us, you must pay back what you owe. When you were born, you weighed 6 jin. So, cut your bones to repay your father, and cut your flesh to repay your mother." This was obviously a threat, meant to scare him. He wouldn't truly force his son to cut bones or flesh. Hua Tong was so angry, she almost cursed out loud when Madame Zhuang suddenly shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Tie him up and make him cut his bones to repay his father." Her own son had been beaten so badly. Madame Zhuang hated Zhuang Bo so much, she wished she could eat him. If it weren't for him teaming up with outsiders, could his son have been beaten? The 3 servants on either side immediately moved to intervene. At that moment, suddenly a voice asked, "Are you going to let someone cut off your bones and hurt your parents?" As the words fell, the Imperial King entered. Dr. Zhuang was startled and quickly bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" "I am at my sister-in-law's clinic, so of course I am here." Sister-in-law. Clearly, he was talking about Hua Tong. Dr. Zhuang's scalp went numb. When did the Imperial King take a sister-in-law? Hua Tong took the opportunity to say, "Elder brother, it's like this. Dr. Zhuang's eldest son caused trouble at our clinic, threatening to destroy it. So, I just sent him away." The Imperial King looked cold and said, "Good, beating up someone who relies on power." Dr. Zhuang's face turned pale, and he dared not speak further. The Imperial King's tone grew colder as he said, "Dr. Zhuang, take care of your disobedient son. Don't let him come out and cause trouble again. Otherwise, if his teeth are knocked out, you can't blame anyone." In front of Imperial power, Dr. Zhuang didn't dare to say a word and could only obediently reply, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will teach him. Now, understand clearly, this is my sister-in-law, Hua Tong. From now on, whenever you see her, show her respect." Dr. Zhuang bowed respectfully and said, "I was blind and failed to recognize greatness." The Imperial King said, "Get lost." Dr. Zhuang looked dejected and left. Lady Zhuang, feeling resentful, said, "Zhuang Bo, if you don't come back today, you will no longer be part of our Zhuang family. Even if you don't care about yourself, think about your mother." She was using her mother to pressure him. Zhuang Bo's face darkened. Su Yang looked at him and gently shook her head, signaling him not to worry about her. She was fine. She turned around quickly and followed Lady Zhuang onto the carriage. Outside the clinic, Lady Zhuang scolded Su Yang, "If he doesn't come home, you don't need to come back either." With that, she followed Dr. Zhuang onto the carriage, leaving Su Yang behind. This was to persuade her son to return to the residence. Only by returning could she handle him properly. Su Yang stood stunned on the road, unable to decide whether to stay or go. Hua Tong hurried out, helping her into the clinic. Zhuang Bo looked at her, feeling naturally upset. He clenched his teeth and made a decision, saying, "I will go back to the residence with you." Su Yang hurriedly shook her head. "No, don't go back." Zhuang Yu was beaten badly. If Zhuang Bo went back, Lady Zhuang would surely take out her anger on him. doubling the injuries on her son. Su Yang advised, you should focus on your work.
They are angry right now.
Don't go back to the residence during this time.
I'm Fine.
I'll go back first. After finishing her words, Su Yang ran out quickly. As a concubine, her status in the household was less comfortable than that of the maid beside Lady Zhuang. Zhuang Bowen watched her figure disappear, his eyes filled with restrained worry and anger. Huotong also worried, Zhuang Bowen, will your mother be troubled when she returns home? Zhuang Bowen, it's okay. Lady Zhuang is not a kind person. In the household, the concubines and illegitimate children all live in fear and caution. His biological mother also suffered a lot under Lady Zhuang's treatment. With the king present, Zhuang Bowen chose not to talk about his own household. He bowed and said, Your Majesty. Huotong then invited the king to sit and asked, Why are you here?
Just passing by, just looking around.
Huotong poured him some tea, saying, Your visit is very timely. If you had come a little later, I would have had to fight with them again. The king could imagine that scene. She would have fought those people until they were all bruised. Huotong was moved and asked, Are the imperial doctors also so arrogant? The king, since you are my sister-in-law, you can be more confident. Huotong was stunned. Is that a joke, or are you serious? Serious, he replied, not one to joke around. Huotong then told Zhuang Bowen, Did you hear that? From now on, the king will be your senior uncle. He is someone with strong backing. Zhuang Bowen was clever too. Hello, senior uncle. The king gently rubbed his forehead and nodded, nephew. When Mo Bei, who had bought the 4 treasures of the study, hurried in, the king was sitting in the clinic drinking tea. The young man looked bright and clear. Seeing the people in the clinic, he respectfully said, Your Majesty. Huotong, Xiao Bei, let me see what you bought. Mo Bei placed the 4 treasures of the study in front of her. They looked like cheap items. There were 4 sets in total, 1 for each person. Huotong secretly thought she should have given Xiao Bei more silver. The king said, Xiao Bei, I will give you a good set of the 4 treasures later. Thank you, Your Majesty. The king, just call me sworn brother when you're with Huotong. Mo Bei, sworn brother. Huotong quietly closed the set of 4 treasures. He studied at the Imperial College, where most students were from wealthy families. If his belongings were too cheap, others might look down on him. Since he was sent to study at the Imperial College, he couldn't let outsiders underestimate Xiao Bei because of his things. She silently decided that when they returned, she would buy him a better set of the 4 treasures. By the beginning of the new year, all the students attending the training class had arrived, and Huotong let them sit on their own. Huotong started by talking about how to treat people and patients. Everyone should be treated equally, with a kind attitude, gentle words, and make patients feel that Hui Chun Tang is like their home. Zhuang Bo also came to listen to her talk. Yuang left. Mo Bei Xian also came and sat nearby to listen. Even without medical knowledge, listening to her speak was not boring. She was confident and shining in her field. When the training ended, Huotong didn't rush to leave. She took Mo Bei to the shop he had visited before. The shopkeeper thought they were returning goods and was planning how not to accept a return, but Huotong said, Shopkeeper, bring me your besting stone and brush to show me. The shopkeeper immediately greeted her with a smile. Coming right away, coming right away. In this era, writing with ink was important, and a good inkstone was especially necessary, one that wouldn't damage the brush, allowed ink to flow quickly without drying, and was easy to clean and grind finely. A good inkstone was intricately carved and felt smooth and comfortable to touch. The shopkeeper brought out an inkstone and introduced it. This is a Duan inkstone, the top of the 4 famous inkstones. The stone is warm and smooth like jade. Feel it, soft yet firm, like a child's skin. A good famous inkstone not only feels good but also looks beautiful, with exquisite carvings. Huotong then asked him to bring out the best brush to look at, and the shopkeeper brought a wolf hair brush and explained. The wolf hair brush has a fine tip and strong brushwork, suitable for calligraphy and painting. It is also very expensive. One wolf hair brush costs more than the inkstone, about 700 taels of silver, and the inkstone costs 500 taels. Hu Tong asked the shopkeeper to bring her small, medium, and large brushes. She looked them over and said, 3 brushes plus this inkstone. One price, 1,200 taels of silver. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. Miss, are you joking? Maybe you should check other shops. Forget it, I won't buy. Hu Tong turned to leave. Miss, let's negotiate. For 1,500 taels, you can take them all. Hu Tong agreed, deal. Afraid she might change her mind, the shopkeeper hurriedly wrapped the brushes and inkstone. Hu Tong placed them into Mo Bei's arms, and she paid with a silver note. As the shopkeeper happily saw her off, Hu Tong suddenly asked, Shopkeeper, where can I buy tiger skins? Zhuke Street, heading west. Hu Tong went to call her donkey cart. Mo Bei followed her and sat on the cart's yoke, asking Tong Tong, isn't buying all this too expensive? She couldn't say exactly what kind of people the Imperial College students were, only that they all came from noble families and used the finest things. She was afraid that saying this might pressure Mo Bei, so she simply said, only the best will do. Mo Bei asked softly, is it worth it? Of course it is. The boy's eyes showed a smile. Since she bought such expensive things only for him, even Hyang didn't receive such treatment. Naturally, he felt pleased. This showed that in her heart, he was gradually more important than Hyang. Huatong didn't know what the boy was thinking and hurried to Zhuke Street on a donkey. After asking 2 people, she found the purchase point. She took out a complete tiger pelt. The shopkeeper looked at it and said 150 taels. Huatong quickly took back her tiger pelt. I'll sell it to you for 150 taels. I'd rather give it to someone as a favor. I won't sell it for less than 700 taels. The shopkeeper was amused and said, young lady, no matter which shop you sell to, you won't get 700 taels. At most, 200 taels. It can't go higher. Huatong turned to leave. 300 taels. Huatong paused. 500 taels. No less. The other didn't expect her to be able to bargain at such a young age. In the end, Huatong sold 3 tiger pelts. While pretending to go to the donkey cart to get the pelts, she took them out of her space. She received 1,500 taels. With the silver, she took Mo Bei to a clothing shop. Since school was about to start, Mo Bei's clothes needed changing. All the clothes she had bought before were not suitable for him as a scholar. Previously, his clothes were made of fine cloth, far inferior to the luxurious garments others wore. As a scholar, his clothes couldn't be too poor. They had escaped from danger, and if others found out about Mo Bei's background, they might look down on him. She didn't want to compare herself to others, but she knew people's hearts could be cruel. To buy him new clothes, Huatong spent all the silver she had just received. When they were about to leave, Mo Bei suddenly said, Tong Tong, if you buy me so many clothes at once, what if I grow taller and they don't fit anymore? Huatong replied, you won't waste them. If you really can't wear them, you can keep them for Hyang and the others. The boy's eyes flickered. If it weren't for the people passing by, he really wanted to hold her in his arms. She was so good. He could only love her silently. On the way back, he rode the donkey cart. Sitting on the front, Huatong thought she should buy a carriage. By the time they reached the foot of Bisho Mountain, it was already dark. The workers had finished their work, and the family members were looking around at the road intersection. Huatong took out the calligraphy and painting supplies she bought for them and placed one set on the table for each person. To avoid causing unnecessary jealousy, Mo Bei decided not to show off his belongings. When Mo Nan and Mo Shi first touched a brush, they felt a strong attachment to their own items. Mo Wenj and Ren Chen also watched from the side, looking very envious. Huatong patted Ren Chen's head and said, Chen Chen, when you grow up a bit more, I will send you to school. Ren Chen replied, Sister, when I finish school and grow up, I will take care of you. Huatong smiled and agreed. Mo Wenj said, Sister-in-law, please find me a teacher too. I want to learn to read. Huiyang said, Why would a girl like you need a teacher? That's a waste of money. Mo Nen said, When I learn to read, I will teach you. Mo Shi added, Me too. They all thought hiring a teacher for her to study at home was a waste. Sister-in-law had already arranged for the 4 of them to study, which was not easy, so they couldn't let her keep fooling around. At this moment, Wang Shi brought dinner over. Mo Nan and Mo, she went to help carry the food. They ate until it was dark, then each person went to bed holding their writing supplies. The next morning, Tang Chun hurried over on horseback. Huatong had just finished breakfast when she heard someone running and shouting, "Lady Hua! Lady Hua!" Knowing it was the personal guard of the blue cloak Marquis, she put down her bowl and went to meet him. "Lady Hua, the Marquis requests you to visit his residence." Huatong said, "I still need to buy vegetables first. Once I buy the vegetables, I will go to the clinic. Please tell the Marquis to wait for me at Huichun Hall." "Lady Hua, this isn't appropriate. Shouldn't she go to the Marquis's house to see the Marquis himself?" Huatong said, "Go quickly." Her time was precious. She didn't have time to run back and forth to see the Marquis every day. So, the Marquis had to come to the clinic and stay there for a few days. Tang Chun had no choice but to go back and report. After finishing her porridge, Huatong took Mo Bei and headed into the city together. Once they reached Zhuke Street, Huatong stopped the donkey cart, handed a bag of silver to Mo Bei, and told him to go buy vegetables. She needed to go to the clinic. Relying on her legs, she hurried into the clinic. Zhuangbo was already there, sitting and looking bored, seemingly unhappy, so much so that Huatong didn't notice her arrival. Huatong quickly walked over and asked, "Zhuangbo, what's wrong?" He came to his senses and said, "Master, it's nothing." Huatong keenly sensed that he must be worried about something. Even though he came from such a family, Zhuangbo was usually optimistic and positive. Now his face was pale and gloomy. This is her apprentice. Huatong feels sorry for him and asks, "Did they make things difficult for your mother?" Zhuangbo nods in response. Last night, he secretly climbed over the wall to visit his biological mother, and she was beaten again by Madame Zhuang. Of course, this wasn't the first time. Huatong pats his shoulder and says, "Zhuangbo, have you ever thought about letting your mother leave that dangerous place? Living as a concubine in such a family, her situation is worse than that of a servant." He hadn't thought about it before. When he was young, he was also forced to leave home in anger, hoping to make a name for himself. Listening to Huatong, he says, "I want her to leave that dangerous place, but I don't know if she wants to. The Marquis of Qingyi will come later to perform brain surgery. In the afternoon, we'll ask your mother." Zhuangbo is surprised. "The Marquis of Qingyi is coming?" Huatong replies, "I'm going to prepare now." Zhuangbo quickly composes himself and asks, "Master, can I watch?" "If you're ready, of course you can." Zhuangbo nods, he's prepared. Huatong enters his medical room and takes out the surgical tools needed for the operation. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Marquis of Qingyi arrives with a large group of over 500 soldiers surrounding Huichun Hall, causing nearby people to come out and watch, thinking something extraordinary is happening. Seeing this, Huatong almost thought Huichun Hall had caused some trouble. The Marquis of Qingyi steps out of his carriage, commanding presence. He walks straight into Huichun Hall. Huatong asks him, "Marquis, why have you brought so many people?" The Marquis of Qingyi replies, "If your surgery fails, the entire Huichun Hall will have to be buried with me." Zhuangbo is stunned. Huatong sneers coldly, thinking that wealth and power often come with risks. Treating these nobles, their heads are only temporarily on their shoulders. The Marquis of Qingyi then changes the subject, just joking, "Don't be nervous. I brought so many people for everyone's safety. I need to perform brain surgery. If this news gets out, some people who want to harm me might come after me. This reason is acceptable, especially since he has faced assassination attempts before." "Marquis of Qingyi, please come inside." Huatong invites him. The Marquis goes to the operating room to wait. Huatong puts on a mask, protective suit, and gloves. After he and Zhuangbo are dressed, they come out. "Marquis of Qingyi, lie down on the operating table. I will give you full anesthesia first. Then, you will fall asleep and won't feel any pain." The Marquis of Qingyi obediently lies down on the table, resigned. Huatong took the anesthesia needle and gave Qingyi Marquis an injection. It only took a few seconds, and he fell into a deep sleep. Tong opened the prepared medical kit and took out a surgical knife. Zhuangbo adjusted his mindset to stay relaxed, wide-eyed as he watched. Tong shaved Qingyi Marquis' hair and handed him a bald head. Master, all this hair is gone. When Qingyi Marquis wakes up, will he fight with you? Tong remained calm. Is life more important or hair? At worst, I'll give him a bottle of Bisho to help his hair grow back quickly. Shaving the hair is necessary. Otherwise, thorough sterilization isn't possible. If some microbes enter the skull, it could cause infection, which is very dangerous. The entire surgery lasted an hour. After another quarter of an hour, Tong took off his sterile gown and came out. Tang Chen hurried over. Dr. Hua, is my lord okay? The surgery was successful. The anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. He will wake up in about an hour. You can go in and see him. Can I take him back to the mansion now? No, he must stay here for 7 days for observation and medication. If he leaves the clinic, you bear the consequences. Tang Chen hesitated but was then invited in by Zhuangbo Mabe, who had bought vegetables and delivered them back to the village. Also came over. Knowing that Tong was performing surgery today, he brought some fruit and snacks. Zhuangbo brewed tea as well. Tong sat down slowly to eat, and Zhuangbo looked at her with admiration. His master was truly amazing. Choosing such a young apprentice was not a mistake at all. After a while, Tang Chen ran out quickly, accusing Dr. Hua, how could you shave all my lord's hair? Tong remained calm. The surgery is on the head. If I don't shave it all, do you want to leave a patch? Mabe said, hair can grow back, but if you lose your life, it won't grow back. Tang Chen was almost in tears. Does he know how much his lord loves beauty? Especially his shiny black hair. Shaving his head like this, doesn't it mean risking his life? Can you bear the consequences? Tang Chen angrily ran away. The Qingyi Marquis, after surgery, was still not awake. Tong was not in a hurry to leave and asked the medicine boy to buy some food. Mainly because they earned 5,000 taels of silver from the operation, so they should celebrate a little. While they ate, Tang Chen suddenly ran out shouting again, Dr. Hua, my lord is awake. Hurry and go see him. Tong stood up and went inside, followed by Zhuangbo and Mabe. The Qingyi Marquis, just waking from anesthesia, was still dazed, reaching out and grabbing at the air, calling out, Ear, a Jiao. He called out several times, and Tang Chen's nose felt sore. Zhuangbo looked surprised. What is he saying? He seemed confused and out of sorts. Tang Chen looked uncomfortable as well. The Marquis misses his wife and son. Zhuangbo seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but feel curious and asked, I heard the Marquis' son went missing many years ago, and Princess Pingyang also went crazy afterward? This was not a secret. Most people in the capital knew about the noble family's affairs, except commoners who had less information. Tang Chen was worried about his master, the Marquis, and became less alert. He nodded instinctively and asked, Dr. Hua, what's wrong with the Marquis? Tong replied, it's a side effect of anesthesia. He will recover soon. After calling him a few times, the Marquis gradually regained consciousness, his gaze falling on Tong. He squinted his eyes. Tong smiled. The Marquis, you are awake. The surgery was successful. Tang Chen hurriedly asked, Are you hungry, Marquis? Would you like to eat something? Tong said, From now on, after 3 hours, you can have a small amount of food, mainly soup, with multiple small meals. If swallowing is not difficult, you can have porridge and gradually add different foods. During this time, the diet should be light, easy to digest, and nutritious. I will prepare a meal plan for you to follow. Tang Chen looked at his master, the blue-clad Marquis, who had just undergone surgery. His complexion was not good, and his spirit was weak. He softly said, just follow her advice. Tong added, during this period, you should stay in this medical clinic. You can leave only after 7 days. If you leave without permission, you will be responsible for the consequences. After giving instructions, Tong turned and left. She took her charcoal pen and wrote a dietary list for the blue-clad Marquis in her small notebook, then handed it to Tang Chen. Once everything was arranged, Tong and her group continued eating. She couldn't resist her curiosity and quietly asked Zhuangbo, "You just said the blue-clad Marquis' wife went crazy after their son went missing. What happened?" Zhuangbo also quietly told her, "The blue-clad Marquis has 2 wives. The first is Princess Pingyang, who is from the Bai family. Princess Pingyang's family name is Bai. They are all military generals stationed at the border for many years. When Princess Pingyang was 14, the kingdom of Jing and the kingdom of Yun fought a war. It is said that a spy leaked military secrets, leading to a betrayal. Her father, mother, and 3 brothers fought to defend the city, but in the end, the city fell, and the entire family was killed. That year, Princess Pingyang was not at the border, but was sent back to the capital by her father's people. Now she was of marriageable age, and the Bai family planned to arrange a marriage for her in the capital. White family only has 1 daughter. They always hope she will marry in the Imperial capital and live a peaceful life, rather than staying with her parents at the border, risking her life in battles. Before the marriage was decided, news of the White family's entire army dying in battle spread to the Imperial capital. The emperor admired the White family's loyalty and bravery, so he awarded their only daughter the title of Princess Pingyang and arranged her marriage to Fu Helu, the heir of the Qingyi Marquis family. He ordered them to marry immediately and told the Fu family to take good care of her. A few years later, the emperor passed away and a new emperor ascended the throne. The youngest sister of the new emperor, Princess Mingxia, was also of marriageable age. The city's handsome, elegant single young men did not attract her. Instead, she set her sights on Fu Helu. No one knows what method she used to win him over, but everyone knew that one day, Fu Helu's son disappeared. His wife couldn't bear the shock and went mad. A year later, the new emperor, who had only been on the throne for a short time, arranged the marriage of Princess Mingxia and Fu Helu. After this, the old Marquis Qingyi retired gracefully, and Fu Helu inherited the title of Marquis Qingyi. Huatong sighed and said, "That man is a scumbag." Zhuangbo didn't comment. Mo Bei asked who would want to kill someone like him. Below the canyon, many people tried to ambush him. Huatong was curious. "Zhuangbo, what else do you know? Tell us everything." Zhuangbo cleared his throat. Since his master liked gossip, he decided to share some stories. To avoid being overheard by outsiders arranged by the Marquis Qingyi, he lowered his voice and said, "Let me tell you, Marquis Qingyi is truly a century-old noble family, extremely noble. More than 500 years ago, chaos swept the land, and many heroes rose. A young man named Fu Yunqi, dressed in blue, full of heroic spirit, appeared. He wielded a red tassel spear and led a band of brothers, fighting everywhere without defeat. From then on, the world was divided into 4 kingdoms: Jing, Yun, Zhao, and Wu. People proclaimed Fu Yunqi as king, but he refused the trouble and abdicated in favor of his loyal brother, Ji Bai. After Ji Bai became emperor, he made Fu Yunqi Marquis Qingyi, giving him 10,000 military tokens to defend the capital and protect its safety. He issued a death order. The 10,000 tokens could never be taken back and would be passed down through generations of the Marquis Qingyi family to safeguard the capital. All of this was recorded in the ancestral history books, with traces to find. There was also a rumor that Ji Bai had given Marquis Qingyi a secret decree. Not only would the family protect the capital's stability for generations, but if an incompetent or wicked emperor ascended the throne, Marquis Qingyi could use this secret decree to depose the emperor and restore order. It is said that this right was used once 200 years ago, and there are records of it in history. For hundreds of years, emperors changed, and the person in charge of the green-clad Marquis also changed many times. No one knows if that secret decree still exists. The Fu family enjoyed favor for over 500 years, which naturally made many people jealous. In modern times, during Ji Zhao's exile, the old green-clad Marquis defended the peace of the royal family, helping Ji Zhao smoothly ascend the throne, which was a great contribution. Would anyone want him dead? Who would want him dead? Some people secretly hoped that the green-clad Marquis' family would be wiped out. A few people were whispering and gossiping when Tang Chen approached silently and said expressionlessly, "Dr. Hu, The Marquis asks you to come over. Huatong stood up and went to the hospital ward. Lying on the bed, the pale green-clad Marquis looked weak and lacked his usual commanding presence. Marquis, you dare to cut my hair? Do you want to die? The green-clad Marquis finally realized his hair was gone. Huatong earnestly said, Marquis, you're cutting your hair. You can't operate without shaving your head. Despite this, the green-clad Marquis still looked unhappy. Marquis, don't scare me. If I get scared to death, who'll treat you afterward? Don't worry, once you recover, I'll give you a bottle of shampoo made with Bisho Wu worth 500 taels, guaranteed to grow you beautiful, shiny, black hair, even better than before. Fu Helu threatened, if it doesn't grow back, I'll shave all your hair off. Huatong smiled, all right as you say. The boss is so domineering. Her attitude was very good. She couldn't afford to offend money. Just tell me if you need anything, she said and stepped out. The green-clad Marquis asked Tang Chen to buy him a hat to wear. He wasn't used to not having hair. Tang Chen quickly bought many hats for him to choose from and put on one that suited him. In the afternoon, new doctors from the medical clinic came to give training, while Mo Bei returned to the village. The green-clad Marquis had stationed several hundred troops here, which caused quite a stir. Everyone on the street found out and quietly came to see what was happening. Later, the King of Yu also arrived. Soldiers guarding the clinic's entrance stopped him. Your Majesty, please stay. The King of Yu was cold and commanding. The clinic is also your family's property. I can't enter? Tang Chen quickly came out and said, Our Marquis is resting here. It's not convenient to be disturbed. Please come back another day. The King of Yu said, Stop being so self-important. I'm here to see my sister-in-law. Since it wasn't his own lord, Tang Chen didn't stop the Prince of Yu from entering the clinic. He said, Prince of Yu, please feel free. After speaking, he turned and left. The Prince of Yu sat for a while, and the medicine boy hurried over to pour him tea. Prince of Yu, what illness does the Marquis of Qingyi have? Medicine boy, Your Majesty, I apologize, I don't know the specifics. It seems they're going to perform a craniotomy. A craniotomy? The Prince of Yu stood up and went inside. Tang Chen, who was guarding the door of the ward, immediately stepped in front. Your Majesty, please wait. The Prince of Yu pushed him aside and entered the ward directly. The Marquis of Qingyi was already wearing a hat, covering his head. He looked unwell and, knowing someone had entered, didn't even lift his eyelids. Before Tang Chen could report, the Prince of Yu asked, Did they perform the craniotomy? The Marquis of Qingyi opened his eyes and squinted. The Prince of Yu, anyone daring to operate on the head is the top among the Marquis of Qingyi in the world today. Just for this courage, he was admirable. The Prince of Yu asked, How do you feel, Marquis of Qingyi? Dr. Hua is truly a divine doctor. It feels like just sleeping. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the Prince of Yu's eye, and his tone carried a hint of pride. She is my adopted sister. It sounded like he was showing off. The Marquis of Qingyi responded with an "Oh," his tone tinged with bitterness. Your Majesty is quite good at recruiting talents. Talents are rising, and the nation's fortune is flourishing. The Prince of Yu spoke smoothly, without a flaw. The Marquis of Qingyi closed his eyes slightly, looking tired and uninterested in responding. As the youngest and most favored brother of the emperor, with great military achievements, his prominence once overshadowed several princes. The princes were quite wary of him. The Prince of Yu looked at him and didn't stay any longer. After he left, the Marquis of Qingyi issued an order. Refuse all visitors. He had just undergone surgery and had no energy to entertain guests. The Marquis of Qingyi stationed troops at Huichun Hall. His operation to open his skull was no secret now. Within an afternoon, the news spread throughout the city. After Huadong finished his training class, he saw carriages parked again outside the clinic. Many people heard that the Marquis of Qingyi was here for treatment and wanted to visit, but Tang Chen turned them away. He also collected quite a few tonic supplements. The medicine boy also bought dinner and brought it back. After Huadong and Zhuangbo ate some food at the clinic, they went out together. For their first visit, Huadong bought some snacks to bring along. When the two arrived outside Zhuang's residence, it was already dark. After confirming no one was around, they quickly climbed over the wall. Usually, Zhuangbo would choose to climb over the wall secretly if he wanted to come back without being noticed. Led by Zhuangbo, the two of them arrived at the backyard, at Su Yang's residence. As a minor wife of the Zhuang family, she had no maid to serve her, and her house was very old and broken down. When they arrived, Su Yang had not yet returned. She was kneeling in front of Madame Zhuang, washing her feet. Madame Zhuang's face was dark as she said, "Do you think that as long as that rebellious son doesn't come home, I can't do anything about him?" Su Yang pleaded softly, "Madam, please stay calm. I've raised him for so many years, and now he doesn't even respect me as his mother." Su Yang lowered her eyes. Suddenly, Madame Zhuang kicked her hard in the chest and scolded, "Get out." Su Yang was knocked to the ground. She endured the pain in her chest, got up quickly, and hurriedly left. Madame Zhuang exhaled bitterly. The old maidservant beside her quickly stepped forward and said, "Madam, don't be angry. He's just a son of a concubine and a minor wife. Whatever you want to do, it's all up to you." Madame Zhuang said, "Since he's hiding outside and refuses to come back, don't blame me." She made a gesture, signaling the old maid to come closer, and whispered something. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had hurried back, looked at the person standing in her room and was stunned. After a moment, she hurried over and asked, "Why are you here again? Did anyone see you come in?" Zhuangbo replied, "Don't worry, no one saw me come in. Did she hit you again? Let me see." Su Yang quickly stepped back. It's nothing. Let me see." Zhuangbo sat her down and rolled up her sleeve. Her arm was bruised and purple, looking quite frightening. Zhuangbo's face was serious, with red eyes. He took some medicine and gently wiped her arm, saying, "Mother, you should leave this family too." Su Yang was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Zhuangbo said seriously, "I'm serious. You've lived in this family for so many years. Have they ever truly regarded you as a person? Mother, I've grown up now. I can support you. If we leave this family, you'll have a better life." Su Yang looked at him, feeling a moment of confusion. Unknowingly, he had grown up. Zhuangbo was 20 years old. As a minor son, he knew it was hard to stand out in the Zhuang family. When he was 15, he left to gain experience outside. After many ups and downs, he relied on helping people with their illnesses and selling medicine, and managed to earn some silver. Huatong looked at her and softly said, "Instead of crying here, why not leave this small world and spread your wings outside?" Su Yang hesitated. "I'm afraid they won't let me leave." Huatong said, "As long as you want to leave, we will find a way to make it happen." Su Yang, let me think again. She is just a concubine. If the estate doesn't give her a formal release, she cannot leave. If she tries to escape and is caught by the estate's people, she would be beaten to death. Moreover, Zhuangbo is already a son of a concubine. If she leaves the estate, her son's future will be even harder. He's grown so big, yet he still hasn't found a good marriage. For Zhuangbo, she can't leave the estate either. At this moment, Zhuangbo brings over some snacks. "Mother, this is the snack the master brought for you. Try it and see if you like it." Su Yang smiles slightly and says, "Child, come again later. Don't be wasteful." Huatong laughs and says, "It's not wasteful at all. Try it and see if it suits your taste." She had already been called in front of the lady of the estate for a scolding and hasn't eaten a proper meal until now. She is truly hungry and eats a piece of snack. It's delicious. You all should have some too. The two of them share a piece of snack. Huatong looks at her with genuine concern. Those who don't know might think being a concubine in this estate is glamorous, but in reality, she is worth less than a maid. A woman in her mid-30s, still in her prime, has spent half her life buried here. They sit with her for a while and chat. Seeing that it's getting late, Su Yang says, "You all shouldn't stay here with me anymore. Go back quickly." Zhuangbo, "Mother, give me an answer. Do you really want to leave this family?" Su Yang sighs. "Things are not as simple as you think. Don't overthink. I will stay here. I won't go anywhere. Zhuangbo wants to say more, but Suyang pushes him out. Hurry back, be careful, and don't let anyone find out. After climbing over the Zhuang estate wall again, he unexpectedly encounters Mo Bei outside the wall, who has been waiting for a while. Little Bei, why are you here?
Come to pick you up.
It was already dark, and she hadn't returned. He was worried, so he went to the medical clinic again. When he found her not there, he remembered she had mentioned wanting to visit Zhuangbo's mother at the estate, so he came back again. Hu Tong felt touched, but she also thought about him walking alone at night for a long time and felt a bit reluctant. They walk out together under the moonlight. Suddenly, they see someone rushing towards them. Zhuangbo quickly stops and pulls the others to hide. When the person enters the small gate of the estate, Zhuangbo says, "This maid Ma is a close confidant of the lady of the estate." Hu Tong stroked her chin and said, "It's already this late, and she's not with Lady Zhuang to serve her. Sneaking around like this, it feels like she's planning to do something bad." Zhuangbo, worried about his mother being mistreated in the house, said, "Master, you all go back first." He wanted to go in and take a look again. "Why rush? Let's watch together." Hu Tong turned around and looked back. Su Yang's courtyard was close to the wall, and nearby there was an old tree. After Hu Tong jumped over the wall, she quickly climbed onto the tree. She climbed onto a branch and looked around. Even though it was night, her eyes saw as clearly as during the day. She could see the situation in the neighboring courtyard clearly. Ancient people had no entertainment activities. After a long day of work, most servants had gone to sleep at night. She was observing the surroundings when Mo Bei also jumped over and stood on the same branch with her. He leaned his arms on the branch, in a pose that looked like he was about to hold her in his arms. He whispered in her ear, "Did you see anything?" Hu Tong felt her face flush. The boy's voice was pure and magnetic, as if it could steal her soul. She whispered back, "Be careful." At this moment, Zhuangbo also climbed up. It was very dark, so he couldn't see much. His mother's room had already turned off the lights, so she was probably asleep. Hu Tong saw clearly. She saw a woman hurriedly come out. This was the maid Mama, as Zhuangbo had mentioned earlier. After sneaking out of the courtyard, she looked around and then hurriedly ran away again. Hu Tong looked and lowered her voice to remind, "Mama is coming toward us." Zhuangbo and Mo Bei looked but still couldn't see anything. The women in the house all lived in the back courtyard. Lady Zhuang naturally lived in the east courtyard, the best house. As a concubine, Su Yang was assigned to the farthest west courtyard. It was very dark, and they were far away, so they couldn't see anything. Mo Bei whispered, "Tong Tong, do you have cat eyes?" With her cat-like eyes, Hu Tong stared motionless at the people below. She felt Mo Bei was teasing her, but she had no proof. After a while, Mama hurried over, and both Mo Bei and Zhuangbo saw her. She circled outside Su Yang's room. Because of a small courtyard wall, she could only peek inside through the door. After confirming the lights inside were off and she was resting, she took out a knife and fiddled with the door latch. The latch quickly fell into place. She quietly pushed the door open, looked around again, then closed the door and ran away. Mo Bei quietly asked, "What bad thing is she planning to do?" Hu Tong replied, "I don't know. Let's go down first." The only sure thing was that Madame Ma was up to no good. Hu Tong leapt down from the tree branch, and after everyone followed suit and jumped down, they quietly entered the courtyard. To prevent Madame Ma from coming back to do more harm, they silently hid in the house where Su Yang was. Su Yang, exhausted from the day, was asleep and unaware of the shocking events about to unfold in her yard. After a while, they heard a sound outside. Madame Ma was coming. They hid inside, watching to see what she would do. They waited, but she didn't come inside. Hu Tong quietly asked, "Do you smell anything strange?" It seemed like there was a strange smell. Suddenly, the door made a soft noise. Everyone immediately held their breath, waiting for someone to come in. No one entered, but after a moment, they saw a burst of fire outside. Madame Ma was setting a fire. She poured oil around and then lit it before running away. Before leaving, she also locked the door from outside. When the others saw the flames, they suddenly understood. Huatong quickly stood up to speak, but Zhuangbo, already angry, cursed first and then rushed into the house to call his mother. Huatong ran over to kick the door open. Now she understood why it had suddenly made a noise earlier. It had been locked from outside. She kicked the door, which was burning, and it crashed outward. Meanwhile, Zhuangbo carried his mother out hurriedly. There was no time to wake her. She was only wearing a nightgown. Su Yang was awakened suddenly, confused for a moment, not knowing what was happening. In an instant, she saw her house engulfed in flames and was terrified, which made her wake up completely. Huatong shouted, "Quick, run." They all quickly ran outside. Huatong led the way, leaping over the courtyard wall and catching Su Yang as she climbed over. Zhuangbo and Mo Bei also jumped over, glancing back at the house, which was now blazing fiercely. From outside, Su Yang could see the flames rising from her side. She was scared and trembling, asking, "What is happening?" Zhuangbo explained, "Madame Zhuang sent Madame Ma to set the fire." Su Yang's legs went weak, almost falling down. Huatong hurried to support her. "Aunt, let's go back first." Su Yang could only nod. As night fell, a few people hurriedly arrived at Huichun Hall and entered the backyard. After closing the door and sitting down, Zhuangbo poured some tea and said, "Madam, have a hot drink." She had cold hands and feet from walking all this way. Her only thought was, the lady wants to harm her. Huatong saw her face was pale and said, "Madam, since there is already intent to harm, you should not go back." Su Yang trembled and was at a loss for what to do. Huatong added, "Stay here for now. Once my house is built, if Madam doesn't mind, you can come live in our village." Zhuangbo said, "Mother, take this chance to escape suffering, change your name, and cut all ties with them." Finally, Su Yang could only sigh and say, "I will trouble Huatong in the future." Of course, she preferred to stay in Huatong's village, as it was much safer for her. Since the Marquis was resting at the clinic, Huatong had another task. Every morning, after taking Mo Bei to buy vegetables, he would drive the donkey cart back to the village, while she walked to the clinic. On the way, she thought about how Su Yang had come in such a hurry last night and hadn't brought her clothes. She bought 2 sets of clothes from the tailor and sent them over before heading to the Marquis' place to check on him. He was still in pain after anesthesia, and although he had taken the painkiller Huatong gave him, he still felt the pain. He lay weakly on the bed. Huatong took his pulse, everything seemed normal, and advised him to rest well before leaving. At that moment, a servant from the Zhuang family ran in and shouted, "Young master, Madame Su from the mansion is in trouble. You should come back and see." Zhuangbo immediately understood what was happening. He tried to look calm and asked, "What happened to Madame Su?" "The fire broke out in Madame Su's courtyard last night, and her remains were completely burned." Zhuangbo's face darkened. He said to Huatong, "Master, I'll go back to the mansion and check." Huatong didn't want him to go alone, so she said, "I'll go with you." They immediately went to the Zhuang mansion. The fire at the mansion had been put out, but since Su Yang's body was not found, everyone thought she had been burned to ashes. After all, she was just a concubine, so no one really cared about her life. The chief doctor of the Zhuang family had already gone to the palace that morning and was not at the mansion. They called Zhuangbo back, but it was just Madame Zhuang trying to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Zhuangbo and Huatong walked into the hall together. Zhuangbo asked with a serious face, "Where is Aunt Su?" Madame Zhuang looked at him coldly and said, "Aunt Su's courtyard suddenly flooded. She was lost in the fire. Her remains are gone." Zhuangbo couldn't believe it.
Impossible.
He was not an actor and couldn't pretend to feel the pain of losing his mother. Inside, he was mostly angry. That wicked woman. She deserved to die. Madame Zhuang said calmly, "Kneel down." Zhuangbo asked, "Why?" Madame Zhuang stepped closer to him, her eyes sharp like poison. "You rebellious son. What are you still asking me? You hit your older brother, which is a big mistake. Disobeying your parents is even worse. Ancient people valued filial piety above all, and there was a saying that an older brother is like a father. If Madame Zhuang successfully accused him, it would greatly damage Zhuangbo's reputation. Huatong added, Madam, don't spread lies. Zhuangbo is usually gentle and wouldn't even hurt an ant. The one who hit the rebellious son was me, Huatong. He dared to cause trouble at my clinic. Giving him a beating was light punishment. If he dares to do it again, my brother-in-law, the king, said he can beat him to death, and no one can blame him. She mentioned the king, and Madame Zhuang's confidence weakened. Huatong continued, Aunt Su is actually Zhuangbo's biological mother. She's in trouble now. Zhuangbo wants to see her. Even if she's just ashes, he still wants to pay his respects. We won't bother Madame anymore. As she finished speaking, she pulled Zhuangbo away. Madame Zhuang clenched her fists and closed her eyes. A homeless person dared to be so arrogant, calling Zhuangbo over. She had intended to punish him, but a homeless person had interrupted her. She knew Huatong was the one who hit her son, and she wouldn't let her go. At that moment, Huatong and Zhuangbo went to the backyard where Aunt Su's residence was. A concubine burned to ashes in a fire, leaving not even a mat behind. A concubine's status was low, and after death, she couldn't even be buried in the main family's tomb. When they arrived again at the small courtyard where Su Yang was burned to just a pile of ashes, both felt very heavy-hearted. Yesterday, if they hadn't discovered the danger in time, Su Yang might have been burned alive. Looking at the ruined remains, Zhuangbo's expression grew cold. Let's go. From now on, he wanted nothing to do with this place. They left without saying goodbye to Madame Zhuang. After leaving, Huatong didn't stay long and returned to the village first. On the way back, they saw Steward Wan and Chung Yuanqing had come today. Wang Shi from the kitchen was busy bringing water and wild fruits she picked from the mountain to entertain them. Huatong ran over and called out, Young Master Chung, Steward Wan, you've arrived just in time. It was clear they had some task to handle. Steward Wan hurriedly said, Madam Hua, just tell me what you need. Bei and the others are about to start school soon. I want to buy a carriage. She had previously learned that ordinary people found it hard to buy carriages. Even with money, it was difficult. Steward Wan was taken aback. As a steward, he knew this would be a bit difficult for him to arrange. He glanced at Chung Yuanqing and said, Young Master Chung, you'll need to help Madame Hua with this. In ancient times, driving a carriage also required a license, and there was a clear hierarchy. For example, the emperor's carriage was drawn by 8 horses. First-class officials could have 7 horses, second and third class 6. Wealthy merchants could own 2 or 3 horses. Besides officials, only rich merchants could afford good horses. Ordinary people could only use ox carts or donkey carts, which symbolized their social status. There were also many traffic rules for driving horses. The Kingdom of Jing had a complete set of traffic laws. In short, without help from someone important, even if Huatong had money, she couldn't buy a carriage. Young Master Chung nodded, no problem. Whenever Madame Hua wants to buy it, I'm always ready. Huatong said, Today you all stay here for lunch. After eating, we'll go to the city to buy the carriage together. Young Master Chung agreed. All right, I won't be polite then. Huatong sent a message to the kitchen, saying, Today, young Master Chung and Steward Wan will be eating here. They were preparing some special dishes to welcome them. Steward Wan said hurriedly, Madame Hua, I won't stay for lunch. He was just a servant of the royal residence and couldn't sit and eat with young Master Chung. Huatong didn't believe in social hierarchy and said, Uncle Wan, you must stay and eat today. I've wanted to invite you for a long time. Once the house is built, I'll invite you again for a good meal. Steward Wan had been busy helping their village and was truly dedicated. She was genuinely grateful to him. Seeing her enthusiasm, Steward Wan was also touched. Huatong went to her tent, took some apples and pears, and cut them into a fruit salad to serve him and young Master Chung. In front of young Master Chung, Steward Wan, as a servant, didn't want to eat. But Huatong didn't realize the social divide in his mind. She quickly invited him to sit and try some. Young Master Chung was not polite. After tasting, he said, "Madam Hua, what did you use to make this?" His face clearly showed he thought it was delicious. "Tong, young Master Chung, if you like to eat, come often in the future. I will cook for you." Young Master Chung smiled and said, "Okay." One steward, who didn't plan to eat much, couldn't resist and ate several pieces of fruit salad. When it was time for lunch, one steward was again stunned. Usually, the meals at the royal palace are similar to those of other servants, but at Tong's place, each dish is a fine work of art and so delicious it brought tears to the eyes. Moved, one steward almost cried and said, "Lady, this is the best food I have ever eaten in my life." He had never tasted such good food at the royal palace. Even a simple tofu could be made into a unique specialty here. Tong still smiled and said, "If Steward Wan likes it, you can come often in the future." One steward agreed verbally, but inwardly, he knew he couldn't really come often just to eat and drink for free. After finishing their meal, Tong took Mo Bei and sat in young Master Cheng's carriage to go by a horse. With young Master Cheng's help, everything went smoothly. Tong chose a beautiful brown horse, spending 200 taels of silver, and also bought a lovely carriage. After completing all the formalities, Tong and young Master Cheng said goodbye. She drove the carriage to the medical clinic. Driving a carriage is quite different from driving a donkey cart, and she was very happy about it. Although it wasn't her first time riding a horse, it was her first time driving a horse, and she did it confidently, without panic or wobbling. At this moment, outside their medical clinic, a luxurious carriage arrived. Jing and Marquis stepped out of the carriage. He came to visit the Qing Marquis, who was recovering here. When Jing and Marquis saw Tong driving the carriage, his face showed clear surprise. A refugee, and she can afford a carriage? He had also heard from his wife that Tong and her village people had fled here, and his simple wife and children had connected with these refugees. Tong, greetings, Marquis. Jing and Marquis nodded and headed straight toward the medical clinic. Tang Chen quickly stepped forward and said, "Marquis Jing-un, please wait. My master is resting now. Marquis Jing-un, please come back another day." Jing and Marquis sneered and pushed him aside. He had come all this way. Did he really need to come another day? Did he have all the time in the world? Tang Chen had no choice but to say, "Marquis Jing-un, may I ask for permission to consult with our master?" That was better. Jing and Marquis allowed him to go ask. Since yesterday morning, the Qing Marquis had been visiting, and no one had stopped him. But this afternoon, just after noon, more visitors arrived. When the blue-clad Marquis just said no here, Lord Jing'an boldly went inside without hesitation. He was supposed to wait for instructions before coming. Lord Jing'an even brought some tonic, setting it down and saying, "I heard you hurt your head. Brave of you." The blue-clad Marquis replied, "So, are you here to see if I am dead or just injured?" Lord Jing'an said, "I came to check on you out of kindness. Your words are not nice." He then pointed to a rare ginseng and said, "Look, I didn't even eat this, but I give it to you. 1,000-year-old ginseng doesn't really exist. The market sells only a few-year or 10-year-old ginseng. 100-year-old ginseng is rare, and what people call 1,000-year-old is actually just 100-year-old. The blue-clad Marquis wasn't interested in this, replying, "Today I received only 100-year-old ginseng. Later, bring some back." Lord Jing'an looked at him sharply and said, "If you can't speak nicely, then don't speak at all." Suddenly, he noticed something strange. "Hey, what's with the hat on your head?" It looked odd no matter how he looked at it. The blue-clad Marquis had beautiful black hair, and he usually didn't wear a hat except when attending court. The blue-clad Marquis said, "Lord Jing'an, I appreciate your kindness, but if there's nothing urgent, you should go rest." Both of them were close to the emperor. Jing'an had fought bravely for the emperor and protected him. The blue-clad Marquis's family was a powerful and unshakable force. Some said that gaining his support was like gaining the entire kingdom. But his family only served the kingdom of Jing, protecting the royal family and keeping the capital safe, without loyalty to anyone else. Trying to win him over was as difficult as reaching the sky. Seeing that Lord Jing'an looked unwell and knew he was truly sick, he didn't bother him further, only advising him to rest well before leaving. As he left, he asked He Tong, "What illness does the blue-clad Marquis have?" He Tong replied, "That's private medical information. I can't say." Jing'an nodded in frustration and commented, "Old-fashioned. Is there a place to talk? I want to discuss something with you." He Tong invited him into her clinic. Jing'an closed the door and sat down, saying, "Lady He sit." He Tong sat at her desk. Jing'an took out a 10-ounce silver ingot and placed it in front of her, lowering his voice deliberately. "Here's a little gift for some information. Tell me, what illness does he have?" He knew the blue-clad Marquis was sick, but since he was hospitalized at this clinic and many soldiers were outside, it was clear the illness was serious. She didn't originally plan to take money, but since Lord Jing'an had already taken out his silver and she knew he was stingy, He Tong changed her mind. She said, "You can't buy his news without at least 200 taels of silver." Lord Jing'an clenched his teeth silently. For this news, he took out 100 taels silver note. "More than that won't do." He Tong picked up the silver note, looked at it, and saw it was genuine with official stamps. 100 taels was 100 taels. She then said, "There's no big problem, just a tumor in his brain that was removed." "Did you remove it?" He Tong replied, "Besides me, who in Jingwa has this skill? It's not bragging. It's the truth." Lord Jing'an understood and stood up to leave. He Tong hurriedly said, "Lord, I see you have several white hairs on your head." Lord Jing'an clenched his teeth again, probably because he was worried too much. "Lord, I have some Hishowu that can wash hair. After use, it can improve hair roots and turn white hair black. You can try it." "How much silver?" 500 taels. Lord Jing'an sneered. Why not go and steal it? She knew He Tong had good things. His wife had received a free box of Hishowu, which indeed seemed effective. She heard that Zifeng also got a free bottle of Hishowu for washing hair, and it was very expensive. Why give it to them for free, but charge him? Can't she also get a free bottle? He Tong smiled and said, "Spending 500 taels to buy shiny black hair, Lord, you won't lose out." Lord Jing'an smiled and said, "No, I won't buy." Then he turned and left. He didn't buy, but he could have Mo Bei or Zifeng come to her to get some. She and Mo Bei's family were close enough to give things for free, so she probably wouldn't keep charging. He Tong saw him off and said, "Lord, if you have white hair, you should treat it in time. Otherwise, if your whole head turns white, you'll be powerless." He Tong didn't know what small plan he was secretly plotting. Lord Jing'an snorted and left. Just after he left, Mo Bei brought some snacks back. As he set them down, he said, "Tong Tong, I just bought these from Wufang's High.
Come and have some."
He Tong quickly told Zhuangbo, "Take these to your mother." She kept some boxes and sat drinking tea and eating a snack. At that moment, a noble guest arrived at the clinic, and a carriage stopped at the door. Princess Mingxia, Ji Xian, came in. Tang Chen tried to stop her, but Ji Xian pushed him aside and said, "Go away." She strode in proudly and directly entered Lord Qingyi's ward. I glanced at the person lying on the bed. Ji Xian sneered and said, "We are married after all. You had such a big injury and didn't tell me. What if you had died? There wouldn't even be anyone to handle the body." She wasn't here to see him. She came to get him angry. The blue-clad Marquis was too tired to bother with her and closed his eyes without speaking. Ji Xian asked, "Did you tell your sister about this big thing?" She meant Princess Pingyang. The blue-clad Marquis replied coldly, "Why should I tell her?" Hearing this, Ji Xian felt a bit better. It wasn't that she hadn't told her, but she hadn't told Princess Pingyang either. She wanted to ask more, but the Marquis said, "Tang Chen, take the princess back." Tang Chen immediately came over and said, "Princess, the Marquis just had surgery and needs rest. Please go back first." Ji Xian looked at him and guessed the one who was hurt on the head. Tang Chen didn't say anything and simply said, "Please, princess." Ji Xian nodded. "Take good care of yourself." She turned to leave. Outside, she saw that He Tong was already gone. The doctor, who was giving a training session, had arrived. She was currently holding a class inside, with Zhuangbo listening along. Mo Bei, free and idle, sat nearby listening as well. Ji Xian wanted to ask the medicine boy about the Marquis' condition, but he was clueless. He only knew the Marquis was sick but didn't know what illness he had. The villagers never expected that Hurtong would come back in a carriage in the evening. This was the first carriage in their entire village. After work, everyone rushed over to watch. They weren't interested in buying horses, but wanted to earn some money to buy a donkey cart or ox cart. Hurtong took advantage of the remaining daylight to go into the mountains, cut some grass to feed the horses, and also threw some into her space. Her space was home to a few small pets, living a carefree life every day. After that, the village's houses were completed. Hurtong's family had a front and back courtyard, just as they had said before. Everyone had their own house. They spent the most silver, enough to buy a small estate in the Imperial capital. Now, they built their own houses, which was cheaper, and the remaining money was used to help other villagers build homes, so every family had a place to live. On the day the houses were finished, the villagers set off firecrackers and celebrated together. Hurtong's family hosted a banquet for the guests. The main guests were the Imperial Prince, Wei Junlin, Wei Zifeng, Wei Zisu, the Lady of Jing and Marquis, Zhuangbo and his mother Su Yang, as well as Chung Yuanqing, the steward Wan, and other workers helping out. I also wanted to invite Mr. Yamanaka, but his leg hasn't healed well yet, so I decided not to bother him this time. For the banquet, Hurtong bought rice, flour, vegetables, and meat a day in advance. She also secretly placed the barbecue grill and charcoal she ordered earlier in the yard. When the whole family suddenly discovered it, even Mr. Mo was surprised. "Why does this barbecue grill look like the one we had before?" Mrs. Wang said, Hurtong had it custom-made again. "But it really looks similar, and there are signs of use." Mr. Mo couldn't figure out why. The others also couldn't understand, but since she said it was custom-made again, they just accepted it. They usually didn't care much about these things. The next day, the village women started busying themselves early in the morning. Hurtong also called Su Tian, LV Yunyang, and the family of Li Gao, as well as the village chief's family. The men came to sit, and the women helped prepare the food. Hurtong rolled up her sleeves and started preparing the meat. Later, she planned to teach them how to make barbecue. Before noon, the guests arrived as scheduled. Zhuangbo and his mother came early. Mrs. Wang went to greet them and told them to feel free. Su Yang came to the stove, saw Hurtong busy with the pot, and wanted to help. Hurtong didn't refuse and asked her to assist by chopping vegetables and preparing some cold dishes. Cooking was Su Yang's specialty, so she quickly sliced the vegetables beautifully and arranged them on plates. Soon after, the people from the Wei family also arrived. When Wei's carriage reached Hurtong's door, they saw Grandma Zhao leading 2 daughters-in-law running over. Knowing Hurtong was hosting guests today, and guessing she would invite the Wei family, Grandma Zhao had been waiting here for a while. Grandma Zhao smiled and said, "Madam, you've arrived. Madam, please come in." She considered herself as Hurtong's grandmother and acted like the lady of the house, politely inviting her inside. Mrs. Wang, who came out to greet her, was momentarily surprised but quickly stepped forward and said, "Madam, you've arrived. Please sit inside for a while. Hurtong is busy with the stove. I'll ask her to come and join you." Madam Ho said, "No need to bother her to come over. I'll go see for myself." She probably was busy today, so Madam Ho immediately went to check the stove. Grandma Zhao also wanted to go, but Mrs. Wang quickly stopped her with a smile and said, "Old sister-in-law, today's household is very busy. There's no time to entertain you. Please go back first." Old Lady Zhao forced a smile and said, "Xiao Hui, I know your family is very busy, so I brought 2 daughters-in-law to help. You probably don't mind, right?" She didn't really want to be unwelcome, but as a relative, she couldn't say it loudly. Today, there was a banquet and important guests, and she was worried about appearing rude. Old Lady Zhao immediately led her and the 2 daughters-in-law into the kitchen. The kitchen at the Ho family is bigger than theirs, and Old Lady Zhao saw this and felt a bit jealous. Inside the kitchen, several women were already helping with the cooking, some washing vegetables, some chopping meat, and others cutting vegetables. Madame Ho looked on and chatted casually with the village women. As a lady of the family, she didn't act pretentiously. She was very relaxed. The village women all happily praised her. "Madam, you look so beautiful. No one in our village can compare to you." Suyong said, "I think Madame Ho and Ho Tong look quite similar in their features." Madame Ho smiled and said, "No wonder I get along so well with Ho Tong. We do look alike. I feel like I'm getting younger every day." She was happy to be compared to a young woman in her prime. Unintentionally, her words made old lady Zhao feel a bit surprised. Ho Tong said, "Madam, I just happen to be making some salad dressing." She wanted to teach her how to make it. Last time they ate here, Madame Ho mentioned this, and now she had the chance to show her. She also called over a few other women in the kitchen to watch. Making salad dressing is simple. Mix egg yolks with sugar. Since there was no egg, she used chopsticks to beat until the color lightened. Then, she slowly added oil into a large bowl with a spoon, keeping the chopsticks moving to prevent separation. As the mixture thickened, she added some rice vinegar, still stirring until the oil turned from yellow to white. The salad dressing was ready. Ho Tong then put various cut fruits into a bowl, poured the prepared dressing over them, and made a fruit salad. She left a plate for the women in the kitchen to taste. Su Tian smiled and said, "It's delicious, but we can't usually afford to eat this kind of fruit. It's very expensive." Outside the kitchen, a carriage arrived again. Today, Steward One came along with the Imperial Prince. Mo Fu went to greet them and invited them inside. Inside, a few young men sat around a table talking. They discussed that after today, they would go to school tomorrow. After chatting for a while, Wei Zifeng suggested playing cards, specifically upgrading. Hui Yang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi said they didn't know how to play. He patiently taught them for a while, but the three still didn't understand very well. Fortunately, King Yu arrived, and Wei Junlin said, "You all watch the cards. Bei, you come and play." Before the meal started, King Yu, Wei Junlin, Wei Zissou, and Mo Bei began playing upgrading together. Mo Bei and King Yu formed one team, playing together. Their team quickly reached level 7, but they were heavily pressured by the other side's cards and stayed stuck at level 2. Wei Zifeng's side was beaten badly. He doubted, "Bei, is this your first time playing cards?" Mo Nan, watching the game, said, "I can prove my brother has never played before. We don't have these kinds of cards in our village." Wei Zifeng didn't believe him. "First time playing, and you remember all the cards?" Mo Bei replied, "I think I have a good memory." Not only does he remember the cards, but he can also count them. Everyone else was speechless. Hui Tong brought out the prepared cold dishes, placing them on a large round table that could seat over 10 people. Today there were 3 tables in total, 2 for men and 1 for women. This round table was specially ordered by her from Carpenter Li Gao, different from ordinary tables. It could spin around easily, allowing everyone to reach the dishes without standing up or struggling to grab food. After using the table, it could also be folded up. Once most of the cold dishes were served, the hot dishes were also prepared. Hui Tong asked Su Yang to accompany Madame Ho to sit, and Zhao Laotai immediately, shamelessly, brought 2 daughters-in-law to sit with Madame Ho. Zhao Laotai didn't cause trouble, and Hui Tong couldn't ask her to leave. After all, she was the grandmother in reputation. Besides, she was busy today and didn't have time to sit. She still needed to guide Su Tian, Lu Yunyang, and Duan Chui in making barbecue. They were all doing it for the first time. At this moment, the house was filled with joy. Everyone wasn't in a rush to eat. They were all curious about the spinning table and kept reaching out to turn it. The village chief also sat there, feeling proud, saying, "This table was designed by Lady Hua and made by our village carpenter, Li Gao." From their expressions, it was clear that such tables weren't common in wealthy families. Li Gao stood up and smiled. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Gao." Little Wei Zissou, in a soft voice, said, "Let's also order a table like this for us someday." He loved it so much he couldn't help but keep turning it again and again. The young Master Ching sitting here also likes this place. He often comes and goes here. He thought Li Gao was just making ordinary tables and chairs, but he didn't expect them to be so high quality. He also asked Li Gao to custom-make such tables for him. The king didn't say anything, but he was already thinking the same. Li Gao was very happy. Being able to make furniture for noble people was his honor, and he was happy to do it for free. He decided in his heart to give them the tables for free. These noble people were good people who had helped their village a lot with the house-building project. At this moment, Huotong came in carrying hot dishes. She saw everyone turning the tables but not eating, so she hurried over to hold the table and place the dishes on it. She said, "If you like this table, just ask Uncle Li Gao to make one for you later." She added, "But don't turn the table while you're picking food. Wait until others finish serving before turning it." She was worried that these people, especially Wei Zissou, a young child, might be curious and turn the table out of curiosity, making it hard for others to serve food, which would be awkward. Hearing her reminder, Wei Zissou also stopped turning the table.
Huotong said, "Eat now."
She placed the first hot dish, bamboo shoots with beef, and the second was potatoes with chicken. The king saw her busy moving around. When she brought another dish, dry pot ribs, he said, "Huotong, don't be busy now." Huotong stopped and looked at him, unsure what he wanted to say. The king said, "Since everyone is here, I will officially announce that I accept Huotong as my adopted sister." No matter how smart and capable she was still a young girl. A girl who is too capable might attract jealousy and be bullied without someone to support her. The king was trying to support Huotong, making sure she wouldn't be bullied wherever she went. Huotong was stunned. The people in the room also paused, unable to react. He was the royal king. To adopt a common girl as a sister? The king had said this twice before, and Huotong thought it was just to help her out, not serious. She didn't expect him to really do it. Mrs. Wang just brought in some barbecue and heard this. She quickly understood and put down the barbecue, saying, "You silly girl, what are you staring at? Quickly toast your brother-in-law." There was wine, both white wine and fruit wine. Huotong realized what was happening and naturally wouldn't refuse. Otherwise, she would seem too pretentious. She poured fruit wine into the king's cup. For this banquet, she had bought new wine glasses. The Wang family members busily handed her a cup, and Huotong poured himself some wine. He said, "Elder brother, I won't say much. Everything is in the wine. I toast to you." She drank it all in one go. Her every gesture and word, despite her young age, seemed surprisingly confident, yet natural. She truly had the air of a young leader. King Yu also finished his fruit wine and asked, "What kind of wine is this?" "It tasted like apples." Huotong replied, "This is fruit wine, made from fruit and alcohol." The others also filled their cups. The village head said, "You noble guests are our benefactors. Without your help, our village couldn't have been built. On behalf of our village, I toast to you." Everyone poured fruit wine, and the villagers stood up together to toast the distinguished guests. After drinking, they all felt the wine was so good they didn't want to stop. King Yu told them to sit down and said, "Eat up." He tasted the barbecue brought by Huotong and was surprised by how delicious it was. The others also started eating, too engrossed in the food to speak. Wei Zifeng said, "Huotong, your barbecue is so tasty. It could become a special dish at Bisho Hall." Madame Ho from the women's side said, "Huotong, you don't need to work so hard. Sit down and eat with us." Su Yang, Mo Wenj, and Rin Chen also sat with Madame Ho. The Wang family just brought in some hot dishes and said, "Huotong, you sit and eat with the ladies. You don't need to worry about outside matters." Seeing Grandma Zhao's flattering expression made her angry, but she couldn't send her away.
Huotong sat down and ate with them.
Wei Zifeng saw her coming over and moved from the main table to sit beside Huotong. He said, "Huotong, your fruit wine is especially good. We don't have such wine in the capital. Consider opening a winery, I'll join." He had just tasted a small sip earlier, and it was very good. If he weren't sick, he would have wanted to drink more. Madame Ho chuckled. Her son seemed to have inherited some of his father's traits. He was still so young but already wanted to get involved in business. Huotong's mind moved, and he said, "Sure. Wei Zissou also sat down and said, "Master, I toast you too." He remembered that King Yu had just accepted Hu Tong as a younger sister and toasted her, but Hu Tong had only accepted him as a disciple and hadn't offered a toast. Hu Tong clinked glasses with him. Zhuangbo held back from telling Wei Zissou that he had already officially become Hu Tong's senior brother and had not yet formally accepted her as a disciple. The busy woman in the kitchen served dishes one after another. Even the few noble guests who were used to various fine foods agreed that each dish here was very special. Wei Zifeng, due to health reasons, couldn't eat meat or drink alcohol freely. He chatted with Hu Tong about the Bisho Tang. Wei Junlin had already sent people to look at houses. They just found one yesterday. When she was free, he would take her to see it again and decide how to fix it up. Madame Ho looked at her son, who was full of business ideas, and said, "Hu Tong, in the future, when you do any business, call me too. I'll provide the money." Hu Tong smiled and agreed. Su Yang also said, "Hu Tong, what can I do? Arrange a job for me too." Hu Tong smiled and said, "Just be a housewife in our village." She had also interacted with Su Yang for a few days. Even if she was a minor wife of the Zhuang family, she had seen some of the world. She had just watched Su Yang cut vegetables. The cold dishes here were all prepared and arranged by her. She was quite thoughtful. Letting her lead the village women to do some work was completely suitable. After chatting for a while, Hu Tong called over Lu Yunyang, who made barbecue, Su Tian's mother and daughter, and Duan Chui to join for a meal. After eating and sending the noble guests away, the busy day ended around the time of Shen, around 3 to 5 p.m. Hu Tong's family finally calmed down. Inside the house, everyone was busy tidying their rooms and laying out bedding. Su Yang was also arranged by Hu Tong to stay at their home. At this moment, she was helping to clean the yard. Since there was no well for water in the yard for now, Father Mo was busy fetching water and filling the household water jars. Walking out of the yard, she saw rows of courtyards standing side by side, which was quite pleasing to the eye. It was quite grand and stylish. Even villages near the Imperial capital didn't have a single village where every household lived in blue brick houses like theirs. Most importantly, the design looked very beautiful. Hu Tong called Mo Bei and went to the village chief's house. This time, they built their house at the village entrance, next to Lu Yunyang's family. The village chief's house was not far from theirs. As the village head, he arranged for them to be in the middle of the village. They walked together. On the way, some younger children played on the road. Not far away, villagers lined up to fetch water. At the well, there was noise and shouting. A group of villagers gathered, arguing about something. Hu Tong hurried over to see what was happening. She saw Hu Shu and Hu Zhu arguing loudly, their faces red and necks thick. Someone saw Hu Tong arrive and immediately made way, calling out, "Madam, who is here? Madam, who is here?" With this shout, the villagers quickly stepped aside. In the past, Li Wang, who was driving a cattle cart in the village, called out, "Madam Hu, you came just in time." These two people cut in line when they came, and they refused to listen. "That's so unreasonable." Hu Tong said, "Anyone who cuts in line again will be put at the end. If they don't listen in the future, they won't be allowed to participate in any village business. People like them, who lack team spirit, will be treated as outsiders or strangers." Hu Zhu immediately felt scared and hurriedly said, "Hu Tong, I am your second uncle. You can't be so harsh. If you truly see me as family, you should act rightly and stand firm, setting a good example in everything." Mo Bei said, "Everyone knows to queue properly. Is this the first day you've learned that rule? Go to the back of the line." Hu Tong said, "If someone refuses to listen, just throw them out. If they get hurt, they deserve it." Although she was from the Hu family, she didn't favor her own family members at all. Most villagers still belonged to the Li family, and hearing her speak made them feel quite comfortable. Li Wang loudly said, "Line up properly, everyone. Go line up." Everyone immediately dispersed and went to queue. Hu Zhu was so angry his teeth itched, and Hu Shu glared at her with resentment. Hu Tong turned and walked away. She and Mo Bei went to the village chief's house, where they were also tidying up the yard and cleaning the house. The village chief sat in the yard resting for a while. Looking at this new home, he felt very pleased. When he saw Hu Tong arrive, he immediately stood up to greet her.
Madame Hu, please seat.
Duan Shui hurriedly brought water to serve her. Hu Tong said, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to trouble yourself. We don't need any service." The village chief put away his smile and said seriously, "Madam Hu, your visit is perfect timing. I was just thinking that the house is finished and most of our savings are almost gone. What should we do next?" Hu Tong came specifically to discuss this. "Quickly clear the wasteland. After that, we can plant winter wheat. The climate in the north is different from other places, making it suitable for growing wheat. It should be sown between October and November and harvested around April or May next year." Hu Tong added, "I have wheat seeds here. Once the wasteland is cleared, I will give them to the villagers for free. But next year, after they harvest, they need to give me back a portion based on their household size, 20 jin of grain per person. If they are willing, I will lend them the wheat seeds. What is borrowed must be returned. Everyone can earn their living through their own labor." The village chief thought this was a good idea. Not much more, just free seed distribution. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? He hurriedly said, "That's very good, very good. I will tell the villagers about this tomorrow." The village chief remembered the cotton and asked, "Lady Hua, when can we plant cotton?" He was still hoping to make money from the moon cycle. The climate here is quite different from their Qingchuan village, and the crops they grow are also different. Huitong had also paid attention to the local crops and found that the climate and location here are more like the northern areas. The cotton planting season has passed, so they can only plant next April. She discussed these planting plans with the village chief for a while. The village chief was still thinking about the watermelon in the west of the village. In ancient times, conditions weren't suitable for greenhouse farming. Huitong told him not to rush and to wait until next year to plant. The village chief said, "Why rush? During this time, all the food and drinks we have are bought. The grains in the fields won't be ready until next year. Once the water channels are fixed and wheat is planted, everyone will have enough to eat and drink." Huitong replied, "I will help everyone get through this tough time. When the village's 100 longevity hall opens, it will need workers. You can pick a man from each family in the village. I will tell you how many people are needed then. The families learning to cook from her have already joined in, so there's no need to pick more people from them. This 100 longevity hall temporarily solves some employment issues." The village chief quickly agreed. Good, that's great." He remembered hearing Wei Zifeng talk about opening a winery today and asked, "Lady Hua, are you planning to open a winery too? If you do, you'll definitely need a lot of help, right?" Huitong said, "If I really open a winery, I will naturally need villagers' help.
Don't mention this for now.
When the time is right, I will tell you." The village chief nodded. "All right, I won't say a word." After chatting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Huitong prepared to leave. The village chief wanted to invite her to dinner, but she said, "No need for dinner. We need to go back and get things ready. Xiaobei has to go to school tomorrow, so we're leaving now. Going to school is good. He has a grandson who is almost of school age." As he saw her off, the village chief was thinking about the school situation. Duan Shui also hurried out to see her off. After seeing Huitong off, the village chief happily walked back to the yard and said, "Lady Hua is really a good person. I knew that following her would lead to wealth. My judgment about people is still pretty accurate." Duan Shui smiled and said, "Who is it that said it was shameful to let a girl run a household? Now, the whole village relies on this girl for food and drink." The village chief said, "A woman is just as capable as a man." When Huitong returned from the village chief's house, she was thinking about the missing driver at home. Her family's young men need someone to pick them up and send them to school every day. She has many things to do and doesn't have time to run around to different schools every day. As she and Mo Bei walked back together, they saw many villagers gathered and chatting along the road. When they saw her coming from afar, they greeted, "Lady Hua, where are you headed?" As she got closer, the villagers said one after another, "Lady Hua, when the village's matters are settled, remember to call me if you need help." Huatong raised her hand to signal pause and said, "Right now, our family really needs someone to do a task. Does anyone in the village know how to drive a carriage?" Li Wang said, "Lady Hua, I've never driven a carriage, but I have driven a bullock cart." Others agreed, "Lady Hua." Li Wang used to drive a bullock cart in the village. He made his living by pulling people in a bullock cart. Huatong said, "Come with me." Li Wang immediately happily followed her. The other villagers, unsure of what she was planning, also followed to see what was happening. Huatong just wanted to let Li Wang try driving her carriage to see if he could handle it. Li Wang, who often drove a bullock cart, excitedly tried the carriage. Such a fancy thing. He had only seen it before. Now he could sit and command it. Although he had never driven a carriage before, bullock carts and carriages are quite similar. With some training, once he hears the commands, he can make the carriage do what he wants. Very simple. The horses pulling the carriage are well-trained and gentle. Li Wang drove the carriage from one end of the village to the other, took a turn, and came back, feeling quite confident. When the carriage stopped, Huatong and Li Wang said, "Uncle Li Wang, our little Bei will start school tomorrow. We need a driver to take him there every morning and pick him up in the evening." Li Wang's face was full of happiness. Before he finished speaking, he already knew what Huatong wanted him to do. He knew that some of their children were going to school. "If you're willing, come work as our family's driver. I'll pay you 3 taels of silver a month." Most people working for big families earn only 2 or 3 taels of silver at most. The price she offered was based on the market rate, and it was quite high. Li Wang immediately said, "I'm willing, I'm willing." He was afraid that if he hesitated even a moment, the opportunity would be gone. The villagers who were just watching the scene nearby felt very envious. Someone hurriedly called out, "Lady Hua, do you need any help?" "I can do anything." Huatong replied, "I know everyone wants to find something to do and earn some silver. Right now, the most important thing is to clear the wasteland and plant wheat so we can harvest next year and have food. Don't worry about small jobs, I have a plan. When the time comes, everyone will be needed, but it will take some time. Please be patient." "Lady Hua, what is your plan? Tell us so we can hear," someone asked. Huatong said, "It's getting late. Everyone should go home and rest. We have work tomorrow." Li Wang hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Everyone listen to Lady Hua. Go back and rest." The villagers had no choice but to leave. But Lady Hua only shared half of her plan, which made everyone anxious and eager to know more. Huatong then talked with Li Wang about the schedule for bringing them to school each day. There were 2 academies, and after Li Wang agreed happily, he went back excitedly. Meanwhile, Runchen came out calling them back for dinner. They had a big meal at noon, and for dinner, they cooked some porridge and made a few pancakes. During dinner, Huatong mentioned Su Yang, saying she would stay at their house for a while and help with cooking. Everyone had seen Su Yang at the engagement banquet, and Huatong asked her to stay at home, which no one objected to. After eating, everyone washed up and went to their rooms to rest. Huatong returned to her own room and entered her space to look around. Her space contained billions of resources, various fruits, rice, flour, vegetables, herbs, and countless other supplies. There were also gold, silver, jewelry, jade, agate, and diamond necklaces, all well-stocked. Each type of item was stored in different rooms. Most of these belonged to her, left by her grandfather and the Ji family. She inherited half of her grandfather's and the Ji family's wealth. Not far from her space was an orchard filled with different fruits, left by her grandmother. Making fruit wine with fruits bought from others was too costly. Taking all the fruits from her space to sell was possible, but she needed so many that it would attract suspicion over time. She couldn't just keep taking from her resources forever. The best plan was to plant a fruit orchard in her village and ask the villagers to manage it. Later, they could be responsible for making fruit wine. This would solve the villagers' employment issues and help her build her future path, 2 goals achieved at once. She took a walk in the orchard and then returned to the library in her space, which was filled with various books. In the final era, many advanced technologies appeared suddenly. Whatever you wanted to see, you could find on your phone. Because of this, many people no longer valued printed books. Out of a desire to protect cultural heritage, She liked collecting different kinds of books. In front of the bookshelf, there were also a few phones and some laptops. Her space had Wi-Fi, and even during the end times, there was still a signal. But after arriving here, the signal was gone. She couldn't log into QQ or WeChat, and websites wouldn't open. When she inserted a USB drive, she could still see some stored files. She slowly looked through the images on the computer screen. After a while of being lost in thought, she closed the computer and took out a world encyclopedia from the bookshelf. This set of encyclopedias covered many fields. There were entries about sculptors, architects, musicians, mathematicians, engineers, inventors, anatomists, geologists, cartographers, botanists, writers, and more. Whatever answer she needed, she could find here. The next day, Mr. Wang and Su-young woke up early to prepare breakfast for the children going to school. After breakfast, Li Wang arrived as scheduled and got into the carriage. At that moment, Grandma Zhao led Humu over. She seemed unaffected by what had happened earlier, with a kind and gentle face, and said, "Huitong, you're going to school in the city today, right? Your older brother will take you there in his carriage." Humu was the eldest son of the main family, so by family hierarchy, she had to call him Big Brother. The Hu family could only afford to send Humu to study now. Humu politely said, "Huitong, please take me along if it's not too much trouble." Huitong was not pleased inside. But since Humu had never wronged her, and he was generally honest, she nodded and didn't say much. She told Mo Bei and the others to quickly get into the carriage. Today was their first day at school, but the village still had many things to do. There was a large area of land to be cultivated, and the water channels needed to be repaired. The women in the village still ran over to prepare big pots of food for them. The first day of the Huichun Hall's opening was lively, with 2 rows of flower baskets set up outside. 2 young apprentices stood outside, welcoming guests. There were 2 signs outside the clinic. One announced that for the first 3 days after opening, all medicines in the counter would be half price. If you bought medicine worth more than 1 tael, you would receive 6 eggs as a gift. This opening also included some promotional activities. Another sign reads, "Expert registration fee 10 taels, Chief Physician Huitong." The general clinic doctor arranged for Zhuang Bo and Qin Si to share one consultation room, and the registration was free. Expert Huitong has a private consultation room. Early in the morning, there weren't many customers outside the clinic. Just the expert's registration alone was enough to make ordinary people hesitate. "You're a fairy. Even registering costs 10 taels of silver." Madame Ho came early today to support and brought 2 friends. When Huitong greeted them, Madame Ho warmly took her hand and said, "Huitong, let me introduce you. This is the lady of the Tyne Marquis residence and the lady of the Xianping Marquis residence. They say that after using your Hishowu, not only did their hair turn from white to black, but they also became more beautiful. They are very impressed. Today, we'll see all the good things you have and open our eyes again." Huitong immediately invited them inside her consultation room and said, "Please wait a moment, ladies. I'll go get them." All her good items were stored in her space and hadn't been displayed yet. She quickly went to the changing room inside and secretly took out the items. All her treasures were in a large cardboard box. Huitong carried out a big box. When she opened it, inside were Hishowu, bird's nest, lingji mushroom, 1,000-year-old ginseng, deer antler, and sea cucumber. Some were for internal use, some for external use, all finished products. The lingji mushroom she previously dug from the mountain was wild, not a finished product. As she arranged the items on the table, she explained, "I won't say much about the effects of Hishowu. You've already seen the results." Holding the bird's nest, she said, "Bird's nest and sea cucumber are especially good for women, with beauty and skin benefits. But buying them on the market often wastes a lot of money and doesn't meet expectations. My products are all finished and contain my specially developed spiritual water. After 3 days, you'll see the effects, and your skin will reach an unexpected level. This is seahorse and deer antler. Seahorse not only helps with beauty and skin but also, like deer antler, nourishes the kidneys and boosts yang energy. It's very suitable for men. Nowadays, men are under too much pressure and lack exercise. Intimacy often ends quickly, but with these, lasting half an hour longer is no problem. She used the phrase lasting half an hour longer to make a joke, making the lady Ho laugh. Many men, with multiple wives and concubines, drain their bodies early, and by middle age, they become weak and powerless. No matter how many supplements they take, they can't recover. The ladies saw that she was speaking frankly. One of them teasingly said to the Lady Jing'an, "Should I also bring some back for your husband?" Lady Jing'an Marquis smiled and said, "As you get older, you should take better care of yourself." The other ladies laughed and discussed happily, creating a friendly atmosphere. It is said that the Marquis of Qingyi specially came to Spring Hall for treatment and stayed here for several days. They certainly did not underestimate Huitong's medical skills and believed that the products she sold were effective. After Lady Jing'an Marquis used them, her hair indeed turned black, and the few white hairs she had before disappeared. Huitong introduced her good items one by one. Then Lady Tian Marquis asked, "How much silver does this all cost?" "You are all friends of Lady Jing'an Marquis. One set costs 500 taels. If you buy 3 sets, I'll give you a 10% discount. For more than 5 sets, I'll give a 20% discount." Lady Jing'an Marquis liked the bird's nest and deer antler, saying, "I'll take 2 more of the bird's nest and he shou wu, and 3 sets of deer antler." It was clear she planned to take these home for Lady Jing'an Marquis to use. The other 2 ladies also bought similar items, 1 set for themselves and 1 for their husbands, to see the effects first. Huitong offered them a 20% discount. Lady Jing'an Marquis paid directly with a silver note, and the other 2 ladies also paid, without hesitation. In the Imperial capital, there are many generous ladies like these. Of course, relying only on their husband's annual income of a few hundred taels would never be enough to support 3 wives, concubines, and children. As powerful families, they own countless fields and shops. As officials of the court, they don't pay taxes and can even collect some black money, which provides plenty of gold, silver, and wealth for their indulgence. Many men spend their whole lives working hard to get promoted and make money, only to bring home many concubines. They indulge in food and pleasure, and over time, their bodies become drained, leading them to find ways to recover. It's a vicious cycle. After the ladies bought their items, Lady Jing'an Marquis said, "Huitong, last time you mentioned doing acupuncture for me to help with my cold constitution. When do you have time?" "I'm here all day today, just let me know when it's convenient for you, madam." "Then come this afternoon." She just opened her clinic today to prevent anyone from coming for treatment later. The ladies bought their items and then took their leave. At the clinic entrance, a few people came to see the doctor. Someone looked at the sign hanging outside and loudly said, "What kind of superpower does Huitong have? You're charging so much for consultation fees. This isn't healing. It's just extortion." Since there weren't many patients, Qin Si was the one attending to them. Zhuangbo was inspecting outside when he heard this and said, "The Marquis of Green Clothes is sick but refuses to see an Imperial doctor. Instead, he comes to our clinic to see my master. This shows that my master's medical skills are better than the Imperial doctor's." Many people came to this clinic after hearing about the Marquis of Green Clothes visiting the spring returning hall. Where the Marquis goes, he is sure to be noticed. Listening to Zhuangbo's analysis, it all made more sense. Zhuangbo added, "For common headaches or minor issues, you don't need my master to see you. Just see one of our other doctors. Asking my master to see you would waste your money and also his time. My master only treats difficult or complicated cases." When Huitong came out, he was listening to Zhuangbo boast loudly. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The person who had been shouting about grabbing money had to turn around and leave. Seeing that expert appointments are expensive, some still come because they hear good things about him. A woman dressed in fine clothes and wearing a veil came to see the doctor. She paid with a silver ingot worth 10 taels and was led into Huitong's consultation room by the medicine boy. Huitong looked at the woman who entered. As soon as she came in, she closed the door tightly. Some illnesses are embarrassing, so she covered herself completely, making sure even her mother wouldn't recognize her. After closing the door, she quietly explained her situation. She had been married for 3 years and still hadn't had a child. She had sought many famous doctors and taken lots of medicine. Huatong asked her to lie on a bed behind a curtain for a checkup. According to studies, 30% of male and female infertility cases are caused by similar issues, and 25% are of unknown causes. If a woman is infertile, it's usually due to ovulation problems, blocked fallopian tubes, or uterine diseases. She didn't have any of these problems. Huatong used X-ray to examine her and said, "There's nothing wrong with you. Please have your husband come for a checkup." The woman was shocked. "It's not my fault? Are you sure?" Huatong was displeased. "Are you questioning my ability?" No, I didn't mean that," she said, her voice now showing some happiness. "Thank you, Dr. Hua," she said quickly and left. On her way back, she straightened her back confidently. After all, it was his problem. She had been worried and feeling guilty all this time. Huatong continued his clinic. This time, a man came in. He was also dressed in fine clothes and wearing a veil, covering himself carefully. He came in front of Huatong, said nothing, and showed her a piece of paper that read, "How can one support the sky without falling for an hour?" Huatong stood up, went behind the curtain, turned around, and took out a seahorse and deer antler, explaining their uses. The prices remain the same, 500 taels per box, with a 9% discount for 3 boxes or more, and an 8% discount for 5 boxes or more. The man gritted his teeth and said, 5 boxes. After receiving the silver note, Huatong also gave him a bottle of spiritual spring water. After sending off the noble guest, Huatong felt very happy. She quietly counted the silver notes and stored them all in her space. She was thinking about going to the bank to exchange all the silver notes for gold and silver. It felt more secure. In the morning, not many people came to see her for treatment. Who would spend 10 taels of silver on a specialist appointment out of impulse? During her free time, Huatong ordered a table of dishes to be delivered to their medical clinic to celebrate. On the first day of opening, the clinic wasn't very busy, but people kept coming steadily. That day, King Yu also came. A young pharmacist who didn't recognize King Yu immediately went to greet him. "Young master, are you here for treatment or to register? Do you want a special clinic or a general one?" Special clinic. The registration fee for the special clinic is 10 taels. King Yu handed over a 10-tael silver ingot, was led into the special clinic, and heard Huatong call out, "Brother E, are you feeling unwell?" King Yu replied, "I'm not unwell. I just came to support you." Huatong smiled and said, "Thank you for your support, Brother E." King Yu placed a set of writing brushes and stationery on her desk and said, "This is for Abe. Please pass it to him for me." This was also a promise he made earlier to give to Abe. Huatong accepted it without hesitation and said, "Are you free at noon? I'll treat you to a meal." "Yes, I am." At noon, Abe and the others stayed at the clinic for lunch. Huatong was busy and couldn't serve them, and her family was also preparing the land. So, she let them stay and eat at the clinic. On that day, as a new student at the Imperial College, she also took exams all day. Meanwhile, during her lunch, Wei Junlin's trusted aide, Yanzhou, came and said he had seen the house and asked when she was free to look at it. Huatong said she was available immediately and would go after eating. The location of the house was good or bad, depending on perspective, right across from Yumen Tower. The rented shop used to be a specialty restaurant, but it couldn't compete with Yumen Tower, so within half a year, it was leased out again. It was said that this location had been used for various businesses before, but all ended in closure. Huatong immediately noticed the shop and rented it for a year at 500 taels per year. Since she now had some silver, she didn't bother about saving costs and directly asked Yanzhou to find someone to renovate. As for tables and chairs, she planned to have the village carpenter make them. Once everything was arranged, Huatong walked back to the village on foot. On her way home, she had to pass through a canyon. There, a woman stumbled toward her, looking distressed. When she saw Huatong, she excitedly shouted, "Ajio! Ajio!" She rushed forward and hugged Huatong suddenly. It was too sudden. Huatong pushed her away quickly, but the woman's feet slipped, and she lost her balance. She fell against the stone wall, then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Tong was startled. She hurried over to check on her. The woman's back of her head was scraped, bleeding a little. What is going on? She only applied some medicine and bandaged her, then gently woke her up. The woman opened her confused eyes and reached out to grab her arm.
As you.
Mother has been looking for you for a long time. I finally found you. Tong looked at her nice clothes, luxurious garments only wealthy women could afford. The woman was about 30, beautiful and elegant. She kindly explained, Madam, you've mistaken me. I'm not Agio. You must be confused. Please go back. She realized this wealthy woman was crazy. She broke free and stood up to leave. The woman immediately stood up too, following her and shouting, Agio.
As you.
Tong ran quickly, and the woman chased after her just as fast. After running for a while, she looked back and saw she hadn't escaped. The woman was still about 10 meters behind, tightly chasing her. Could she really not get rid of a crazy person? Tong kept running as fast as she could. She was fast, and so was the woman, who kept shouting, Agio.
As you.
While running. Finally, Tong decided to stop and turn around. She said, I am not Agio. My name is Tong. People call me Madame Hua. The woman reached her and grabbed her arm, shaking it. Agio, don't be angry with your mother. Suddenly, the sound of a carriage approached. It was Li Wang, whipping his horse happily as he came to pick up the students. He saw Tong struggling with someone from afar and quickly drove his carriage over, shouting, Madame Hua. The carriage stopped. Several people from Mo Bay jumped out and ran over, asking what's going on. Tong felt helpless. I don't know her. There's something wrong with her. As she spoke, the woman released her, then quickly grabbed Mo Bay, tears streaming down her face as she called out, Agio, mother has found you. Tong said, she just told me the same thing earlier. Mo Bay looked at the woman in front of her, feeling a strange emotion inside. A faint pain tugged at her heart. Agio, I lost you, it's my fault. Please don't be mad at me, the kind woman said through her tears. The beautiful woman was crying, but still looked lovely. The people nearby felt sorry for her and couldn't bear to see her so sad. Mo Bay suggested, maybe we should take her home first? When her family finds her, we can send her back. Tong agreed, all right. It was already evening. Leaving her here alone might lead to trouble. Tong said, get in the car. Mo Bay told her, come with me. The woman immediately stopped crying and smiled, then got into the carriage with them. Inside the carriage, the woman kept looking at Mo Bay, growing more fond of her. She asked, Agio, how come you've grown up so much? But don't worry, no matter how old you get, I can still recognize you. No one corrected her for calling her the wrong name, because a confused person wouldn't listen to reason. Tong heard her repeatedly call her Agio and felt that the name sounded familiar. She thought she might have heard it somewhere before. Before she could figure it out, the carriage arrived at the house. Tong remembered she had something to do, so she didn't go home right away. Instead, she visited Li Gao's house to discuss making tables and chairs, promising to pay him the fair price. Li Gao was excited and said, what's money? I'll do it for free. His eldest daughter-in-law was learning cooking from Tong, and once the restaurant opened, she would work there too. His perspective was broad. Tong said, charge whatever is fair. She wasn't short of money, but they desperately needed a way to earn a living. After finishing her work there, she went to check on the farmland. The villagers were still working hard, and everyone greeted her when they saw her. Tong picked up a shovel and decided to help with the farming. The village chief came over and took the tool from her hand. Lady Hua, this isn't something you should be doing. Tong was surprised. What should I be doing then? Of course, you should go back and think about how our village can become rich in the future. Just go home now, the village chief said, waving her away. The other villagers also shouted, Lady Hua, go back and think. So, the villagers drove her out of the farmland. She had no choice but to go home. As students, the three of them attended their first day of class. The new books had been handed out, and homework was assigned. Tomorrow, the teacher would do a quick check, so after returning home, the three of them had to finish their homework first. Ren Chen and Mo Wenj were curious about their new books. They leaned aside to flip through them and touch their pens. As new students, Mo Bei faced a basic test and then was assigned to a class. There was no homework, so he told the woman who had brought him back to sit still and not run around. He went to the bathing room to wash up. After a while, Wang Shi and Su Yang returned from the wasteland to cook. Seeing an extra person at home and noticing her fine clothes, Wang Shi quietly asked her children about her. Mo Nan said she was picked up on the road. Mo, she said, there's something wrong with her. She mistook the eldest brother for her lost son. Wang Shi kept thinking and quietly told Su Yang, look at her clothes. She clearly comes from a wealthy family. Do you know which wealthy family's lady she might be? Who in the capital would be so careless? Su Yang had already looked at the noblewoman, but she was just a minor concubine from Dr. Zhuang's household. She didn't think a noble lady would bother with her. Since she was picked up, Wang Shi didn't want to chase her away. She just thought it was a good deed to help and accumulate good fortune for her children and grandchildren. Su Yang went to prepare the meal, and Wang Shi tidied up a room for the noble lady to stay in. Fortunately, when the house was built, a few extra rooms were added, so it was fine to have more people living there. After a while, Huotong also returned. As soon as he entered, he saw the noble lady sitting quietly in the yard. Seeing her return, he didn't even blink. She had been considered her mother before, but now she wanted to recognize Xiao Bei as her son. She seemed to have forgotten about her. Huotong walked over, smiling, and called her godmother.
Don't call me that randomly.
Huotong pulled up a chair and sat in front of her to ask, what's your name? How should I call you? She thought for a moment, looking confused. She didn't know her own name. Just then, Mo Bei, who had washed up, came out. When she saw Mo Bei, her eyes lit up with life, and she immediately stood up to greet him. Jiao. Huotong approached and asked her again, Madam, is the child you lost a young master or a young lady? The noble lady replied, my child is Jiao. Huotong said, he's not called Jiao. His name is Mo Bei. I am his little husband. Mo Bei looked at her. Husband, he understood that. But what did she mean by adding little? Mrs. Wang finished tidying up the room and said, Lulu, Bei, the bed has been prepared for this lady. Huotong nodded in agreement and turned to the kitchen to find Su Yang, calling her, Aunt Su, did you see the lady just now? She had already guessed what Huotong wanted to ask and smiled. I saw her, but I don't know her.
All right.
Everyone has been brought back, so what can she say? She could only let them stay for now. Seeing Su Yang kneading dough, it was likely she was making pancakes. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to start working, but Su Yang quickly said, you go outside and rest for a while. I can handle the kitchen. Although she had only been in this village for a day, she already knew quite a bit about Huotong's affairs. At such a young age, she had become the backbone of the village. She admired her very much. She also knew that her son's judgment was good. He hadn't chosen the wrong master. Just as they were talking, Mrs. Wang also came in hurriedly, saying, Lulu, what are you doing here? Go outside and rest. She was destined for big things, and she didn't want her involved in kitchen chores. After being chased out of the kitchen again, Huotong saw Mo Bei talking to the noble lady, asking, where do you live? Jiao lives where I do, the woman replied. Huotong said, Godmother, we don't give free housing. If you want to stay at my house, you need to work. The woman looked at her with wide eyes. Huotong turned and went back inside. When she came out again, she saw her wild chicken, little deer, little rabbit, and little sheep all being chased out of her space. Mo Bei quickly stepped forward and whispered, you should hide a bit. She had caused so much trouble all at once. If her family saw, what would they think? Huotong handed him the gift from the king, saying, my sworn brother asked me to give this to you. Mo Bei took it and looked at her. Then he heard Huotong pointing to her pets and said, Madam, if you want to stay at my house and adopt Xiao Bei as your son, you must agree to one condition. You will be responsible for feeding and caring for my pets. The noble lady didn't even look at her and went straight to the wild chicken to pet it. During this time, the wild chicken had been tamed in her space and lost its wild nature. It let her pet it without a soul. The noble lady happily went to hold the little sheep. After a while, the little sheep became fat and strong. She liked all of them, the cute rabbit, the little deer. Finally, she picked up the small deer weighing dozens of jin and said to Mobe, "I like them." There is no explicit content in the provided text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Taking care of these small animals didn't require Wotong to tell her. She was already busy running around. Sometimes she grabbed some grass from the stable. Other times, she asked Hulobob in the kitchen to feed the rabbits, and she also collected some grains for the wild chickens. Wotong looked at her, surprised that a noble lady was so familiar with small animals. None of her pets had any backbone. They weren't afraid of her at all. Just by feeding them some grass, they became close to her. From then on, another woman sat at the family dinner table. Although she was simple-minded, she still carried herself like a noble lady. Especially at the table, her manners showed her noble upbringing. Some people ate quickly as if they hadn't eaten in 3 days, but she ate slowly and gracefully.
Ajo, eat more.
Look, you've become so thin. She also took care of her son. After the meal, Wang Shi went to her room to find 2 sets of clothes and gave them to the noble lady. "Madam, do you want a bath? The bathroom is over here."
Yes.
Wang Shi handed her her own clothes. "Why don't you wear my clothes for now?" "Okay." She took Wang Shi's clothes and went away. Wang Shi thought for a moment, but felt uneasy. She was simple-minded and couldn't afford any accidents in her home. If something happened, it would be hard to explain. So she hurried to follow her and helped fill the water. After everyone finished bathing and went back to rest, Wotong also went into her space to think. She wanted to write the menu. After organizing the menu, she planned her future steps. How to promote the restaurant after opening to attract more customers. Focusing on the dishes was important, but in this relatively closed era, advertising was also very important. The promotion of the medical clinic was not enough. Many people in the area didn't know that Jia Ho had performed surgery there, so her fame hadn't spread among common folks. The clinic needed to attract not only wealthy clients but also ordinary people. When she put down her pen, night fell deeper. The next day, Huotong woke up early and went next door to Li's house, calling him over and giving him some tasks. The task was simple: to call the children aged 10 to 13 in the village and give each of them a task, to distribute flyers. After giving him the task, Huotong returned home. The young boys who needed to go to school also woke up and started washing. Xu and Wang Shi prepared breakfast over the stove. While eating, Mo Wenge said, "Cao Cao, please find a teacher to teach me how to read." Looking at her brother's new books, she felt very jealous. Mo Nan said, "Now is the time to use money at home. You shouldn't join in the fun. When you come back at night, I will teach you." Mo Wenj refused. "You can't teach me well anyway." Su Yang smiled. "Gur, I will teach you." Mrs. Wang quickly said, "I think this is good." Suddenly, another noble lady heard the wild chicken calls outside. She stood up and left quickly. She needed to feed the chickens. She grabbed a handful of rice and scattered it on the ground. The wild chickens happily ate. Huotong came over and said, "Godmother, take good care of my pet." The noble lady was already playing with a small rabbit and replied, "You're so nagging." Mobe walked over and said, "Madam, when we are not at home, please don't go out to play. If you get lost or caught by bad people, no one will be able to save you." The lady smiled at him. "A Jew, don't worry. I will wait at home for you to come back." Huotong sneered softly, feeling very double-standard. She hadn't spoken as much as Xiaobei, but already called her nagging. She gritted her teeth and said, "Madam, after we go to the Imperial capital, I will help you find out about your family and let them come to pick you up as soon as possible." She was slightly stunned but quickly stood up and shook her head hard. "I don't want to go home." Huotong turned and walked away, not allowing her to stop her. Once her family was found, she would be sent away immediately. She didn't want to have a mother-in-law at home competing for her man. The lady looked at her with a sad face, then at Mo, tears in her eyes. Adieu. Do you not want your mother anymore? Huatong pulled Mo away roughly. The lady hurried to follow and see him off at the door, where Li Fong led 6 or 7 children from the village over. Huatong told them all to sit in the carriage. With so many people, the carriage was quickly filled with children. When Huamu ran over, there was no space left for him. Mo Nan and Mo Shi each occupied a corner of the carriage's front. Mo Shi said to him, Huamu, just go over by yourself. We can't fit anyone else on the carriage. The driver, Li Wang, shouted, drive. And the carriage clattered away. Huamu was stunned and immediately clenched his teeth in anger. The noble lady hurriedly followed, waving her hand. Adieu. Mother is waiting for you to come home. Wang Shi and Su Yang also came out together, watching the carriage take the children away. After a while, Wang Shi suddenly remembered something and looked a little surprised. Mo's father was already walking out with a shovel, ready to go farm. Wang felt nervous and quickly followed him, quietly saying, Have you noticed that the lady seems a bit like Mo Bei from our family? Why do you care about other people's wives? He was an honest and straightforward man. No matter how beautiful other wives were, he wouldn't look at them more than necessary. Wang rolled her eyes silently and said, Think carefully about how Mo Bei came here. Mo's father looked at her and remembered what she had just said, and he said, That can't be true. She was a bit crazy. Wang wasn't sure and said, All right, you go work now. She had endless laundry for the children, but after having Su Yang to help, she felt much easier. When she returned to the yard, the noble lady called her. Bring me some cloth. I want to make clothes for a Jio. Wang smiled and said, Madam, we don't have cloth right now. How about this? When a Jio and the others come back, I'll ask them to buy some cloth for you. Okay, she agreed, waving at the small animals, who happily followed her to eat grass. The neglected wild chickens were unhappy, flapping their wings and flying onto her, standing proudly on her shoulder to protest. After Huatong took the children to the city, she handed out some handwritten flyers, starting from Zhuke Street, with the 3 of them distributing them. The flyers promoted Huichun Hall, with a countdown to its opening event. Come see, come see. Huichun Hall's opening event is on the 3rd day. All medicines are 30% off, buy one get one free, while supplies last. The divine Dr. Hua, descending from heaven, will be treating at Huichun Hall. Cure all diseases, no charge if not satisfied. After finishing the flyers, Huatong sat nearby watching. Some people took the flyers and looked at them, attracted by the words divine doctor descending from heaven. Others were drawn by no charge if not satisfied. Thanks to these attractions, some people went to check out Huichun Hall. After a while, Coachman Li Wang brought Mo Bei and others back and returned to meet Huatong. Huatong gave him a few instructions, telling him to safely bring the children back to the village later, and handed him some silver coins to buy food for the children. To thank the children for their hard work, she gave each of them 50 coins. After giving instructions, Huatong headed to Huichun Hall. Early in the morning, the front of Huichun Hall was somewhat quiet, but this didn't last long. Soon, people kept asking, Where is the divine Dr. Hua, descending from heaven? Really, a cure-all that costs nothing if it doesn't work? The medicine assistant was confused. Who claims to cure all diseases? Who says it's free if it doesn't work? Huatong stepped out and said, I am Dr. Hua. To build her reputation, she had to boast a little. People came for her beauty and were surprised at first. After the surprise, they thought, She's a bit too young. She is pretty, but it feels like she's missing something, more maturity, more charm. But some people like young girls. A girl in her prime, like a flower bud about to bloom, has a unique charm. Huatong looked at the people outside asking questions and loudly said, Anyone needing medical help, come and line up here. Cure all, no charge if it doesn't work, honest and fair. Patients with difficult illnesses come here and queue. For specialist consultations, 10 taels. Hearing this, the staff at Huichun Hall quickly understood how to respond. Huatong turned and went inside, saying to Zhuangbo, Keep the order outside, and make sure the line is good. Zhuangbo responded and hurriedly took the doctors inside to manage the queue. Soon, 2 long lines formed at the door of Huichun Hall. They heard that seeing a specialist for difficult illnesses required paying 10 taels up front. Few people wanted to queue here, but since they claimed to cure all diseases and it was free if it didn't work, some still came to get a free consultation. Some had headaches, others had fevers, and they also bought medicine while asking about the legendary Dr. Hua, said to descend from the heavens. Hua Tong was sitting in her consultation room, sipping tea when a medicine assistant came in with someone and said, "Dr. Hua, patient number 1 is here." This was the first person to come see her today. Hua Tong looked up and saw that the person was fully wrapped up, wearing a veil hat, so her face was hidden. He sat down and in a low voice asked, "Married for 3 years, still not pregnant. Dr. Hua, what's going on?" Hua Tong immediately remembered the woman from yesterday. So, this was her husband? Hua Tong, lie down on the bed. The man looked at her, then at the bed nearby, and resignedly lay down. Hua Tong called out, "Zhuangbo, come here." Zhuangbo responded and came in.
Master.
Hua Tong gestured for him to sit and said, "This patient has been married for 3 years and is infertile. The main reasons for male infertility are a few. Remember this and go check accordingly." "Master, I understand," Zhuangbo said attentively. First, if a man has congenital issues such as testicular development problems, Zhuangbo now can listen to his master without showing any emotion. Instead, the person lying on the bed under the veil is furrowing his brows tightly. Hua Tong continues, "Low count or very few will reduce the chance of pregnancy. Poor quality." She rambles on, instructing Zhuangbo to examine him, saying, "Take off your pants." The patient tightly grips his pants and refuses to remove them. He regrets it now. Can he still leave in time? As a tall man, how can he let these 2 people observe him? Zhuangbo steps forward and pulls off his robe. He's excited to receive direct guidance from his master. He feels a bit embarrassed to take off his pants, but he must see. The final result shows the patient has weak. Hua Tong continues explaining. Weak means the mans are not very active. Low activity greatly affects fertility. Even if the woman gets pregnant, the risk of miscarriage or early birth is higher than normal, making good pregnancy difficult. The patient feels nervous and overwhelmed. Hua Tong says, "Now, after you go back, you need to take good care of yourself. First, prevent infections. Be very careful about hygiene during intimacy and shower often."
The
patient
人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍人忍忍忍
Mobei and Wei Zifeng were assigned to the beginner class at Guanzhai Hall. The beginner class has 3 halls: Justice, Aspiration, and Guangya. The intermediate class has 2 halls: Cultivation and Sincerity. The advanced class has 1 hall, Freedom. After the class assignments, Dr. Wei, who has a beard, spoke. Although you were assigned to the lowest Guangya Hall, don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard, you could be the top scholar in the future. Dr. Wei is an official who teaches and supervises students. He is in his 60s. Hey, what are you here for? These two are Wei Junlin's younger brothers, twin brothers. Wei Juanhuan said, we like Guangya Hall. He is the third son of the Wei family. Wei Junqing said, Dr. Wei, you speak your mind. Don't worry about us. They are both from noble families. Dr. Wei can't offend them, so he plans to report to the master to handle it later. That morning, Lady Jing and Ho, who was free, invited two noble ladies over. She mainly wanted to try acupuncture. The other two ladies were interested in her rare medicines like Hisho Wu. After selling some medicines, Huatong gave Lady Jing and Ho an acupuncture treatment. The two ladies watched for a while and, encouraged by Lady Jing and Ho, also tried acupuncture. After sending the ladies away, Huatong counted her silver notes, feeling very satisfied. Lady Jing and Ho was very earnest in helping her attract clients, and she wanted to return the favor. Seeing that no one was likely to come for treatment now, since expert appointments are very expensive, Huatong took Hisho Wu, ginseng, and bird's nest to visit Lady Jing and Ho. At the gate of Lady Jing and Ho's residence, she saw two large red doors. Above the doors hung a sign with 4 bold characters, Jing and Ho Residence. Guards stood on either side of the gate. She approached and asked the guards to report that Huatong was visiting Lady Jing and Ho. The guards' eyes lit up. One said, are you the famous Dr. Hua who treats the Blue Robe Marquis? News about the Blue Robe Marquis having a head wound spread quickly. Everyone from noble families to servants who had some connections knew about it. Huatong nodded. The guard hurried to report. After a while, the guard returned quickly and said, Dr. Hua, please come in. He warmly invited Huatong inside and said, Dr. Hua, my arm hasn't healed recently. When you have time, please take a look at it. Huatong happily agreed. All right, wait outside for me. The backyard was hard to enter. After the guards pointed her in the right direction, they went outside to stand there again. When Huatong walked toward the backyard, Lady Jing and Ho had already sent her maid to greet her. After leading her into the courtyard, Lady Jing and Ho Mou quickly came out smiling and said, Huatong, come in and sit quickly. Huatong replied, Madam, I came specifically to bring you some gifts. I won't stay long. I have many things to do at the clinic. The lady said, I wanted to invite you to stay for a meal. Next time, I will invite you to a restaurant for a meal. No need for a restaurant. Next time, I will come to your house to eat. She thought Huatong, just a young girl, had it hard enough and didn't want her to spend too much. Huatong smiled and said, That's fine. I am always ready to welcome your visit, madam. After exchanging a few words, Huatong took her leave. When she stepped outside, the guard was still standing at the door. After asking him where he was hurt, she gave him a bottle of ointment and said, You probably twisted your muscles. Apply this ointment once in the morning and once at night. The guard gratefully accepted and asked how much silver he owed. Huatong said, It's a free gift for you. Just then, a carriage stopped and Wei Zijing stepped out. Seeing Huatong, she was surprised but quickly regained her composure and said coldly, What are you doing here? Noticing her cold attitude, Huatong responded calmly, Just visiting Lady Ho. Wei Zijing nodded and said, Come over here. I want to talk to you. She turned and walked a little ahead, not letting her maid follow. Huatong went over and listened as she said, You and our family have already repaid us for saving your life. If you have any shame, you shouldn't keep bothering my family. Huatong was surprised to hear such words and sneered, Miss Wei, I think you misunderstood. Lady Ho, Zifeng, and I are friends. Very good friends. Moreover, she was currently business partners with Wei Junlin and Wei Zifeng. Wei Zijing looked at her in disbelief and said, You're just a country girl, and you want to be friends with my family? Who gave you that courage? Since they were in Jingzhou, she had already seen that Wei Zijing was a snob. Huatong didn't want to argue with her and, because of Lady Ho's relationship, chose not to fight. She said, "Miss Wei, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave." She turned to leave, but Wei Zijing suddenly blocked her again and said, "Huitong, I order you to leave my family alone. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Huitong sneered and walked away. Wei Zijing was so angry she closed her eyes tightly, her hand trembling inside her sleeve. She never expected that after all this twisting and turning, she would end up in the Imperial capital and that she would even have a connection with her family. Today, she appeared again at her home. At that moment, she suddenly heard someone call out, "Miss Wei." The sound startled her, and she saw Grandma Zhao walking over alone. Grandma Zhao smiled and said, "Miss Wei, I didn't expect to see you again." Wei Zijing's face turned slightly pale as she listened to her say, "I've already met Madame Ho. Madame Ho likes me very much. Miss Wei, we need a lot of silver here. Please give me 500 taels of silver." This time, she dared not ask for 1,000 taels, knowing she couldn't afford it. Wei Zijing calmed herself and said, "I don't have that much silver. I warn you, don't come to find me again. Otherwise, I might lose my current good life, and your whole family will be in danger." Grandma Zhao said, "Huitong is now living in the same village as me. Your family often visits her, and they're on good terms. Maybe she will soon realize her true identity. Once she returns home, you will have to give up everything you have now." Wei Zijing felt upset and didn't want to talk more, so she simply handed her money pouch. Grandma Zhao weighed the silver pouch in her hand. Although she was dissatisfied, it was better than having nothing. Her eldest grandson wanted to study, but their family had no silver to pay for a good school. The current place for studying was just an ordinary private school, but Huiyang, who had no talent for studying, was attending Tianci Academy.
It was so frustrating.
Grandma Zhao urgently needed silver. She looked at the large characters on the Ho residence's gate, thought for a moment, and decided to visit. She wanted to see Madame Ho. Because the guards had seen her talking with Wei Zijing earlier and also saw her give her a silver pouch, they thought she was a poor relative she knew. Hearing she wanted to visit Madame Ho, even though her clothes were worn out, they still reported her. Sure enough, Madame Ho invited her inside the Ho residence. Meanwhile, after Huitong left the Ho residence, she returned to the village. The children at home would only be picked up after school in the evening, so they had lunch at the school in the meantime. As she was walking back, she saw many soldiers searching around on the street. She recognized the soldiers as the troops of the blue-clad Marquis. Princess Pingyang had lost her. Yesterday, the maidservant from the princess's residence searched all night but couldn't find the message. Only then did she dare to report it. After the blue cloak Marquis angrily beheaded the maidservant who failed in her duty, he ordered the soldiers to search the entire city. At the Imperial College, the students in Guangya Hall were very well behaved, attentively listening to the lessons without causing any disruptions. During the break, Wei Juanhuan sat beside Wei Zifeng, holding his book and seeming to care, asking, "Fifth brother, do you understand?" Wei Zifeng snatched his book back and said, "You should care about yourself." "Zifeng, I didn't expect us to be in the same class." Gu Qinglai, the son of the Grand Tutor, came over and put his hand on Wei Zifeng's shoulder, affectionately saying, "Zifeng, let's go out for dinner tonight." Wei Zifeng frowned and said, "Take your hand away." Gu Qinglai didn't move his hand and said casually, "Zifeng, I know you've been recovering in Jingzhou these years. You must have fallen behind in your studies. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. I can teach you." Wei Zifeng looked at him with disdain and contempt, saying, "Are you deaf? I told you to take your hand away." He looked down on Gu Qinglai, who was a friend of Wei Juanhuan, feeling that he was insincere. Clearly, he had bad intentions. As the son of the Grand Tutor, no one had ever been so rude to him before. A chubby little boy suddenly approached and pointed at Gu Qinglai's nose, scolding him. "Are you deaf? Your dirty hands don't deserve to touch my pure and noble brother Zifeng." He was only 10 years old, obviously someone with connections, but everyone who knew him knew his name was Jiban, the youngest son of the Empress. Gu Qinglai was not angry but instead found it amusing. Wei Zifeng suddenly pushed him down and kicked him. Gu Qinglai couldn't smile anymore and shouted angrily, Wei Zifeng, are you crazy? Wei Zifeng cursed back, dog stuff, stay away from me. Gu Qinglai jumped up and rushed to hit him. Jiban was well behaved. Though he wasn't as tall, he still rushed forward, grabbing Gu Qinglai's waist and pulling him back. Even so, Wei Zifeng didn't get the upper hand. Just as he was about to attack, he was struck several steps back by a punch. When he tried to go forward again, Gu Qinglai kicked him fiercely, making it impossible for him to even touch his clothes. Another student saw him at a disadvantage and also rushed to help. This was Prince 4th Ji Yanzhou. He was stopped by Wei Juanhuan, who shouted while pulling him back, Stop fighting, stop fighting. Mo Bei, who had been sitting properly, stood up and walked over. After pulling Wei Zifeng aside, he punched Gu Qinglai in the stomach. Gu Qinglai cried out in pain, curled up like a shrimp, with his face twisted. Mo Bei said, bullying kids is not a skill. If you want to fight, see you at the door when we go back. This was a challenge to fight. Wei Zifeng was only 13, much younger than the 17-year-olds around him. He was at a disadvantage in height. Gu Qinglai took a while to catch his breath, then pointed at him and said through gritted teeth, You wait and see. If you dare run, I will beat you to death. Ji Bian looked angry. If you dare to hurt someone, I will. I will have my father punish you. He couldn't finish his words because his father had warned him to keep his royal identity secret. If he revealed it or used his status to bully others, he would be punished by being cut off from money for a year and sent outside the capital to train. In fact, the children of noble families all knew his identity. Wei Junqing helped Gu Qinglai up and said, What are you fighting about? He's our younger brother. If you seriously hurt him, we won't be able to explain. Wei Zifeng was disgusted by their hypocritical attitude and said coldly, I don't know what you came to Guangya Hall for from Justice Hall, but I am clear about one thing. You have bad intentions. Wei Juanhuan said, Fifth brother, you misunderstand us too much. Gu Qinglai, with harsh words, said, Wei Zifeng, with someone like you still want to study and take the top scholar exam? Wake up. You're a son born from a secondary wife, and you want to compete with the heir? Wei Junlin went straight into the Pavilion of Freedom when he entered the Imperial College, and now he's a grand scholar. What do you compare yourself to? Just stay at home, eat, and wait to die. Why come out and make a fool of yourself? Wei Zifeng's face turned pale. Ji Bian said, Gu Qinglai, were you even? Do you think you're impressive?
Superior?
Who gave you the right to mock others? Is it because of Master Gu? Amid their noisy arguing and insults, the teacher arrived for class. The students immediately became as quiet as chickens, as if nothing had happened. Because of the earlier fight, after class, everyone left and gathered outside the Imperial College. There were 6 or 7 peers from the Wei Junqing, Wei Juanhuan, and Wei Juanhuan groups. Mo Bei and his group included the 2 princes, Wei Zifeng and 3 others, along with some onlookers from the same hall. Mo Bei said, Zifeng, you all wait here. I'll be back soon. Wei Zifeng was about to run over, but Ji Bian grabbed him. Zifeng, go home and get back up first. He was worried that Wei Zifeng might get hurt and couldn't protect himself. Wei Zifeng frowned. Where should I get back up from? By the time I bring help back, will it be too late? He quickly followed Mo Bei toward the alley, where it was harder to be seen fighting. Ji Bian held him back. Zifeng, wait here. I'll check the situation and tell you what I find out. As a prince, Gu Qinglai wouldn't dare hit him. Wei Zifeng clenched his teeth and resolutely went ahead. Mo Bei stood up for him, but he hesitated. Was he really someone without loyalty? He picked up a stone from the roadside and moved forward. Because the 4th prince and 5th prince had been warned by their father first, they wanted to help, but after fighting on their second day at school, they were a bit cautious. At that moment, shouts came from the alley. Many onlookers gathered. Mo Bei hadn't received formal martial arts training. He relied on his agility and endless strength. He stepped forward to face Gu Qinglai, darted to his left, and grabbed his arm, twisting it forcefully. There was a cracking sound, the shoulder dislocated. Gu Qinglai screamed in pain. He hadn't even had time to fight back. Others didn't realize his shoulder was dislocated. They thought his arm was broken. Everyone thought Mo Bei, the new student, would be the one getting beaten, but unexpectedly, it was Gu Qinglai. Mo Bei looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight?" Wei Juanhuan said, "Kid, you're a bit cocky." As he finished speaking, he kicked toward Mo Bei. The boy moved quickly, dodging behind him, then kicked him in the back. Wei Juanhuan was pushed forward several steps and lost his footing, falling flat on the ground. Wei Junqing squinted, jumped into the air, and punched down. Mo Bei caught his fist firmly, but it made the other's hand sting. The boy suddenly grabbed his shoulders and threw him out. When Wei Junqing was thrown, he almost lost his balance. He couldn't understand how a country boy could have such strength. Just as he was about to fall, someone grabbed his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Wei Junlin. Wei Junlin's tone was cold and sharp. "Are you all fighting?" Wei Juanhuan pointed at Mo Bei. "Big brother." He started the fight. Wei Zifeng had already arrived, refusing to back down. "It was you who bullied me first. Bei was just defending me. Ji Ban, I testify that they bullied Zifeng first. They've been trying to provoke a fight." Ji Yanzhou. They were originally in the Justice Hall, but insisted on coming to our Guangya Hall for lessons. "Grand Scholar, I ask you to restrain your two brothers and prevent them from bullying Zifeng again." Wei Juanhuan angrily. "Please don't stir up trouble." Wei Junlin's face was cold. "Everyone go back now." Gu Qinglai cried out in pain. "Big brother Wei, my arm is broken. We can't just let this go." Wei Junlin couldn't persuade Wei Zifeng to return to the residence. After dinner, he decided to go back alone. After washing up, Huatong sat in her room thinking. She was angry hearing Gu Qinglai scold Wei Zifeng. It hurt her heart. Even outsiders would be angry, and she knew how upset Zifeng was inside, but they couldn't do anything about it. That's why she was so angry she preferred to stay at her house rather than return to the residence. Zifeng was her friend, and she wanted to avenge him. Thinking of this, she went to find Zifeng. Zifeng was reading in his room. When he heard the knock, he replied, "Come in." Huatong pushed the door open and said, "Zifeng, let's talk." Zifeng nodded. Huatong sat down at the table in front of him and straightforwardly asked, "Zifeng, where do Wei Junqing and the others live?" "Zifeng, aren't you planning to go find them?" "I promise to bring you good news." Zifeng's eyes lit up slightly. Huatong had visited the Hofu of Jing'an Marquis today, which led to the back courtyard. After learning from Zifeng, it was easy to find Wei Juanhuan's courtyard. Under the cover of the dark night, Huatong decided to target Wei Juanhuan first, giving him a warning. She wanted him to never forget this lesson. What's wrong with the second wife? She's the legitimate wife too, so why is she now a target for their mockery? "You brat, you should be wasting your life at the residence, just eating and waiting. Feeding you is a waste. Zifeng is such a good kid. How could they bear to bully him?" Huatong quietly slipped into the Jing'an Marquis' residence, found Wei Juanhuan's courtyard, and left silently, without being noticed. At dawn, a scream alarmed everyone in the yard. Hearing about the incident, Wei Junqing hurried in and saw his third brother standing inside, bald, screaming loudly. Ancient people valued their hair and skin, considering them gifts from their parents, and wouldn't cut their hair easily. Upon waking up, he found himself bald, with all his beautiful hair gone. Was this a life-threatening situation? Wei Juanhuan was so upset he cried loudly, shouting, "Who did this? Who did this? I want them to die. I want them to die." Wei Junqing ran over in shock and grabbed him, asking what happened. Wei Juanhuan broke down crying out painfully. "I woke up and my hair was all gone." Wei Junqing could only try to comfort his younger brother, saying, "It's just hair. It's not a big deal. Even Marquis Qingyi lost his hair, but he still goes on happily. Don't worry, your hair will grow back soon." After some comforting, he found a hat for Wei Juanhuan to wear, and the problem was temporarily solved. Meanwhile, chaos was happening at the Jing'an Marquis' residence. On the same day as yesterday, Huatong took a group of village children into the city in a carriage. She wanted the children to continue handing out flyers. To ensure they could get on the carriage easily, Huamu arrived early and waited inside their carriage. Once all the children had climbed in, he was squeezed into the very back. Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and Huiyang had to sit at the front near the carriage's yoke. During the journey, the children chattered inside the carriage, and Huitong explained about distributing flyers. Humu looked at her carefully. He looked left, right, front, and back, and felt that this Huitong didn't seem like the same person from their family. Huitong ignored him, as the Hu family members were all very thick-skinned. When they reached their destination, she led the children off the carriage to distribute flyers. She also bought some pastries to reward them after they finished. Today, they handed out even more flyers than yesterday. After one round, the children gained experience, became braver, and worked even harder. When everyone gathered around Huitong, she divided the pastries among them, giving each child a piece. When Li Wang returned, the children happily followed him onto the carriage and headed back to the village. On the way home, Li Wang thought about something. He realized that children from wealthy families all went to school, as did many children from ordinary families. If they had some money, they would send their children to learn. Only through reading and learning could they have a way out. Otherwise, the children in their village would be stuck doing hard labor for generations. Thinking about this, Li Wang went to talk to the village head about it. Meanwhile, Huitong also went to the clinic. Today, the Marquis Jing'an's wife came again for acupuncture. She also wanted to ask Huitong about her rebellious son. Since she didn't want outsiders to hear, she didn't bring anyone else along. While giving her acupuncture, she listened as she said, "Zifeng is very stubborn. Later, you should also help me persuade him to return to the house." Huitong responded with an M and said, "Madam, don't worry. Once Zifeng calms down, he will naturally come back." Madame Ho snorted softly. He can't calm down and is still holding a grudge. If he wasn't holding a grudge, he would have returned home years ago. Huitong thought for a moment and honestly said, "Madam, if Zifeng comes back and isn't happy, it might not be good for his recovery. But staying outside all the time isn't ideal either. It's so troublesome." As a mother, she naturally knew Zifeng's situation at the house. Those two brothers never had a peaceful day. On the surface, they looked respectful, but it was all just for show. The lady of Jing'an Marquis could only say again, "Then it will be troublesome for him to stay at your place for a few days. Later, I will find a house closer to the Imperial College." At that time, she would move out with Zifeng. She was tired of living in the Jing'an Marquis residence. Huitong said, "Any number of days at our house is fine, as long as they didn't mind." The lady of Jing'an Marquis thought for a moment and smiled. "If you say that, I want to move in too." Huitong also smiled and said, "You're very welcome. Then I will go over later." Just right, she wanted to chat with the village women. She decided to leave immediately. After leaving Huitong, the lady of Jing'an Marquis took a carriage to Bisho village to chat with the women there. She didn't expect that more and more people would stay here. Besides Su Yang, there was another woman cleaning the yard. She was in charge of her small pet, feeding it and cleaning up after it. Since she was wearing Wang's clothes, which were very plain, the lady of Jing'an Marquis didn't think much of it. As she got closer, she felt it looked familiar but couldn't remember where she had seen it before. Su Yang came out to greet her, saying, "Madame Marquis, you're here." The lady of Jing'an Marquis responded softly, "Who is this lady?" Feeling something unusual, she added quietly, "This is someone rescued by Huitong and them. They said there was a problem here." The two whispered for a moment. When the lady of Jing'an Marquis looked again, her eyes showed sympathy. She said, "Such a young and beautiful woman, yet she seems to have a mental problem. Maybe she was mistreated in her husband's family, which caused this." Su Yang agreed, "That's probably it." The lady of Jing'an Marquis approached and asked her, "Miss, what is your name?" The woman looked at her and continued sweeping the yard, saying a Jiao. Su Yang hurriedly explained, "A Jiao is her child. She doesn't remember her own name anymore." Just as they were talking, Madame Wang returned with Mo Wenj and Rin Chen, carrying a pile of cleaned clothes. When she saw Madame Ho, she happily put down the clothes and said, "Madam, you're here. Please come inside and sit." Su Yang was about to help hang the clothes, but Madame Wang quickly said, "Sister Su, Please put the clothes down and sit with the madam for a while. Madam Ho smiled and said, You all are busy.
Don't worry about me.
I will take a walk around the village. Madam Wang hurriedly asked Su Yang to accompany her. They went to the stove area, where the young wives from the village were also present. The water channel was still being repaired, but they still needed to continue providing meals. Under the wide sky, the villagers, sweaty and busy, worked hard. Above the Imperial Academy, joyful laughter could be heard. The students of the beginner class were learning archery today. Although they were not martial artists, archery and riding, part of the 6 arts of a gentleman, were required lessons for them. At that moment, Wei Junlin also entered the Imperial Academy. He was greeted by Zheng Jiujiu. He was the most proud student of Zheng Jiujiu and a shining star of the Imperial Academy. Seeing this talented young man, Zheng Jiujiu smiled broadly.
They sat inside the building.
Wei Junlin said, Jiujiu, honestly, I came today because of my younger brother. I want to see Zifeng's exam results. Oh, Wei Zifeng, right? Jiujiu went to greet him and had someone bring Zifeng's exam paper. Wei Junlin looked at it expressionlessly. He had discussed these questions with Zifeng before. He answered a few questions, but left the rest blank. Zheng Jiujiu also looked at it and said in surprise, Zifeng is quite unusual. The questions he answered correctly are quite good. For the questions he didn't answer, he simply left them blank. Jiujiu, I took Zifeng's exam paper. Alright, take it.
Goodbye.
As he turned to leave, a hint of emotion showed on his face. Zifeng had deliberately stayed in Guangya Hall. Why did he do that? Was he hiding his true ability? At the Imperial Academy's competition ground, students from 3 halls gathered to compete in archery. After a fight yesterday, Wei Junqing and his brother were scolded by their father and elder brother when they returned home and had to leave Wei Zifeng's hall to go to Justice Hall. Gao Qing also followed and left together. In the contest among the 3 halls, Justice Hall was leading, followed closely by Chongji Hall, with Guangya Hall lagging behind. The people of Justice Hall cheered loudly. Gu Qinglai laughed loudly and mocked, Is Guangya Hall okay? If not, just come down and stop embarrassing yourselves. Last night, Gu Qinglai, who had his arm dislocated, went to the doctor. They said it was a joint misalignment and fixed it. Today, he was jumping around happily again. Of course, he kept this grudge in his heart. Now, the person shooting arrows was Ji Bian. Their hall scored 1 point, thanks to Ji Yunzhou's arrow. No one could hit the bullseye. Justice Hall had already scored 10 points. Hitting the bullseye, once counted as 1 point. Ji Bian finally managed to draw his bow, but his arrow only flew 3 meters before falling. Everyone in the hall burst into laughter. Wei Juanhuan suggested with a smile, Zifeng, why don't you try? Maybe you're better than him. Wei Zifeng kept a cold face and said nothing. He knew his own skill. He couldn't even draw the bow. Ji Bian remembered Mo Bei could fight and said, hopefully, Mo Bei, whether our hall scores depends on you. Gu Qinglai mocked, Hey little fox, do you know how to use a bow and arrow? He had a scare last night, but Mo Bei didn't break his arm. Mo Bei stood up, walked over, and took the bow and arrows. He took 3 arrows, shot all 3 at once, and hit the bullseye directly, stunning everyone in the hall. They thought Guangya class was full of useless people, but now there was someone impressive. Someone shouted, That's a fluke. Mo Bei took 3 more arrows and shot again. All 3 hit the bullseye again. No one said anything anymore. He put down the bow and sat back down, and they continued practicing. Ji Bian was excited and asked, Mo Bei, how are you so good?
Montag bei Luoket expressionless.
Practice well, and you can do it too. Wei Zifeng came over quietly and whispered, Bei, find a chance to pull off Wei Junhuan's hat.
Why?
Wei Zifeng whispered, his hair has been shaved.
Montag bei was so preist.
Seeing his proud little expression, he suddenly felt like a child who had succeeded. His eyes were full of pride. Mo Bei suddenly understood something. Surely Tong Tong had done it. Okay, he agreed. After the event ended, Wei Junhuan, walking along, suddenly had his hat pulled off. A voice asked, Aren't you hot wearing that hat?
Wow.
Various exclamations came from the monitors. Juanhuan, why did you shave your head? Are you going to become a monk? Wei Juanhuan wanted to die on the spot, but he quickly jumped up and started shouting, "Who did that?" He immediately saw his hat in someone's hand and pounced like an angry wolf dog. Mo Bei took a step back, and the next moment, Wei Juanhuan stepped on a stone and fell to the ground, kneeling down. "There's no need to bow so deeply. I'll return your hat." Mo Bei kindly handed it back to him. Wei Junqing stepped forward to help his younger brother up. Wei Juanhuan, with tears in his eyes, asked loudly, "Did you cut my hair?" Mo Bei replied, "It wasn't me. If it wasn't you, why did you take off my hat? Who would bother to take his hat for no reason? You suddenly wore a hat, so I thought you had a skin disease on your head. You're the one with a skin problem." Wei Juanhuan rushed over to hit him, but Mo Bei stepped back. "What are you doing?" A cold and stern voice interrupted, and Wei Junlin came over.
He had been watching for a while.
Wei Juanhuan looked very wronged and said, "I have no hair now. It must have been shaved by him." Wei Junlin had gone to court early that morning and didn't know about his hair being shaved.
He said it wasn't him.
"Stop making trouble." "Then who is it?" Wei Juanhuan was eager to find the culprit and get revenge. Wei Junlin warned, "If you cause trouble again, I will send you to another academy to study." With that, he turned and left. Wei Juanhuan felt like crying. His bald head would soon spread throughout the entire Imperial Academy. He didn't want to study anymore. Wei Junqing came over and patted his shoulder loudly, saying, "So what if you're bald? Marquis Chingy is bald too. Maybe everyone should shave their heads?" Everyone was so scared they hurriedly left. They definitely didn't want to shave their heads. The students in Guangya Hall also returned to their rooms, and once inside, they all started laughing happily. Ji Yunzhou asked curiously, "Abe, why did you suddenly think of taking his hat?" Mo Bei looked serious and said, "It was strange that he suddenly wore a hat. I just thought he had a skin disease." Ji Bowen cheered maliciously, "Serves him right for losing his hair." Zifeng asked, "Abe, do you think he might blame you for this?" Mo Bei replied, "I'm not afraid of him." No one bothered to find out who shaved Wei Juanhuan's hair. Just feeling satisfied was enough. Meanwhile, Ho Tan finished her meal at the clinic and returned to the village. When she arrived, Lady Jing'an was no longer in the village, and Wang Shi and Su Yang had gone to the wasteland to help with farming. Mo Wenj stays at home with Ren Chen, while also watching over the foolish and kind lady of the house. One day, she takes out a brush and ink, and, recalling what her older brothers taught her, begins to write her own name. The lady of the house sees her writing crookedly and, unable to bear it, takes the brush and says, "You wrote it wrong." She carefully writes the 3 characters of Mo Wenj's name. Mo Wenj is surprised and says, "Madam, you can write? You wrote Ren Chen, your husband's name." The lady not only can write but also writes very beautiful characters. After Tong quietly enters and stands beside her to watch, Ren Chen calls out, "Sister, the madam can write." Tong says, "Godmother, from now on, I have another task for you. Every day, teach them both how to write." The lady of the house responds, "Don't call me that randomly." Mo Wenj says, "Sister-in-law is a Jiu's wife. If you are a Jiu's wife, then sister-in-law should call you mother." That sounds reasonable, and she doesn't argue.
Tong says, "Keep going."
She goes to her room and enters her space. After spending some time in the laboratory, she comes out with the prepared medicine. The lady of the house finds a new hobby, teaching Mo Wenj and Ren Chen to write their names. Tong pours water, walks over, and says, "Godmother, come and take the medicine." "Why should I take the medicine?" "You're sick now. If you take the medicine, you'll remember everything about a Jiu. Think about it. Have you already forgotten your own name because of your illness?" Hearing this, the lady of the house realizes there might be some truth to it. Think about it. Have you also forgotten where your home is? Do you no longer know your family? Be good, take the medicine and you'll get better. Feeling anxious, the lady of the house agrees, "I'll take it." She takes 3 pills and some water and swallows them. Tong instructs, "I'm going to the wasteland to check. You all stay home and practice writing."
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
I will take good care of her, Runchin says. Big sister, I will also watch over her, adds Runchin. Tong nods and turns to leave. Meanwhile, the village chief is thinking about visiting her tonight, but she arrives early. Seeing her from afar, the village chief puts down his work and calls out loudly, "Lady." He runs over quickly. Tong walks across the cleared land, observing the progress. In a few days, this piece of wasteland will be cultivated. The village chief approaches and says, "Lady, I want to talk to you." She nods and listens. Village head, Lady Hua. We now live in the Imperial city. Everything here is expensive. Even studying costs a lot. Many children in our village can't afford to go to school. If they don't learn, they won't have a future. Hua Tong understood his meaning. She thought it was good that he wanted the children to study, and she agreed. Let's wait until next year. When everyone has saved some money, we can set up a private school in our village. We can invite a teacher to come and teach. Then both boys and girls can go to school. Even if they don't seek fame, being able to read and write is very good. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. The village head fully believed that he could soon help everyone earn more money. Now, getting support from Hua Tong for starting a school was very important. The village head was very happy and went back to tell the villagers. Everyone in the village knew that Hua Tong's family had 4 people studying in the Imperial city, and they were attending good schools. When they heard about the plan to start a school next year so that villagers could also learn, everyone agreed. Looking at Hua Tong, it was clear she was smart because she had learned to read and write. If their children could also learn to read and write, they would surely be clever in the future. Listening to the villagers' chatter, Grandma Zhao's greedy eyes narrowed. Hua Tong's father was a scholar, and she had also learned to read and write. But that didn't mean this Hua Tong was the same as that Hua Tong. This granddaughter was always so strange. At night, Wei Zifeng still followed Mo Bei and the others' carriage back to the village. After they returned home, they sat together writing and reading.
Hua Tong cut some fruit for them to eat.
Life was quite comfortable now. Later, Wei Junlin arrived just in time for dinner. While eating, Wei Junlin said, "You all spend a lot of time traveling back and forth. I have a house at the Imperial College. Why don't you move there?" Since Wei Zifeng didn't want to move back to the mansion, he had to think of a compromise. He handed the key to Hua Tong. "This is the key to Yaoguang Pavilion.
Keep it for now."
They could move there any time. Since the key was already handed over, Hua Tong said, "We'll discuss it and decide later." Wei Junlin nodded. After finishing his meal, he didn't stay long and headed back home. Hua Tong held the key and asked, "Are you planning to move there?" Yaoguang Pavilion. She had seen that courtyard before. It looked quite grand from the outside. Mo Bei, I won't live there. He just wanted to go home every day, so he chose to commute. Huyang, I don't stay there either. Mo Nan and Mo She have never been separated from their families. Since others don't stay there, they naturally don't want to either. Mo Wenj, maybe I should go stay there. She is capable of doing that. Hua Tong put away the keys and said, "You're grown up now. It's good to be a bit independent from the family. Don't be too attached to home. Go wash up first. If they are to be pushed out, they need time to get used to it. Take it slowly. In the future, take them on a holiday there. Maybe they'll like it and won't want to keep coming back to the village." Everyone disperses. Before bed, Hua Tong feeds the lady of noble house another dose of medicine. Because of the medicine's effect, she feels sleepy after taking it and falls asleep early. Hua Tong also goes into her room early and enters the space. While they study, she also can't sit still. She practices traditional characters every day. Suddenly, there's a knocking at the door. Hua Tong quickly slips out of the space. It's Mo Bei. He asks her, "Tong Tong, have you been practicing your characters well lately?" She is diligent and eager to learn, so she replies, "It's okay. Do you have questions for me?" Yes, she does. Hua Tong invites him into her room, and she circles the characters she doesn't know with a pen. Mo Bei sits down and talks to her. She adds pinyin and rewrites the characters. Suddenly, she realizes something serious. "Xiao Bei, if you stay here with me, will it delay your studies? I've already finished reading my books." Huatong feels a bit more at ease and asks while writing, "What did you learn today?" Bei tells her about some things from the Imperial Academy. After finishing, he asks Tong, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Huatong thinks for a moment. "Keep going, but don't put too much pressure on yourself." Bei feels it's necessary to be straightforward. "Did you shave Wei Juanhuan's head?" Since he knows, Huatong admits yes. "You didn't tell me about such an important thing. Do you see me as an outsider?" That sounds so familiar. Huatong thinks for a moment and remembers she might have said this to him last night. She puts down her pen, turns to look at him seriously, and says, "I thought it was a small matter. Not important." Bei slightly lowers his gaze and says, "Nothing more." Huatong can only softly comfort him. All right. From now on, I'll tell you everything, big or small." The boy's face relaxes a bit, but suddenly he remembers something and frowns lightly. He also wants to be her support, to make her less tired. "Huatong, stop overthinking. Go back to sleep. Wake up early and rest well." Bei nodded, and just before leaving, suddenly hugged her and rubbed his head against her shoulder like a puppy, saying, "You should rest early too." When he released her, the young man stood up and walked away. Huatong watched his figure disappear at the door, lost in thought for a moment. Seeing a face like his every day made her happy, but also worried. If he really is GMO, that would be so good. Thinking of the name GMO, she moved her mind and entered her space again. In the study, she opened her phone. The battery was full, but she couldn't get a signal. She opened GMO's WeChat page, which showed, "I miss you.
Can you hear me?
Are you like me, unable to return from another time and space?" Line after line of her failed messages appeared. GMO sacrificed himself during a mission. Huatong stared at her phone in shock for a while, then closed it and stepped out of her space. She couldn't let herself dwell on the past. It would make her lose her will to live. She had to walk forward alone, working hard. Back at her desk, she silently picked up her pen and started writing. When her mind was restless, she got up and left. Night deepened, and all the lights in the houses went out as everyone entered their dreams. Because of her special eyes, she saw the night as clearly as daytime. Huatong suddenly saw a figure in black climbing over her yard wall. She quickly hid in the corner of the house and looked. The person was sneaking around in the yard, looking around before trying to push open one of the room doors. This room belonged to the young people in the house, specifically Wei Zifeng. The door was locked from the inside. The person took out a knife, trying to pry the lock open. Huatong moved so fast she was almost invisible and punched him. Startled, the masked man in black was pushed back several steps, dropping his knife with a loud clatter. Huatong took a quick step forward and kicked him again. The man turned and ran. He was very skilled at escaping. Huatong couldn't catch him right away. The two ran out of the village. The man stopped and said, "It was you who shaved Junhuan's hair." "Huatong, I don't know what you're talking about. I will make you admit it." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried over, jumped into the air, and threw a punch. Huatong dodged, and when their fists collided, both felt a shock in their hands. "You really underestimated me." At a young age, he already possesses such deep skills. Clearly, he is a vagrant. Huatong remains silent and strikes with a palm. The opponent spins around to face her, and they clash, both being pushed back. It seems she underestimated her opponent's strength. He is actually very hidden and powerful. For a moment, only the sounds of fighting can be heard. The opponent's moves are deadly, and Huatong fights back just as fiercely. In close combat, she lifts her leg and aims at his sensitive area. The opponent is furious, dodges, and grabs her shoulder to throw her forcefully. After flying through the air, Huatong lands steadily. In a few exchanges, neither has the upper hand. She throws another punch, and the opponent, unhesitating, steps forward to meet it. There is a loud bang as his body is knocked back. He feels a moment of pain and breathlessness, but he quickly recovers. Before Huatong can strike again, he stands up and runs away. However, at the next moment his body is pulled back and his mask is torn off. Under the mask is Wei Junqing. The person pulling him back is Mo Bei. After exchanging a quick glance, Mo Bei quickly walks over to Huatong and says, "This is Wei Junqing." Huatong sneers, "That's the cowardly Wei family young master?"
Exactly him, Montag by confirms.
Huatong comments, "He really has no noble aura at all." Wei Junqing speaks coldly, "It's best if you two don't interfere. Otherwise, I'll make your entire village uncomfortable." Huatong warns, "If you dare cause trouble in our village, I'll show you what regret really means." Mo Bei says, "Tuning a pig doesn't require a big knife, Tong Tong." Huatong replies, "Then I'll leave it to you." Wei Junqing, annoyed by the insult, grits his teeth and swings a fist at Mo Bei. Mo Bei steps forward, and in the dark, the two fight hand to hand. After several exchanges, Wei Junqing faints and then runs away. Mo Bei wants to chase him, but Huatong stops him. "Xiao Bei, let's not chase him for now." Mo Bei quickly approaches and calls out, "Tong Tong. I'll tell his older brother about this later. Let's go home first." Although Wei Junqing came looking for trouble, he couldn't openly hurt anyone out of respect for Wei Junlin. The two walk back together. Mo Bei says, "We need to reinforce our defenses. I'll make some hidden weapons later." Huatong responds, "I've kept the hidden weapons you made last time. Tomorrow night, she plans to set up traps. Anyone caught in their trap will have no one to blame but themselves." As they talk, they return to the courtyard. Mo Bei goes back to sleep, and Huatong heads to the backyard. When removing her clothes, she took some medicine and applied it to herself. It was to reduce swelling and pain. She had been very lucky on this journey. Even if she met someone skilled, she had weapons and relied on her agility to easily defeat them. Even wild animals didn't scare her, which gave her the false idea that she might be invincible in this era. Just recently, she fought barehanded in a fight, but didn't gain much advantage. Although she was perfectly connected with this body, it hadn't received any physical training. When fighting someone strong, her weaknesses quickly showed. A punch to her body hurt her. She couldn't handle being beaten. The next day, Huatong went to the clinic as usual to see patients. Madame Jing'an Ho also came for acupuncture, as she usually did. Early in the morning, several noble ladies came along, all interested in Huatong's health products. Most women bought herbs like Polygonum multiflorum and bird's nest. Nourishing men with such things, the noble ladies thought, was a bad idea. If men are well nourished, they might become more reckless and flirtatious outside. Of course, when men truly need these things, they would send their servants to inquire, even if they didn't come themselves. News about rare items like seahorses and deer antlers being sold at Huatong's clinic spread quietly in high society, and today, some people came to see for themselves. While she was busy selling various famous medicinal herbs inside the clinic, a loud commotion suddenly arose outside. "Everyone come see. The rejuvenation hall is killing people." In the past few mornings, Huatong had been handing out flyers to children. Early today, about 30 or 40 people were already waiting in line for treatment. When someone shouted this, those who came for treatment stopped and looked around. The medicine boy also hurried over to ask what was happening. A young man in ragged clothes, pale, and lying on the ground outside their house, was crying out loudly, "My husband just got medicine from your place yesterday, and it made him worse." People around started murmuring. Zhuangbo came out loudly and said, "Don't spread false accusations. Who gave you the medicine?" Their explanations didn't seem convincing. The crowd was more inclined to sympathize with the weaker side and believed what they wanted to believe. The woman shouted loudly, "It was a girl who treated him. The only girl who could treat patients here was Huatong. Where's the proof? Bring me the prescription she gave you and I'll see." There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes or language in this text. Here is the improved version with simple words. "Where is the prescription?" The person who took the medicine just threw it away. The woman shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop seeing doctors here. The medicine they give can be deadly. Good people are being messed with like this. It's terrible." Zhuangbo said loudly, "If the doctor really saw your illness, she would give you an explanation. I've sent someone to ask her. She will come back soon and tell Everyone, what's going on? The woman kept shouting and crying loudly, making a big fuss. Huatong came out of the clinic, followed by some women who came to buy her things. What happened? Zhuangbo explained everything to her. Huatong understood and pointed to a sign nearby. If you want me to see your illness, you need to pay a registration fee of 10 taels of silver first. Are you sure you can afford that? Her fees are usually too high for ordinary people, so few come to see her. She knew well what kind of people had come to see her, but others didn't. Suddenly, someone took the chance to stir trouble loudly, saying, "Look at this. They charge 10 taels just to register for a checkup. They take your money but can't cure your illness, and almost cause harm. Don't see doctors here anymore. Yes, they are scammers. Everyone, be careful not to be fooled." I heard this woman is a con artist from outside, who came to cheat money. Under some people's influence, whether true or false, many started shouting. People who weren't even sick ran over to watch the scene. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. "What's going on?" It was the king's guard walking over from the crowd. Huatong said, "Elder brother, you arrived just in time. This person hasn't been my patient. He's pretending to be sick and causing trouble here." The guard understood and said, "Everyone, be quiet." Some people in the crowd recognized the guard and whispered among themselves. The woman looked surprised, not expecting the visitor to be the king's guard. The guard said sternly, "How dare you deceive people in front of my sister? Do you believe I will punish you for extortion and fraud and send you to jail?" The woman's heart trembled again. She never thought Huatong had such a powerful protector. The guard stepped forward and grabbed the person lying on the ground, shouting, "Pretending to be dead?
I'll deal with you now."
He swung his hand, and the person was pushed away. He lost his footing and fell with a thud, kneeling on the ground. "King Yu, tell me, who ordered you to cause trouble?" The young man froze, already scared to tears inside. He suddenly stood up and loudly said, I'm fine now. My illness is cured. The medicine from Spring Revival Hall really works." After speaking, he turned and ran away. Huatong wouldn't let him go. She took a quick step forward, caught him, and threw him back to the ground. This time he was knocked down so hard he couldn't get up. She stepped on his chest and asked, "I'll ask you again. Who ordered you to cause trouble? If you dare to lie, I'll make sure you stay in jail forever."
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Let go, let go. I told you I don't know. A masked man came to me and asked me to cause trouble here. He paid me 50 taels of silver and said he'd give me another 50 after it was done. I've been really short of money lately, and I was bewitched into agreeing. "Miss, please have mercy. I was too afraid to come here on my own. If I had 10 times more courage, I wouldn't dare cause trouble on your territory. Get out." Huatong kicked him. The young man scrambled and ran away on all fours. The woman quickly slipped away too. Zhuangbo hurriedly said, "Everyone look. The clinic is very busy and some people are jealous. Those who are sick, please line up to see the doctor. Those who aren't sick, just disperse." The onlookers quickly left. The people who were sick knew the clinic was so busy that it caused jealousy, which led to this trap. They stayed in line to see the doctor anyway. Huatong also asked the emperor to come inside and sit. Zhuangbo brought tea and smiled. "Master, please enjoy some tea." The emperor took a sip and asked, "Does the clinic often get troublemakers?" Huatong replied, "This is the first time since we opened." The emperor said, "If there's anything you can't handle, tell me right away. Don't try to fight alone." Huatong nodded and said it was fine. Thinking about how her sworn brother was so kind to her, Huatong went inside and took out some lingji mushrooms, ginseng, polygonum, bird's nest, and seahorse, handing them to him. "Sworn brother, these are just for you. You can sell these if you want." Huatong said, "Even if I sell them, I should keep some for myself. Just take these and use them." That's all she could give to Emperor Yu. Since he insisted on giving, Huatong didn't refuse her kindness. After seeing off Emperor Yu, Huatong called Zhuangbo over and said, "This incident is a warning for us. From now on, everyone coming for treatment or medicine must be recorded separately." Zhuangbo agreed and explained things to the other doctors. After resolving the medical dispute, Hu Tong still had one more matter to handle. She went to Jing'an Marquis' residence again. The guard at the gate saw her and immediately greeted her with a smile, saying, "Dr. Hu, you're here. Dr. Hu, the medicine you left last time really works. After applying it twice, the pain is gone. Dr. Hu, are you here to see the Marquis' wife today?" Hu Tong smiled and asked, "I'm here to see Wei Junlin. Is he here?" "Yes, yes." "Dr. Hu, please wait a moment. I'll go inform him." He hurried into the courtyard, then quickly came back out. "Dr. Hu, please come in quickly." Knowing Hu Tong was here to see him, Wei Junlin had already come to the front yard and was waiting. He arranged tea and fruit to entertain her. Hu Tong was not polite. She took a sip of their tea and said, "I'm here today because of my younger brother." Wei Junlin nodded for her to continue. "Last night, Wei Junqing wore night clothes and a mask and ran to our house to do something bad. I and Xiao Bei caught him in the act. Xiao Bei said he was your second younger brother, so we let him go. If it had been anyone else, she would have made sure they never returned." All of this was done to save face for Wei Junlin. Wei Junlin's eyebrows furrowed in anger, and he ordered outward, "Zuowan, when Junqing and Juanhuan return, tell them to come immediately to see me." One of his trusted men responded and left. "Oh, what has made my grandson so angry again?" Hearing this from outside, old lady Tang, full of energy, came over. She was accompanied by the Marquis of Jing'an and his wife, as well as Wei Zijing. Wei Zijing didn't expect Hu Tong to appear at their house again. Seeing her made her heart race. Wei Junlin stood up and said, "Grandmother." Old lady Tang looked at Hu Tong with a strange expression and asked, "Whose girl is this?" "Grandmother, this is Hu Tong, my savior." Old lady Tang was momentarily stunned. "Your savior? I haven't heard you mention her before." Wei Junlin explained, "Because I was worried you'd be worried, I didn't say much." Since he mentioned it, he added more. "When we were in Yanzhou, the crown prince and I were harmed by treacherous people and trapped under a salt mine. Hu Tong saved us." Madam Ho, MOU, also took the opportunity to say, "I didn't expect Hu Tong to have such a deep connection with our family. Mother, Hu Tong is also the savior of our Zijing, Zissou, and Zifeng." Madam Tang couldn't help but become interested. "Are there really so many things I don't know? Tell me, how did you become a lifesaver for Zissou and them?" Zijing is a girl. When she was captured by bandits, it wouldn't sound good if that news got out. After she returned safely, she didn't tell the family. After all, she was safe now. MOU was also happy and suddenly mentioned it. Madam Tang asked her about it. She didn't want to hide it, so she casually explained what happened. At this point, Madam Tang sat down, listened, and sipped her tea. Wei Zijing felt uncomfortable and whispered, "Mother, didn't we already give them money when we were in Jingzhou?" MOU didn't like her saying this, suspecting ingratitude, and said, "A small favor should be repaid with great kindness." Madam Tang also smiled and said, "In that case, it seems that Hu Tong and our family are truly destined."
Where do you live now?
Hu Tong, in Bisho village at the foot of Bisho mountain. While they were chatting, Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan returned. Since they live nearby, they walk to school and eat at the house at noon. Wei Junqing saw Hu Tong sitting in their house and looked a bit cold. Wei Junlin said, "Junqing, you're just in time. I want to ask you, what were you sneaking off to Hu Tong's house for last night?" Wei Junqing, "Big brother, what are you talking about? Who is Hu Tong?" Hu Tong was surprised but also thought it made sense. He didn't admit it. Madam Tang was surprised. "What happened?" Wei Junlin said, "Zifeng is staying at Hu Tong's house." With this, the old lady understood. Wei Junqing didn't go to Hu Tong's house to fight him. He went to fight Zifeng. Madam Tang's face darkened. "Junqing, Hu Tong is your brother's lifesaver. You shouldn't cause trouble for him." Wei Junqing didn't understand how she suddenly thought he was his brother's lifesaver. He forced himself to say, "I didn't cause trouble." Hu Tong said, "Last night, when I was fighting him, I put a colorless, tasteless itching medicine on him. Within 12 hours, if he didn't get the antidote, his skin would rot. I came today specifically to deliver the antidote. Now it seems I was mistaken about who he is. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Hu Tong turned and left. Wei Junqing was stunned and secretly clenched his teeth. Itching medicine, no wonder he kept feeling itchy. Skin rot, I don't believe it. Madame Tang was startled. What is Hu Tong talking about? Junqing, did you go last night or not? Wei Junlin, he went. The Marquis Jing'an angrily pointed at Wei Junqing and said, Disobedient son, you're already grown up, yet you still spend your days fighting and causing trouble. Don't you know that Zifeng is weak and often sick? You've already harmed him once, and now you want to hurt him again? Wei Juanhuan, feeling unfairly accused, responded, Father, you're blaming good people without knowing the facts. Last time, it was Gu Qinglai and Zifeng fighting. We tried to stop them, but you believe whatever Wei Zifeng says? In the end, we were caught in the middle and misunderstood. Wei Junlin snapped, Shut up. Old Lady Tang spoke sternly enough. This matter is over. The punishment has been given, the scolding done. No one is allowed to investigate further. She was more concerned about whether her grandson had been secretly given itchy medicine or if his skin was breaking out. She didn't care much about how Wei Zifeng was doing. When their mother died, Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan were just born, and Wei Junlin was only 3. These children were raised by old Lady Tang herself. She would never let the new wife's family come and dominate her 3 grandsons. The Marquis Jing'an said angrily, Mother, if you keep protecting them like this, sooner or later, something will go wrong. He felt helpless because he couldn't do anything about these 2 disobedient sons, no matter what he said or did. What could possibly go wrong? He asked. Seeing his mother loudly arguing with full confidence, the Marquis Jing'an pointed at the 2 sons and said, You're 17 now. You're not children anymore. If you keep making mistakes, no one will always be there to cover for you. Wei Juanhuan, full of courage, angrily defended himself. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to visit Wu Di Tang to check on my 5th brother. He refuses to talk to anyone and speaks disrespectfully. Everyone thinks others want to harm him. If you don't believe me, investigate. We didn't say a single harsh word to him from start to finish. Wei Junlin asked, Junqing, why did you go to Huatong's house? Wei Junqing replied, All right, I admit it. I went there last night. I just wanted to talk to Zifeng and persuade him to come home. But as soon as I arrived, I was spotted by that woman and Mo Bei. The Marquis Jing'an was furious. Why didn't you admit it earlier? Wei Junqing looked gloomy. I was afraid to admit it because I knew you'd worry more. Wei Junlin sneered. Now you admit it, and you're not afraid of people thinking badly? You're in such a hurry to confess. Are you afraid Huatong poisoned you? Wei Junqing looked at him with some disappointment. Who is really his younger brother? Since Zifeng returned, his older brother had changed. He even took the initiative to befriend Zifeng and defended him everywhere. Mrs. Jing'an Marquis looked at the father and son arguing back and forth. She listened quietly and silently. If it weren't for Hu Tong coming, she wouldn't have known that the boy had gone to the village to find Zifeng. Zifeng had already hidden in the village, but he still wouldn't give up. After leaving the Jing'an Marquis residence, Hu Tong returned to the village. She spent the morning at the clinic and stayed at home in the afternoon. She heard that the noble lady at home wanted some fabric to make a school bag for Xiao Bei. She had a clever idea and bought all kinds of beautiful sewing materials to take back. She also wanted to make a school bag for Xiao Bei. In the afternoon, she used scissors to cut out the shape of the bag. Mo Wen-ge and Ren Chen watched her with great curiosity. In this time, children from royal or noble families who attended official schools didn't carry heavy books like students in distant places. They only needed a cloth bag. The noble lady also took scissors to cut out her favorite bag shape. Everyone showed their skills on the bags. The noble lady even embroidered a pretty 9 character on her bag, which was a character from her son's name. Hu Tong couldn't sew, so she avoided that skill. Besides, Xiao Bei wasn't a little child anymore. Would embroidery on the bag look childish? That was her personal thought, but she didn't say it out loud. She made the bag with multiple layers, inside and outside. It had compartments for books and for writing tools. After a whole afternoon, both she and the noble lady finished making the bags. When they heard the carriage outside, the noble lady stood up first, took her bag, and went out to greet. Sure enough, the students from the family had returned. Mo Bei and a few others got off the carriage. Hu Yang happily shouted, "We're back." The noble lady ran to Mo Bei with a big smile and said, "Ah, Jiu, look. I made you a new school bag. Do you like it?" Mo Bei took the bag she handed him. Every stitch was very delicate, with no visible sewing. "I like it. Xiao Bei, I also made a school bag for you. Do you like it?" Hu Tong also brought her bag over. It was made with silk fabric, and every detail was perfect. Mo Bei didn't expect Hu Tong to make him a bag too. He quickly took it and said, "I like it. I like it very much." He was very happy to receive 2 bags at once. Hu Yang looked eagerly and asked Lulu, "What about mine?" Hu Tong always gave her bags first to Mo Bei. In her heart, her cousin's position was becoming more important. Although he also has a school bag, it was made from torn cloth by Wang's family before, so it doesn't look good. Hu Tong smiled and said, "Next time, I will make new ones for you all. Everyone will have one, so don't worry." Today, she was in such a hurry that making this one bag took her 2 hours. Hu Yang felt jealous inside, but didn't say anything. Wei Zifeng's bag was very pretty, but it didn't have as many patterns as the one Hu Tong gave. He thought Hu Tong would also give him a bag, so he didn't mention wanting one. Hu Tong invited them inside and went to cut fruit for them. Mo Bei went inside, messing with his own bag and putting his books into the bag Hu Tong gave him. Hu Yang deliberately said, "Bei, isn't your mom giving you a new bag? Why not use her bag? Are you afraid she'll be sad?" Mo Bei asked, "Are you jealous of me?" Hu Yang was left speechless. Wei Zifeng said seriously, "He's been jealous and feeling sour inside for a long time." Hu Yang snorted and took out his books from his. Mo Bei placed his on the table and said, "Hu Yang, you can use my." Although it was old, since he was going to the Imperial College, Wang's family specially made it from a new piece of cloth. Most students at the Imperial College came from noble families, so everything given to Mo Bei was the best. Hu Yang said, "Lulu will make me a new bag very soon." Mo Bei replied, "Tong Tong is very busy, so don't trouble her too much. It's not good to keep bothering her." Hu Yang gritted his teeth. Their statuses had already reversed. Once, Mo Bei was like a pitiful little dog, following Hu Tong and begging her not to abandon him, while he sneered and joked from the side. Unexpectedly, after 30 years, it was Mo Bei who was now teasing him. "What are you talking about?" Hu Tong came in with a plate of cut fruit and casually asked. Zifeng said, "Hu Yang is jealous that you made a bag for Bei first." Hu Yang felt 1,000 grass mud horses running through his mind, but quickly said, "I didn't." Wei Zifeng looked serious and said, "Just joking." Hu Yang glared at him. That joke was not funny at all. Hu Tong smiled softly and asked gently, "Zifeng, was your day at the Imperial College okay?" Wei Zifeng understood what she was asking and replied, "Wei Junhuan came to see me and asked me to stay at the mansion, but I didn't agree." He knew their personalities too well, pretending fake affection. He suspected they wanted to use him to get closer or to bully him more easily. Hu Tong understood this and, to avoid adding to Zifeng's worries, she didn't mention that Wei Junqing had come to their house last night. After a few words, she let them review their lessons on their own, then she went out. Before it got dark, she went to set up some traps and devices, just in case someone like Wei Junqing tried to jump over the wall again. That way, she could know immediately. The noble lady came to ask her, "What are you doing?" "I'm setting traps to keep wild animals from entering our yard late at night." "I'll help you." She grabbed a handful of sharpened bamboo from Hu Tongju's basket, then quickly climbed over the wall. Hu Tong blinked. She only knew that this lady was quick, but she didn't realize she was truly skilled. She squatted on the outside wall, inserting bamboo sticks upward. Meanwhile, Hu Tong placed some traps below on the wall. With an extra helper, they finished their task quickly. Just then, a carriage arrived in front of their house. It was Wei Junlin bringing Wei Junqing and Wei Junhuan. Wei Junqing looked very unhappy, feeling extremely itchy. To scratch the itch, he didn't go to the Imperial Academy in the afternoon, and even the palace doctors were called, but they couldn't relieve his itching. Thinking about Hu Tong's warning that his skin might break out within 12 hours, Wei Junqing didn't dare to risk his health. He asked Wei Junlin to come with him to find an antidote. Hu Tong glanced at the visitors, smiled, and called inside, "Zifeng, come out quickly. Your 3 brothers are here." Sure enough, after hearing this, Wei Zifeng quickly ran out. Mo Bei and Hu Yang also followed closely behind. Wei Zifeng came out and looked a little tired but said nothing. Su Yang and Wang Shi, who were cooking at home, also quietly peeked out, feeling that the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Wei Juanhuan hurriedly forced a smile and said, "Fifth brother, don't be angry. We really mean no harm. If we have offended you before, please forgive us for the sake of our brotherhood." Wei Zifeng replied coldly, "I already said it before. Let bygones be bygones. I don't blame you anymore." Wei Junqing, who had been holding back, finally couldn't resist scratching himself and said, "Hu Tong, give me the antidote. We can talk about anything." Wei Zifeng looked at Hu Tong in surprise. Hu Tong asked, "Young master, what are you talking about?" Wei Junqing, unable to hold back any longer, admitted, "It was me who came last night. Madam Hu, I was wrong about what happened last night. You are a kind person, and I hope you won't hold a grudge. Let's put the past behind us for my older brother's sake." Since he admitted it and came to their door, Hu Tong simply said, "If it weren't for your older brother, I could treat you as a thief and beat you badly for sneaking into our house last night and causing trouble." She then changed the subject. "Zifeng, what do you think?" Wei Zifeng had understood their conversation and sneered, "Although they are unjust, I cannot be unkind. I will give them the antidote." Hu Tong took out an antidote and handed it over. Wei Junhuan quickly stepped forward to receive it and passed it to Wei Junqing. Since she probably wouldn't give poison, Wei Junqing swallowed the medicine. Hu Tong said, "Zifeng is kind-hearted and cares for his family, but I am protective of my own. I'll say this. Anyone who bullies Zifeng is my enemy. This time, I'll let it go, but I won't tolerate it again. I may be just a common person, but secretly killing someone is not impossible." Wei Junhuan was so angry she laughed. She was just a common person, yet she dared to threaten them with such bold words. Wei Junqing felt much better after taking the medicine. He didn't expect it to work so effectively. Feeling better, he gained a little confidence and warned Lady Hu, "Killing is illegal. We are under the Emperor's rule." Even as a common person, he inexplicably believed that this ordinary person truly dared to kill. She probably didn't know killing was illegal, which is why she dared to speak such fierce words openly. Hu Tong sneered. When she really kills someone, she will make sure to erase all traces, so no one can find her. She wasn't threatening them. She was giving them a warning. Wei Junlin then said, "You two should apologize to Zifeng." Wei Junhuan muttered unhappily, "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Wei Junqing said, "Fifth brother, it's my fault. As long as you're willing to return to the residence, you can vent your anger on me." Since the second brother had softened, even if it was acting, Wei Junhuan had to go along. Yes, I was wrong. I made bad friends. I will break up with Gu Qing tomorrow. From now on, anyone who bullies you is my enemy." Wei Zifeng watched them act with cold eyes and said, "This matter is over. No need to bring it up again. Who doesn't know how to act? He wouldn't forget their evil deeds. When it's time for me to return to the residence, I will. You don't need to force me. Just pretend I still live in Jingzhou." At this point, Wei Junlin said to the two of them, "You should all go back now." Wei Junqing and Wei Junhuan didn't linger, turning to leave. Madame Wang looked at the situation here and took the opportunity to come over and invite them. "Come and have dinner." The evening had fallen, and Father Mo was returning with a shovel. Seeing the people coming and going in the house, he was very surprised. Everyone went to wash their hands, and Mrs. Wang and Su Yang set the dinner on the table. Wei Junlin did not leave. It seemed he intended to stay and eat with them. When he sat down, he said, "Sorry for causing trouble with the family matters." Huotong smiled and said, "No trouble at all. I don't mind. If anyone dares to bully Zifeng again, she will bring them a lot of trouble." Zifeng looked at her and smiled. Being here made her feel strangely safe and grounded. After Wei Junqing was drugged, the two brothers became more well-behaved at both the Imperial Academy and the government office. Zifeng later returned to the Marquis' house to live. He could refuse to give face to others, but Wei Junlin still had to show him some respect. Since he didn't go home, Wei Junlin came to the village to eat dinner every night. Soon, with the villagers working day and night, most of the wasteland was cleared. It was the right season for planting wheat, so Huotong arranged for villagers to come to her house to pick up wheat seeds. The land was divided based on population, 1 person per acre of wheat, with 20 gen of seeds per acre. Because the land hadn't been fully cleared yet, the division was temporary. Those who needed seeds could pick them up according to their land division, and the village had kept track of the numbers. Old Lady Zhao also came to see her wheat seeds among the villagers. The wheat seeds Huotong provided were unlike anything the villagers had ever seen, and they were all excitedly discussing them loudly. Old Lady Zhao thought they would harvest too much wheat next year and couldn't help but shout, "In previous years, we only got a few dozen gen of rice per acre. Now you give us 20 gen of wheat, and that's all yours. What will we eat?" Huotong, you can't bully the villagers like this. Based on her experience, that was how it was. Before Huotong could explain, the villagers started speaking up loudly for her. "Old Lady Zhao, don't talk nonsense. Madame Hua has always helped the villagers. When have she ever bullied anyone? It's you who keeps slandering your own granddaughter. Do you have a grudge against her?" Other villagers quickly agreed, almost spitting to drown her out. They told her to stop bothering them and to leave quickly, so everyone could pick up their seeds. Huotong then said, "Everyone don't worry. If next year's yield is less than 100 gen of wheat per acre, I won't take a single coin." The villagers responded loudly, "Madame Hua, you don't need to explain further. We trust you completely." They only knew that lady who was not a cruel person and would never deceive them. Everyone shouted for those who refused to accept the grain to leave quickly, almost pushing Zhao Laotai's family out of the line. Huotong was very popular among the people, so Zhao Laotai dared not cause trouble. Although she was unwilling to return 20 gen of grain each year, she was currently receiving it freely, so she was reluctant to refuse. She decided to take her share first. Next year, if there was a good harvest, she might not return the grain, but could Huotong still kill her? Each household finished collecting their wheat seeds. Led by the village chief, everyone followed Huotong's instructions and sowed 20 gen of seeds per mu of land. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the wheat was planted successfully. By now, the Bisho tank had also been repaired. To prepare for opening the clinic, she had reduced her working hours at the medical hall these days. She took the village's young women back and forth, cleaning every corner thoroughly. The 2-story building comfortably held 50 tables and chairs. Before opening, she also did enough advertising work, distributing flyers in the streets and alleys for the village children. This shows how important advertising is. She also made a menu, so customers could look at it and order directly. Everything was ready. Now, they just waited for the grand opening. Before opening, since the students at home had a holiday and wouldn't need to go to school tomorrow, Huotong held 2 banquets at home to celebrate and enjoy a big feast. She invited the village chief's family and some young women from the village, mainly those who worked at Bisho Tang with her. At the dinner table, Huotong told them that everyone would go to Bisho Tang tomorrow for a 7-day pre-job training. They were all refugees from the village and needed to learn some etiquette before starting work. Their trainer was already chosen, Su Yang. Everyone was familiar with Su Yang. After discussing the affairs at Bisho Tang, Huotong also talked about the wasteland. She asked the village chief to lead everyone in continuing to clear the remaining land. Besides planting wheat, they could also grow some cotton next year, and they should also plant vegetables. In addition, she planned to plant an orchard. The land must not be left idle. Every inch was precious to them. The next day, since the students had a day off, Tong planned to take her family's children into the city for a walk. Since arriving in the Imperial capital, they hadn't had a proper outing yet. Even Huyang and a few others didn't know where their medical clinic was located. Mo Bei's carriage was ready, and Rin Chen and Mo Wenj hurriedly climbed inside, worried about being left behind. Tong called out to the noble lady, "Madam, would you like to come into town with us and have some fun?" The noble lady suddenly asked her, "Are you losing your mind too?" Tong shook her head. "No, I am not." "You're not crazy. Then why do you call your adoptive mother madam? You should take some medicine." Tong didn't argue with someone who seemed mentally unwell. "Adoptive mother, come into town with us. Maybe you'll see your family there." "I can't leave. I need to stay home and take care of them," she replied, pointing to her small pets and going to feed them. Now she had become the pet queen. Since she refused to go, Tong didn't insist anymore. Mo Bei finished preparing the horses and sat on the carriage pole. Tong sat beside him, and everyone else settled in. Just as Mo Bei was about to set off, a fast horse rushed toward them. From afar, it was Zhuang Bo. As he approached, he saw it was Tong on the carriage and loudly called out, "Master, come with me to the medical hall." Tong guessed someone had caused trouble at the medical hall, so she asked quickly what happened. Zhuang Bo explained, "The son of Duke Wu was injured. They've been rescuing him all night, and he still hasn't woken up. Now he's been brought to our medical hall." Duke Wu had come in person, bringing his son to their medical hall, but Tong hadn't arrived yet, so Zhuang Bo had to rush to call someone. Tong understood and said, "Xiao Bei, let's go." The carriage clattered away, heading straight to Hui Chun Hall with everyone inside. They had planned to take a walk and buy new winter clothes for Xiao Bei, but that had to be postponed. The carriage arrived at the medical hall, where Duke Wu and his wife were anxiously waiting outside. Seeing Zhuang Bo leading the way from a distance, Tong jumped down from the carriage. He hurried over, slightly doubtful, thinking he might be seeing things. "Is this the famous Dr. Hu? How could it be a child?" Zhuang Bo said, "Duke Wu, this is my master." Duke Wu quickly dismissed his doubts, hearing that the Marquis of Qingyi was treating patients here. There was no mistake. "Dr. Hu, my son's life depends on you. Please save him," he said politely, not showing any arrogance. Tong asked, "Where is he?" Duke Wu called out, "Bring him in." His son, Yi Jiangping, lay quietly on the bed, unconscious. They had carried him in on a bed. Tong asked the staff at the medical clinic to bring the injured person inside. Zhuang Bo quickly stopped the noble couple from following in, saying, "You all wait here. Do not go in or disturb us, so as not to interfere with my master's treatment." The noble couple from Wu State also stayed outside. Tong entered the ward and told everyone to step back. Yi Jiangping was the eldest son of Wu Gong, who was born late in his life. He was always cherished and protected, as if he might fly away or melt away. At this moment, Wu Gong comforted his restless wife. "Don't worry. Jiangping is a lucky child. He will turn misfortune into good fortune." Madame Wu quietly sobbed, "I hope so." Wu Gong was in his 50s, and his wife, Chu Lianqiao, was 37. Chu Lianqiao was Wu Gong's second wife. His previous wives had left no children. Since she married into the family, Chu Lianqiao had given birth to a son. Wu Gong naturally treasured him very much. The medicine boy brought tea for the couple and then quietly left. Knowing that Tong was there to save someone, Mo Bei and a few others who had come along dispersed after arriving at the clinic, wandering around elsewhere. In the medical room, Tong retreated the wound. The wound was deep, with wood splinters still inside that hadn't been cleaned out. Tong decisively shaved the patient's hair. Due to excessive blood loss, the patient needed an urgent blood transfusion. Tong came out and said, "The patient needs a blood transfusion. Family members who will donate blood." "I will." Wu Gong volunteered without hesitation. Tong led him into a room, asked him to sit down, and after taking some of Wu Gong's blood for testing, she said, "Wu Gong, your blood type doesn't match the patient's. Please have your wife come in to donate." Wu Gong hurriedly said, "Dr. He, are you sure? How come my son's blood doesn't match mine? Does this mean he isn't his son?" He Tong guessed his thoughts and explained, even between mother and son, blood types may not always match. Please have your wife come in for testing. Madame Wu was brought in, and this time, her blood type matched. He Tong asked Wu Gong to step outside first. After the transfusion was completed, she prepared to leave. Wu Gong, I have something to tell you. Be mentally prepared. Wu Gong's heart sank. Doctor, please save my son. I will give you 10,000 taels of silver if you save him. He had heard that the Marquis of Green Clothes had given 5,000 taels. Wu Gong, your son's life is saved, but due to heavy bleeding in the brain and the formation of a hematoma, the nerve cells are damaged. When he wakes up, he may have cognitive impairments. Wu Gong listened, understanding only part of it. Doctor, please explain it simply. Hu Tong looked at his age and could see he clearly loved his son very much. She felt a bit sorry for him and simply said, your son might become a fool and may not recover to a normal person later, but I will do my best to make him as well as possible. Suddenly, Wu Guogong felt weak in the legs and almost fell. Hu Tong hurried to help him sit down. Wu Guogong's face was pale, and after a while, he found his voice and said through gritted teeth, Jing'an Marquis, I have a deep conflict with him. Hu Tong was surprised. Why was this blamed on Jing'an Marquis? Zhuangbo quickly came over and said, Master, young master, he has woken up. Hu Tong turned to go, and Wu Guogong hurried after her. In the hospital room, Hu Tong looked around and removed the blood transfused to the Guogong's wife, then advised her, eat more blood-nourishing food when you go back. Son, Wu Guogong called out happily and anxiously twice. Yi Jiangping, who had just woken up, opened his eyes with a fox-like slender gaze, looking somewhat dazed. Hu Tong had already told Wu Guogong what she needed to say. She softly said, young master just woke up. Let him rest more. After giving her instructions, Hu Tong turned and left. Behind her, Yi Jiangping's childish voice sounded. Who are you? Where is this place? Pingu, I am your father. I am your dad.
Wah.
Yi Jiangping started crying. Seeing her son's silly expression, the Guogong's wife was so frightened she didn't know what to do, feeling both scared and anxious. Son, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Outside the hospital room, Hu Tong sighed. A 15 or 16-year-old boy, he was considered ruined. Zhuangbo quietly asked her, Master, is he a fool now? Hu Tong nodded. Suddenly, the Guogong's wife ran out and, tearful, said to Hu Tong, Divine Doctor, please save my son and make him like he was before. Hu Tong gently replied, Madam, returning him to how he was before is impossible. I will do my best to make him as good as possible. At this moment, Wu Guogong also came out, saying, Madam, don't be sad. Pinger still needs you. I will go to Jing'an Marquis' residence now. The Guogong's wife cried, You must seek justice for our son. This was necessary. After giving her instructions, Wu Guogong left with a stern face, full of anger. He first returned to the Guogong's residence, took his sword, and gathered the household servants, then headed toward Jing'an Marquis' residence. Flowers bloom and fade, passing through many springs and autumns. Above Jing'an Marquis' residence, the sky was clear and sunny. Jing'an Marquis and Wei Junlin had just returned from the palace together. As the father and son just stepped out of the carriage, they saw Duke Wu surrounded by guards at their door. Jing'an Marquis was surprised and quickly went to greet him, asking, What wind brought Duke Wu here? He smiled politely, but Duke Wu did not follow normal manners and suddenly punched him. Caught off guard, Jing'an Marquis was struck and staggered backward. Wei Junlin hurried forward, grabbing the father, who was knocked down. Jing'an Marquis was then hit so hard he bled internally and spat out blood. Duke Wu was a senior official, powerful and influential. His son had become foolish, all because Jing'an Marquis didn't discipline him well. Duke Wu was furious and attacked with great force. Wei Junlin was angry and, regardless of the reason, immediately fought back, aiming to hurt him. Duke Wu, experienced in warfare and still strong, drew his sword and stabbed at Wei Junlin. His son was stunned. Duke Wu was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own family, to get revenge. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with shouts of battle. Guards from Jing and Marquis' house also came out to help fight. Inside the courtyard, women were terrified when they heard the chaos outside. Old Lady Tang, who had seen many storms, stayed calm and sent someone to find out what was happening. Mou hurried out with her servants. Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan, who hadn't left the house all day, also grabbed their swords and ran out. Wei Zifeng and Wei Zisi stayed obediently inside, listening to Tianji's report. He then stood up and said, "Let's go see." The two houses were evenly matched in strength, and many were injured. Wei Zifeng looked at the gate. Wei Junlin was also wounded, with his arm cut by Duke Wu's sword.
Duke Wu looked like a mad lion.
Luckily, Wei Junlin kept him busy, or the Jing and Marquis' house would have suffered heavy losses. Mou rushed to Jing and Marquis' house, worried when she saw his injuries. When Duke Wu saw Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan come out with swords, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he shouted, "Child, prepare to die." The brothers Wei Junqing charged forward with their swords. They were already at the gate, ready to fight to the end. After the two brothers charged forward with their swords, they gave Wei Junlin a chance to catch his breath. He leapt into the air, gathering strength in his arms, and swung his sword with the force of sweeping away armies. The angry, red-eyed Duke Wu was struck heavily and was thrown far away. Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan took the opportunity to raise their swords and try to stab Duke Wu again, but then they heard a loud shout. "Everyone stop." His voice made Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan pause for a moment. Wei Zifeng quickly stepped forward and shouted angrily, "There is justice for every grievance. Duke Wu, you've already injured so many people. If you feel wronged, you can go to the emperor to complain. Coming to our house to shout and fight shows you think there's no one here to stop you." His shout made Duke Wu, who had been holding back, relax a little. Wei Junlin shouted loudly at the people around him, "If you don't want to die, put down your weapons." Many people from both sides had been injured or killed, but after his shout, they temporarily stopped fighting. Wei Zifeng knew well what had happened last night. Finally, on the first day of the new year, they had a day off to relax and have fun. The fourth prince, Ji Yanzhou, also invited him to listen to a singer perform. Last night, he witnessed the whole event. Wei Juanhuan fought fiercely with Duke Wu's son over a popular singer, smashing a stool on Yi Jiangping's head and knocking him out on the spot. After returning home, Wei Juanhuan didn't tell his family anything. Duke Wu's family was busy saving their son and had no time to come to their house to settle scores. Now that they had the chance, Duke Wu, who hated Wei Junlin's family so much he wanted to kill them all, was glaring with bloodshot eyes and said, "My son has been diagnosed as mentally ill by Dr. Hua and will never recover." "You're right, every grievance has its cause." He loudly shouted at Marquis Jing'an, "Wei Jingtian, your second and third sons turned my son into a fool. If you want me to stop, hand over your two sons so I can make them foolish too." Marquis Jing'an angrily replied, "If you had spoken nicely from the start, I might have been fair to you. But now, many of us are injured, even I am hurt, all because of you. If you want justice, first you should take responsibility yourself." Duke Wu said coldly, "If you don't give me justice today, be prepared for my revenge. I will make sure your two sons die quietly." Wei Zifeng added, "Duke Wu, my father's words are not unreasonable. You had a point, but when you came to our house and started fighting, you lost all credibility. If you keep causing trouble, it will just lead to endless revenge. Do you want to risk losing everyone in your family?" Duke Wu looked at him and took a deep breath. "You are right, but it's too late now. If today you don't hand over those two to me, I will take the lives of everyone in both households to accompany my son." Lord Wei frowned and coldly said, "Duke Wu, with your son, do you think you can make my entire household go to their doom? Believe it or not, I could make your Duke Wu household disappear overnight." Such bold words. "I want to see how you plan to make my household vanish in one night." Wei Zifeng loudly said, "Enough, enough. If you can't speak nicely, then continue fighting. Let's see who will end up going to their doom. After saying this, no one made a move to fight again. Duke Wu knew well that if they kept fighting, he wouldn't get any advantage. Just wait and see. Duke Wu left a harsh warning, turned away angrily. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly spat out blood. Wei Junlin delivered the final, which injured him badly, no less than Marquis Jing'an. The steward shouted for someone to quickly call a doctor. Marquis Jing'an was also immediately helped into the house. Wei Zifeng ordered Tianji, go check if Huitong is at Huichun Hall. Wei Junlin had also been wounded, a sword cut on his left arm, blood staining half of his sleeve. A middle-aged man hurried over and said, "Father, I have medicine." This was Guijin, one of Wei Junlin's 3 adopted sons. For people like them, injuries were common. Usually applying some medicine and bandaging was enough. Wei Junlin, like Guijin, applied the medicine. Marquis Jing'an, suffering internal injuries, looked pale and was helped to sit in the front yard's main room. Old Lady Tang hurried over, seeing her grandson injured, tears welling in her eyes. "Liner, is this injury serious? Does it hurt? Did they call a doctor?" Wei Junlin replied, "It's a minor wound, no big deal." Mou quickly said, "Mother, someone has gone to call the doctor." "Don't worry, it's just a small injury." The old lady relaxed a little and then hurriedly asked, "What happened? How did you end up fighting with Duke Wu's household?" Marquis Jing'an cursed, "Rebellious son, tell me clearly, what exactly happened?" How could they explain? Wei Junqing and Wei Juanhuan hung their heads, unsure how to explain. They had beaten Duke Wu's only son into a fool over a singer girl. Their father would surely punish them again after hearing this. They didn't speak, but Wei Zifeng did. "Father, here's what happened. Last night, the 4th prince took me to a flower house. Coincidentally, I met 2nd brother and 3rd brother. They argued over a singer girl and the son of Duke Wu. 3rd brother hit the man with a stool, knocking him out. Wei Juanhuan was angry and said, "Wei Zifeng, you only see the result. Do you see what caused it? It was Yi Jiangxuan who came over and argued with me." Jing'an Marquis was so angry, he had a headache. "Disobedient son, shut up. For a lowly singer girl, you can even make Duke Wu's only son unconscious. Do you think your father can control everything alone and not be responsible? Both of you, immediately go to the ancestral hall and kneel. Do not get up without my permission." Wei Zifeng sarcastically said, "Knocking someone's son out and kneeling in the ancestral hall will make them feel better? Even if it causes trouble in front of the emperor, it's our family's fault. The emperor will think that our family doesn't teach proper children, and he might even think that the sons of the Jing'an Marquis are useless." Wei Juanhuan took the chance to criticize him, hoping their father would punish him. "Do you have any say in this?" However, the Marquis Jing'an thought Zifeng's words made sense. He asked, "What do you think should be done?" "Princes are punished the same as commoners. The sons of the Marquis's estate should lead by example. Each should be whipped 100 times, tied in front of the emperor to confess their sins, and help end Duke Wu's resentment. If the emperor thinks the father is wise and just, he won't punish them further. But if Duke Wu keeps pushing, it will only make the emperor uncomfortable and annoyed. Later, when the emperor punishes Duke Wu's estate, he will turn a blind eye." Wei Junqing laughed bitterly. "I didn't hit anyone. Why should I get 100 whips?" Wei Zifeng calmly said, "You're always with 3rd brother. When he makes mistakes as 2nd brother, you should guide him properly. Today, because 3rd brother caused trouble, our father was beaten, eldest brother was injured, and many guards died. It's all because you didn't advise him and just watched. Since you have responsibility, you should share it. Or, do you only want 3rd brother to carry all the blame?" Wei Junqing looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Zifeng to be so eloquent today. He wasn't aggressive, just calmly explaining the truth, making him speechless. The Marquis Jing'an said, "Zifeng is right. Take these 2 rebellious sons away and whip each 100 times. I dare anyone to do that." Old Lady Tang immediately shouted protectively, glaring fiercely at Wei Zifeng. 100 whips? Are you trying to kill Qing'er and Huaner? Zifeng, don't think we don't see through you. You just want to take the chance to get revenge. Wei Zifeng looked at the old lady with disappointment and said indifferently, since Grandma thinks that way, then we won't fight. But later, we might face Lord Wu's furious revenge. I just wonder if we can handle it. Everyone could see how crazy Lord Wu was acting. It was clear he wanted to destroy both their Jing and Marquis house and himself, so he dared to openly attack them. Suddenly, Jing and Marquis felt a bit sad and said, "All these years, I only tolerated your two rebellious brothers because I remembered your mother died early. Today, this disaster is partly my fault too." Because he was injured, Jing and Marquis didn't have much strength to speak, but his authority was still there. He ordered, "Beat them. Take them out and give them a good beating. After that, I will take these two rebellious brothers to the palace to confess." After he said this harshly, his guard Lu Chung made a gesture, and the guards on either side immediately came in and said, "Understood." The two young men were pulled out. After a while, there was the sound of someone walking with a staff outside. Wei Junqing clenched his teeth and said nothing, while Wei Juanhuan cried loudly, calling for Grandma to save him. Old Lady Tang immediately burst into tears and said, "Just a little punishment is enough. Why are you really hitting them? If you hurt the children badly, how will you explain to their late mother?" Jing and Marquis was even more upset by her shouting. Wei Zifeng lowered her eyes slightly. Her children are just children. Are other people's children not human? If other people's children are beaten into fools, who will explain? Years ago, he was thrown into the water and fell seriously ill.
Who will explain that?
They committed one unforgivable mistake after another, but no one was punished. Old Lady Tang, who was very protective, angrily shouted, "Wei Zifeng, are you satisfied now? You're so young. How can you hold a grudge like this? Junlin, look, this is your beloved younger brother Wu. You care for him so much, but he only wants to take revenge. He won't stop until he kills Qing'er and Huaner. The next one will be you." The old lady was heartbroken. At this moment, she felt helpless and could no longer stop her grandsons from being beaten. Wei Junlin frowned and asked, "Grandma, do you have a better way? Lord Wu only has this one son. He can ignore everything and seek revenge endlessly. But their Jing and Marquis house can't ignore it. If beating these two boys can temporarily ease Lord Wu's hatred, then just do it." Huitong hurried over and saw the scene. Two young men were pressed against a bench and whipped. She only felt a sense of relief. Troublemakers deserve it. Tianji quickly invited her into the main hall. Mou saw her coming and hurried to stand up, saying, "Huitong, come quickly and see the Marquis." On the way here, Tianji had already told her about the Marquis's injury. Huitong had someone help the Marquis into the room to lie down. After others left, she examined him and said, "Marquis, you have a stomach injury that caused bleeding. A small amount of bleeding isn't life-threatening, but if it gets worse or the bleeding becomes heavy, your life could be in danger. I will give you some medicine now, and you should rest well for a while. Be sure to protect your stomach. For now, eat soft, easy-to-digest foods and focus on nourishing yourself." Huitong took medicine and her spiritual spring water from her space and set them down, saying, "Take them 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night." When she came out of the room, Wei Zifeng hurriedly called her. Lu, look at my brother's injury. He was cut on his arm with a sword and lost a lot of blood." Guijin hastily wrapped his arm roughly, not as carefully as Huitong would have. Wei Junlin said casually, "I'm fine. No need to look." Old Lady Tang wiped her tears and said, "Quick, check him. Later, give Qing'er and Huaner some medicine too." Huitong said, "Help him to the inner room." Wei Zifeng went to support him, while Wei Junlin sat steady, like a mountain. Wei Zifeng asked him, "You don't want us to see your injury? What do you mean? Do you think I shouldn't have said that the second and third brothers should be punished? Or that I shouldn't have said it myself? But I already said it. I'm willing to take the blame for them." Suddenly, he pulled out a short knife from his boot. With a loud bang, the knife was just drawn from its sheath when Huitong kicked it to the ground. Everything happened so fast. Huitong bent down to pick up the knife, which was a sharp, iron-cutting short blade. Back at the estate, Wei Junlin had people bring many weapons for him to choose from, but all the weapons were heavy, dozens of jin, and he couldn't lift them. Later, Wei Junlin gave him a short knife. It was lightweight and easy to carry. Wei Junlin's dark eyes turned cold. Giving him the short knife was supposed to be for self-defense, but now he was using it to threaten himself. Wei Junlin stood up and headed toward the inner room. Huatong followed inside to treat his arm wound. The sword wound was deep and long. After cleaning the wound and administering anesthesia, she said it needed stitches. Wei Junlin closed his eyes. His half-exposed arm was outside, and as a woman, she remained calm and unflustered. After carefully sewing the wounds, Huatong told him to come back in 10 days to have the stitches removed at the medical clinic. Jun Qing and Jun Huan's injuries, Huatong left medicine for them and said, "Just apply these medicines for a few days and you'll recover." Mo Yu asked, "How much do the medical expenses cost?"
I will pay you now.
"Madam, there's no need to mention the medical costs," Huatong replied. They showed her genuine kindness, and she felt it would be too rude to accept any money. Moyer thought for a moment and decided not to insist. Tang Laofuren was busy worrying about her 2 grandsons who had been beaten and didn't bother to talk to her. Huatong didn't stay long and took her leave. Meanwhile, Jingho arranged for his son and himself to be carried into the palace to see the emperor. Over at the medical clinic, Huatong went back again. Mulberry and a few others were waiting in the backyard, hoping she would return soon. Seeing her come in, everyone asked, "What happened to the Fest family?" Huatong explained what she knew and then said, "It's getting late. Shalberry, you should take them back to the village now. There was a patient here, so she couldn't leave immediately." Mulberry said, "Anyway, we're fine." They could stay here until she was ready to go back to the village with them. Huatong told them, "You're students now. When you get back, review the homework your teacher assigned." Mulberry replied, "I've already reviewed it." Monan said, "Look at how reluctant you are to leave. We'll go back on our own. You stay here and keep company with your sister-in-law." Moshi waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go." They left together with Fuyang, Mo Wengura, and Ren Chen, leaving Huatong and Mulberry looking at each other. Zhangbo hurried in and said, "Master, that kid has been causing trouble. He just wet the bed." Huatong took out some candies from his pocket and said, "Come on, let's go see him." They went to Yi Jiangping's ward. Outside, they could hear him crying inside, "I want to go home, I want to go home." Guo Gongfuren gently comforted him. "Pingye, be good. Pinger, don't cry." Huatong approached, holding a handful of colorful candies, and said, "Yi Jiangping, don't cry. I'll give you a taste of my candy." He looked at the candies in her hand, took one and on it. It was sweet. He smiled happily, "Yummy, so tasty." Wu Guogongfuren quietly wiped her tears. In the palace, when Jing'enho and his sons were carried before the princess, Hegogong had already arrived ahead of them. He had finished speaking everything he needed to the emperor. The emperor was so angry that he felt dizzy and said loudly, "You two are getting more confused. Why can't you sit down and talk peacefully? Why do you have to fight with swords? You are both my trusted helpers and important officials. No matter who makes a mistake, it hurts the court."
I feel sad about that.
I ran over to report that Marquis Jing'en had arrived. The emperor immediately ordered someone to announce him. Marquis Jing'en and his son were brought in on a stretcher. Marquis Jing'en lay on the wooden board, looking very sad and weak. He said painfully, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I cannot get up." The emperor waved his hand and said, "It's fine. No need for bowing." Marquis Jing'en was weak and said, "Your Majesty, I have brought my 2 rebellious sons to confess. It is my fault for not teaching them well, which led to this fight. These 2 sons are here. Please handle them as you see fit." The 2 brothers, Wei Junqing, lay on the stretcher, barely alive, groaning weakly. The emperor went over to look at them. They all looked pale, weak and panting. The pain was real, and their weakness was real. They had been beaten with 100 strokes, but if the person wielding the whip had been less harsh, they might have died from it. Now they only had superficial injuries, no broken bones or serious wounds. The Duke of Wu looked at the father and sons with anger and frustration. Marquis Jing'an, you're just pretending to be pitiful in front of the emperor. I was hit just as hard, but I didn't lie here like this. Marquis Jing'an softened his tone. Duke Wu, if you're still angry, I will take another hit from you until you feel better. Duke Wu snorted. Everyone has their debts and reasons. Today, I want these two boys to pay with their lives. To calm the conflict between the two officials, the emperor had to use his clever words. Duke Wu, don't always shout and threaten. Marquis Jing'an's sons are not to be executed. As for your son being a bit slow, it's only temporary. I will send an order to Dr. Hua to cure him. You must trust Dr. Hua's skills. After she operated on the Lord of the Green Clothes, he was still alive and well. She can definitely cure this minor illness. Duke Wu looked heartbroken. Your Majesty, it's not that I don't trust the doctor. It's what Dr. Hua herself said, that he might never fully recover. I don't believe it. You must have heard wrong. I will ask her myself. Someone, go and invite Dr. Hua into the palace, the emperor ordered immediately. Dr. Hua didn't expect to get caught in this mess of royal drama. When a carriage came to pick her up, she quickly got into another carriage and hurried to the palace. She was brought before the emperor. Seeing the people in the hall, she understood what was happening. Duke Wu caused a fuss in front of the emperor, and Marquis Jing'an came to plead for mercy. Why are you just standing there? Hua Tong, come here. The emperor beckoned her. Hua Tong was still thinking about how to bow properly, whether to kneel or bow. She, a modern young woman, felt awkward kneeling. This corrupt feudal dynasty. She couldn't kneel. Fortunately, the emperor was busy with urgent matters and didn't pay much attention to these formalities. Hua Tong quickly moved forward. The emperor stared at her intently. Hua Tong, I also heard about Duke Wu's son's injury. They say he might temporarily become a bit slow. Duke Wu and Marquis Jing'an are pillars of the court. If they are lost over such a small matter, it would be a loss for the court. I know you have a way. The slow condition is temporary, and with time, Yi Jiangping will surely recover, right?
Yes.
Hua Tong felt that if she said no, the emperor might get so anxious he would scold her. The two main pillars of the court should not be lost over this. Stay calm. First stabilize Duke Wu. After some time, once Duke Wu calms down, he won't be so impulsive. The emperor was satisfied and said to Duke Wu, Did you hear that? I said you must have misheard. Hua Tong definitely has a way to help your son recover fully.
Give her some more time.
After all, mental shock usually takes about 10 days or half a month to heal. Be patient. At this moment, Duke Wu also doubted if he had misheard earlier and hurriedly asked, Dr. Hua, is what you said true? My son can recover normally? Won't he be mentally slow? Hua Tong quickly replied, Duke Wu, you need to give your son some time. He's ill now, and you must be patient. She didn't directly answer Duke Wu's concern, but he felt hopeful and said seriously, Dr. Hua, I leave my son in your hands. As long as he recovers, I will thank you greatly. I will do my best. Duke Wu just needs to be patient, she replied, then changed the subject. Duke Wu, I see you're also injured. You have a stomach bleed. Go to the medical hall later. I will get some medicine for you. Rest well during this time, and avoid spicy or greasy food. Eat mostly liquids and supplement nutrition. All right, I will wait for you at the medical hall. His wife and children were still at the medical hall. After thinking for a moment, he bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, I apologize for causing worry. I will take my leave now. The emperor looked concerned. Duke Wu, take good care of yourself. Finally, the emperor managed to stabilize Duke Wu and saw him off. The emperor glanced at Marquis Jing'an and sighed. All expenses for Duke Wu's son's treatment will be covered by you. From now on, do not fight over medical expenses again. Come to him for mediation. Duke Jing'an, I obey the emperor's order. Thank you, your majesty. The father and son were carried away once more. When Hua Tong felt it was time to leave, the emperor sat down and said, Hua Tong, you should also sit.
Come closer to me.
Hua Tong looked at him. Although he appeared stern, he also seemed kind, which made her feel more relaxed. Hua Tong bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. Ji Shao looked at her and suddenly smiled. Coming from a common background, she truly did not understand etiquette. She knelt, kept her back straight, and stared at him with big, fearless eyes. The Emperor, Ji Shao, asked, "Did the Crown Prince adopt you as his younger sister?"
Yes.
Ji Hung has spoken many kind words to you. I've heard about your situation too. Despite your young age, you are quite remarkable. Has the village's wasteland been cleared? Have the houses been built? Replying to your Majesty, the houses are finished, and the wheat has been planted. Next year, we will have a good harvest. Soon, our village's Bisho Hall will open, and villagers will return to normal life. The Emperor nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. What illness does the Lord of Qingyi have? He had only heard faint rumors. His brain was affected, and he lost his hair. No one knew exactly what illness it was. The Lord of Qingyi had recovered, and since the Emperor asked, Huotong felt there was no need to hide. She straightforwardly said, "He had a tumor in his brain, but it was removed, and he is fine now." "Huotong, do you want to come to my Imperial medical office?" Huotong hurriedly replied, "I am willing to serve the Emperor wherever I am. The Imperial medical office is fine, but I am just a girl from the countryside. I don't understand proper manners and am rough in nature. I worry I might offend the nobles or make a big mistake, which would trouble my older brother and also cause trouble for your Majesty." The Emperor smiled and asked, "If your older brother is troubled, then I am troubled too." "Why do you ask?" "Hypothetically, if I accidentally make a mistake, my older brother would try his best to help me. If even he cannot, he would surely seek your Majesty's help. Wouldn't that also cause you trouble?" The Emperor chuckled and said, "Since your older brother cares so much about you, have you ever shown him some concern?" Huotong was stunned. She was busy every day and had no time to care for others. Recently, she hadn't even had time to care for Xiao Bei. The Emperor sighed. "My younger brother, the Crown Prince, is eager to serve the country." At 15, he went out to fight in the south and north, traveling across many lands. He is proud and aloof. He is already 24 years old, yet he hasn't paid attention to any noble young women. His mind is full of running away. I worry that he will end up lonely for the rest of his life. When you have time, please help me persuade him. Marriage and having children are the right things to do. Huotong feels a bit awkward. He doesn't listen to you, so how can he listen to me? That's not true. He doesn't listen to me because I spoiled him since he was young. But you're different. He can accept you as his sister-in-law, which shows he respects you a lot. He will probably listen to what you say. All right, I will see him again and try to persuade him. You need to go find him quickly. Otherwise, when will you see him? He's like a wild horse that's run away. He might go traveling across the country again. Okay, I'll go to his house after I return. Farewell." After leaving the palace, Huotong hurried back to the medical clinic. Wu Guogong was waiting for her there. She prescribed some medicine for him and also advised him about his son's situation. His injury was on his head, but not serious. He would recover after a few days of rest. Because Yi Jianping's condition was special, Huotong asked them to carry the child home for care and bring him in for checkups every morning. Once everything was settled here, it was already late. Mo Bei brought some snacks for her. Huotong took the snacks and said, "Let's go to the Imperial King's residence." The Emperor asked her to handle something. Even if it was late, she had to do it, especially since the person involved was her brother-in-law. Mo Bei took her to the Imperial King's residence by carriage. It was their first time visiting the residence. The guards recognized Huotong and immediately let them in. They were both surprised to arrive there. "Where are you from?" "We came from the palace." "Did the Emperor summon you?" Wu Guogong's son and Jing'an Marquis' son had a fight. Huotong explained the situation briefly. While they talked, a maid brought tea, snacks, fruits, and vegetables along with some dinner. They ate and talked together. The Imperial King frowned. "What is the Emperor doing?" "Right now, we've managed to calm Wu Guogong down. But if his son continues to behave badly, Wu Guogong will blame you." His tone turned a bit displeased. "These messy affairs shouldn't involve you." "It's unbelievable he thought of that." Tong hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it's also because we had no choice. In a moment of desperation, we came up with this. If we don't resolve their feud, both households might end up fighting to the death. In the future, if Duke Wu is trouble because of this matter, tell me. Tong smiled and said, Adopting a royal prince as a sworn brother really has benefits. This way, I have someone backing me up. The prince snored softly. Are you satisfied with just that benefit? If you find me a sister-in-law, I would be even happier. The prince looked a bit serious and asked, Did His Majesty tell you to say that? Tong laughed. How can you not see through me? He knows his own older brother well. Suddenly mentioning a sister-in-law seemed strange. Don't listen to him. He doesn't even have time to care for his own son, yet he's worried about me. Tong said, For His Majesty, you are as close as a son or brother. Hearing this, the prince's tone softened a little, both father and brother. After I was born, my mother passed away when I was just 100 days old. I was raised by my older brother and sister-in-law. Tong understood. Children who lose their parents early, no matter how strong they are, often feel lonely inside. Just like her. She was raised by her grandmother after her mother died, and her father abandoned her. It wasn't until she was about to start middle school that she was brought back. In middle school, she chose to apply for military school, starting a different life and seeing hope. Tong received an order from the emperor and could only continue to persuade him. His Majesty's only wish now is for you to marry and have children. He's afraid you might run away again. The prince sighed helplessly. Eat your food quickly, or it will get cold. Tong asked, Is there no woman who can attract you? The prince looked speechless. At such a young age, you're already so worried. First about home, then the village, and now my heart. Do you think you have enough to do? There's nothing she can do about it. The prince said, Xiao Bei, take care of her. Girls worry so much they age faster. Mo Bei glanced at Tong and shamelessly admitted, I can't control her. The prince said, You really know how to embarrass a man. Sworn brother, are you supporting Xiao Bei riding over me? Mo Bei shamelessly declared, Ting Tong, don't be angry. I dare not. I can only be ridden over by you for the rest of my life. Tong snorted softly. The prince chuckled. Mo Bei asked sworn brother, Why are you so hesitant to marry? Is there something you're hiding? The prince's smile faded as he said, Once you have a family, you have bonds. I am destined to serve Jinghua in this life. Love and children are not on my mind. Tong understood and said nothing more, just, Sworn brother, the 100 Longevity Hall will open in 10 days. Come by when you have time. Okay. After having some dishes, Tong and Mo Bei decided to leave together. When they stepped out, it was already late, and the bright moon shone in the sky. Tong sat on the carriage with Mo Bei and sighed, Xiao Bei, my older brother is still young, but he seems so troubled. Why does he want to spend his life alone? Thinking about the king of you, if he doesn't marry or have children, Tong feels a little sad. Mo Bei comforted her. Maybe if he meets someone he likes, he'll change his mind. She hopes there is a girl who can change his decision to live alone forever. Having a family might mean responsibilities and obligations, and he is destined to serve the court. She strongly disagrees with this, but she can't interfere with her older brother's choice. As the carriage moved back with a clatter, Tong suddenly asked, Xiao Bei, do you feel uncomfortable when we're together?
Montag bei was surprised, unkomfortable?
Why would I feel that way? In this era, where men are above women, their village and family are mostly led by her. She was just reminded by the king of you that in a society where women are stronger and men are weaker, over time, Xiao Bei might feel pressure or discomfort. It seemed Xiao Bei didn't understand what she meant, so Tong quietly sighed in relief. Xiao Bei is simple-minded and doesn't have many thoughts. After the villagers completed 2 hours of pre-shift training every morning, Tong also started actively making special drinks. Bisho Tang focuses on high-end products, from dishes to drinks, aiming to be unique. Only one shop exists, so they don't waste the money customers spend. Every afternoon, Wang's family, along with Mo and Go, came to learn how to make various drinks at her house. After the villagers finished their pre-shift training, Bisho Tang officially opened for business. On the opening day, all the staff at the front were dressed uniformly in blue, making it easy to recognize them as the shop's workers. The kitchen staff wore white robes and white hats, looking clean and fresh. The front of Bisho Tang was decorated with lanterns and colorful flower baskets, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. The place was full of joy. In front of the shop, there was a long table with a sign that read, "Free tasting for everyone." On the table, there were various fruit platters, colorful candies, fruit salads, fruit wine, and warm small cups of milk tea and other special snacks and drinks. Each item had a small sign with its name, such as milk tea, fruit salad, and fruit wine. These are things that haven't been available in this era before. Many people, passing by, are already attracted by the items on the outside tables before even entering the shop. Since it's free tasting, who can resist taking a sample? You never know until you try. Everyone who has tasted says it's good, and they all head inside. The snacks, fruits, and drinks on the outdoor tables are so appealing that it's likely the other foods inside are just as good. To support Hutong, Lady Jing'an, who has nothing to do, naturally arrives early at Bisho Hall's entrance, bringing along a few noble ladies. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. It's surprisingly lively in front of Bisho Hall. Upon closer look, it's all for tasting. Since each person can only try once for free, some want more after trying, asking the staff inside and outside about how to buy milk tea, fruit wine, fruit salads, and candies. Seeing the lively scene outside, Lady Jing'an immediately leads the noble ladies inside, only to find the inside just as bustling. Suddenly, a quiet voice says, "Hutong, are you opening a shop here?" Hutong looks up and sees the blue-clad Marquis approaching. She quickly walks over and says, "Marquis, my small shop is opening today. Would you like to come in and try?" The Marquis nods, giving her face. He steps inside, but Hutong calls out, "Blue-clad Marquis is here. Please come to the elegant room." The attentive staff at the door cheerfully say, "Please, Marquis." The blue-clad Marquis has some connection to their village, so everyone is excited when they hear he's arrived. His visit brings honor to Bisho Hall. Of course, this also draws many onlookers. After the court session, Wei Junlin and the King of Yu also come along, bringing about 7 or 8 colleagues. The staff at the door loudly announce, "The King of Yu and the Grand Scholar from the Eastern Pavilion are here." These two are very famous in their village. Everyone knows them well. Hutong also goes to greet them. "Please, esteemed guests, come upstairs." The staff lead them upstairs. The downstairs hall is very lively, with many people already seated. The staff serve each table individually, presenting menus. A table of 10 dishes costs about 200 taels of silver, all high-quality dishes, both cold and hot, carefully paired. Looking at the menu, it's shocking at first glance. Waiter, is this a mistake? A single cup of milk tea costs 1 tael of silver? A glass of fruit wine costs 2 taels? Checking other menus, nothing is cheap. The servant who came to greet smiled and said, "Guest, you haven't mistaken. You'll know if it's worth the price after you taste it. Rare items are valuable." Everything at Bisho Hall, from dishes to drinks, is absolutely unavailable outside. Bisho Hall sells a high-end experience. Just like the Jade Gate Tower across the street, where nothing is cheap, yet business is still booming. The capital is a gathering place for nobles who spend a lot. If you sell them a milk tea for 20 coins, they think it doesn't match their noble status and won't even look at it. Whether it's high-end can be seen from the outside. From the entrance to the upstairs rooms and private chambers, everything is exquisite. Every design detail is a highlight. In the downstairs hall, there are beautiful flower decorations that make the space feel warm and welcoming. Look at these chairs. They are high-backed, comfortable, and soft, a style they rarely see in daily life. They are modern and attractive. The tables come in small groups of 4 or 6, suitable for different gatherings, accommodating everyone. All the tables are rectangular, looking nice and well-polished. For groups of more than 8, round tables are used, which are a special feature of the dining area. They can rotate, which is quite interesting. Hutong was busy downstairs, greeting guests warmly. The kitchen had also received many orders, and the village women responsible for cooking were happily smiling. At this moment, the servant quietly ran over and whispered, "Madame Hua, the Marquis of Qingyi is here." They couldn't afford to neglect a noble guest, so Huatong quickly ran upstairs to the private chamber. The Marquis of Qingyi had already ordered some of Bisho Hall's finest dishes and tried their recommended fruit wine. Huatong entered with a bright smile and asked, "My lord, does it suit your taste?" The Marquis of Qingyi glanced at her slightly childish face and said mysteriously, "Don't be too happy just yet. Come and look over there." From his position, he could clearly see the Jade Gate Tower diagonally opposite. It was mealtime, but the front of the Jade Gate Tower was quiet today. Clearly, many customers had come to Bisho Hall out of curiosity, praising the new dishes. Both upstairs and downstairs were lively and full. Huatong walked to the window the Marquis mentioned and looked outside. There was a busy flow of carriages and people. As she watched, she saw Princess Mingxia come out of the Jade Gate Tower. Huatong asked, "My lord, it seems Princess Mingxia came to see you?" The Marquis of Qingyi took a sip of the fruit wine and replied, "She's here for you." Huatong said, "My lord, fruit wine is still alcohol. For health, you should drink less. I will go to welcome the distinguished guest outside." Look at her every movement, just like an adult. The blue-robed Marquis tilted his head and thought for a moment. Huatong quickly ran downstairs to greet the guest at the door. Princess Mingxia, Ji Xian, is indeed coming this way. Seeing Huatong standing outside to welcome guests, she smiled and said, "Your Highness the Princess has arrived, bringing great honor to our place. Please come inside." Ji Xian sneered coldly. "Huatong, how bold of you to compete with me for business." Huatong hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Even if you offered me 100 heads, I wouldn't dare compete with you. This 100 Longevity Hall is just a small business run with the help of the Grand Secretary of the Eastern Pavilion. So, if anyone wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't target her." She had already thought of a way to retreat if needed. Ji Xian shot her a cold look, feeling that her flattering manner was no different from others. She wondered what the king of the Imperial Guard saw in her that he insisted on taking her as a sister-in-law. "Is Ji Hung here?" "Yes. Please come upstairs, Your Highness." Huatong personally escorted her to the elegant room upstairs, where the king of the Imperial Guard was already eating and drinking. As they entered, she said coldly, "Brother Qi, why didn't you invite me to join you for dinner?" The king replied, "I was worried you wouldn't want to come." "Am I that petty?" They quickly added a chair for her. The king of the Imperial Guard said, "Huatong, come and eat with us." Since he invited her, Huatong stepped in and said, "Elder brother, you all enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you. I'll just toast to my elder brother first and thank everyone for their support." She poured herself a drink and drank it all in one go. People who didn't know her were surprised at how mature she looked despite her young age. Someone asked, "Your Highness, how old is your sister-in-law? Could it be that she just has a youthful face?" But in reality, she was a mature woman of 20. The king replied, "In her prime." Ji Xian smiled and said, "She's already engaged to a mountain villager as his wife. Please don't think too much. Married so young?" It was a bit sad. Most noble daughters married around 15 or 16, though there were a few younger ones. Seeing the conversation drifting off topic, Huatong smiled slightly and said, "Everyone, please enjoy your meal slowly." She bowed with her fists clasped in a traditional gesture and excused herself. As she turned to leave, she looked down from the upstairs balcony at the hall. The staff was lively, loudly introducing each dish as it was served. Sure enough, each dish was a fine delicacy. They all had unfamiliar names, making everyone excited and curious. Huatong went to check the counter again. There are not many people in the village who can do accounts. She asked Li Mu, the father of Li Fong, to collect money and settle the accounts. It is said that Li Mu had studied in Qingchuan village and passed the Imperial exam as a scholar. Later, he injured his leg in a fall. When his family saw that he couldn't be cured, they gave up their household and kicked him out. Later, he met Huatong and found a new chance in life. When Beisitang opened, Li Mu worked there as the accountant. His wife, Lu Yunyang, cooked in the back kitchen. The family's expenses were covered, and they no longer worried about food and drink. By noon, Li Mu had calculated the morning's earnings, which totaled over 3,000 taels of silver. For example, the dishes for the royal prince's table cost more than 300 taels, making them the most expensive dishes at Beisitang. After the guests left, Huotong and Li Mu finished calculating the accounts. The villagers who worked as waiters cleaned the tables and chairs until they shined. At that time, in a private room inside Yamen Tower, Princess Mingxia was so angry she knocked over a teacup. It's clear that Beisitang offers high-quality food and drinks. The furniture is new and beautiful, unlike anything seen in the Imperial capital. Yamen Tower lost clearly. But isn't that just competing for her business? Don't think she doesn't know. This is Huotong's family business, just with Wei Junlin's name on it. Others wouldn't dare offend the Jing and Marquis family, but Ji Xian isn't afraid. Beisitang's success lies in its innovative dishes. All day long, customers kept coming in. By evening, it was necessary to queue up for dinner. Still, many people came in groups, happy to wait and enjoy a free cup of milk tea or fruit wine while they waited. When driver Li Wang picked up the students from Huotong's family, he went straight to Beisitang. Upon arriving, he saw it was very busy. Huotong was greeting guests at the door. Mo Bei, Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi returned and immediately started welcoming customers as well. Welcome. Please come inside, guest. After gaining experience from advertising in Qingchuan village, they saw Huotong smiling and welcoming guests outside. They had nothing to fear. Huotong thought they still had homework to do, so she called out to the young man helping at the door, Li Wu, take Xiao Bei and the others upstairs and arrange a private room for them to eat. Mo Bei said, I'm not hungry yet, I'll eat later. Huotong asked, have you finished your homework? Mo Bei replied, yes, I have. Welcome. He was dressed in the official robes of the Imperial Academy and stood at the gate, handsome and graceful, with a gentle and refined smile. His demeanor attracted many passing visitors who kept looking at him. The young man's eyes were bright and lively, like crystal beads, very attractive. No one could tell from his appearance that he was a common country boy. A bold woman approached and asked, whose son is this? She looked unfamiliar, unaware that there could be such a handsome young man in the imperial capital. Huotong smiled slightly and said, I have a wife. A brave unmarried woman who came with her also asked directly, young master, are you a student at the Imperial Academy? Mo Bei replied, I have a wife. This made things a bit awkward. Huotong pushed him and said, go inside and eat first. He wasn't trying to attract business. He was trying to chase away trouble. Mo Bei didn't want to leave. He had been at the academy all day and only had this time to see her at home. Huiyang came over and pulled him inside, saying, don't attract bees and butterflies here. Students have their own tasks. Huotong was busy closing the shop for the day to settle accounts. She and Li Mu were the last to leave. The other staff finished cleaning and went back to the village. Mo Bei also stubbornly stayed until closing time. Thanks to tempting flavors, Bisho Hull's first day income reached 7,000 taels. She was counting the money so intently that her hand cramped when suddenly there was a knocking at the door. Mo Bei went to open it. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door was opened, a group of masked men in black swung sticks and attacked without warning. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been hit hard. In a moment, more than 20 masked men rushed in and closed the door behind them. One of them loudly threatened, robbery. Hand over the money honestly, or I'll take your lives. Huotong was surprised. She stepped forward and said, we have no money, only lives. Do you dare to take them? As she spoke, she threw a punch. On her first day of opening, she was targeted for robbery. Did they think she had no backing and could be bullied? The intruders didn't expect such fierce resistance from a young woman and started fighting back immediately. Huotong shouted loudly, be careful of the tables and chairs. If you break a leg, I'll break 3 of yours. This was just a careless threat, not really thought out. Li Mu and Mo Bei's faces stiffened at her words. Mo Bei, who was about to smash a chair, put it down and kicked one of the intruders in the stomach. The man let out a scream and flew backward. These people are clearly not ordinary bandits. Each of them is skilled. After one was kicked away, more than 10 rushed toward Mo Bei and surrounded him tightly. Li Mu, who has little fighting ability, hid under a cabinet. He decided not to cause trouble and believed that Lady Hua and her young husband could handle these people. At that moment, the blue-robed Marquis, riding his horse, stopped nearby. Before getting close, he heard unusual sounds of fighting coming from inside the door. When he dismounted, his companions quickly followed. Guard Tang Chen pushed open the door and saw a scene of flashing blades, swords, and blood, chaos and violence inside. Mo Bei, who was attacked by more than 10 experts, was not a seasoned soldier. As soon as the door opened, someone punched him, and he was thrown out.
Hua Tong's face changed.
Anyone who dares to hit her little Bei is doomed. Angrily, she reached to draw her gun from her space, but Tang Chen and his men rushed in first, followed by the blue-robed Marquis. Hua Tong quickly withdrew her hand, avoiding the attack, and handed the others over to Tang Chen. She ran toward Mo Bei. After being punched, Mo Bei lost his footing and hit his head on a nearby table corner. The impact made him dizzy and blurry. Hua Tong hurried over, caught him, and asked, "Xiao Bei, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he said, though he felt his head was heavier and everything was blacking out. He fainted. The fighting inside Bisho Hall also stopped. A group of black-clad people, surrounded by the blue-robed Marquis' men, quickly lost the fight. At this moment, Hua Tong, angry, walked over and grabbed one of them, pulling off his black cloth to reveal a middle-aged man's face. "Tell me, who sent you here?" she demanded. The man, struggling desperately, begged, "Miss, spare me. I didn't realize how powerful you are. If I had known, I wouldn't dare come here to steal your wealth, even if you gave me 10 times the courage." Hua Tong slapped him hard. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? Tell me, which faction sent you?" The man, crying and pleading, said, "Gunyang, the leader has already run away." When the blue-robed Marquis and his men arrived, several people had already slipped away quietly. Hua Tong glanced at the people around her and approached the blue-clad Marquis. She asked Lord Marquis, "What should we do with these people? Laws of the country must be followed. These individuals have committed crimes and must be handed over to the authorities for investigation. It's not possible to simply behead them right in front of the blue-clad Marquis. If the Marquis weren't here, she would have already dealt with them herself. They came here with knives to rob her, clearly intending to harm her. Anyone who tries to kill her, she will not let live." The blue-clad Marquis ordered his subordinates, "Take them all away and send them to the officials for proper questioning." Hua Tong thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Marquis." The Marquis replied, "It's settled now." She had saved him once before. This time, he was returning the favor. When Hua Tong brought Mo Bei back home, it was already late. Everyone in the house had gone to rest. Li Mu helped her quietly carry the unconscious Mo Bei back to the back room and then left without disturbing anyone else. In the darkness, Hua Tong sat beside Mo Bei. He had only minor injuries but had been asleep for so long and still hadn't woken up. She gently poked his face, but he didn't respond. At this moment, Mo Bei was lost in a deep darkness. He dreamt of that large courtyard again. He saw himself living there, appearing to be only 6 or 7 years old. The 6 or 7-year-old him had become a young nobleman, and a woman kept calling him a Jiao. Everything in the dream was beautiful, so beautiful it felt unreal. So beautiful that he didn't want to wake up. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and everything changed. He found himself in a strange era, completely different from the one he grew up in. Although it was just a dream, it felt as if he had traveled through his past and present lives. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, the sound of an attack. His aircraft was under attack by enemies. He didn't even have time to feel the pain. He suddenly sat up, his heart pounding. After a while, he slowly calmed himself and realized he was still lying on a hard bed. He was still in Bisho village. The sky was beginning to lighten. He had intended to get up, but then noticed someone on the bed beside him. Looking closely, he saw it was Huatong. Seeing the person lying next to him, he felt a sense of peace and didn't rush to get up. He lay back down, resting his head on his hand, watching her. She was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes quietly moving. Gazing at her slightly childish face, he thought for a moment, and his gaze grew gentler. He was so eager to be with her that he dreamed she had grown up enough to accept more love from him. Although it was just a dream, it felt so real, as if it had actually happened. He recalled some parts of the dream, feeling a ripple of emotion in his heart, and instinctively moved closer to her. She was his wife now, so a simple kiss should be okay, right? What are you doing? His attempt at a secret kiss failed, and suddenly, Tong opened her eyes. I just wanted to see if you were awake. Tong looked at him, thought for a moment, and remembered what happened last night. She quickly sat up. Little Bae, are you feeling better? Does your head still hurt? It didn't hurt before. But after she said that, he actually felt a bit of pain.
Montag bei Gently Tuchetayes Forehead. I still feel a bit dizzy.
Looks like I need to take a day off today. He couldn't go to the Imperial Academy. Let me check. Tong examined his injuries. After a night, the scraped patch of skin seemed to have scabbed over. Looking at his face, he appeared perfectly normal. Tong placed her hand on his wrist, carefully checking his pulse. Unexpectedly, he suddenly hugged her. Wei Wei. In his dream, he seemed to call her that. Tong shivered all over. Her heart skipped a beat. What did you say? He didn't dare speak anymore. He was afraid she would find out that in his dream, he had done something embarrassing to her.
Say it.
Did you just call me Wei Wei? She was so anxious that Mo Bei could only nod. Do you remember now? Do you remember me? She was so excited that tears almost fell. Brother Jiu. This time, she took the initiative and tightly hugged him, choking on her sobs. Brother Jiu, I knew it was you. I knew you were alive. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Brother Jiu. Mo Bei was momentarily stunned. In his dream, she seemed to have called him that too. Brother Jiu, I miss you so much. I sent you many messages, but you didn't reply. She knew she would never receive his messages in this life. This longing she kept silently in her heart, allowing her to live well in this world. Now, she believed that the person in front of her was the brother Jiu she thought about day and night. Her heart felt alive again. All those excuses about her being too young to be with him or not ready for intimacy were no longer part of her thoughts. Seeing her sudden act of affection, Mo Bei was surprised. He took a deep breath and quickly grabbed her arms.
Tong, calm down.
He understood now she had mistaken him for someone else. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Big brother, why haven't you gotten up yet? Usually, Mo Bei was the first to wake up and call everyone to get ready. Coming, he quickly replied and softly comforted Huatong, saying, Tong, calm down a bit. Don't get too excited. How could she not be excited? She suddenly behaved like a little bunny, rubbing her face against his chest. Brother Jiu. Mo Bei didn't know how to explain to her. He gently said, Tong, are you mistaken? I might not be the person you're thinking of. I'm not mistaken. You are him. So certain, she was so sure that Mo Bei didn't know how to argue back. You were originally called GMO. Since you're the 9th among the brothers, everyone calls you Jioge. GMO, that name sounded familiar, but he quickly remembered. Wasn't that the nickname of that kid, Huayang? It said that his third uncle gave him a character, GMO Tong. If you don't come out soon, you'll be late for school. He thought Huatong needed to calm down, and he needed to process everything himself. Fortunately, she still understood that he should focus on his studies and didn't keep bothering him about it. Although she had many words to say, she held them back for now. Okay, go to school first. She also got out of bed, wearing an unusual smile, and went to open the door. As Huatong and Mo Bei came out of the room, they drew the attention of everyone in the yard. Are they sharing a room? Everyone was thinking this, but didn't say it aloud. At this moment, Wang Shi just came out of the kitchen, and saw them coming out of the room. She immediately smiled happily. Everyone understood what was going on, so no one said anything. Instead, she hurriedly said, "Hurry up and wash up. Come and eat." The two went to the washroom and took their toothbrushes. Speaking of the toothbrushes, they had some history. They were a gift from Wei Zifeng. In the capital, toothbrushes had been popular for many years, but Huotong didn't like their toothbrushes. Their handles were made of bone, with pig hair glued on top. Due to the environment and conditions, making such toothbrushes was already quite good. Huotong could only use a modern toothbrush. Luckily, her family was indifferent and didn't ask what it was or where she got it from. This saved her from having to come up with complicated explanations. While brushing her teeth, Huotong remembered an awkward moment. She was so excited earlier that she forgot to brush her teeth and kissed him. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. After finishing her wash, she quickly left. Everyone in the house has woken up. The noble lady of the house got up early to feed her pets. Huotong suddenly had an idea and went over to call her. "Godmother, I think we could raise a few more laying hens. Do you like chickens?" "Yes, I do." "Then I'll buy some to keep you company." The noble lady snorted. "Clearly, you just want to eat chicken meat and eggs. You buy them so I can raise them for you." She's really not stupid at all. After taking her medicine for a while, her illness was under control, and her mind gradually became clearer. "Huotong, all right, I just want you to take care of them for me. You're so good at raising chickens. Just say whether you agree or not." The noble lady proudly said, "Since you are my daughter-in-law, I agree." Just as she said this, Mo Bei came out. The noble lady immediately smiled and said, "Adieu. Good morning."
Montag bei Shiva suddenly.
He suddenly understood why he was called a Jiao and Jiuge in his dreams. It's all because of that one word, a Jiao. Jiuge, Huotong called him, her voice sweet and a little clingy. She moved closer to him, looking at him charmingly. She secretly scolded herself for being so stupid. She should have guessed that such a coincidence could happen. Someone who looks so much like Jiuge must be him. The noble lady came over and pulled Mo Bei away, saying, "Adieu, come look at my chickens. And the rabbits. Do you think they are cute? Look, isn't this wild chicken much fatter now?" She was showing off her achievements, all of which she had fattened herself. Huotong clenched her teeth. She had just acknowledged Jiuge, and they hadn't even had a proper conversation yet. She frowned and came up with a plan. Huotong quickly ran over. "Jiuge, let's go eat." She grabbed Mo Bei's arm and headed toward the main hall. Mo Bei felt a strange sour and bitter feeling inside. Everyone's enthusiasm for him was because they thought he was someone else. The one calling him a Jiao was crazy. Whether he corrected them or not, it wouldn't make a difference. The one calling him Jiuge, Mo Bei was pulled by two women, one on each side, to the main hall and sat down. Wang Shi and Su Yang brought breakfast over. After eating, they planned to go to Bisho Tang. Bisho Tang had opened for business, and now everyone in the family had things to do. Except Ren Chen, who was young and stayed at home with the noble lady to watch over the house. When they finished eating, the coachman Li Wang came over to hitch the horse carriage. The noble lady reluctantly waved her hand. "Adieu. I'll wait for you to come back." The villagers' wives, including the new daughter-in-law from Bisho Hall, all arrived on time to catch a ride. When Huoma was finally coming over, he saw a carriage full of women inside. Mo Nan and Mo Shihuayang could only sit on the front bench, waving goodbye to him and letting him go on his own. Li Wang whipped the horse and shouted drive, sending the carriage away. Huotong and Mo Bei sat close together, on the edge of the carriage. The village road was bumpy, making the ride shaky. Huotong quietly held Mo Bei's arm and leaned on him. The village daughter-in-law giggled happily. Su Tian said, "Look at this young couple. They really get along well." Su Yang smiled and said, "They are a perfect match." Elvi Yunyang said, "Such a lovely pair. The more I look, the more I like them." Duan Chui said, "All right, you all are cultured people." They had already said nice words, so what more could they say? Huotong's face turned red from the compliments. She hesitated whether to let go or not. Mo-Bei, who grew up in the village, had heard all kinds of coarse talk. Now, just hearing a few words of praise didn't make him blush or feel nervous. But because Huitong was holding him tightly, making it hard to breathe, he lowered his eyes and looked at her. She smiled shyly and said, "Stop talking about us." She turned her head and offered her forehead to the group, then looked up at Mo-Bei, who was staring at her. Her heart fluttered again. They looked at each other silently. He knew exactly what she was thinking about, but so what? He had long known she was hiding someone in her heart. Even if it was just a substitute, he had no regrets. In the sound of the clattering carriage wheels, as they approached the Imperial capital, his eyes grew more tender. He had to wait until evening to see her again. Huitong suddenly whispered to him, "Brother Nine, after school, I'll come to pick you up." She never expected there would be a chance to see Brother Nine as a student, working hard for the Imperial exams. Mo-Bei's heart thought, "Another one has gone crazy." Huitong and her ladies arrived outside Bisho Hall, where the carriage stopped. Watching the carriage leave, she waved her hand vigorously and silently called out, "Brother Nine." The people inside the carriage could no longer see her. Turning around happily, she ran into Bisho Hall. Early in the morning, the person responsible for buying vegetables had already returned with the groceries. Wang, who was in charge of making milk tea, and Mo Wenj also started busying in the kitchen. They boiled the red beans that had soaked overnight until soft, then added brown sugar, tea, and milk. After filtering out the tea leaves, those who liked red beans added some, and those who didn't left them out. Fresh milk tea was ready. Making fruit wine was even simpler. Wine is the most common fruit wine. To make it, select purple-red grapes, soak them in salt water for half an hour, rinse with clean water, and drain. Crush the grapes and place them in a container. Add 1/5 of rock sugar. Fill the container about 80% full, seal it, and let it ferment in a cool place for 7 days. Huitong has made various fruit wines in her space, including apple, peach, pear, and cherry flavors. After arriving at Bisho Hall, she first went to the warehouse to restock. She took jars of homemade fruit wine from her space and placed them in the warehouse, about enough for a day's supply. Once the warehouse was stocked, she wandered around the kitchen area. Led by Su Yang, everyone started preparing vegetables and cutting meat. To keep the meat fresh, Huitong specially added an ice kiln near the stove. Making ice isn't complicated. Jinghua has plenty of saltpeter mines, and emperors and nobles often use saltpeter to make ice. Just dissolve saltpeter in water to cool and freeze it. Huitong tasted a small cup of room-temperature milk tea. Seeing it was still early, she went to the market and bought 10 chickens. Thinking about the villagers still working in the fields, she also bought half a pig to reward the farmers and arranged for the seller to deliver the goods to her door. After buying everything she needed, she walked to Huichun Hall. Huichun Hall always has customers in the morning, people coming to buy medicine or see a doctor. But not many people pay for specialist appointments, as the 10-tael fee discourages many. When Huitong arrived at Huichun Hall, 2 noble ladies came to ask about Hisho Wu and Bird's Nest. It's said that the wives of Marquis Jing'an used Hisho Wu, and it worked very well. Not only did their gray hair turn black, but their hair also became shinier and smoother. The effects of Bird's Nest were just as good. After using it, their skin improved a lot, becoming smoother, more delicate, and with fewer wrinkles. Word spread quickly among the noble ladies. Anyone with some wealth wanted to buy and try it. Finished products of Bird's Nest and Hisho Wu are expensive, but less so than raw materials. Some people who don't want to spend too much are advised to buy the non-finished versions. After selling some rare items, Huitong came out to greet Zhuang Bo and told him to bring everyone to Bisho Hall for lunch. She would treat them. At that moment, Lady Marquis Jing'an arrived smiling. She said, "Lulu, I just went to Bisho Hall. When I heard you were out, I guessed you were here." So she turned her carriage around and came straight here. Huitong quickly invited her into her consultation room. Lady Jing'an Ho said, "The eldest son will be of age at the end of this month. I am here to deliver the invitation. When the time comes, bring your family to join the celebration." Tong took the invitation and smiled. Certainly, certainly. They chatted for a while, but Lady Jing'an Ho didn't stay long. She still needed to buy everything needed for the eldest son's coming of age. Since she wasn't his biological mother, taking on the stepmother role was difficult. Any mistake could lead to criticism. Tong didn't stay long at the clinic either. Seeing that there was nothing urgent, she headed to Bisho Hall. As soon as she arrived, she saw Grandma Zhao bringing 2 daughters-in-law into Bisho Hall. Looking at how lavishly Bisho Hall was decorated, Grandma Zhao was jealous, and her eyes turned red.
It was mealtime now.
Groups of people, chatting and laughing, entered Bisho Hall. Grandma Zhao smiled and called out, Huatong, Huatong. She hurried over and stopped Huatong, who was pretending not to see her. Huatong, look at how busy your business is. You must have made a lot of silver yesterday. What does that matter to you? Although she was a grandmother in reputation, Huatong politely replied, Nothing urgent, I'll go in now.
I'm Buse.
Grandma Zhao quickly said, It's urgent, it's urgent. Lulu, here's the thing. We're thinking of changing your older brother's school, but our family doesn't have that much silver. Could you lend us some? Huiyang had already gone to Tianxi Academy to study, but her family's Humu could only attend a small private school. Just thinking about it made her feel frustrated. Huatong's face turned cold.
No.
She was about to leave when suddenly she heard Grandma Zhao shout loudly. Oh my, everyone, come judge. Who in this world is such a white-eyed wolf? If I hadn't raised you, how could you be where you are today? You must not forget your roots. She suddenly howled loudly, and those heading towards Bisho Hall immediately stopped to watch. Huatong suddenly turned around and said, Come with me. Grandma Zhao immediately followed her to Bisho Hall. Grandma Zhao had already made up her mind. If Huatong dared not to lend the money, she would come to Bisho Hall every day to cause trouble, seeing how she could keep her business running. Huatong called the people inside, clearly not wanting them to cause a scene. She took them upstairs to her office, closed the door, and said coldly, Are you tired of living, coming here to cause trouble? There was no one around, and she didn't want to beat around the bush, so she spoke directly. Grandma Zhao and her 2 daughters-in-law were stunned, different from what they had expected. They thought she would give them silver. Huatong sat down at her desk, and her commanding presence naturally made others feel a bit afraid. Yanzhou, I don't have any money. I advise you not to come here causing trouble. Otherwise, I will make it hard for you to stay in the village. If they behaved themselves, she was willing to be tolerant. But if they dared to come to her business place to cause trouble and try to ruin her reputation, she wouldn't accept it. Old Lady Zhao was so angry she felt short of breath, pointing at her. Huatong, how can you talk to your grandmother like that? This is treason. Do you believe I will go to the authorities and report you, so you get into trouble and your reputation is ruined? By the end, her eyes looked fierce. Huatong replied coldly, Then I will kill you. Old Lady Zhao was so angry she trembled and stammered. Do you still believe in the law? I will go report you right now, saying you tried to kill me. Huatong warned, I advise you not to do anything reckless. Live your own life peacefully. We don't interfere with each other. Even if you don't think about yourself, think about Humu. If you make me angry, I could make your whole family disappear quietly. You wouldn't want to risk ruining Humu's future, would you? Old Lady Zhao cursed loudly, crazy, crazy. She was so angry she opened the door and left quickly. Her 2 daughters-in-law hurriedly followed. Huatong slowly followed her out, arriving at another private room, where she could see what was happening below. After Old Lady Zhao and her 2 daughters-in-law left Bisho Hall, they didn't cause trouble at the door, but hurriedly walked away. As they crossed the street, they saw Wei Zijing approaching them. Huatong narrowed her eyes slightly. How could Wei Zijing, such a snob, be connected with Old Lady Zhao? It felt strange. Huatong pushed open the window lattice and jumped down. Meanwhile, Wei Zijing, walking toward Old Lady Zhao, looked surprised and said, Grandma Zhao. Old Lady Zhao also smiled and replied, Miss Wei. The 2 moved to a corner wall to talk. Wei Zijing lowered her voice. Are you going to ask for Yanzhou? Old Lady Zhao was angry just thinking about it. What Yanzhou? Not only does she refuse, but she also threatens me. She even said she would kill my whole family. Wei Zijing's tone was vicious. Since she refuses to listen to reason, go to the government office and beat the drum to report her. Make sure her reputation is ruined and she can't recover. It might even affect her family's chances in the Imperial exams. In ancient times, filial piety was the core of ruling the country, and respecting ancestors was a key principle of governance under Imperial rule. Being unfilial was considered a serious crime. Even if grandparents or parents committed crimes, their children and grandchildren could not report or accuse them. Doing so was seen as unfilial. Severe punishment rules. Those who accuse grandparents or parents will be whipped. Therefore, even if grandparents are unreasonable, you must tolerate it. Conversely, there are also cases where grandparents or parents sue their children. Once convicted, the punishment could be light imprisonment or, in serious cases, the death penalty. Old Lady Zhao was just an inexperienced old woman. Although she hated Huatong very much, she never thought of suing her. She hurriedly said, "That won't do. Our village still relies on her to get rich. If the villagers find out I sued her, they will definitely drive us out." Wei Zijing said, "Don't be afraid. Just report her disobedience to the authorities. I will arrange a new house for you in the capital, and it won't be a problem for Humu to attend a good school in the future. Take this money first and spend it." She handed old Lady Zhao a silver note for 300 taels, saying, "After everything is settled, you will benefit from it." Old Lady Zhao, who was initially afraid to sue, was somewhat tempted and asked, "Can I win this case?" "One try, one sure win. I won't let you do something you're not confident about. Think carefully. Should you continue living in the same village or move to the capital?" Old Lady Zhao gritted her teeth. "First, get me the house so we won't be kicked out and have nowhere to stay." Wei Zijing said, "I'll take you to see the house tomorrow." The two talked for a while at the corner of the wall, then Wei Zijing left. Her maid stood nearby, saw her approaching, and quickly helped her onto the carriage. Old Lady Zhao clutched the silver note Wei Zijing gave her and turned to the silver shop to withdraw some silver coins. Huatong jumped down from the wall. She never expected Wei Zijing to encourage the old lady to sue her. She tilted her head and thought. She hadn't offended Wei Zijing. On the contrary, she was Wei Zijing's savior. Why did Wei Zijing hold such hostility toward her? Clearly, Lady Ho and Zifeng Zissou liked her very much. Suddenly, she realized, could it be because everyone in her family liked her and Wei Zijing was jealous? This jealousy was so terrible. She even wanted to ruin her. Huatong frowned. She needed to think of a way to stop the old lady from causing trouble. After having lunch with the people from the medical clinic, Huatong went to the Jing'an Marquis' residence. Since she had been there twice before, the young guard at the gate, who had received her favor, was very enthusiastic. He didn't let her wait outside and directly invited her into the courtyard. However, this time, Huatong was not there to see the Marquis' wife. This time, she came to find Wei Zijing. The women's quarters are at the back. She stopped a maid to ask if she had seen her before. The maid, knowing she was a doctor, said she had seen her. Last time, when Duke Wu caused a big fuss at the Marquis Jing'an's house, she was called over. The maid thought Wei Zijing was unwell, so she pointed her in the right direction. Huatong walked straight toward Wei Zijing's courtyard. The Marquis Jing'an's estate is large, with each lady having her own private yard, living a luxurious life. Huatong went directly to Wei Zijing's yard. The door was open, and she stepped inside. A maid was dozing in the side room. It was the afternoon. Wei Zijing was sitting at a table reading a book. Suddenly, she saw Huatong come in. She was startled, and then her face turned cold. "What are you here for?" she asked. "I want to ask why you dislike me so much. When did I offend you? You even encouraged my mother to report me to the authorities." "Actually, I am your savior," Huatong said. Wei Zijing was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect her to know about this. It didn't matter. Wei Zijing looked at her with disdain and said, "Don't use savior to justify yourself. My parents already paid you money. We owe you nothing. I told you last time to stay away from my family. You're just a country girl. Don't think you can be friends with my family. If you do, I won't be polite to you. In fact, after her warning, Huotong showed no signs of backing down. Her family grew closer to her. Bisho Tang was always associated with her older brother. Huotong said, considering Madam and Zifeng, I won't argue with you too much. I advise you to behave yourself. Stop doing those disgusting tricks behind the scenes. It makes you look ugly. Wei Zijing's face showed anger. Your flattery makes you look even uglier. Huotong looked at her coldly and turned to leave. Wei Zijing pinched her nails into her palm, trembling slightly. How could she let Huotong keep coming into their Marquis Jingen's house? She wouldn't allow Huotong to appear at her home again. As Huotong left the corner, she went to find the Marquis Jingen's wife. The Marquis's wife was sitting at the table, doing her accounts. Stacks of ledgers were in front of her, and she frowned slightly, looking troubled. These were her businesses and private assets accumulated over the years. Many shops were suffering heavy losses. When she heard the maid say Huotong had come, her eyes suddenly lit up with joy. She stood up and said, Quick, invite her in. Huotong entered with a smile. Madam, she greeted. You came just in time. Come, help me take a look. Lady Jingen Marquis was no longer polite to her guest. She pulled her to sit at the table and said, These are the ledgers from my shop. Some stores are losing money badly, especially the clothing shop. Help me think of a way to turn things around. Lady Jingen Marquis showed her the ledger of losses. Year after year, unsold goods piled up in the storage. After a year, the styles became outdated. Young women in the Imperial capital changed their clothes every year, so no one would buy these old designs. After considering this, she realized that the two clothing shops had clothes worth about 100,000 taels of silver in storage. Now, they needed to use money from other shops to keep the clothing business running. Huotong looked at the ledger, listened to her explain the shop situation, and said, Madam, this is easy to fix. As a modern person, she had some marketing ideas. Just as she was about to share her thoughts, Wei Zijing suddenly burst in loudly, saying, Madam, don't listen to her nonsense.
Things are not like that.
Earlier, Huotong had just left her, and she suddenly realized something serious. Huotong would definitely come to complain to her mother. She must not let Huotong twist the facts or exaggerate. Lady Jingen Marquis looked at her daughter, who was visibly upset, and asked in surprise, What's all this shouting about? Huotong explained, Madam, it's like this. Miss Wei has some misunderstandings about me. Hearing this, Wei Zijing was sure that Huotong had already complained to her mother. She loudly clarified, I don't have any misunderstandings. Madam, she doesn't even care for her own grandmother. She has money to send her family to study at Guozi Academy and Tianxi Academy, but she refuses to give even one silver coin to help Grandma Zhao. She's always cold and unfriendly to Grandma Zhao, but pretends to be kind in front of our family. Isn't she just trying to flatter us? Someone like her can't be truly kind. Lady Jingen Marquis was both shocked and embarrassed. She never expected her daughter to say such things. She suddenly stood up and shouted, Shut up and get out. This was the first time Lady Jingen Marquis lost her temper with her daughter. She knew Huotong very well. If Huotong were truly a snob, she wouldn't have traveled over mountains with a group of villagers to the capital. She could have just brought her family alone. Everyone in the village spoke highly of Huotong. As for the matter with Grandma Zhao's family, she had heard from villagers that when Grandma Zhao fled her hardships, she gave Huotong to the Mo family and extorted 5 taels of silver as a dowry. Now, Huotong is a married woman and a member of the Mo family. It's unreasonable for her to support the descendants of Grandma Zhao. Moreover, Huiyang also lives in the Mo family and is supported by Huotong. In fact, Grandma Zhao is her savior, and she cannot blame her. Grandma Zhao has never done anything inappropriate in front of her, so she cannot insult her savior. Now, her daughter openly accuses Huotong of wrongdoing, and she cannot accept this. Wei Zijing, with tears in her eyes, said, Mother, are you angry at me for a stranger? Who is really your daughter? They are the same age and born on the same day. Compared to Huatong, Madame Ho suddenly realizes that her daughter is quite naive. She frowned and said, "Come here, take the young lady back." She didn't want to see her daughter embarrass herself here and felt awkward. The servant nearby hurried over to ask her to leave. Wei Zijing, furious and crying, turned and ran out. She never expected her mother to defend Huatong so strongly. After the person was asked to leave, Lady Jing and Ho sighed awkwardly and said, "She really doesn't understand anything. Huatong, don't take it to heart. I will teach her a lesson later." Huatong said, "Madam, there's something I don't know if I should say, but only you can help me now." Madame Ho quickly asked her to sit down and listen carefully. She explained that the matter involved Wei Zijing. She felt embarrassed to talk about it and said, "So, today my grandmother went to Bisho Hall causing trouble, just about borrowing money. I didn't agree, and after she left, I saw her meet with Miss Wei. I went over to listen. They discussed going to the government office to accuse me of being unfilial. I'm not afraid of a lawsuit, but there are several scholars in my family. When I came to the residence, I first looked for Miss Wei, hoping to dissuade her, but we couldn't reach an agreement." Lady Jing Ho was both angry and embarrassed, feeling utterly humiliated. She never expected her daughter to do such a thing. Huatong spoke indirectly, and she understood clearly. Her daughter colluded with Grandma Zhao to report her to the authorities. Madame Ho felt very upset and said, "Huatong, don't worry. I won't let them succeed. I will speak to Grandma Zhao. As for Zijing, I will give you an explanation later." In fact, Huatong is also her savior, and she couldn't understand why her daughter would target her like this. Huatong was moved, and her eyes suddenly turned slightly red. She said, "Madam, thank you. I hope there will be no bad feelings between us because of this." She truly liked Madame Ho. Gentle, kind, and warm-hearted. Madame Ho's face relaxed a little. She said, "I've decided to trust you, little one. There are no hard feelings. I also want you to help me come up with some ideas." As for giving advice, Huatong was happy to help. After she explained her marketing methods, Madame Ho asked, "Who is the famous singer in the capital?" "I really don't know. I'll find out later." They talked about this for a while. When Huatong saw it was getting late, she said goodbye and left. After Huatong left, Madame Ho was so angry, she went to find Wei Zijing. She wanted to ask why she treated Huatong like that. That was ungrateful behavior. Wei Zijing still said the same thing, and she thought Huatong didn't even help her grandmother. Instead, she was close to their family, clearly showing she was a snob and not a good person. She just didn't like Huatong and couldn't stand her. Madame Ho was so mad she wanted to slap her, but since she was a girl, she didn't want to hurt her. Instead, she sent someone to arrange a carriage to go to Bisho village and find Grandma Zhao. The trouble her daughter caused had to be cleaned up. While Madame Ho was busy worrying, Huatong wandered outside the Guozijian Imperial College. She leaned against a big tree, watching the gate, thinking that Brother Jiu would finish school soon and come home. Her mood lifted. In the past, Juji, Brother Jiu, was her instructor. She was often scolded so badly, she almost cried. Now, in this life, Juji was a student, and she was the teacher, supervising his studies. Indeed, fortunes changed. She didn't realize it before, but now she felt more and more happy. Feeling so joyful, she drifted away, hugging the tree and acting silly. Suddenly, she thought how wonderful her life was. Her brother, Jiu, finally depended on her now. The blue sky gradually darkened, and a breeze blew. Madame Ho's sudden visit surprised Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao hurriedly greeted her warmly. "Madam, please sit down. Sit down quickly. Is there something you want? Just send a message. No need to come in person." Others also stood up and called, "Madam." The men in the family had gone to farm, so now only Grandma Zhao's 2 daughters-in-law and 2 granddaughters were at home. Madame Ho sat down and said straightforwardly, "I heard you're planning to go to the Yamen to report on Huatong?" Grandma Zhao smiled and said, "It's Miss Wei who told you, right?" Besides that, she couldn't think of anyone else who would know about this. She sighed and said, "Who would want to report their own granddaughter?" Now that she's wealthy, she turns her back on her family. Back then, her parents died early, and I raised her myself. I found her a good marriage. Madame Ho was tired of hearing her ramble and said, Huitong is not only the savior of our Zissou and Zijing, but also our Zissou's teacher. She also has business dealings with our Feng Junlin. In a way, she's like family. Old Lady Zhao was stunned, unsure what she meant. How about this? Just give me some face and forget about it. Old Lady Zhao didn't expect her to be pleading for mercy. She hesitated and refused. Madam, it's not that I won't give you face. If it were you today, could you swallow this insult? Madame Ho put down a silver note and said, Here's 500 taels of silver. Use it to buy some food and take care of yourself. 500 taels. Everyone in the room looked greedily at the money. Her eldest daughter-in-law immediately advised, Mother, let's forget about this. The second daughter-in-law agreed. Yes, forget it. If there's a next time, we won't forgive her. Compared to reporting Huitong to the authorities, 500 taels of silver was obviously more important. Zhao Zijing also searched her pockets, but couldn't come up with 500 taels. Old Lady Zhao's face was full of smiles. Madam, you're such a kind person. Huitong is lucky to have met you. It's a blessing for 3 lifetimes, a great fortune. Shouldn't it be the other way around? If her own child hadn't met Huitong, she might have died. Old Lady Zhao quickly changed her tone and, with a thick face, said, Since you've said so much, I'll give you some face. Let's forget about it this time. But please tell her that there won't be a next time. Mou, who had been rejected, looked a little disappointed. She stood up and said, I have some matters to attend to. I'll go ahead. Old Lady Zhao smiled warmly and followed her a step. Madam, take care. After the whole family watched Madame Ho leave, Zhao Old Lady's eyes gleamed greedily. Next time, Madame Ho will have to bring more silver to settle this. Eldest daughter-in-law said, I didn't expect Madame Ho to care so much for that little girl. Second daughter-in-law said, Could it really be mother and daughter sharing a bond? Even if they don't know they're related, they can't help but feel compassion for each other. Zhao Old Lady spat and said, What bond? Have you seen Zijing and us share any feelings? At that moment, the Marquis Jing'an's wife was so angry she felt like her chest was tight and she couldn't breathe. What exactly did she give birth to, and why did she turn around and scheme against Lord Hua? Meanwhile, Huitong was eagerly waiting outside the Imperial Academy. Li Wang's carriage had also stopped by the roadside, and he was waiting there with her. Huitong watched as a group of students came out from inside, and she didn't blink an eye. It's been a day, and she has so many things she wants to tell Brother Jiu. It's really frustrating and makes her anxious. Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi also rushed over from the Tian Ci Academy. Huiyang excitedly said, Lily, you're here to pick us up? Mo Shi added, Sister-in-law is here to pick up Big Brother. They seemed to have some self-awareness. Huitong ignored what they said and saw Mo Bei coming out with Zifeng. Also coming out were the 4th Prince Ji Yanzhou and the 5th Prince Ji Ban. Brother Jiu, Huitong waved her hand and quickly went to meet them. Mo Bei looked at her with sympathy and pity. It's been a day, and she's still living in her fantasies. But she's not the crazy noble lady in his family, so he decided to go home and explain everything properly. Huitong also greeted Zifeng and the 4th Prince. Then Zifeng said, Let's go to Bisho Hall for a meal. Ji Yanzhou and Ji Ban spoke in unison. Sounds good. Everyone immediately got into Huitong's carriage. Thinking of what she discussed earlier with Lady Jing and Marquis, she asked, Does anyone know which singer in the capital is the most famous? Wei Zifeng replied, Bailey Chan from Drunken Heart Pavilion. The foolish son of the Duke of Wu and the son of the Jing and Marquis family fought over her, and after that, her reputation skyrocketed. Now, everyone wants to see her and listen to her sing, and they have to wait in line. After Wei Zifeng told Huitong about her situation, she made a plan. Mo Bei asked Tongtong, Why are you investigating this? Huitong smiled softly and said gently, I'll tell you later. Ji Ban asked, You don't want to go to Drunken Heart Pavilion to listen to her sing, do you? Most men go to Drunken Heart Pavilion and few women do. Huatong replied, I have a secret task to do. She kept her plans mysterious, and Wei Zifeng said, when you go, call me. I'll help guide you. Huatong agreed, okay. Wait for me. Wait for me. Outside, Huamu called out loudly. Li Wang didn't want to take him and pretended not to hear, then rode off quickly. Huamu stomped his feet in anger. Just wait. Sooner or later, when he passes the Imperial exam and becomes top scholar, he will step all over them. Everyone else didn't care about his thoughts. Li Wang parked the carriage outside Bisho Hall and saw many guests lining up outside to eat there. Huatong and the students got out of the carriage and headed straight for Bisho Hall. Someone saw them and loudly commented, why did those people go in without waiting in line? From their clothes, it was clear they were students from the Jianzi State and Tianxi Academy. Do students not need to wait in line? The shopkeeper hurriedly explained, that young lady is the owner of Bisho Hall, and the people behind her are her family. After some explanation, the crowd was calmed down. Huatong took people to a private room upstairs, ordered the restaurant's special dishes for them. Since she was a woman, she didn't join them but continued downstairs to serve the guests. Some people, knowing she was the owner's wife and seeing she was quite young, became curious and started talking to her, asking about her age and if she was engaged. Huatong smiled slightly and said, I am already married. The young lady, happily chatting, was interrupted by the arrival of the green-clad Marquis. Huatong quickly stepped forward to bow. Marquis, please come inside. The green-clad Marquis also entered the private room and sat down. The shopkeeper hurried over to serve tea. Since he was there, the Marquis ordered a few of the restaurant's special dishes. Actually, every dish here was special, unique to this area and not seen in the capital. After the Marquis ordered the dishes, Huatong asked, Marquis, how are those bandits being interrogated? This wasn't directly the Marquis's responsibility. He only gave the order for his men to bring the bandits to the yamen. Their testimonies were similar. They heard that Bisho Hall, newly opened, was run by outsiders fleeing from famine who were tempted by wealth. For bandits like these, once caught, they would be sentenced. Since the Marquis sent them, the punishment was harsher, and they received 7 years. The Marquis explained the process and outcome to her. Huatong said, good judgment. Such dangerous criminals who threaten public safety and harm the country should spend their lives in prison. The Marquis motioned for her to sit down and said, come, have a drink with me. Huatong earnestly replied, Marquis, alcohol is bad for health, especially since you've just recovered. Let's just drink tea instead. The Marquis looked at her. Her every gesture made it easy to forget her age. Then let's drink tea. The Marquis agreed, and Huatong poured him a cup. Marquis, I toast you. At that moment, the shopkeeper brought out the dishes. There was a cold dish called crystal meat, and hot dishes like squirrel mandarin fish, crab meat lion's head, and ginseng soup. Huatong said, Marquis, please enjoy. She was about to leave, when the blue-clad Marquis said, sit down and eat with me. Isn't that inappropriate? She asked, since he was her guest and had once been her patient. What's inappropriate about it? Just eat. Huatong then sat down and started eating. She was not a shy person by nature. And she was indeed hungry. Marquis, have you had enough to eat? If not, I can add 2 more dishes. The blue-clad Marquis nodded. Add more dishes. A nearby guard, Tang Chen, immediately called out, waiter, bring 2 more dishes here. In fact, the Marquis didn't eat much yesterday. He left some food untouched. After he left, Tang Chen had it packed up to share with his subordinates. So, Tang Chen wasn't worried that the Marquis might waste food by eating too much. Marquis, eat more. Is the food not to your liking?
She asked.
It's good, he replied, though he wasn't eating much, just couldn't eat more. Huatong glanced at him and said, Marquis, I feel like you've lost some weight these days. Although the blue-clad Marquis was never fat, she could see he had become thinner recently. She even thought his face looked a bit too gaunt. The Marquis took a sip of ginseng soup and asked, really? Huatong looked at him, sensing something unusual. Not only had he lost weight, but there was a deep sadness in his eyes and brows. He didn't seem very happy. Marquis, Is something bothering you?
She asked.
He had many worries but couldn't share them with anyone. His wife and children were gone, and he had sent people to search repeatedly, but there was no news. The blue-clad Marquis replied, "Don't you have worries too?" Huatong thought for a moment and shook her head. She truly had no worries now. If someone dared to trouble her, she would handle it quickly. Just then, Tang Chen entered and reported, "Marquis, Mo Bei came to see Lady Hua." The blue-clad Marquis said, "Let him in."
Montag by quickly entered, bowing politely, "Marquis."
The Marquis looked at him and asked, "Are you studying at the Imperial Academy?"
Montag by nodded, "Yes."
"Which hall?" "Guangya Hall." The Marquis said, "The worst one." Huatong added, "Ninth brother is a dark horse." She didn't want anyone to think ninth brother was inferior. He was not.
He had always been the best.
The Marquis looked at Mo Bei and asked, "Ninth brother?" Huatong explained, Xiao Bei's nickname is Jiao. That Jiao character was very familiar to the Marquis. One Jiao could easily bring back many memories. Mo Bei said, "Marquis, we'll take our leave now." Huatong also stood up, bowed, and left together with Mo Bei. Huatong didn't stay long at Bisho Hall. After greeting Prince Wei Zifeng and the fourth prince, he returned to the village. It was late, and when they arrived home, the lady of the house and Ren Qin were waiting inside, looking out for them. As soon as they heard the carriage, they hurried over. Jiao, why are you back so late today?" Usually, he returned before dark and ate at home. Mo Bei replied, "I went to Bisho Hall." Ren Qin looked eager and said, "Godmother, maybe we can go see Bisho Hall tomorrow." He was bored staying home alone with his godmother. Lady of the house agreed. "All right, I'll take you to Bisho Hall for a meal tomorrow." Huatong asked, Chen, has godmother taken her medicine on time?" "Yes, I've been watching her." He was responsible for this task and didn't dare slack off for a moment. Huatong patted his head and said, "Go to bed now." The lady of the house was also tired. After taking her medicine, she felt sleepy. She yawned and said, "I'm going to sleep now." Everyone went to their own rooms. After washing up, Huiyang and the others wanted to read and write a bit. Huatong also returned to his room, washed up, and then selected clothes. He tried on a pink outfit but thought it was too childish. He spent a long time choosing, his eyes tired. Nothing seemed right, too childish, not mature enough. Finally, he settled on a sky blue dress, put on a silver hairpin, a jade bracelet on his wrist, a ruby necklace around his neck, and a flower-shaped face decoration on his forehead. He dressed beautifully and went out to find Mo Bei. After washing up, Mo Bei and Huiyang sat together reading. When she entered, they all looked up, then paused in surprise. Huiyang asked Lulu, "Why are you dressed so pretty tonight? What are you up to?" Mo Nan rolled his eyes at him, thinking his question was silly. Of course, she was trying to attract her brother. Huatong said, "It's nothing. You guys continue. Jiaoge, I'll wait for you in my room." He didn't want to disturb their reading, so after giving his instructions, he quickly turned and left. Mo Bei looked away from her disappearing figure and kept reading. Mo, she said, "Brother, sister-in-law is waiting for you. Why don't you go back to your room and read?" Mo Nan agreed. "Yeah, it's all the same where you read." Mo Bei ignored them and kept reading. Huatong suddenly realized she looked so beautiful, but it wasn't for him. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Another person lost their mind. What should he do? Her eyes were fixed on the book, but her mind was filled with the image of how she had just appeared. She looked so beautiful. He suddenly stood up, took the book, and left. He thought Huatong was waiting for him in his room, but when he reached the door, he saw it was dark inside. He hesitated and pushed the door open, then heard Huatong's voice. "Why are you back? Finished reading? Why didn't you turn on the light?" he asked, finding a fire stick and lighting the candle. The candle flickered, filling the room with light, which also reflected on her face. Huatong sat at the table, watching him with a slightly teasing tone. "Brother Jiao, is reading tiring?" Mo Bei sat down in front of her. "Not as tiring as you. You look at your book, I'll practice writing," she said openly, taking out her small notebook and charcoal pen. Mobe watched as she suddenly had a pen and paper in her hands. She wanted to practice traditional Chinese characters. Although she had many things she wanted to say, she knew Brother Jiu was reading, and her teacher must have assigned homework. She decided to wait until he finished his homework. Mobe softly said, "Tong Tong, do you want to take some medicine too?" Hu Tong looked confused. "What medicine?" He pointed to his head. "The same medicine as your adoptive mother." Hu Tong paused, recalling that she had been mistaken for being crazy. "I'm not crazy. I'm not sick." Mobe carefully reminded her, "Tong Tong, I am not him. I am not the Brother Jiu you call. My name is Mobe." The lady called him Ah Jiu, mistaking him for her son, which he could understand and accept. But if Hu Tong also mistook him for someone else and treated him as another person, he wouldn't be willing to accept that. Hu Tong didn't expect him to deny it. When she called him Brother Jiu, he never objected. She lowered her head, thinking about where she went wrong. Mobe reached out and held her hand.
Tong Tong, don't be sad.
"I will always be with you." Hu Tong steadied her mind. She was too excited in the morning, and now, suddenly denying everything made her feel heavy and unhappy inside. "Then why do you call me Wei Wei? And why, when I call you Brother Jiu, do you never correct me?" He couldn't explain this. It was hard to explain. Hu Tong then took out an album from her space and spread it open in front of him. "Look, do you remember any of these?" The photos were of her and GMO together. Some were individual shots, some were group photos. They showed both in military uniform and casual clothes. The man in the album looked to be around 28 or 29, with a strong aura that seemed to radiate from the photos, and his handsome face was impossible to ignore. Hu Tong's appearance in the photos was sometimes gloomy, sometimes obedient. Every age stage brings different changes. The people in the photo album gradually overlap with those in the dreams. In the dreams, what happens there surprisingly provides some answers from Hu Tong. He thought it was just a dream, but it turned out to be real. After the disbelief, Mobe looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Who am I really?" "In this era, you are him." It seems that Brother Jiu doesn't remember much. Or maybe he remembers very little. Mobe recalls some dreams and says, "These things happen in my dreams." In his dreams, he saw the people in the photo album, but with different identities. "How did I die in that era?" Hu Tong replies, "You sacrificed yourself for the country." Their time was at the beginning of a chaotic period, with constant wars among nations, and China was involved in these conflicts. During a mission, Jimo's fighter was attacked by enemies. When she heard the news, she was very sad but hurriedly drove to the scene. On the way, her car was also attacked. When she opened her eyes again, she was here. "Brother Jiu? Wei Wei." He suddenly called out this unfamiliar yet familiar name. He didn't remember much, but he still remembered the details from his dreams, as if everything had really happened. Especially her appearance. Hu Tong was very excited and stood up to walk toward him. Before he could react, she threw herself into his arms. Mobe instinctively held her tight and kissed her on the forehead. Good girl. It turned out that their fates had been tightly linked long ago. When he was still unconscious, she had been by his side protecting him. He was not just a substitute. Hu Tong's nose twitched with emotion. Good girl. She was not usually obedient, but GMO often praised her like that. Unconsciously, she started to act more obedient. Hu Tong suddenly snapped back to reality. It's getting late. You should study your books. If she didn't finish her homework assigned by the teacher, she might get punished tomorrow. She didn't want Brother Jiu to be punished. Hu Tong quickly left his arms and sat obediently across from him.
Montag bei's Mind was complicated.
Such strange things happening to him made him unsure whether it was a dream or real. He said, "I want to hear you talk about the past. Finish your homework first, then I'll tell you." Studying is important. Seeing her determinedly pick up her pen and write, he had no choice but to give up. After he finished reading his book, and she had been writing for a while, they both went to lie on the bed and chat. Hu Tong told him some past stories. He listened carefully, but noticed her voice was getting softer. She was very tired. Her body was only about 12 or 13 years old. During the day, she was busy working, and at night, she was busy with her studies. She was exhausted. She fell asleep peacefully. Mobe turned to face her, looked at her for a moment, and gently stroked her face. Because he saw someone who looked like him, he used all his strength to protect her. Thinking about how she escaped from the water source and fled from hardship, and about his protection of her, his whole heart was filled with tenderness. Although these things seemed strange and unbelievable, he also felt they were real. Whether true or false, he didn't really care. From beginning to end, he only cared about her. He leaned closer to Huitong, wrapped his arms around her, and pulled her into his embrace. She immediately snuggled in obediently and slept peacefully in his arms. The next day, Huitong woke up from a warm embrace. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of black eyes. The dark, bright eyes were full of tenderness, making her heart melt. Brother, she immediately turned into a cute cat and pressed closer to his chest. Mobe reached out and pinched her face, then poked her gently.
I need to get up, he said.
She responded with a soft and got up with him. When they left the room again, Mrs. Wang smiled and said, 6-6, Abe, wash up quickly and come to eat. It was obvious they shared a room. Abe needed to study, and Huitong had many things to do, so they needed to rest and recover well. To help them regain strength, she specially made Huitong some silver ear porridge and prepared ginseng soup and eggs for Mobe. Looking at the food in front of her, Huitong hesitated. They didn't say anything, and she couldn't very well say they hadn't shared a room. Mrs. Wang smiled and said quickly, hopefully next year, our family will have another member, 2 children in 3 years. The noble lady asked 6-6, are you pregnant? Huitong blushed awkwardly.
No.
Su Yang smiled and said, 6-6 is still young. Pregnancy will come sooner or later. Huitong couldn't continue and quickly finished her porridge. After eating an egg pancake, she ran out. She remembered she hadn't released the chickens she bought, so she took the opportunity to bring them out into the yard. 10 little chickens chirped in their cage. Huitong fed them some food and water. After the meal, the noble lady also came out, holding a chicken in her hands and imitating its chirping. Huitong said, Godmother, I'll leave these chickens to you. Ren Chun, please take good care of your stepmother. I will come back at noon to pick you up for dinner.
Ren Qian, yay.
The coachman Li Wang also came over to prepare the carriage. The students who had finished their meal carried their bags, and the women heading to Bisho Hall arrived on time. The carriage was once again crowded with people. Huitong and Mobe exchanged a quiet glance. While a group of young wives were lively talking, no one noticed when the two quietly held hands, their eyes subtly entangled. When they reached Bisho Hall, Huitong led the group of young wives out of the carriage. However, as everyone approached Bisho Hall, they screamed in shock. Why was there blood all over the front door? The blood on the ground had already dried, but still emitted a foul smell. Pig blood smells bad, chicken blood smells sour, and human blood has a salty, metallic scent. The village women recognized it as pig blood and immediately started scolding. Who is such a wicked person to pour pig blood in front of our door? Doing such a terrible thing, may they be struck down by thunder. Amid the women's shouting and scolding, Su Yang's side opened the door quickly and brought water to clean it. Su Tian loudly said, Lulu, do you think someone is jealous of our thriving business and deliberately did this? Huitong, it must be someone with a bad temper. LV Yunyang, everyone should be careful from now on and see who the heartless person is. While everyone was arguing and scolding, they cleaned the front of the house and then went to the back kitchen to busy themselves. Huitong also went to the warehouse to restock fruit, wine, rice, flour, and other supplies. After finishing her supplies and coming downstairs, she saw Wu Shan rushing over. Wu Shan is a personal guard of the royal prince. Madam Huer, please come with me to the palace quickly. Huitong hurriedly followed him, asking Wu Shan what happened. Let's talk on the way. Huitong followed him onto the carriage and sat on the bench beside the driver. Wu Shan rode ahead on his horse, explaining what had happened in the palace. Last night, the emperor suddenly fell ill. The illness was strange and fierce. Over 10 Imperial doctors went to treat him, working through the night, but his condition did not improve. By dawn, there was no morning court session, and the Crown Prince took over the duties of the court. The royal guard went to visit and found that the emperor could no longer speak or walk. All the doctors were helpless. The royal guard immediately sent someone to invite Hurtong into the palace to see the emperor. When Hurtong arrived at the emperor's bedroom, she saw a group of officials outside, all waiting for news about the emperor. As Hurtong was brought into the sleeping hall, she saw close family members like Marquis Jing'an, Marquis Qingyi, the King of Yu, the Crown Prince, the Empress, and Princess Mingxia all nearby. The King of Yu looked at her and said, "Younger sister-in-law, come take a look. What illness does His Majesty have?" The emperor lay on the dragon bed, unable to speak or move, but he still had some awareness. When he saw the people entering, he tried to speak but couldn't form a complete word. Drool dripped from his mouth, his face looked disoriented, and he couldn't move half of his body. This clearly indicates A. Hurtong said, "I need to give His Majesty medicine now. Everyone leave the room." Seeing that no one moved, she added, "If you delay any longer and miss the best time for treatment, you will be responsible." The King of Yu said, "Everyone leave now." The Empress said, "Ji Heng, so many doctors have failed. Why trust this rural woman with His Majesty's health?" The King of Yu replied, "Empress, this is my younger sister-in-law. I trust her." Marquis Qingyi said, "I also trust her. Everyone leave." Marquis Jing'an urged, "Why are you all still standing here? You're wasting His Majesty's life." He quickly left. The Crown Prince spoke with a bit of harshness, "Hurtong, if anything happens to father, I will hold you responsible." Soon after, everyone in the hall had left. Hurtong activated her X-ray vision to examine the emperor. It was an ischemic caused by blood flow blockage. This blockage is usually caused by a blood clot or embolism inside the blood vessels. Once she identified the cause, she could give targeted medicine. When no one was watching, she used her mind to take the medicine out of her space and prepared in 4 drip. Outside, the waiting people were anxious and restless. The Crown Prince was a bit impatient and said, "Seventh uncle, you entrust the emperor's life to a rural woman. What are you thinking? If anything happens to the emperor in her hands, can you bear the responsibility?" The King of Yu coldly looked at him and said, "I can bear it. Stop arguing." The Crown Prince was silenced. Second Prince Jibei said, "Seventh uncle, don't be angry. The Crown Prince is just worried about father." The King of Yu remained silent with a stern face. Inside the sleeping hall, after the last 4 bottle was finished, Hurtong packed up her things. By then, the emperor was much clearer. He opened his mouth, struggling to speak one word at a time. "Hua."
Tong.
Hurtong came over and said, "Your Majesty, you have had A." To help him understand better, Hurtong explained simply, "It is a blood flow blockage caused by a blood clot inside the blood vessels. If it is serious, it can cause paralysis or loss of muscle movement. The patient might experience paralysis on one side of the body or lose control of certain muscles, such as those in one side of the face or arm. They may have difficulty speaking or swallowing. They might also forget things or find it hard to think. It can affect thinking, judgment, reasoning, and understanding concepts." Hurtong briefly explained this to him. The emperor's heart nearly stopped from shock, but she quickly added, "Your Majesty, don't worry. With me here, I will make sure you're safe." She then advised the emperor to stay calm, and after he settled down, she went out to call someone in. The Crown Prince and the Empress rushed over, shouting loudly, "Your Majesty." "Father," Hurtong said, "Your Majesty needs to rest peacefully. Please don't disturb him." She then explained the emperor's diet. His diet should be light, with plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits, and less fatty meats and internal organs. After giving these instructions, she heard the emperor call out, "Ji Heng." The royal doctor hurried forward and said, "Brother, I am here." The emperor then said, "Zhong Li." The royal doctor asked, "Is your Majesty trying to find Zhong Li?" "Yes." The emperor's eyes turned red. The royal doctor said, "Brother, you should focus on recovering. I will handle finding Zhongli. The emperor nodded. Hu Tong also left the prepared medicine with the royal doctor. The royal doctor said, Hu Tong, keep this palace badge. You can come and go as you please to see your majesty and care for him. Hu Tong accepted the badge and then heard the royal doctor say, no other doctors are allowed to see his majesty. The crown prince asked, seventh uncle, what do you mean? Other doctors are not allowed to interfere with father's illness. Are you trying to control his majesty completely? Jade replied, Prince, seventh uncle certainly does not have such intentions. The crown prince snorted coldly. I think he has big ambitions. That country girl is his sworn sister. How can father's life be entrusted to a girl from the countryside? The emperor snapped, shut up. Hu Tong said, Your Majesty, please do not get angry. The emperor ordered, listen, Ji Hung. Hu Tong responded, to help your majesty recover quickly, everyone should avoid upsetting him. His illness worsens with anger or frustration. The royal doctor said, Duke Qingyi, during this time, your majesty's safety is in your hands. No outsiders are allowed near him without permission. The blue-clad Marquis said, everyone please go outside. Regardless of their willingness, since the matter was already spoken of, everyone was asked to leave. The crown prince angrily swept his sleeve and left. The second prince, Jade, followed him and said, Crown prince, calm down. I think the seventh uncle is actually the crown prince. In this palace, he's the one in charge. Jade kindly replied, seventh uncle has been loved like a son by our father since he was young, so he's naturally trusted. Moreover, he is talented and capable, like the right arm of the emperor. The stability of the kingdom also depends on him. The crown prince looked at him coldly and asked, You think seventh uncle is so good? Jade hurriedly said, It's not just my opinion. Everyone sees him that way. But no matter how good he is, their father wouldn't be foolish enough to pass the throne to his brother instead of his son. Unless the king of the palace has his own secret plans. Meanwhile, Hutong, because she needed to observe the emperor's condition, was not in a hurry to return. The emperor arranged for her to have a resting place, and to make it easier to care for him, she temporarily stayed in his sleeping quarters. That day, the blue-clad Marquis also dispatched a troop to guard outside the sleeping quarters to ensure the emperor's safety. The people there followed Hutong's dietary instructions to improve the emperor's meals. That day, the king of the palace also had dozens of portraits of Zhongli painted by the palace artist. Zhongli was the emperor's third son, born to the noble consort Shang. Among all the princes, he was the most outstanding in appearance and talent, and the emperor favored him greatly. However, he was currently missing. When the emperor's health suddenly worsened, he thought he was about to die and kept thinking of his third son. Dr. He was truly more skilled than their palace doctors. By evening, the emperor's half-paralyzed body was gradually recovering, and he could move a little. After giving him the last dose of medicine, Hutong prepared to leave and said to the king of the palace, Brother Yi, I will go now and come back early tomorrow. The king of the palace saw her off and was about to leave when Wu Shan hurried over with a painting, saying, Your Majesty, it's all done. The king of the palace took a painting and looked at it, then nodded and ordered, Send the order. Search within 100 miles. Hutong saw the person in the painting and was surprised, asking, Brother Yi, who is this? This is the third prince, Zhongli. He was supposed to be resting in the palace after breaking his leg a few days ago, but he moved out and disappeared. The emperor misses him and wants to find him. When a prince turns 18, he is granted a title of nobility and has his own residence. Hutong said, I know where he is. Isn't this the young man from the mountains who broke his leg? The king was surprised. Where is he?
Beast Mountain. Come on, take me to see him.
Hutong really wanted to go pick up Brother Jiu after school, but looking at the sky, she thought she wouldn't make it in time, so she gave up the idea and decided to take her sworn brother to Beast Mountain first. Since she had a direction, the king immediately took her out of the palace, got into a carriage, and headed outside the city. By the time they reached the foot of Beast Mountain, it was already dark. Under Hutong's lead, they found their way easily. At that moment, Ji Zhongli was practicing walking with a cane. When he heard the noise outside, the servant boy Qi Ning hurried out to see. Seeing Huatong bringing the king, he was slightly stunned, then quickly turned and ran back, saying, "Young master, Huatong brought the king." Ji Zhongli was slightly startled and looked at the person who came in. The king had already entered and stood in front of him, asking, "Is your leg better?" On the way here, he had heard some things from Huatong and knew his leg had been healed and was recovering. Ji Zhongli gently nodded. "Seventh Imperial uncle, why are you here?" "The emperor is seriously ill and wants to see you." "Why are you hiding here?" Ji Zhongli lowered his gaze slightly. Even with a cane, he still looked no different from before. After Huatong brought the person out of Beast Mountain, she went straight back to the village. It was already bright with the moon high in the sky. From afar, Mo Bei was watching at the door. He had heard she was taken into the palace but hadn't returned yet and had no news. He had gone back and forth several times to look. His heart was anxious and restless. Suddenly, he saw a small figure approaching, and he hurried over. He called out, "Tong Tong, Brother Jiu." They ran toward each other and embraced tightly. Mo Bei held her close, feeling relieved even though he knew she wouldn't run away again or leave him. Still, not seeing her for so long made him nervous. Huatong was lifted to eye level with him, and her face instantly flushed and turned red. She said, "Your Majesty had and almost became paralyzed." He couldn't speak properly. Because of the emperor's illness, she had forgotten her promise to Ren Chen earlier, to take them to Bisho Hall for a meal. Mo Bei listened to her explanation and felt at ease. He asked, "Did you eat?" She hadn't eaten dinner yet. She went straight to Beast Mountain after returning from the palace to find the third prince. "I ate." As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly, showing no respect. Mo Bei hugged her and started to walk back, holding her with his right arm like carrying a child. This made her feel shy but happy, and she secretly kissed his lips. Mo Bei paused, looked at her, and carried her into the yard. He asked gently, "What do you want to eat?" "I will cook for you." It was getting late, and Huatong didn't want to trouble him to start a fire in the kitchen to cook. "I have food," she said, pulling out 2 bread loaves from her space. Mo Bei looked at the food she had conjured out of nowhere and silently carried her into his room. After closing the door, he said seriously, "You should at least cover up a bit. Don't do this in front of others. Otherwise, people might think you're hiding something valuable, and they might try to take it from you. You're not a stranger." She fed him a piece of bread and asked, "Is it tasty?" "Yes," he replied, though it was not as good as hers. No matter how delicious the food was, it could never compare to her. He held her and sat down. There was a small rectangular low table, convenient for writing, different from the high tables and chairs they used for meals. Huatong sat on a cushion, took out milk and bread, and ate until she was full. Mo Bei went out to prepare her bath water, not paying attention to her little movements. After a while, Huatong finished eating. Mo Bei came to call her to wash up. He sat on the bed, reading a book while waiting for her. When she finished washing, she lifted the blanket and snuggled into his side. Her shiny black hair covered half her face. She blinked her almond-shaped eyes and asked, "Brother Jiu, isn't your space here?" She knew GMO also had his own space, but since his memory hadn't awakened, she worried that his space might not have come back with him. Mo Bei didn't understand what she was talking about and looked confused. Huatong shrank into the blanket and said, "I'm sleepy." Since Brother Jiu's space wasn't here, she decided not to say more. Talking too much might make him sad. After all, he used to be a general-level person but now was just a rural farmer fleeing from hardship. The contrast was too great. Knowing too much might make her feel depressed. Mo Bei closed his book and blew out the candle by the bed. The room instantly fell into darkness. He pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "You're so soft. From now on, I'll sleep holding you." He was still not GMO. He was just a 17-year-old boy named Xiao Bei. Huatong's eyes sparkled with a smile and said, "You're so warm." She enjoyed being in his arms. After realizing he was Brother Jiu, she felt a little more at ease. It was Brother Joe's time way. But they all still needed to grow up slowly. The next day, because Hwatong didn't come back yesterday noon to take Rinchen and the lady to Bisho Hall, she was scolded by the lady early in the morning. The lady came over and called her, "Lulu, you little liar." Rinchen ran over and asked Sister, "Where did you go yesterday?" He waited until it was dark, and everyone was asleep. Hwatong explained, "The emperor was sick, so I was called to the palace to help treat him." The noble lady, understanding the truth, looked surprised and realized she had misunderstood her. She then said, "All right, stepmother, I was wrong to accuse you." She turned to feed the chickens and also told Rinchen to clean up the chicken droppings on the ground. Now, besides accompanying her, Rinchen also had to clean up chicken and sheep droppings. Anyway, all kinds of droppings were now his responsibility. Hwatong thought she might not be able to come back for lunch today, so she decided to let them go to Bisho Hall together in the morning. Rinchen and the lady agreed. After lunch, as usual, the family, along with the village's young bride, packed the carriage full and headed into the city. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of Bisho Hall today, just like yesterday, someone threw a large amount of pig blood, which made the young brides angry and curse loudly. Hwatong told them not to be angry and to just clean it up. She wanted to find out who was behind this nasty act. She sent someone to investigate. Right now, she had important things to do. First restocking supplies, and then going to the palace. It was the first time Rinchen and the lady visited Bisho Hall. Hwatong and the two of them gave a few instructions, mainly telling them not to run around and to stay put. Rinchen promised, "Sister, don't worry. I will take good care of stepmother." The lady said, "With Chin taking care of me, you can go now." Hwatong then left and went to the medical clinic, where she greeted Zhuangbo and told her she would be going to the palace to see the emperor over the next few days. Unexpectedly, her reputation had reached the emperor, and Zhuangbo couldn't hide her happiness, seeing her off. Knowing she didn't have a carriage, she sent her servant to give her a ride. At that moment, a horse suddenly seemed to go crazy and charged toward Hwatong. The rider shouted loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Before she could react, the horse was about to hit Hwatong, and Hwatong quickly jumped up and grabbed the horse's bridle, forcing the horse to stop. The middle-aged man on the horse shouted loudly and almost fell off. He was so angry, he whipped the horse and yelled, "Are you looking for death?" Hwatong reached out and grabbed the whip he threw, then with a strong pull, she pulled him off the horse. Zhuangbo rushed over and scolded, "Are you blind? Are you just charging around recklessly to harm others or to steal?" Hwatong glanced at the middle-aged man with a fierce look, ready to get angry, and said, "You've delayed my important work. Even 9 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate for this." Riding a horse and charging around was now considered reasonable. They thought the main road belonged to their family. Zhuangbo said, "Master, aren't you going to see the emperor? Hurry up." Hwatong quickly got on the carriage pulled by the servant and left first. The middle-aged man looked back at Hwatong, then glared at Zhuangbo, and led his horse away. A young girl was surprisingly so powerful, he had underestimated her. He mounted his horse and rode off quickly. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Hwatong was speeding along. Suddenly, a sword was through the window of the carriage. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been hit. Hwatong took out her gun from her space and prepared to shoot, but she heard the sound of horseshoes fading away. She hurriedly looked out the window and saw only a figure's back, similar to the person who had charged recklessly earlier. The servant driving the carriage was fully focused on riding, unaware that a near-miss accident was about to happen. At this moment, the carriage was leaving the bustling crowd and heading toward the palace along the main road. Hwatong thought for a moment and sneered. Could it be that someone didn't want her to see the emperor? Did they want the emperor to stay lying down forever? Could that person be the crown prince? She had met the crown prince once before. It was at the city gate when he personally ordered them to be driven to the Beast Mountain. Such a foolish and wicked person as the crown prince, if he became emperor, would be a disaster for the people. A kind and just ruler like King Yu would be a blessing for the common people. But unfortunately, he was the emperor's brother, not his son. When the carriage stopped, the servant jumped down and said, "Dr. Hua, we've arrived." Hua Tong stepped out of the carriage, showed her palace badge at the palace gate, and smoothly entered the palace. She went straight to the emperor's sleeping quarters and saw a group of old officials waiting outside, all coming to inquire about the emperor's condition after the court session. This morning, the emperor could now speak 2 words at a time. In front of the dragon bed, the person guarding the emperor was the 3rd prince, Jade only. He had stayed in the palace last night after arriving and hadn't left, spending the night with the emperor. As Hua Tong entered, she bowed and said, "Long live the emperor. Prince Li, I need to treat the emperor now."
Please step back.
She also just learned last night from the emperor's mouth that Princess Jade only is actually His Highness Prince Li. All princes over 18 are made kings and then move out of the palace. Jade only was still holding a cane and said, "Father, I am waiting outside." When he went out, Hu Tong came to the emperor and started in 4. Yesterday, the emperor was not fully awake and did not notice her device. Today, he saw it clearly. He rolled his eyes and asked, "What is this?" Hu Tong replied, "This is a magical device left by my master. As long as I inject this medicine into your blood, your illness will heal quickly." She could only say this to prevent the emperor from suddenly wanting her to make more. Although the emperor found it strange, he did not ask further. As the medicine dripped into his body, he felt his spirits improve a bit and then said, "Hu Tong." His speech was still a little unclear, and his words were not very precise. Hu Tong said, "Your Majesty, you speak. Thank you for saving me. And thank you for saving Zhongli," he said, feeling uncomfortable as he struggled to finish. Hu Tong guessed what he wanted to say and replied, "Your Majesty, I am a doctor. Healing and saving people is my duty. As long as you are well, it is a blessing for the people and for the world, and it is also my blessing." Really good at talking, he thought happily. Meanwhile, a group of officials who had just finished court also came over to ask about the emperor's condition. Hu Tong was inside attending to the emperor, and no one was allowed to disturb him, not even the crown prince. The green-clad Marquis had already sent soldiers to stand guard here, and he directly blocked the crown prince from entering the palace hall, saying, "Doctor, who is currently treating the emperor. No one is allowed to disturb." This was also ordered by Hu Tong earlier, issued by the green-clad Marquis, and approved by the emperor. The crown prince couldn't bear it anymore and felt he had no authority at all. He said, "You are ridiculous. Allowing a rural woman to treat the emperor, I think you don't care about the emperor's health at all. Green-clad Marquis, the 7th uncle has been bewitched by this rural woman, and you ignore it?" Before he finished speaking, he was pushed aside. The emperor of the kingdom actually struck him, knocking him flying with a slap. The empress and the supporters of the crown prince all exclaimed, "Crown prince." They hurriedly helped him up from the ground. The king frowned and said, "Hua Tong is my adopted sister. You can slander me, but you must not ruin her reputation as a woman. That is unforgivable." Jade said, "7th uncle. Even if the crown prince made a mistake, he is still the crown prince. Please give him some face. Publicly hitting someone undermines the authority of the crown prince." The king coldly glanced at him without speaking. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Jade suddenly noticed King Li and was surprised. 3rd brother? Wasn't he said to be missing? He appeared so quickly in the palace. Although leaning on a cane, he looked no different from before. The crown prince also noticed King Li's presence and hurried over, ignoring the king to ask, "When did you return?" Jade only replied indifferently, "I heard the emperor was seriously ill, so I came back to see him." "Why is the crown prince so anxious?" The king said, "I brought him back myself." "Do you have any objections, crown prince?" The crown prince asked sharply, "Can I ask questions?" He stared fiercely at King Li. King Li was born to consort Shang, who was once the emperor's favorite concubine and passed away 5 years ago. Among all the princes, King Li was also the emperor's favorite son. Being favored by the emperor naturally attracted jealousy from other princes. Just as everyone was getting impatient, Hua Tong stepped forward and said, "The king, King Li, and the crown prince, the Emperor requests your presence. The crown prince hurried inside and reached the Emperor, calling out, "Father, how are you now? Is your health better? Can this royal woman help? Let's call the Imperial doctors to check." Jade said, "The crown prince is right. Father, let's call the doctors again." The Emperor said, "Silence." After losing 2 bottles of medicine, the Emperor's speech gradually became less incoherent. He leaned on the backrest, his head still slightly tilted. The Empress, distressed, said, "Your Majesty, you must take care of your health." Then she suddenly became stern. "Dr. Hua, why hasn't your Majesty recovered yet? Did you do something to prevent his recovery?" Huatong replied, "His Majesty's health is the people's blessing and also mine. I will do my best to treat him, but I fear someone is jealous of his recovery." As she spoke, she shifted her tone and said, "Today, on the way to the palace, someone rode a horse and charged at me recklessly, then chased me all the way, and even drew a sword to attack me. It seems they wanted to stop me from coming to treat His Majesty." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. Jade said, "Dr. Hua, you can't say such things recklessly." Emperor, Huatong, tell me carefully what happened. Huatong described in detail what occurred at the entrance of the medical clinic. The Emperor listened with his mouth open, wanting to speak but unable to say a word due to his anxiety. Huatong hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please don't be anxious. Although there are evil people causing trouble, justice will prevail. You are a good person, and heaven will protect you. You will be safe." The Empress immediately said, "Your Majesty, let me stay by your side to take care of you." The Emperor replied, "Everyone leave now." Huatong said, "Your Majesty needs rest. If there's nothing urgent, please don't disturb him." The Marquis of Qingyi nodded and said, "Please go." Everyone had to leave. The Emperor then said, "Zhongli, stay behind." Prince Li turned around and said, "Father." As the Emperor's chief doctor, Huatong approached and said, "Your Majesty, I have also left the palace for now. I will come back later to see you." Huatong took her leave. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Qingyi was organizing people to patrol around. The Crown Prince instructed the eunuchs serving the Emperor to be careful with the meals. After leaving the palace, Huatong returned to Bisho Hall. When she arrived, it was already crowded. She wandered around the hall, eventually reaching Drunken Heart Pavilion. As she stepped into the pavilion, the women inside cast strange looks at her. Mama Lei greeted her and asked, "Miss, did you come to the wrong place?" This was a place mainly for men to relax, and few women came here. Huatong replied, "I'm not mistaken. I'm here to see Miss Bailey-chan." Mama Lei smiled and said, "Want to see Miss Bailey?" She rubbed her hands, counting silver coins. Huatong gave her a silver ingot worth 20 taels and said, "Help me make an appointment." Mama Lei examined her and said, "There are at least 10 or 20 people making appointments every day. Come back in a few days." Not showing sincerity, Huatong quickly snatched the silver and said, "Then I'll make an appointment first, and I'll give you the silver later."
Who are you?
Out, the guards told her. Young masters who come here usually spend a lot, and she felt embarrassed to only give 20 taels. It was obvious she was causing trouble, so after being turned away, Huatong decided to return to Bisho Hall. Rin Chen and the noble lady at home were sitting in a corner of Bisho Hall, enjoying their lunch. With delicious food in hand, they ate happily. Huatong came over, sat in front of them, took some chopsticks, and started eating too. The noble lady whispered, "Lulu, is the Emperor's illness better?" Huatong was startled and whispered back, "Do you know the Emperor?" The noble lady shook her head. She only asked because she knew Huatong went to the palace to treat the Emperor. At this moment, someone approached and called her, "Lady Hua, my master requests your presence." "Who is your master?" "Princess Mingxia." Huatong stood up and followed the servant outside. She was taken to the opposite Jade Gate Tower. Since Bisho Tang opened, it has taken away half of Jade Gate Tower's customers. Entering Jade Gate Tower, a few people came in to eat. Huatong was led to a private room upstairs, where Princess Mingxia was seated. Huatong bowed politely. "Your Highness." Princess Mingxia looked at her coldly and said, "Huatong, I have never admired anyone in my life, but you are the first. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness.
Sit down. Huatong sat down.
Princess Mingxia said, Bisho Tang is doing quite well. Although today is only the 4th day, customers are still coming in steadily. It's mainly because of the food. Huatong replied, It's just enough to earn a living. Princess Mingxia said, There's no need to be modest. I've noticed your efforts. She changed the subject. Huatong, I want to discuss a business deal with you. Please, Your Highness. Sell me Bisho Tang and all its secret recipes. You name the price. Huatong said, Your Highness, you're joking. I am not joking.
Tell me a price.
If it's acceptable, I will take over Bisho Tang. Huatong replied, Bisho Tang is not just mine. I don't have the final say. Princess Mingxia looked displeased and said, There's no need to beat around the bush. I know you're capable of managing this, which is why I came to you. Huatong didn't expect her to have the idea of buying Bisho Tang. Your Highness, Bisho Tang exists not only for me, but also to give the villagers a way to make a living. So I won't sell it. Princess Mingxia said, The villagers can continue working there. You just need to sell me all the secret recipes. Boldly, she added, The recipes for the dishes and drinks in Bisho Tang. If I wanted, I'd pay 50 or 60,000. Would Your Highness be willing to pay? Huatong politely said, Please, Your Highness, do not force me. Princess Mingxia was displeased and said, Huatong, I am discussing this with you, and I hope you do not refuse a good opportunity. Unwilling to continue the conversation, Huatong stood up and said, If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Huatong, you are just an ordinary person. It's not beneficial for you to oppose me. I could crush you like an ant. Think about the recent things that have happened to you. Are you sure you want to fight me? Huatong's face also grew cold. Robbery, being hit by a horse, blood being splashed. Are you the one responsible for all this? Princess Mingxia looked at her with a cold gaze and said, That was just a warning. Don't think that relying on Ji Hung means you can be safe. I am her older sister. What are you? If I want to crush you, he can't save you. I advise you to think carefully about my words. I paid 50,000 taels of silver for your Bisho Hall. Everyone will be happy if we all get along. Otherwise, everyone in your village will suffer because of you. She hated being threatened. Huatong replied coldly, Before you threaten my family and my village, I suggest you think carefully. The last person who threatened me is now gone peacefully. You're so young. Why seek death yourself? After speaking, Huatong turned and left. What nonsense. Princess Mingxia was also quite angry. A commoner dared to threaten her, a princess. Meanwhile, Huatong hurried out of Yumen Tower and returned to Bisho Hall. Ren Chen and Lady Gui had been waiting for her for a long time. They thought Huatong would take them back to the village, but she came and said, I need to go to the palace. I can't take you back now. Would you like to stay and play a bit longer? Ren Chen said, Sister, please take us into the palace. Lady Gui stood up and said, Let's go into the palace. Is it appropriate to bring family members into the palace? Seeing the two happily walking out, Huatong could only go and prepare the cart. The car was used at Bisho Hall for buying vegetables and grains. She drove a small donkey and took the two straight to the palace. She was there to see the emperor, and even with one adult and one child, she was allowed in. Entering the palace, Ren Chen exclaimed happily, It's so big, so big, so big. Lady Gui also nodded in amazement. It's so big, so big, so big. It was much larger than Huatong's home. The two of them ran forward happily, very excited. Huatong followed closely behind, calling out, Don't run, don't run. The more she called, the more they ran, until they encountered a patrol passing through the palace.
Who are you?
Huatong hurried forward and grabbed the two, stopping them. She took out her palace badge and said, I'm here to see the emperor for a medical consultation. It's Dr. Hua. Please, please. This was the army dispatched by Marquis. Although Huatong didn't recognize them, they knew her. Marquis had stayed at Huichun Hall for 7 days, with about 300 soldiers guarding the area every day. Huatong brought the person to the emperor's private chamber. After the outside went to report, Huatong told Ren Chen and his wife to wait outside, while she went in first. It was the afternoon, and the emperor was lying on his bed, having rested for a while. Seeing Huatong enter, he slightly opened his mouth, which was barely able to breathe. "You're here." Huatong responded and first administered him in 4. While the emperor was receiving the infusion, Huatong said, "Your Majesty, I need to tell you something." She explained how Princess Mingxia had threatened her. After hearing this, the emperor simply said, "Find the Marquis of Qingyi." He was so ill, yet he still worried about Princess Mingxia causing trouble outside. She was the wife of the Marquis of Qingyi, who should be able to control her. Huatong thought for a moment. Princess Mingxia and the Marquis of Qingyi didn't seem to be acting right. Would it help to find the Marquis? Trying wouldn't hurt. She decided to see. Huatong told the attending to keep watch and call her when the water was almost finished. She went to find the Marquis of Qingyi first. The Marquis was resting inside the palace to protect the emperor's safety. Huatong stepped out, asked the guards outside about him, and was then led inside. The guards reported to the Marquis, and Huatong was invited in. She saw the Marquis had come out from inside, adjusting his robe, and was sitting at a desk. "Howie," she greeted. The Marquis looked at the people entering and finally fixed his gaze on a plain-dressed noble lady. She was supposed to be dressed in fine clothes, but was wearing simple village attire. Her hair was also styled plainly, held up with just one hairpin. The Marquis stood up and walked toward the noble lady, staring intently at her. She panicked and instinctively stepped back. Huatong quickly stepped forward. "Marquis, what are you doing?" The Marquis said, "I've been looking for you." His voice was a little choked. He had been searching for her, but couldn't find her. He thought she must be in danger, just like his son. Now that they had suddenly met here, the feeling of losing and then finding each other again made him almost cry with happiness. He impulsively embraced her, voice hoarse. "It's my fault." This scared Bai badly. She instinctively tilted her head and bit his arm. Huatong was stunned and seemed to understand something. She hurriedly said, "Godmother, don't bite. Let go quickly." The Marquis said, "Let her bite." The pain from her bite told him it was real, not a dream, not an illusion. And somehow he was a bit of a. Bai gradually relaxed her grip. She could hear the strong heartbeat of the man. When she regained her senses, she quickly pushed the person away. The blue-clad Marquis let her go, and she hid beside Huatong. Huatong wanted to speak about his own matter first. "Marquis, I have something to say." Their issue could wait a little longer. The blue-clad Marquis, now calm, said, "Go ahead." "It's like this. Princess Mingxia came to see me today." She repeated this to the Marquis, saying, "I told the emperor, and he told me to come find you. There's no use in looking for me. She won't listen to me." Their relationship was like strangers, only kept apart by the emperor's arranged marriage. Try talking to her. Maybe she'll listen. If not, I'll think of another way. Out of respect for the king, she didn't want to resort to drastic measures. The Marquis nodded. "Since you take care of Bai, I will agree." In that case, Huatong said, "Thank you, godmother." She no longer needed to thank the Marquis. At this moment, she guessed her godmother's identity. She was the legendary wife of the blue-clad Marquis, surnamed Bai, a loyal hero who died bravely on the battlefield. Bai tightly clung to Huatong's sleeve, avoiding the Marquis's gaze. He had been watching her with silent affection, but she felt uneasy. The Marquis asked, "What's wrong with her? Are you treating her?" In the past, whenever Bai saw him, she would become emotional and suddenly lose control. This time, except for biting him at the beginning, she hadn't had an episode. Huatong replied, "She's being treated. She doesn't recognize me anymore." Although she used to go crazy, she still knew who he was. It was her knowledge of him that triggered her madness. Huatong said, "Ren Chen, take godmother outside to play for a while." Ren Chen obediently pulled Bai. "Godmother, let's go play outside." She eagerly agreed and hurried out with him. After leaving the room, she felt more at ease. Only after she was gone did Huatong say, "Godmother is consciously trying to forget some unhappy people and things. This shows that you've done many things to hurt her before." The Marquis asked, "Can she return to how she was before?" "Complete recovery is uncertain, but she can be controlled to the best possible state. Whatever it takes to cure her, I will provide." Huatong smiled. "Help me solve Princess Mingxia's problem." The Marquis asked, "How did you meet her?" Huatong briefly explained the process to him and said, "That's it. She's been lazy at our house and refuses to leave, and she keeps fighting with me over men." The blue-clad Marquis slightly twitched his mouth and said, "If I bring her back, she'll be lonely at the residence. Let her stay at your house for a while longer." Huatong, "Who made me kind-hearted? All right then. Since Bai Yi likes her, I will officially recognize him as my adopted son later." Huatong bowed and said, "Godfather." The blue-clad Marquis, "You're quick to recognize family." Before they finished talking, a serving the emperor called out, so Huatong hurried over to change the emperor's water. By then, Prince Li had finished his rest and came to sit beside the emperor. After pouring a bottle of water, the emperor's speech became a bit sharper, though still slow. "Huatong, what reward do you want?" "Huatong, it's my honor to treat His Majesty. A reward would be too trivial." "The emperor, little Quanzi. Servant is here." The attending hurried forward. Just a badge with the words, "Skilled and Compassionate," with a gold border. "The servant will do it immediately." At this moment, the crown prince also entered, hearing their conversation outside, and asked, "What's making you all so happy?" Little Quanzi quickly said, reporting to the crown prince, "His Majesty wants to give the divine doctor a badge with a gold border, inscribed with skilled and compassionate." The crown prince, "You can rest assured to take care of His Majesty. I will handle this." The emperor shook his head. Whenever Huatong's matters were mentioned, he paid close attention. What a pity, Huatong was already engaged to another family. Otherwise, it would be great to have him serve as a concubine for his younger brother. Huatong hurriedly said, "Thank you for your Majesty's kindness." The crown prince said, "Elder brother, if you really want to thank someone, show some real action. In fact, your life, my life, Zhongli's leg, and the hundreds of refugees in Jingzhou who fled with her, those are all saved by others." The emperor's eyes rolled. "What do you want?" The crown prince, "It's not easy for a woman to survive in the Imperial city, especially bringing a whole village to seek a living here. Even if I am her sworn brother, I might not always be able to protect her. One day, if I leave the city and can't watch over her, who will protect her? Why not? First, make her a county lord." Zhongli, seventh uncle, is right. "Father, just make Huatong the county lord of Wudong." Wudong symbolizes the phoenix nesting in the Wudong tree. Legend says the phoenix only rests in the Wudong. His most beloved son and brother both asked for this reward. Since they both highly value Huatong, it's definitely the right choice. The emperor graciously agreed. Approved. Huatong didn't expect that the king would actually ask her to be a county princess. This sworn brother is truly kind and good-hearted. Zhongli is also very nice. Huatong felt very touched inside. Without hesitation, she knelt down and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, sworn brother." "Thank you, King Li." The King Li said, "Get up quickly." Huatong stood up. The King Li continued, "Tomorrow, I will send the Imperial decree to Bisho Hall, and the kind doctor will send the medicine to the clinic." Huatong decided to go to Bisho Hall early the next morning to wait. After receiving the decree, she would go to the clinic. They talked for a while. When the King Li finished the bottle of medicine, Huatong packed up her things and took her leave. As she was leaving, she saw the Marquis of Qingyi talking nearby with Bai Yi. She was a little scared at first, but the Marquis of Qingyi spoke gently, with kind eyes. He didn't seem like a bad person. Gradually, she lowered her guard and asked, "Who are you?" The Marquis of Qingyi said, "My name is Fu Helu. Others call me the Marquis of Qingyi." She felt that the name sounded familiar, but couldn't remember where she had heard it before. The Marquis of Qingyi asked her, What is your name? She was caught off guard again. She shook her head and said, I am sick. I have forgotten many things. To help her recover, Horton kept giving her medicine, and Rinchen reminded her daily to take it. The Marquis of Qingyi said, Your name is Bai Yi. She thought about the name and was surprised. Do you know me? The Marquis of Qingyi felt a bit sad inside, but kept his expression calm. I have known you for many years. Bai Yi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then who am I? You are Bai Yi. She was confused again. Rinchen looked at the two of them with wide eyes and scratched his head. Huitong came over and said, Godfather, I will take my godmother home first. The Marquis of Qingyi said, I will come to your house tonight. Huitong smiled and replied, You're welcome to visit any time, Godfather. Godmother, we're leaving, she said, holding Bai Yi's arm with one hand and holding Rinchen's hand with the other. The Marquis of Qingyi watched the three leave, a hint of emotion returning to his handsome face. Bai Yi no longer recognized him, which might actually be a good thing. He turned to walk toward the sleeping hall, but his emotions had already been suppressed. He was still the same Marquis of Qingyi, cold, emotionless, and indifferent. When he reached the emperor, he said, Your Majesty, there was a problem with Ji Xian. I need to leave the palace for a while. The emperor understood and nodded, Go ahead. As he left, the kingly came out and called after him, Qingyi Marquis. Sixth princess, has something happened? The blue-clad Marquis said, Is it a big deal that I force my adopted daughter to sell the 100 longevity hall and the secret formula to her? The king of the Imperial court raised an eyebrow and replied, Adopted daughter? The blue-clad Marquis didn't say anything further and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Huitong was riding a small donkey back home with a big and a little one. She thought it was time to buy another carriage for the family. Once she received the imperial decree, she would go shopping. Today had been a fruitful day, and she felt very happy inside. From the fact that the king of the imperial court was asking her to be granted a title, she realized that he truly regarded her as a sister. Since the king was so kind to her, she wondered what she could do to repay him. Over there, the blue-clad Marquis also took a carriage to Princess Mingxia's residence. No one in the princess's house had ever seen the blue-clad Marquis visit before. When they saw him coming, the guards were momentarily stunned. The blue-clad Marquis walked straight into the princess's house and shouted at the person about to report, No need to announce. His voice was stern, which made the person going to report feel weak in the knees. Someone close to the blue-clad Marquis pulled the person aside and stood there. He walked steadily toward the palace, and before he arrived, he could hear singing and dancing from inside. Inside the main hall, Ji Xian was surrounded by several handsome companions. Some played the piano, some danced, and others sang. Princess Mingxia had drunk a little wine and was slightly tipsy. She leaned into a handsome man's arms, coquettishly asking, What do you like about me? Everything, he replied. Ji Xian giggled and pecked his lips. The blue-clad Marquis entered as if he saw nothing. He had heard about her secretly keeping companions, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. After all, it was also the first time he stepped inside. The two companions beside her quickly stood up and said, The Marquis is here. Ji Xian squinted, her alcohol almost fully gone. She hurriedly stood up, a hint of panic in her voice, but with a hint of sarcasm. She said, A rare guest indeed. The blue-clad Marquis looked coldly. I came to tell you not to go near Huitong. Ji Xian sneered. Huitong told you on the spot? When did you two start seeing each other? Do you prefer a country girl over me? Her tone grew more fierce at the end. She never expected things to turn out like this. The blue-clad Marquis looked at her with warning in his eyes and said, Stop your dirty thoughts. Huitong is my adopted daughter-in-law. Ji Xian suddenly became angry. I'm dirty? Who made me so dirty? It's you. You and I have been married for 8 years, and you've made me a widow for 8 years. He was already embarrassed enough to be caught with many handsome young men, and then he called her dirty, which made her furious and ashamed. The Marquis of Qingyi coldly said, I am here only to tell you to stop having unrealistic ideas about Bisho Hall. Do not make any more moves against Bisho Village. If anything happens to the people there, I will hold you responsible. Ji Xian was so angry she laughed. Hold me responsible? How would that work? Are you going to kill me over a rural woman? After saying this, the Marquis of Qingyi turned and left. Ji Xian rushed forward to stop him, but he dodged quickly. It seemed like just touching her would make him dirty. Ji Xian was so angry she lost her composure and shouted loudly, "Fu Helu, how can you treat me like this? You deserve to be childless and to end up recognizing someone else's son as your own." In the midst of Ji Xian's angry scolding and curses, the Marquis of Qingyi left without looking back, leaving Ji Xian hysterical. How could there be such a cold-hearted man in the world? Cold and emotionless, loving no one, not even himself. Unbeknownst to her, after leaving her side, the Marquis of Qingyi gave a few instructions to his close guard, Tang Chen, then headed to Bisho village. When he arrived, Huotong had already brought Bai Yi back. Bai Yi was tired and had almost fallen asleep on the cart. After returning, she had no energy to play and went straight to her room to sleep, mainly because the medicine Huotong gave her had a sedative effect. At that time, the scholars at home had also returned. Huotong cut fruit for them and added rock sugar to the boiled milk, then brought it to them. The Marquis of Qingyi's carriage stopped at this moment, and a person entered the yard. There was no one in the courtyard, so he called out Huotong. Huotong heard the voice and hurried out. "Godfather." The person inside the house also came out quickly, curious to see who was calling him godfather. The Marquis of Qingyi's gaze fell on the people who came out, and he heard Huotong say, "Brother Jiu, this is your godfather, and also your godmother's husband." Godfather said he wants to recognize you as his son. She called him godfather naturally, and the Marquis of Qingyi said, "Since Bai Yi has acknowledged you as a son, I will hold a banquet at Huichun Hall tomorrow night to officially accept you as my son." Bei, my wife is sick, so she mistakenly thought I was her son. When she gets better, she won't think that way anymore. She has her own son, and I cannot replace him. I appreciate the Marquis's kindness, but I will wait until my wife is well. He also doesn't want to be someone else's substitute, instead taking advantage when others are not paying attention. Huotong isn't as pure and refined as he thinks. She just has some cleverness, believing that having more powerful backing is better. In this era, they come from common families, fleeing hardship and working as laborers. Even if they acknowledge the royal prince as a sworn brother, they are still oppressed by the royal family princess. Brother Jiu hasn't awakened yet. He's only 17 and still studying. It will take several more years before he can pursue an official career. Having the Marquis of Qingyi as a supporter will make his future path easier. The Marquis of Qingyi didn't expect him to refuse. After the surprise, he said, "It's good that I am clear-minded. I do have a son. If he were still alive, he would be about your age. Bai Yi mistakenly thinking of you as his son is fate. If you're willing, from now on, you will be the son of me and Bai Yi." Nan hurriedly said, I'm willing. Marquis, if you like, I can bring my older brother home." Acknowledging the Marquis as a father is such a good thing. He even refused to go. So where does this pretentiousness come from? She echoed. Yes, he is willing.
He's just shy. Sorry about that.
The Marquis of Qingyi asked, "Where is Bai Yi?" Huotong said, "Renchen, quickly take your godfather to see his godmother." Renchen replied, "Godfather, come with me." He happily led the people to the back courtyard. After they left, Huotong hurriedly asked, "Brother Jiu, why did you refuse?" Bei said, "It's like a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest." Huotong was speechless. He quickly pulled him inside to sit down and said earnestly, "Brother Jiu, how can you think like that? You're not a fake. This is about acknowledging a godparent, understand? You've only been studying for a few days. How did you become so dull? Brother Jiu, don't just read books all the time. His brother isn't that slow-witted." Huiyang said, "Exactly, if you won't acknowledge him, then I'll go acknowledge the Marquis as my godfather." Bei nodded. "That's right, Tong. As long as she likes it, he will acknowledge him." Huotong said, "I have a surprise to tell you all." After sending someone off, Renchen returned quickly, shouting, "What surprise? I want to hear." "Today, in the palace, my sworn brother asked the emperor for a reward. The emperor will bestow me as the lord of Wudong County, and the imperial decree will arrive tomorrow." Huiyang asked, "In the future, when Mo Bei sees you, will she also bow?" Huitong waved his hand. "Family doesn't need to be formal. That's enough. Study hard, I'll go prepare your meals." Everyone at home went to Bisho Hall to help with chores. The students returned, and there was no one left to cook. She could only roll up her sleeves and go to the kitchen. Renchen ran over and said, "Sister, I am lighting the fire." Huitong replied, "Good girl." Meanwhile, the Marquis of Qingyi sat beside Bai Yi's bed. Dressed in simple farmer's clothes, she still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. A woman of 33, in her prime years. The Marquis of Qingyi gently reached out and touched her sleeping face. During her stay here, Huitong added spiritual spring water to her medicine to help her recover. The spring water not only boosted the medicine's power, but also made her look more beautiful. Her skin became smoother and more tender. She didn't look like a woman in her 30s. It was not an exaggeration to say she looked 23. The man sat beside her with gentle eyes. After a while, he lowered his head, leaned in, and softly kissed her slightly parted lips. Their long-awaited closeness made him lose control. Since Jiao went missing, their relationship could never return to what it was. They had never been so intimate again. She was still so beautiful. Only he knew how much he missed her over the years. Her lips, her scent. Bai Yi, still asleep, blinked drowsily. She was already confused, not knowing if this moment was real or a dream. Several times, she tried to see clearly who was kissing her, but her head felt heavy, making her drowsy and unable to see clearly. The medicine was working, and she just wanted to sleep. It was late in the evening. Huitong had also finished preparing the meal. She stood by the pot, thought for a moment, and told Renchen, "Go outside and call out to Dad's master. Don't come inside, just say, he's invited to eat." Renchen obeyed her instructions and went out. After a while, he ran back and said, "Dad's master told us to eat first." Since that was the case, Huitong also called the students in the house to eat together. The Marquis of Qingyi had not come over. After dinner, Mo Bei got up to clear the dishes. Huitong wanted him to go read, but Mo Bei had finished reading everything. He went to wash the dishes and bowls, while the other students continued reading. After washing up, Huitong quietly went back to her room. Mo Bei was picking out clothes from the bed and hanging them in the wardrobe. Just now, Huitong had moved her clothes from her room to his. Mo Bei silently filled the wardrobe with her clothes. After freshening up, Huitong quietly approached him from behind, unexpectedly hugged him from behind, and sweetly called, "Brother Jiao." Although she knew Jiao was also herself, another part of herself, when she called him like that, he always felt she was calling someone else, making it hard to feel connected. Mo Bei held her hand, turned around, and gently picked her up, bringing her to almost eye level. He said, "I still like hearing you call me Xiao Bei. I prefer to call you Jiao."
Xiao Bai. Yiye. Xiao.
His lips silenced her words. He lightly tasted her. Huitong felt a bit shy and said, "I'm still young." In her youthful years at her age, she was only in the first year of middle school. Mo Bei sat her on the bed and said, "It's late now. Time to sleep." Huitong hesitated and asked, "Jiao, I study hard day and night. Isn't it too early for you to sleep now?" Somehow, she felt that Jiao wasn't trying hard enough. "I've finished studying." "I don't believe it. Unless you let me test you." Huitong jumped up from the bed, grabbed a school bag, and took out his 4 books and 5 classics. She had to test him. Although she didn't expect him to pass the Imperial exam, he shouldn't do too poorly. She casually opened a book of songs and read, "Guan Guan, the Doves, on the River's Islet." Even though all the characters were traditional, she could read along with each word. After finishing, she said, "Recite the rest of it for me." This was a poem she had memorized during her studies. Mo Bei recited it perfectly, word for word. Then Huatong asked him to explain the meaning of the poem. After testing him on the Book of Songs and then on university knowledge, and once Mo Bei answered fluently, she felt reassured. She was also getting sleepy, so she packed his books back into the bag. Finally, she could sleep. Mo Bei blew out the candle, took off his outer clothes and lay down. Huatong followed and lay down too. As soon as she lay down, he pulled her into his arms. Huatong pushed him away gently, saying, "Jogo, you can't indulge in too much tenderness.
Call me Xiao Bei. Ye.
Suddenly, she was tickled, and she immediately surrendered. Stop joking, stop joking.
Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei.
Wasn't her name enough? She didn't understand what he was hesitating about. Wasn't Xiao Bei and Jogo just him? The next day, the warmth of the bed was so lovely that no one wanted to get up. Before dawn, Missouri Bei opened his eyes, staring intently at the sleeping young lady. Outside, there was noise. Mrs. Wang and Suyong had gotten up to prepare breakfast for the family students. After a while, the sleeping Huatong slowly woke up. The first thing she saw was his handsome face. She blinked and reached out to hug his neck.
Ye.
Her soft voice was sweet and touched his heart. He held her tightly and said, "Good Xiaowei, it's time to get up." Thinking about her plan to earn more money to support Brother Jiu, she immediately became very energetic. After they dressed, they opened the door and went to the washroom together. Meanwhile, Bai Yi also came from the backyard. Little Ren Chen brought the medicine and told her to take it first. After she finished, Bai Yi went to feed the pets in the yard, while Ren Chen cleaned up the mess. Mrs. Wang and Su Yang prepared the meal, and the family sat down to eat. Huatong asked Godmother, "Are we going to Bisho Hall today?" Since there was nothing to do at home, Bai Yi said, "Let's go." Ren Chen was very happy, finally not alone at home taking care of the godmother. After eating, the family set out as usual. At the destination, Huatong led the village girls and young women off the carriage. Today, the front yard was very clean with no bloodstains. Everyone sighed in relief. Su Yang, who was responsible for opening the door, opened it and everyone entered Bisho Hall. Huatong also went to the warehouse to restock supplies. While she was restocking, she saw the personal guards around the king rush in ahead of her, loudly announcing, "Imperial decree has arrived. Everyone come out to receive it." Hearing this, everyone in Bisho Hall hurried outside, not knowing what they had done wrong to deserve an imperial decree. They asked Huatong what was happening. She said, "Don't worry, it's probably good news." Su Yang said, "It must be good news. I just heard magpies chirping happily outside." Just then, a few fast horses stopped outside the door. The king dismounted from his horse, holding the imperial decree, and entered with a few personal guards. Huatong received the decree. As he announced, some experienced villagers immediately knelt down. Seeing the decree, they treated it as if it were the emperor himself. Although the villagers didn't fully understand these customs, seeing Huatong kneel, they quickly followed suit. Curious passers-by peeked inside. Early in the morning, several horses stopped outside and soldiers were present. What was going on? Did someone commit a crime? The king unfolded the imperial decree and read aloud. By the emperor's command, Huatong, with a brave and kind heart, loyal and righteous, has contributed greatly to punishing evil and saving the people in Jingzhou. She risked her life without fear. She saved the king of Yanzhou and the medicinal prince Zhongli in Beast's Mountain. She is granted the title of Wudong County Mistress and awarded 500 taels of gold. After hearing the decree, Huatong said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Long live the emperor." Prepared in advance, she calmly received the decree and stood up. The villagers regained their senses and realized she had been granted a title. They hurried forward to congratulate her.